Chapter 1. A New World. Uh, uh, thud. Ouch. That hurts so much. Please stop. I might become disabled. This scene captures the moment when Yi-san is being scolded by his mother. Born into a family of modest means, Yi-san is raised solely by his mother, Zhang Xiaowen. Perhaps due to their impoverished circumstances, Yi-san has always had a penchant for causing trouble. Yet, his antics have only burdened his mother. Zhang Xiaowen, a name Yi-san has heard since childhood, has never fully explained the reasons behind it. Although Yi-san enjoys mischief, Zhang Xiaowen, having only one son, sometimes finds it hard to punish him. However, this time he had the audacity to venture into the illusionary spirit academy and even insult a mentor, which infuriated Zhang Xiaowen. While minor mischiefs could be overlooked, provoking a figure of authority like the illusionary master was tantamount to courting disaster. It is generally believed that those with high cultivation levels often vanish without a trace. When their time comes, one can only speculate whether they have ascended or their death has simply been concealed. Woo. Zhang Xiaowen ceased her reprimands and began to weep. How could I have such a son? Always shirking responsibility to earn a living, instead running around causing chaos. My life is truly unfortunate. Even your father abandoned us, leaving me in this wretched state. That scoundrel Yi-san left nothing behind except for this troublesome child. Yi-san, Yi-san's father, had deserted the family when Yi-san was merely 3 years old. Yi-san holds no affection for this father he has never known, feeling quite content without him. However, he does harbor a sense of guilt towards his mother. After a while, the surroundings fell silent. The youth took out a torch and lit it, this time ensuring it did not extinguish. He was finally able to see clearly it was a large courtyard. Venturing into the center, he spotted a stone table with tea upon it. Without hesitation, he poured himself a cup and drank, finding it quite delightful. He then seized the teapot and continued to drink directly from it, discarding it on the ground afterward, surprised to find it unscathed. Damn it, this pot is quite good. I could use it to smash someone or sell it for a decent price, he exclaimed, picking it up before drawing out a carving knife and hacking at the stone table. Suddenly, a gust of wind knocked him down, extinguishing the torch, leaving the knife lodged in the stone. Quickly, he grabbed a handful of sand from his pocket, ready to scatter it at any moment. At that moment, the sky changed and a blinding light surged forth. He instinctively scattered the sand and shielded his eyes. As he gradually uncovered his vision, he saw a middle-aged man before him, covered in sand, surrounded by several well-dressed youths of similar age, all pointing and laughing at Yi-san, their laughter echoing incessantly. The middle-aged man spoke. "Why have you appeared here, and why did you throw sand at me?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi-san understood that the individual before him was undoubtedly a mentor. He knelt and pleaded, "Mentor, I wish to learn the art of illusion. I beg you to teach me." "Get out." The surrounding students jeered, "Scram. You think you can learn the art of illusion?" Ha ha ha. Ignoring them, Yi-san persisted, "Mentor, as long as you are willing to teach me, I will do anything you ask." At that moment, the mentor kicked him squarely in the duh. Chapter 2. Departure. Thus, a month passed in silence. Yi-san inquired nothing, and Zhang Xiaowen revealed nothing. Life continued as usual, with Yi-san dutifully attending to his mother. Zhang Xiaowen often reflected, "Isn't this life splendid? Freed from toil, yet I am well fed and warmly clothed, with a dutiful son by my side. Truly, this existence should be cherished." Yi-san, while caring for his mother, had long noticed that she seemed unchanged from before. Could it be that those who cultivate possess such remarkable recuperative abilities? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing that his mother might misconstrue his inquiry as a desire to leave, which would only cause her heartache. On this particular day, however, Zhang Xiaowen behaved unusually. She ventured to the market, purchasing an assortment of vegetables and meats, and took to the kitchen herself, preparing several dishes that Yi-san had relished since childhood. As they sat together at the table, she remarked, "Yi-san, one must not be too tightly bound. A homebound existence lacks flavor, much like a dish devoid of salt." Confused, Yi-san responded, "Mother, what do you mean? And why have you gone to such lengths today, preparing so many delightful dishes, to bid you farewell?" she corrected. No, no, not in that sense. Understanding dawned upon Yisan. His mother intended for him to embark on a journey. While a sense of joy welled within him, he was also plagued by concern for her solitary life. Who would engage in playful banter with her upon his departure? On the map, there was a town called Mischievous, where an elderly physician resided. Upon arrival, simply present him with that spiritual core alongside the map. Nothing else is required. Moreover, I must impart some fundamental knowledge regarding illusions. An illusion is merely a manifestation of one's mental prowess. The greater the mental capacity, the more diverse the realms one can conjure. The enhancement of mental power is inextricably linked to the strength of the physical form. Henceforth, do not neglect your corporeal training. There are distinctions among practitioners, and it is not that I refrain from teaching you. Rather, my intentions are hindered by my own limitations that I fear that sharing my cultivation methods may inadvertently harm you. So it is more prudent to discuss the essential prerequisites for training. That is all I shall say. For further inquiries, consult that old physician. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow, preferably before the sun rises. For the coolness of the morning is most agreeable, and do not disturb me while I am in a deep slumber. Should someone interrupt my rest, I may retaliate in kind. With that, Zheng Xiuwen resumed her meal, occasionally mentioning Yisan's minor faults that might benefit from correction. That, of course, Yisan recognized that his mother had his best interests at heart and refrained from arguing. That as the time to part drew near, a bittersweet sentiment enveloped them, leaving words unspoken. That night, Yisan found it difficult to fall asleep, his mind swirling with thoughts. The following morning, Yisan awoke early, adhering to his mother's advice and refraining from rousing her. He understood that she might have been sleepless, and leaving without acknowledgement might soften the inevitable sorrow. He packed 2 sets of clothing, some coins, and a small supply of food and water, setting off with the map and spiritual core secured close to his chest. In truth, departing the town on foot would prove arduous, but traveling by boat would expedite his journey. Thus, Yisan made his way to the dock, where the earliest risers toiled with loading and unloading goods. He sought a vessel that was about to set sail for the next town, conveniently en route. Naturally, the fare would not be insignificant. The ship's captain, surveying the sky, summoned the dockworkers aboard to prepare for departure. Approaching Yisan, he inquired, "Young hero, is this your first voyage?" Yisan recounted how, in his youthful mischief, he once embarked on a boat to run away from home. The boat captain, chuckling, inquired if the young hero was aware of what resided within the waters. Yisan shook his head, confessing his ignorance, and wondered aloud what else could inhabit the depths aside from fish and shrimp. The captain simply laughed without offering a reply. However, another crew member interjected, warning that the waters had been quite restless of late, occasionally echoing strange sounds. Though no incidents had occurred, he advised the young hero to remain calm should he encounter any unusual noises once they traversed beyond this territory. Yisan nodded appreciatively, acknowledging their concern, and resolved to heed their advice, subsequently retreating into a feigned slumber by the side. He contemplated the journey ahead, recognizing the need for preparation in the face of future challenges. Yisan mused that they placed too much faith in their assumptions. If a malevolent creature were to emerge, it could easily devour them, leaving them to ponder their fate. In truth, every body of water was overseen by a cultivator, making the likelihood of malicious creatures causing harm rather slim. Yet, cultivators often exhibited a self-serving nature, indifferent to the loss of 1 or 2 lives, as they were loath to squander their time. Such matters would only be addressed post-incident. If nothing occurred, there was deemed to be no issue. As evening progressed, the boat finally reached a desolate dock, with few souls about. The captain and crew settled in for the night aboard the vessel, opting to load cargo in the morning. Yisan disembarked and strolled leisurely onto the empty street, where most had succumbed to slumber. One establishment, brightly lit and named Chunyi Lu, caught his eye. Without hesitation, he entered and requested a room. However, the proprietress, with a smirk, remarked, "Hey, little brat, do you even know what kind of place this is?" Dressed as you are? Laughter erupted from those nearby. Yisan, truly unaware, questioned what other accommodations might be available at such a late hour. "Do you have any money? Can you handle this at your age?" Came the jeers from the crowd. Realizing this was perhaps not the establishment suited for him, Yisan retreated, the proprietress making no effort to stop him, as it was evident from his appearance that he hailed from a poor background. The mere fact that he ventured here at such a tender age was a cause for concern. Once outside, he found no other shops open, and in desperation, sought a humble refuge from the elements to rest for the night, deciding to tackle his other concerns come dawn. Yet, Ishin's thoughts wandered to the future. Should he ascend to the realm of immortals, he would ensure that those who had belittled him would be summoned to serve him. As he pondered this, slumber overtook him. How unfortunate, he lamented, to have lost all my money. How am I to learn the art of illusion? No, I must find a way. Finding a secluded spot, he unfurled a map. Tracing his finger over the red circle that marked his location. I am currently in Baokuin Town, but to reach Musi Town, I must traverse 3 more towns. This is the edge of Water City. Is it not? This old doctor must be quite mad, traveling such distances without concern for fatigue. Alas, what a wretched fate. Resolving to first procure some funds to satiate his hunger, Ishin returned to the street. Inquiring at various eateries whether they required assistance, yet none were willing to employ him. It was hardly surprising given his appearance. One could hardly discern if he sought work or if he merely aimed to pilfer a meal. With no other options, he entered a nearby establishment, ordered a feast, and upon finishing, turned to the owner and said, "I have no silver coins. May I defer payment? It is not acceptable. If so, let me stay and work off my debt." My words were quite resolute. However, the boss directly summoned a group of men who proceeded to beat me up, nearly causing me to regurgitate my recent meal. I exclaimed, "Is there no law? Why are you hitting me?" Upon reflection, I realized that I had indeed indulged in a free meal, so I fell silent and merely gazed at the boss. He replied, "Enjoying a free meal, are we? Very well. You shall receive a beating every day, along with a month of free labor. Do you accept this, young man?" Naturally, I was unwilling to endure such treatment. I could work, but I would not tolerate being beaten. Thus, I hastily declared, "Boss, I can work for free for 2 months. Just do not strike me. This is quite a bargain for you." The boss agreed, adding that if I misbehaved, I would be punished each time I was seen. This made me somewhat regret my decision to indulge in a free meal. Consequently, I showed up to work each day, often sneaking bites of food. I was uncertain whether the boss was aware, but no one spoke of it, and I was quite content. 2 months passed, and I was preparing to leave when the boss unexpectedly gave me some silver. I nearly wept and knelt to call him father. During those 2 months, I realized the boss was not a bad person. The beatings were merely for show, and he had never truly harmed me. Before I departed, he kicked me lightly and advised me not to behave in such a manner in the future, for not everyone in the world would be as benevolent as he was. I felt a deep sense of gratitude and gained some understanding of life's lessons. In haste, I purchased some provisions and made my way to the dock, eager to reach the next town swiftly. It had been 2 months, and I was anxious to know how my mother was faring. I truly missed her and vowed to have a child to cherish one day. Chapter 3. Encountering an immortal upon arriving at the dock. I was approached by a friendly boatman. His warm demeanor made me contemplate switching vessels. Yet, this boatman was quite reasonable, asserting that we were all headed to the same destination, so it mattered little whose boat we took. Once aboard, the boatman went off to find more passengers, continuing to attract customers. He seemed to be quite prosperous, ferrying both goods and people, unlike many others who only transported cargo. In my words, it would be foolish not to seize an opportunity to earn money. I was unaware of the intricacies behind this. Even if I learned them, I would likely conclude that making money without risk was a recipe for success. Some boatmen transported private goods, fearing leaks that could lead to significant trouble, which is why they typically avoided carrying passengers. Of course, the bold ones paid no heed to such concerns. When the time came, the boatmen wasted no time in weighing anchor and setting sail. After all, if delivery times were delayed, one could be accused of being untrustworthy, and while losing a few coins was minor, the major consequence would be a lack of future employment. Thus, no one dared to squander time. As the journey progressed, payments were made, and I refrained from taking advantage of the situation, settling down to comply. This stretch of water held no ominous sounds, which only heightened my anxiety. Why was it that only the Phantom Academy area was peculiar? I worried that something might have transpired, primarily concerning my mother. However, worrying now was futile. I had traveled too far. This only solidified my resolve to master the phantom arts, embracing the responsibility of upholding justice. I recalled my mother's words. To grow stronger, one must endure hardship. That I was unafraid of toil, a sentiment that resonated with my current being. From a young age, I was subjected to beatings, my body marred with bruises, yet by the following day, I would be as good as new. When I inquired about this matter with my mother, she would always respond with a silent smile, merely cautioning me not to let others know. This only led me to believe that I was a prodigy in martial arts, although no one was willing to teach me. Firstly, I had a penchant for causing trouble, and secondly, I lacked the financial means. Mastering martial arts is not a pursuit that can be achieved with a mere pittance. The expenses involved are considerable. However, when someone unveiled the truth, it became clear that the master was not only skilled in medicine, but also possessed supernatural abilities, which I had witnessed firsthand, making it impossible for me to deceive you. This revelation sparked lively discussions among those aboard the vessel. At that moment, the boatman interjected, addressing a young lad. Xiao Lu, you've been talking nonsense again. Upon realizing it was Xiao Lu who had spoken, he promptly shut his mouth and averted his gaze, prompting laughter from the others, as his demeanor was undeniably amusing. Yet Xiao Lu remained unfazed. And once the boatman had departed, he sighed in relief. It was then that I approached Xiao Lu and asked, "Could you tell me what kind of person the master is?" Xiao Lu shot me a glare and retorted, "Why should I tell you? Who are you?" I produced a small amount of loose silver, and Xiao Lu's eyes lit up as he focused on the money, saying, "Well, that's a different story. What do you wish to know?" "I'll share whatever I can." I replied. "Even if you beat me, I want to leave. My journey thus far has been solely to learn formidable cultivation techniques, and now that I've encountered you, I must glean at least a fraction of knowledge." The master walked aside, ignoring me, while I busied myself unloading cargo. The boatman shouted, "You little rascal, get lost. I have no wages to pay you." Hearing this, I redoubled my efforts, lifting the cargo with greater vigor than some others. Noticing my diligence, the master bellowed, "Haven't you eaten? You're even less capable than a mere boy. Do you still want your wages?" His tone was a stark contrast to how he had initially solicited passengers, revealing a different side of him that I couldn't help but admire. His resilience. Truly, one who navigates the underworld possesses a unique tenacity, leaving me feeling somewhat inferior, a quality I aspired to emulate. Once the unloading was complete, I followed the master. Wherever he went, I would go too. Growing impatient, he remarked, "Can you not do this? I'm no sage. I only possess a smattering of knowledge and can't teach you anything substantial. Go seek someone else." However, I was unwilling to depart, as that would render my previous efforts futile. The master continued, "I'm going to treat someone shortly, so you needn't follow me any longer." Suddenly, an idea struck me. "Master, since you're treating patients, I can't assist you. You only need to focus on the diagnosis, and I'll handle the minor tasks. What do you think? A free assistant at no cost to you. Surely you wouldn't refuse." The master did not decline. Instead, he said, "If you behave, you can stand by my side. Although I possess only a fragment of knowledge, that fragment will be invaluable to you for a lifetime." "Excellent. I promise to be obedient. Wherever you instruct me to go, I shall not stray. Just ensure that I remain by your side while you perform your techniques." I responded eagerly. The master nodded and quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, the gatekeeper, upon recognizing the eccentric Gong Jun, showed utmost respect, leaning forward as he exclaimed, "Master Gong, the esteemed Yi has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, do come in." Without exhibiting the slightest hint of surprise, Gong Laoda appeared as if he were accustomed to such reverence. In truth, his visit to attend to Miss Ye's ailment was motivated by monetary gain, not only for the necessities of life but also for the considerable expenses associated with his cultivation practices. Thus, he eagerly engaged in any profitable endeavor, confident that those who dared to seek his expertise would not default on their payments, often even offering additional remuneration. At this moment, Yi San, who had previously appeared disheveled, now exuded an air of confidence, entirely transformed. Upon entering the Yi residence, he was not subjected to any inquiries, for he was accompanied by Gong Laoda. Once inside, Yi San's eyes sparkled with wonder, for the elegance of the courtyard was truly remarkable. It was evident that wealth was abundant here. The guide, unperturbed by the spectacle, recalled that even Gong Laoda had remarked on his first visit, acknowledging the grandeur of the estate, which could only be owned by individuals of considerable experience in the world, akin to those dedicated to cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yida regarded Gong Laoda with newfound respect. Aware that the intricacies of his estate were not widely known. In truth, Yida had first encountered this architectural marvel in his youth, while accompanying a wealthy patron to present a tribute to an immortal. At that time, he had held a deep admiration for those who practiced cultivation. Yet due to family obligations and responsibilities, he had abandoned that aspiration, ultimately constructing a residence of similar design. Although it lacked genuine spiritual essence, it provided a comfortable environment, warm in winter and cool in summer. Typically, cultivators would establish a residence imbued with spiritual energy, enhancing both their practice and aesthetic pleasure. As the servants delivered the message, Yida's voice resonated. Master Gong, you have finally arrived. I have been in dire distress. Please, I implore you to save my daughter. Following the established protocol, he added, this time, however, it is different. I trust you understand. Any amount will suffice. Very well, Gong Laoda replied. Let us hasten to assess your daughter's condition. With that, Yida personally led the way, while Yisan followed closely behind, eager not to linger. Upon reaching Miss Ye's chamber, Yida dismissed the servants, leaving only Gong Laoda and Yi San to attend to the patient. Although Yida initially considered sending Yi San away, Gong Laoda intervened, requesting that he remained at as they beheld Miss Yi. Her pallid complexion was striking, yet her features retained a delicate beauty that evoked pity. Yi San mused silently. Though Yida seems unremarkable, his daughter is indeed quite lovely. Gong Laoda instructed Yi San to observe closely while he approached the bedside. After examining Miss Ye's head and hands, he performed a gesture, which, after its completion, released a surge of green light from her body. Subsequently, Gong Laoda uttered a series of enigmatic phrases, causing the green light to coalesce into a mass of verdant substance. Following this, he produced a small box from an unknown source and carefully contained the green substance within it. That moment, Isan handed over a cloth intended for washing faces to Big Brother Gong, stating, I do not require it. Instead, please use it to wipe Miss Ye's face, and perhaps her hands as well. The rapid pace of events left one to ponder otherwise. Isan, remaining silent, continued to attend to Miss Yi, her visage causing him to blush as he gazed upon her countenance for the first time. He found himself unexpectedly stirred with excitement, his desire to lean in for a kiss growing stronger with each lingering glance. Yet, he was abruptly roused from his reverie by Big Brother Gong's admonition. What are you up to? Aren't you leaving already? Do you intend to sleep here? Isan, suddenly aware of the awkwardness of the situation, recollected that he was in a young lady's chamber and felt somewhat embarrassed by the earlier exchange. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, he resolved that it was permissible. He followed Big Brother Gong out of the room, ultimately becoming a bystander to the ensuing transaction between Big Brother Gong and Lord Yi. Isan discreetly excused himself, later overhearing Big Brother Gong attribute the illness to the fact that the residence was inherently splendid. Lord Yi had sought out various spiritually infused objects for his daughter, which inadvertently caused her affliction. Lacking any cultivation techniques and being a maiden, she was unable to withstand such an influx of spiritual energy, leading to her ailment over time. However, the recent treatment had fortuitously strengthened Miss Ye's constitution, suggesting that if she were to pursue cultivation, it would not be without merit. Big Brother Gong imparted a foundational body cultivation technique to Isan. Discerning the unusual vitality within him, he chose to share this basic method, laying the groundwork for Isan's future cultivation. Yet, Big Brother Gong refrained from formally accepting Isan as his disciple, perhaps for reasons unknown. Isan, not wishing to squander any further time, bid farewell and departed, viewing the experience as an opportunity for growth and understanding. Big Brother Gong advised Isan not to call out to formidable individuals as immortals, for those like him were merely novices. Others would be perplexed by such a title that he mused aloud, questioning whether true immortals existed in this world, and, if so, why there remained such injustice. Were immortals inherently selfish? And if they did not exist, what motivated so many to pursue cultivation? Ah, how absurd. Chapter 4. Cultivation. Isan, however, was indifferent to such musings, for even if he cared, he could not alter the circumstances. He sought out a cargo vessel that would take him directly to Musi Town. But due to his insufficient funds, he had to accept a position as a laborer, assisting with unloading in exchange for passage. Isan felt quite pleased, as the ship provided both food and shelter, albeit with a touch of fatigue. Once aboard, Isan diligently helped to secure the cargo, awaiting the next task. Perhaps the captain held reservations about Isan's trustworthiness, as he was not assigned watch duty, which inadvertently afforded Isan a moment of respite. He retrieved the handwritten notes on body cultivation from Big Brother Gong, scrutinizing them closely. To be frank, Big Brother Gong's handwriting was atrocious. Were it not for the necessity of cultivation, he might have been tempted to incinerate the pages. As he delved into the principles of body cultivation, he noted the importance of tranquility and the avoidance of restlessness. Body cultivation is fundamental to all forms of cultivation. Without a robust physique, one lacks a true source of vitality. When you are in a position of authority, what do you conceal? Speak with a fierce tone and fix your gaze upon Yesan, who is acutely aware that one must bow their head under a roof not their own. Thus, he humbly stammers, "Brother, I just recalled a moment when someone snatched my bun. I failed to notice your arrival. I apologize for my oversight. Once I am financially stable, I shall treat you to a drink as recompense." He muses, "You certainly possess the audacity to converse with me, Dada. It's nothing," he continues. "By the way, what is it that you have collected?" At this moment, Yeson, too, grows anxious, as if compelled to witness something distasteful. Reluctantly, he chuckles and states, "Brother, it is merely a book. I have a penchant for reading. Hence I have transcribed some passages from various texts. It is of no great significance, merely some handwritten notes. Then why do you hesitate to reveal it?" Yeson, filled with a desire to retaliate, thinks that after all this, the insistence on viewing the contents is simply infuriating. He resolves that he shall certainly deliver a sound thrashing when the opportunity arises. However, Yeson is acutely aware that he cannot act recklessly, as this is someone else's domain. Should he be defeated, no one would come to his aid. Thus, he concedes, "If you must see it, then do so. But do not disclose it to others. This is my cherished possession, and I cannot allow it to be taken from me." Yeson lies without a hint of discomfort, a skill honed since childhood. He hands over the manuscript to the crew member, dismissing it as a mere tattered book, questioning the need for such fuss. After all, he had unknowingly burned countless such items in the past. "Fine, I shall grant you your wish," he declares, tossing the manuscript to Yeson. Yeson reaches out to catch it. He stumbles over a rope, igniting a flare of anger within him. Was this not intentional? The crew member bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Remember, don't provoke me, or you shall suffer the consequences. Now, off you go to eat." He turns and strides away. Yeson retrieves the manuscript and stands, muttering, "Very well, I shall remember this." As he carefully stows the manuscript away and ascends, he cannot afford to offend the ship's crew over a trivial matter. Some debts can be settled later. Upon arriving at the dining area, the earlier crew member appears quite jovial, engrossed in conversation with others. Due to his late arrival, Yeson reluctantly finds himself squeezed in alongside the same crew member. "Da, you've arrived," the crew member chuckles. "Stick close to me on the way, and I assure you, no one will bully you." He scans the surroundings. "However, you must ensure my comfort, or else you may find yourself in trouble. You must understand. This is for your own good." Yeson, upon hearing this, nearly chokes with frustration. What kind of reasoning is this? It merely seems a ploy to make him serve the crew member. "Boss, I have a peculiar affliction since childhood. I am simply inept at serving others. It is not that I do not wish to serve you, but I fear my condition may be contagious. Enough of your nonsense. Speak plainly. If you do not serve me, let me make this clear. If I am displeased, you shall not fare well." Several figures approached, but were swiftly met with a few slaps from the burly men behind the crew member. Collapsing to the ground, Yeson could discern that these individuals were formidable, possessing great strength. There was no chance of victory. Escape was the only option. Yeson sprinted backward, as the others feared the previous crew member and had only sent him to oversee the situation, lest anyone cause a disturbance. Yet here was Yeson, unafraid of the peril. This incident provided Yeson with an opportunity to escape. During the boarding, he had noticed an exit at the back, which was designated as an emergency escape route due to unforeseen circumstances. A door that had never been used before. Ironically, it was in such a dire situation that it was first utilized. Upon reaching the exit, Yeson kicked it open with a forceful thrust, and fortunately, the door was easily unlocked. In a swift motion, both the door and Yeson plunged into the sea. The boatman, upon witnessing this, sought out sharp objects to hurl into the water, and upon seeing blood blooming in the waves, he abandoned any further concern, resigning to the fact that there were no boats in sight. Leaving Yeson to await his demise, struck in the arm by a blade, Yeson displayed no fear, promptly extracting the knife, and then locating a piece of wooden debris. He swam over, resting upon the door, allowing the current to carry him. After some time spent in meditation, Yeson found himself perplexed by certain aspects of his training, such as the locations of specific acupoints and how to unblock them. These were mysteries to him. However, having endured beatings from his mother since childhood, he had unknowingly cleared some of these pathways. With no other options available, he sought guidance from those who understood such practices. The process of cultivation progressed swiftly. Once Yeson became engrossed, he forgot all pain and discomfort. Days passed, 4 or 5 in total, until he was roused from his trance by fishermen, initially mistaking him for a corpse. They were relieved to find he still breathed, and thus they dragged him ashore. That moment, Yeson had long since collapsed on the wooden door. carried by the winds to Baojun town, feeling the pangs of hunger and cold. His body trembled, yet no one came to his aid. The crowd had gathered, drawn by curiosity. With great difficulty, Isan managed to rise, swaying unsteadily as he departed the scene. Unnoticed by the onlookers, he stumbled into a shop. Drawn by the enticing aroma of food and the scent of steamed buns, the shopkeeper, upon seeing him, kicked the fallen Isan and remarked, "You beggar must be the most useless of all, unable even to procure a meal and reduced to this state. Here, take these and get lost." He tossed 2 buns in front of Isan. Trusting his instincts, Isan began to eat, even consuming some dust along with the food. The shopkeeper barked, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, get far away from here. You'll surely starve to death," becoming nothing more than a wandering ghost. Gradually, Isan began to regain his senses and became aware of his surroundings, yet speaking felt incredibly arduous. Slowly, he stood, meandered to the wall, and used it for support as he made his way to another area. Despite the harsh demeanor of the shopkeeper, Isan felt a sense of gratitude, for he had been granted a chance at life. The following day, Isan managed to rise, feeling the pangs of hunger, but his body no longer ached. He returned to the shop, where he had sought refuge the day prior. Upon seeing Isan, the shopkeeper recognized him and shouted, "You filthy beggar! Yesterday I took pity on you and gave you 2 buns. Do you not know how to appreciate kindness? Do you still wish to return?" Isan replied earnestly, "I am not a beggar, merely a victim of circumstance." The shopkeeper retorted, "If that is the case, why do you return? This is not a sanctuary for the needy." Isan bowed respectfully, clasping his fists. "I have come today to repay the life-saving kindness you showed me yesterday. I offer to work for you without compensation, as a form of gratitude." "Get lost!" the shopkeeper shouted. "Take these buns and leave. Don't come back here looking for handouts." Recognizing that food was at stake, Isan chose not to linger. Aware that the shopkeeper harbored no fondness for him, it seemed wiser to wait until he had achieved a greater status before repaying the kindness shown to him. "When we meet again, my presence may well startle you to the core. The anticipation of Isan fills me with an increasing joy, to the point where I nearly drop my bun, but I resolve to consume it in one swift bite. I seek out another individual to inquire about my location, and subsequently devise a plan to pilfer a new set of garments, for my current attire has become utterly tattered," as Isan aptly remarked. "How can a cultivator appear in such disarray? Such a state is unacceptable. I cannot afford to lose face in front of my peers in the future, lest I become the subject of ridicule." Presently, Isan is devoid of funds, making the prospect of embarking on a journey even more daunting. Surviving this calamity surely heralds forthcoming blessings, and my mindset has transformed significantly that I then secure employment and begin to earn money. Chapter 5. After enduring a month of torment, I have meticulously prepared for the journey ahead and set my sights on the destination that I proceed to search diligently, visiting one establishment after another. Yet my efforts yield no success. However, I do uncover some leads, notably a medicinal clinic that it was previously stated that if there is a clinic in this town, I ought to be aware of it. Yet, the one you mentioned is truly non-existent. Not long ago, perhaps a month or 2, there was a clinic strikingly similar to the one you describe, but for reasons unknown, it was shut down and the esteemed old doctor was seemingly murdered. In our line of work, we often save lives, and such a sudden tragedy evokes a sense of melancholy. This is merely hearsay, so please refrain from spreading it. Isan's heart is beset with doubt. Had I not been delayed on my journey, I might have encountered the old doctor, albeit with the risk of entanglement in this grim affair. Thus, I find myself at a loss for words. Is this fortune or misfortune, or perhaps a delicate balance of both? In truth, Isan's mother has long since encountered calamity, and the eerie sounds from the sea are summoned by Zhang Xiuwen's shadow beast. In fact, it was Zhang Xiuwen alone who repelled the threats at the Mirage Academy when the instructor failed to arrive, attracting the attention of others. How could a mere woman possess such formidable strength? There are none in the town with comparable cultivation, and no one could contend with her, prompting reports to the sect. Some factions aware of the circumstances refrained from intervening, while others, lacking foresight, chose to act. Zhang Xiuwen, already injured, was unable to withstand the onslaught and summoned a shadow beast, yet it was subdued by the sect a month prior. All this transpired in the depths of the sea, where numerous mortals dwell, wary of collateral damage. The battle at that time was nothing short of cataclysmic, with one individual and one beast wreaking havoc, resulting in untold casualties. Those with lesser cultivation merely observed from a distance. Too intimidated to approach, thus becoming unwitting participants in the unfolding drama. Following Zheng Xiuan's suppression, the overseers of the sea tidied the aftermath. Rather than facing punishment, they were promoted a rank, finding great joy in this turn of events. The ordinary folk remained oblivious to the underlying dynamics, only aware that ships were prohibited from sailing during those days, with severe penalties for violators. Once the blockade was lifted, a surge of vessels began to enter and exit, some without any transfers, heading directly to merchants. The current state of both land and sea is remarkably tranquil, bearing no significant difference from the norm. Even the absence of one or two individuals leaves little impact on others. Ishan's heart races with anxiety. Perhaps my mother is among them, or perhaps she awaits my return. Yet, to venture forth now would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame, casting a sidelong glance at my neighbor's abode. I find the door firmly shut, with no sign of life, and even the garments outside have vanished. It seems they have departed. This further solidifies my resolve. I must leave this place and devise a new plan. The guards stationed here are indeed waiting for someone, whether it be others or perhaps Ishan themselves. Their task was to vigilantly guard this place. Should anyone approach with inquiries, they were to be apprehended and kept in waiting for further instructions. Previously, a young man, injured and exposed, had come by, and upon resisting, was brutally beaten to the brink of death. Consequently, the neighboring residents became aware of the situation and hastily vacated the area, departing under the cover of night, leaving even the guards in ignorance. Fortunately for Ishan, the guards needed only to wait for a single day before they could depart on their own accord, as the young man had divulged certain secrets. Thus, there was no need to squander time here. They had been assigned new tasks, and should they succeed, substantial rewards awaited them, albeit fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, some missions were imperative to undertake. After all, the rewards were enticing. What do I, a mere peasant, know of the affairs in your household? All I am aware of is that there are many within your abode. On that fateful day, I witnessed them deal with a young lad, whether they had beaten him to death or not. I cannot say. He lay motionless on the ground, surely deceased. No one came to attend to him, and from this, one can discern their formidable nature. I cannot fathom whom you have offended. Perhaps they have fled. It would be best if they have that a person as astute as my mother would undoubtedly have left. Why do I cry? Upon witnessing this, Dama ceased his sobbing, for in his eyes, this was the first time Ishan had wept so profoundly. In truth, they both understood that even if they managed to escape, with so many of them, where could they possibly run to? Dama often ventured out in search of food and had been a companion of Ishan since childhood. Ishan's mother, sympathetic towards the boy, frequently assisted him, which is why Dama had previously inquired about their circumstances. Both of them succumbed to tears, yearning for understanding, while Dama simply wished for a tranquil life, to marry and have children in the future, yet was now ensnared by Ishan's sorrowful recollections. The crux of the matter was why there were so many people involved, and what precisely had transpired. As night fell, Ishan ventured out alone, heading towards the door of their home. Upon arrival, he discovered that the guards had vanished. Despite his lingering confusion, he stealthily entered through the back door. Inside, darkness enveloped him. He navigated by the light of the moon, daring not to speak aloud, and proceeded cautiously. Ultimately, he confirmed that indeed, no one remained. What a ghastly place! Where is everything? He exclaimed, moving on to the next house. The surroundings remained eerily silent, and he breathed a sigh of relief, assured that the people had departed. Ishan strode into the room, only to find it in disarray, with even the table overturned. What calamity has befallen this place? The home is in such disarray, and even the owners are nowhere to be found. Though he felt an urge to weep, he stifled it, certain that his mother had sent him away, anticipating trouble. The old physician must have been captured as well. His mother was certainly no ordinary individual. Even if her previous illusions were learned from others, why would the old physician in Musey Town also be implicated? Having pieced together these thoughts, it became clear that his mother wished for him to cultivate his abilities. It was indeed time to focus on his training. However, he must first leave this place. The farther the better, and once he had gained sufficient strength, he could seek to rescue others. Ishan located the bed he had previously mentioned, which remained unharmed, and lay down to rest. The following day, Dama sought out Ishan. Upon calling out twice, Ishan intended to leave, and so he stepped outside. Upon witnessing the dispersal, Dama felt a sense of relief as he entered the room. The sight of scattered belongings across the floor was truly lamentable. Several bowls and chopsticks lay abandoned, the bowls shattered into pieces. As Isan had not tidied up, Dama felt no inclination to do so either. Why, Isan? I believe it would be best for you to depart from this place. Who knows when those individuals might return? At that point, it would only lead to my heartache. Go on. After your departure, I shall ensure the house remains well-kept. As an outsider, they are unlikely to take issue with me. And besides, I have no desire to leave this place. You know Xiao Fang, don't you? She has consented to marry me once I acquire the means. My heart is filled with joy at her agreement. Yet your predicament has cast a shadow over my elation. As Yi San prepared to leave, he was aware that his mother had urged him to cultivate himself. Why had she left him nothing, only to send him away? This token bore some mystery. Yi San had always kept the map and the spirit core close to his chest. Now, as he took them out once more, the spirit core began to move on its own, floating in the air and emitting a glow, eventually landing in a small ditch. This ditch had existed since Yi San's childhood and had never run dry. This was certainly not just any spirit core. Previously, it had shown no reaction to his touch, yet now it displayed unusual behavior right at his doorstep. Perhaps it was a treasure left for him by his mother. Yi San retrieved the spirit core, which still shimmered but had ceased its movement. He wiped it clean and placed it against his chest, then began to dig toward the spot where the spirit core had fallen. The once crystal-clear water quickly turned murky. The soil beneath was soft, allowing him to excavate swiftly. However, as he dug deeper, a glimmer of golden light began to emerge. Realizing he was on the verge of discovery, Yi San hastened his efforts. Once unearthed, the object was enveloped in mud and required cleansing in the turbid water. Gradually, the soil fell away, revealing a somewhat jagged stone that emanated light. The Yi San was uncertain of its nature. Suddenly, the spirit core flew from his chest and merged with the small stone. The golden radiance intensified, and the spirit core vanished completely, transforming the stone into a smooth, luminous orb. As Yi San grasped it with his left hand, it seamlessly integrated into him, causing an intense warmth to radiate through his arm. He plunged his entire arm into the murky water, yet the water either evaporated or seeped into his arm, gradually disappearing and leaving behind dry mud. After a while, even the dry mud vanished. Yi San felt a profound discomfort, striking trees and clumps of earth with his hands, yet he could not perceive the pain inflicted by external objects. The genuine agony was the searing heat that gradually spread throughout his body. Unable to endure it any longer, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi San remained in a state of oblivion for 3 days, neither eating nor drinking, yet somehow thriving. Though he did not awaken, Mao found this peculiar, but refrained from questioning it. Upon regaining consciousness, Yi San felt as though something was amiss. A fleeting glance around confirmed he was in Mao's home. What happened? How did I end up here? Wasn't I at my own house? Mao recounted the events in detail. Remarkably, Yi San felt no discomfort. Instead, he appeared more vigorous than ever before. I pondered the stone. I recalled it slipping into my hand, causing me considerable distress until I eventually fainted, suggesting that the stone remained within my grasp. Though your words evoke a sense of reluctance, each individual must tread their own path. My sole desire is to live a good life alongside Xiaofan. Yi San gazed at Mao, his childhood companion, feeling a twinge of attachment, yet recognizing that some actions are imperative. If one must act, they should strive for excellence. Mao assumed Yi San too felt a pang of longing. I am aware of your childhood dreams of becoming an immortal, and I also understand that such beings exist in this world. Your departure presents an opportunity for you to cultivate your own path to immortality and seek the guidance of a worthy mentor. Yi San, are you not hungry? I have steamed buns that could satiate your appetite. I am not famished. I simply wish to sleep. Although it was broad daylight, Yi San found slumber elusive. Upon noticing Mao had left, he retrieved Master Gong's hand-copied martial arts manual and began to practice. To his astonishment, he grasped the techniques effortlessly this time, progressing smoothly and completing the practice in no time. His physique exhibited slight changes, albeit not significant, as these were merely foundational exercises. Some martial artists engage in such training, while others dismiss it as a waste of time, preferring to hone their combat skills instead, even for those who do practice. Without a distinguished mentor, their efforts may ultimately yield naught. One could surmise that individuals like Yi San, possessing exceptional talent, might still find themselves lacking. Yi San felt a pang of inadequacy, realizing it had taken him so long to learn. Wondering if Master Gong would be exasperated, having missed the opportunity to take him on as a disciple long ago, Yi San truly fell asleep, unaware that Mao had stepped outside to indulge in some wine. After a bowl, he too retired for the night. As dawn broke, Mao remained in slumber, and Yi San chose not to disturb him, departing quietly. Mao dreamt and smiled. The time for meals arrived at the docks. and he stealthily concealed himself within. Later, Isan ventured out at night to explore and enjoy the scenery. The evening breeze stirred, and gazing at the stars reminded him of his mother stitching clothes, scolding and caring for him, prompting him to smile once more, an unrestrained laughter, albeit silent. Yet, the expression on his face was ambiguous, oscillating between laughter and tears that as dawn approached, he concealed himself again, practicing in solitude during the quiet hours. Day by day, his physique transformed, taking on a more robust appearance. Though he still appeared rather slender, merely taller than before, his strength steadily increased, making him feel capable of striking a significant blow to a large tree. Though he still lacked the power to break it, the growth of strength can create an illusion, yet this illusion allows one to exert their full force, resulting in eventual exhaustion. Those with weaker constitutions might faint, perhaps needing days to regain consciousness. As he grew stronger, he found that training alleviated his hunger, instead invigorating him, so he resolved to continue his practice. After a fortnight, the ship arrived at Mischievous, the terminus of this region, beyond which lay the sea. However, tales spoke of immortals beyond the ocean who never ventured to this side, while others claimed it was merely populated by distant humans, obscured by the vastness. In this desolate region, the majority are mere mortals, with practitioners being even rarer due to the scarcity of resources and the complete absence of spiritual energy. Even the local illusion academy only recruits disciples. And whenever a promising student is found, they soon depart. The maritime overseers, however, reside in caves equipped with spiritual formations that extract spiritual energy for cultivation. These formations are meticulously arranged by highly skilled formation masters. Yet few are willing to cultivate in this area, let alone those of considerable prowess. This region has been referred to by cultivators as a barren land, yet it serves as a paradise for ordinary people. Free from the oversight and tyranny of immortals, having arrived at Mischievous, Isan found himself in an isolated spot, neglecting to visit the previous shopkeeper. He produced a map, which was currently undergoing a transformation. The previous route gradually faded away, succeeded by a new path filled with numerous branches and place names. Isan pinpointed his location, and a gleaming spot on the map caught his eye, named Shershan. The distance to Shershan was considerable, likely requiring a journey of half a month, particularly since there were no boats to carry him. It seemed that no ordinary person had ventured into these waters, indicating the vastness of the sea, necessitating thorough preparations to ensure he would not find himself without aid. Upon reaching the dock, Isan inquired about the price of a boat, but no one responded. Most of the local fishermen were reticent, though one individual spoke up. "Ha ha ha. Are you looking to buy a boat? I can sell it to you for a bargain, just afraid you might not afford it." Ha ha ha. The man speaking was the largest ship merchant in the area, possessing numerous vessels for sale. However, the locals knew that he would never suffer a loss in any transaction. Others were always the ones to bear the brunt. "My good sir, how much for your boat?" Isan asked. "How much? Ha ha ha. If you can afford it, I can sell it to you," the man replied with a grin, joined by his subordinates in laughter. Isan silently thought, "Just wait, I'll show you," and walked away. As evening approached, Isan returned to the dock where the man had been earlier. Having surveyed the area during the day, he noted that half of the vessels at the dock belonged to that merchant. Some smaller boats, seemingly unused for passenger transport, appeared to prioritize cargo instead. These small boats were unattended, marked to deter theft, but no one dared to steal them. There were strict regulations along these shores. Boats were tools for sustenance, and anyone caught deliberately stealing or damaging another's vessel would face servitude. Isan was aware of this rule, yet he resolved to steal, reasoning that once he departed, no one could catch him. He stealthily approached the larger ships, moving quietly to the side of a small boat. With a knife he had purchased for this very occasion, he cut the ropes securing the vessel. In preparation for his journey, he had procured a knife, some water, and flint, along with stolen timber and a piece of iron to facilitate fire without risking the wooden boat. Thus, Isan gradually rode away, setting forth on his quest, with dawn breaking in Mischievous. The leading ship merchant was enraged to discover that someone had severed the ropes binding his boats, causing chaos and hindering the movement of other vessels. Isan was promptly marked as a target for pursuit, as he was not a local and had incurred the merchant's wrath the previous day. Indeed, these actions were the result of misfortune rather than intent. Who could have known that the rope was a main line? Once severed, it unraveled completely. The sole objective was to pilfer a single vessel. As Isan remained adrift at sea, the shore faded from view, and from a great height, It appeared as though he were but an ant adrift in the vastness of water. The ocean was immense, and Isan placed his faith in the map, which had become his only means of guidance. After nearly a month, Isan had devoted himself to cultivating his body through rigorous practice. As this kept hunger and fatigue at bay, remarkably, his physique had ascended to the shadow spirit realm, all due to an enigmatic stone, of which Isan remained oblivious. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the vast expanse of the sea once more. Consulting the map, he directed his gaze towards the horizon, where a faint shadow of blackness loomed in the distance. It was too far to discern clearly, necessitating closer inspection. The direction seemed correct, as the lines on the map consistently pointed that way. Changing locations did not alter its indication. Approaching it would require another 2 or 3 days, and Isan found himself at the mercy of the sea, which did not heed his commands. Consequently, he resumed his training. This maritime region was devoid of oversight, its immense size rendering it untraversable by ordinary mortals. Even seasoned cultivators would find themselves lost at sea, reliant on treasures and artifacts for guidance. 3 days later, Isan beheld the black stone once more, now appearing as a small island. However, its surface was barren and uninhabited. Upon arrival, he secured his vessel and ascended the rocky terrain, which proved treacherously slippery. It seemed no one had set foot here in some time. Reaching the summit, he marveled at the limitless expanse, with only this small island in sight. The top was less slick and permitted movement, dotted with protruding stones and depressions that held stagnant water. Isan retrieved the map, but the guiding line had vanished. To his astonishment, the map took flight and landed atop a puddle, showing an uncanny resistance to water. When he picked it up, not a drop had adhered to its surface. Sensing that the puddle contained something of significance, he began to excavate. Initially, he unearthed layers of ancient, blackened moss, which was quite revolting. As he continued, the moss lessened, but the foul mud increased in abundance, emanating a noxious odor. At that moment, Isan muttered to himself about what could possibly lie so deep that it might spoil, expressing his disgust as he hastened his efforts. Eventually, he struck a box, its stench overwhelming. Undeterred, he cleaned it off, revealing a wooden chest, unadorned yet entirely intact. The box was not locked, and with a simple push, it opened. Inside lay 2 books, titled Shadow Summoning Technique and Illusion Spirit Technique, along with a pouch and a letter. Upon examination, Isan realized that this was not a bequest from his mother, but rather a message intended for another, who had failed to come in search of it. Thus, it had inadvertently become his. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he pondered whether his mother had left him anything at all, leaving him to wonder how he was to manage without her guidance. The letter also mentions that if other fortunate individuals come across it, it is deemed serendipity. These 2 tomes of knowledge are of an exceedingly high caliber, and I confess they were acquired through less than honorable means. It would be folly to elaborate further. 1 tome pertains to the art of illusory shadow techniques, while the other is a manual for summoning shadow beasts, should a destined practitioner engage with these teachings. They must, at a later date, seek out a child named Wu Xiaowei and convey my sincerest apologies. His father acted under duress, yet for the sake of your mother, I was compelled to take such actions. Furthermore, I kindly ask that you look after my daughter. My given name is Wu Donyo. Additionally, this is a rather diminutive bag of holding, suitable for storing inanimate objects. Wu Xiaowei, Wu Donyo. Very well, since I have taken your possessions. Consider it an agreement. However, it appears that these items may also have been pilfered. The tome on shadow summoning captivated Isan, for it allows the summoning of shadow beasts. The text indicates that these beasts can be called forth to aid their summoner in battle, though the summoner must venture forth to locate and subdue them. Once tamed, the beasts may be concealed within the sea of consciousness, which resides within the essence of a cultivator. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one can even transform the sea of consciousness into a humanoid form, achieving an out-of-body experience. Isan realized that this tome primarily focuses on subduing shadow beasts, with the number of beasts one can command increasing in accordance with their level of cultivation. Yet, the current predicament necessitates the acquisition of a shadow beast, the appearance and strength of which remain unknown. Thus, the only recourse is to cultivate the illusory spirit technique, enhancing one's power and level before embarking on a quest for a shadow beast. This illusory spirit technique is indeed a genuine method for mastering illusory shadow arts. Illusion pertains to fantasy and mirage, while it can also denote fade. However, upon reaching profound levels, illusions can slay gods and vanquish demons. Shadow signifies imagery and light. When one attains a certain threshold, they may manipulate reality itself. Illusory shadows contend with celestial forces, time, and imagery. This tome encapsulates a wealth of knowledge, and Isan now comprehends the immense potential of illusion, leading him to ponder the possibility of evading death in the future. Isan noted further that the illusory spirit technique is a manual for rapid ascension and cultivation levels, complete with various illusions and auxiliary techniques, urging practitioners to exercise caution. After all, is not cultivation aimed at elevating one's level? Why, then, the need for auxiliary techniques? Surely, an elevated level equates to increased power. There exists a multitude of classifications for techniques. These two tomes encompass beast summoning and illusions, serving as auxiliary methods. Individuals tend to favor shadow techniques due to their lethality. The adage that sheer force can overcome myriad techniques holds merit. Nevertheless, the illusory spirit technique is indeed unique, capable of enhancing one's cultivation, yet it does not alter its status as an auxiliary method. Isan's progress in cultivation was remarkably swift. Within half an hour, he ascended to the first level of the shadow spirit realm. His innate constitution had already reached this state, aided by the luminous stone, making the endeavor considerably easier. Upon reaching the first level, Isan felt a profound transformation within himself. Clarity replaced the previous fog, and he sensed a robust energy in his dantian. After this breakthrough, Isan examined the realm of illusions, discovering that even the simplest illusionary techniques require a level of cultivation to be executed without external aids. Some potent illusions can ensnare the mind, yet most necessitate the assistance of rare artifacts. Isan observed that even a basic illusionary maze requires one to reach the 5th level of the shadow spirit realm. Alongside a demon core, however, as one's level increases, the reliance on external objects diminishes. Disappointment enveloped Isan, yet he persevered in his cultivation, remaining steadfast in his practice of physical techniques, though he could not yet engage in the shadow summoning art. With patience, he continued his training. After 2 months, a patch of seaweed began to flourish on the dark mountain, and Isan found himself surrounded by it. Initially, he cleared some away, but later he neglected it. Sometimes he trained his body, other times he practiced illusions, all in pursuit of elevating his realm. Ultimately, he successfully reached the 8th level. He intended to continue his training, but the thought of his boat still resting by the shore halted him. Descending the mountain, he discovered the vessel was overrun with seaweed and a few lost fish. After cleaning it up, he found the boat was largely intact, though he still dragged it ashore. That he managed to catch 3 fish. Fortunate that he had brought flint with him. Although he had no wood, he found some accumulated weeds and dried seaweed, which served as decent fuel. Being by the sea, the water was salty, and drying out a patch of wetland revealed white granules of salt. Excessive consumption would not bode well. His physique had transformed entirely through cultivation, and he yearned for the taste of food. It had been a long time since he had eaten, and he found himself swallowing in anticipation. Isan prepared the fire, then gutted the fish, cleaning out the insides before applying salt, allowing it to marinate for a while, before skewering it with sticks and awaiting its gentle roasting. Though lacking oil, the aroma of the cooking fish was quite fragrant, which sufficed for a feast. After all, given the circumstances, having something to eat was already a blessing. Once cooked, the exterior was charred, exuding a smoky scent intertwined with a savory fragrance. He sliced off a small piece with his knife, took a bite, savoring the flavor. Delicious. Soon, he devoured it heartily, disregarding the fish bones entirely. After finishing, he licked his fingers, a habitual act. With a few more fish remaining, he decided to kill 2, salting and drying them. While for the others, he found a small stone pit, cleaned it, filled it with fresh water, and prepared to make fish soup by lighting a fire around it. This water was slow to heat, so he added extra fuel to the fire to sustain it. Continuing his cultivation, by evening the water was nearing boiling point, the fire having remained lit, and the water gradually warming. As night fell, Isan opened his eyes to find the water bubbling. He tossed in a pinch of sea salt and a bit of seaweed. Perfect, as eating it would not bring illness. After a while, the water reached a boil, and he gently placed the clean fish inside, ensuring they were just the right size. He increased the flames and used his knife to turn the fish, finding joy in the process, though loneliness crept in. How he wished for the company of a lovely girl. Alas, he thought, it was not good to dwell on such whims. After some time, he shouted, declaring he would seek out beautiful women, and none could stop him. Those who tried would face his wrath. The fish was nearly done, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. After half an hour, it was ready, and Isan stood before the bubbling soup, momentarily at a loss on how to drink it. He decided to eat the fish first, pondering the soup later. The taste of the fish was not as delectable as it could have been, perhaps due to a lack of seasoning. While it may not have been gourmet, it was still enjoyable. The freshness of the fish, the flavor of the seaweed, the saltiness of the water, it was all quite palatable. As he ate, he found himself finishing quickly, even searching the soup for remnants. But only more seaweed remained. Seaweed paired with the soup would be truly delightful. So he decided to wait a bit longer until the broth cooled down enough to drink. As the ethereal figure of Yeson approached the edge of the pond, he took it upon himself to indulge in a sip, striving to maintain an air of elegance while doing so. Fortunately, there was no one present to witness his actions. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have become the subject of ridicule. With one hand pressed against the ground, the other resting behind his back, and his toes delicately poised on the earth, he resembled a peculiar one-handed push-up, with only his head bobbing gracefully up and down. Yet, Yeson found this position unsatisfactory for drinking, prompting him to adopt a different posture. He seated himself nearby, propping both hands against the ground, bending at the waist to lower his head for a more refined sip. This new approach was far more aesthetically pleasing. After savoring a mouthful, he rose to appreciate the exquisite taste. The fish was remarkably tender, revealing its essence within. It was delightful, though the act of drinking itself was rather unpleasant. Alas, he resolved that in future excursions, he ought to carry provisions. Now equipped with a magical bag, he had no cause for concern, for he could store anything he desired within it, relishing the thought. Once I attain mastery, or rather, as the text suggests, undergo training, it is certain that I shall not find a permanent dwelling. That it would be most enjoyable to have a companion, preferably a young lady. Yet, perhaps it is best not to dwell on dreams, but rather to relish the present moment and focus on my cultivation. First, I must locate my mother. In the 9th chapter, the shadow beast consumes flesh. After satisfying his hunger, Yeson engaged in cultivation when a sudden, thunderous noise startled him. Rising to investigate, he discovered a monstrous creature thrashing about in the sea, producing a cacophony of sound. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a seahorse. Albeit in an exaggerated size, the texts recount that all shadow beasts originate from ordinary demonic creatures, transformed by their environment, fortuitous encounters, or, in some cases, are born as shadow beasts. This particular shadow beast, Yeson, appeared as potential prey, fresh and enticing. The creature was nearly the same size as Yeson, although its physique differed. Rather than succumbing to panic at the sight of the shadow beast, Yeson assumed a defiant stance. He had long wished to test his mettle against one. This opportunity was not to be missed. Perhaps sensing Yeson's provocation, the beast forcefully struck the water's surface, sending splashes cascading toward him, which he deftly evaded. Was the creature lacking in intellect? How could it expect to reach him while confined to the water? It was a challenge for him to retaliate while it remained submerged. The shadow beast persistently battered the water, suddenly leaping into the air to land directly before Yeson, which startled him. It possessed the ability to leap so high. Why not ascend to the heavens? The beast launched an offensive, expelling water orbs from its mouth. While its tail lashed toward Yeson, the water orbs, though diminutive, bore immense power, creating small craters upon impact with the ground, while the tail struck the earth, sending pebbles flying. Yeson dared not approach too closely. A strike from the beast would surely draw blood. This relentless assault continued for half an hour, with the beast showing no signs of fatigue, while Yeson felt on the verge of collapse from his constant evasion. This could not continue. He must vanquish the creature before it did him in. Seizing a handful of stones, he hurled them at the beast, which began to dodge. Seizing the moment, Yeson charged forward, pinning the creature to the ground. He stepped on its tail, clamped his hand over its mouth, and pressed his body down firmly. With one hand, he produced a small knife, plunging it into the creature's head, not too deeply, before delivering a decisive stab to its heart. This blow struck true. The shadow beast let out a few muffled cries, yet could not manage a sound, gradually ceasing its struggles. Satisfied, Yeson released his grip and laid down beside the creature, utterly exhausted. The encounter had been exhilarating, and he feared it might have taken a bite out of him. Turning to the tome Shadow Mirage Decisive, he sought the creature's description, discovering it to be a transformed seahorse, with considerably low strength. Low strength, indeed. He felt as if he were on the brink of exhaustion. Yeson has not mastered the art of shadow manipulation, hence lacks the strength to wield it effectively. This particular shadow beast possesses an ordinary spirit core, yet it is capable of casting illusions. Yeson is uncertain about the palatability of the shadow beast's flesh, as the texts do not elaborate on this matter. Nevertheless, he decides to utilize his adept roasting skills to prepare a portion of the shadow beast meat, which surprisingly transforms into spiritual energy upon consumption, augmenting his cultivation. Isan is perplexed by this phenomenon. As the manuals do not provide any insight. In truth, this effect stems from the golden stone. All shadow beasts can be utilized to enhance one's cultivation, akin to how shadow beasts consume humans for the same purpose. However, the populace remains oblivious to the method of absorption, leading to the misconception that apart from the spirit core and certain useful parts, the rest is merely waste. Isan refuses to forfeit the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Even if the meat is unpalatable, he resolves to consume it, especially since it is not unpleasant after roasting. He divides the shadow beast into several portions and roasts them separately, upon finishing his meal. Isan finds his cultivation has ascended to the 9th level, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied, as he was on the verge of achieving a grand completion. Otherwise, he would have to continue training, and the higher one ascends, the slower the progress becomes, rendering rapid cultivation ineffective. It appears he must devise a strategy. Otherwise, he might need to fish for shadow beasts. As the thought crosses his mind, he wonders what might have attracted that shadow beast. Perhaps fish or something else. He decides to experiment. Isan still has 2 sun-dried fish. He retrieves one, descends the island, crushes it with a knife, and scatters it on the water's surface. There is no immediate reaction from the water. Yet other fish swarm to feast upon it. Excellent. He has fresh fish now. Isan hurls stones into the water, managing to kill several, which prompts a response from the surface. Blood is evidently required. Soon, seahorse-like shadow beasts arrive. 3 in total. Isan, wary of their presence, retreats to the island while holding the fish. Upon noticing the absence of food, the shadow beasts leap onto the island, drawn by the prospect of a larger meal. Isan understands that he must engage them up close to slay them. Thus he does not flee too far. The shadow beasts, believing their prey to be fleeing, are taken aback when he turns and hurls a handful of stones, then rushes in to embrace one tightly, driving his knife into its heart. Thus, another beast falls, leaving 2 remaining. Recognizing the threat, the remaining shadow beasts prepare to attack together. As their tails lash out, they inadvertently draw crimson streaks from the one lying on the ground. Isan realizes the danger and swiftly evades, seizing small pebbles to throw at them. The shadow beasts attempt to dodge, but at that moment, Isan seizes another, killing one with his knife, though he receives a whip-like strike from behind, resulting in a fresh wound. Isan winces in pain. He swings his small knife backward, injuring the shadow beast, which becomes enraged and intensifies its assault. Isan is compelled to evade. Seizing an opportunity, he lifts the carcass of the fallen shadow beast and hurls it, gripping a handful of pebbles tightly. As the shadow beast shifts to avoid the corpse, the stones come raining down, striking many. Isan seizes the chance to advance and employs the same method to dispatch another. A vivid red mark adorns his back, yet he pays it no heed, slicing off the more abundant portions of shadow beast meat while discarding the inedible parts on the opposite side of the island, wary of other shadow beasts attempting to ambush him. Isan extracts all the spirit cores, preparing to enhance his cultivation and practice illusion techniques, given the significant amount of blood spilled on the ground. He anticipates the arrival of more shadow beasts soon, thus he seeks a concealed spot on the island. Swiftly roasting the meat, he devoured it with great haste, digesting it even faster, after consuming the flesh of a shadow beast. He found himself in the realm of shadows, a domain for cultivating the ethereal sea and enhancing one's awareness. Coupled with the practice of illusionary arts, his efforts bore fruit with remarkable efficiency. Isan proceeded to roast the remaining 2 shadow beasts, savoring the meal slowly while perusing the ancient texts. The essence of illusion lies in deception, and at its zenith, it blurs the line between reality and illusion, rendering the truth indistinguishable. Gradually, Isan began to grasp this concept and hastily finished the remnants of his meal. Although his realm did not ascend, he was not surprised, knowing it was inherently tied to his current state. Ascending to the upper reaches of the island, in a spacious area, he followed the instructions of the scriptures. Casting a spell and merging the spirit core within, he initiated a formation capable of inducing slumber in others. While only 1 spirit core was necessary, Isan unwittingly squandered one, resulting in a successful outcome with just 1 core remaining. Having previously slain a beast, he had 2 cores left, setting up the formation again. This time he succeeded on the first attempt. The golden stone within him continuously assisted Isan, though it had yet to manifest. discarding the unwanted remnants of the corpses into the formation. He stepped outside, awaiting his catch. Indeed, shortly thereafter, shadow beasts began to approach, some resembling fish, others akin to shellfish, all hailing from the depths of the sea. Among them was a particularly striking turtle, all possessing substantial size. Especially the turtle. Without any forewarning, they leapt onto the island, with the turtle making 2 attempts before finally ascending. Upon reaching the island, they scuttled towards the remains, greedily consuming the remnants. The turtle, however, had yet to enter the formation. Much to Yi San's anxiety, gradually, the first corpse was devoured, allowing the turtle to finally enter the formation. Yi San swiftly signaled, causing a shift in the surrounding environment, unnoticed by the feasting shadow beasts. Having set up the formation, he could only wait and see if it would prove effective. Moments later, the beasts finished their meal, glancing at one another, seemingly prepared for a confrontation, yet they merely exchanged looks before wandering off. Yi San, observing their circular movements, sensed an opportunity and awaited their stupor to reap his rewards. As anticipated, the shadow beast grew irate, unable to escape after a prolonged struggle, just as they prepared to leap into the air. Their strength waned, and they collapsed to the ground, leaving only the turtle still moving at a languid pace. Indeed, the turtle was slow. Even the effects of the illusionary formation seemed to affect it at a sluggish rate. Only after all the other beasts had succumbed did the turtle finally fall. Yi San, growing impatient, dismantled the formation, retrieving a dagger and swiftly plunging it into the turtle's heart, delivering a fatal blow. In the end, only the turtle and a few shellfish remained. Unsure how to breach their shells, he feared the possibility of the shadow beasts waking and thus decided to incinerate them. All but the turtle suffered no harm, while the others, awakened by the pain, found themselves unable to flee, their bodies rendered feeble and immobile, ultimately succumbing to the flames. Yi San exhibited no compassion. His earlier brutality during the feast had been starkly ferocious. Surprisingly, the turtle's defense proved formidable, resisting death. With no recourse, Yi San relinquished the turtle, casting its unconscious form off the island. Although sounds emanated from below, he assured himself of its safety. With such a thick shell, it was impervious to blades and fire. The more he contemplated the turtle's shell, the more he coveted a larger piece for himself, pondering who could challenge him. Then Yi San harbored no fears of the turtle seeking vengeance. Its sluggish reflexes and movements posed no threat. His true concern lay with the potential arrival of other formidable shadow beasts. Remaining vigilant, he swiftly disassembled the corpses, excavating the spirit cores, and proceeded to set up another illusionary formation before hastily retreating. Upon entering the concealed cave, Yi San remained uneasy and set up an additional formation outside. This particular array was immensely taxing on both his illusionary power and physical stamina, nearly causing him to faint. The prospect of consuming meat was imminent. He merely needed to endure for recovery. Yi San leaned against the wall to rest for a moment, utterly fatigued. Yet, he persevered to prepare the meat, as his current condition was dire, necessitating a rapid restoration of strength. For an entire month, Yi San subsisted on meat, elevating his cultivation to the shadow beast realm, a stage that allowed him to train alongside shadow beasts, reaping mutual benefits. While on the island, he caught various other shadow beasts. However, consuming them did not yield any significant enhancement in his cultivation, as he had already reached the pinnacle of this sea. Amusingly, Yi San pondered his reliance on meat for advancement. Uncertain of any potential adverse effects, upon reaching the shadow beast realm, his thoughts turned to the giant turtle. If he could subdue it, he would have an ally to bear the brunt of damage and a place to reside. He needed to devise a method to draw it up. Yi San descended from the island and captured an abundance of fish, subsequently gutting them all and leaving them on the island. Now, he found he could manage without employing illusions. There was no need to solely depend on tricks of the mind. Sometimes it was essential to train his physical form. Recently, the shadow beasts he had been slaying were reluctant to approach, leaving him uncertain if any would dare to come forth. After waiting for an extended period without sighting any, Yi San resolved to explore alternative strategies. He contemplated using his own blood to attract the shadow beasts. Thus, he descended the island, using a knife to make a small incision in his palm, allowing droplets of blood to fall into the sea. Careful not to spill too much, he also tossed the previously caught fish into the water. Unlike ordinary blood, Yi San's was extraordinary. Soon, a formidable shadow beast arrived. As he ascended the island, he realized that combat would be unfavorable beneath the surface. The shadow beast inhaled the blood-soaked fish from the sea in a single gulp and then turned its gaze toward Yi San. He recognized that this creature was likely the sovereign of the waters. Only it dared to approach, while others remained timid. With no time to waste, Yi San swiftly cast a spell, establishing an illusion. The shadow beast curled its lip in a derisive smirk, and Yi San, unsure of its true strength, decided to test the waters. The beast surged through the water, sending waves crashing onto the island, striking Yi San and propelling him backward, leaving no time for evasion. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Escape was futile. In desperation, he scattered all the spirit cores he possessed into the air, invoking a second illusion, a lethal formation. This array, given his current cultivation level, required an immense expenditure of energy, and even with the spirit core's assistance, the toll on his body was substantial. Yi San meticulously directed 5 spirit cores in each cardinal direction, forming a 4-fold execution array. The incantation was executed rapidly, but as he completed the final gesture, his complexion paled, and his body trembled, collapsing to the ground. The formation was established, and he lay at its epicenter, gradually rising to a seated position to recuperate. Upon opening his eyes, his aura transformed dramatically. In a mere instant, the shadow beast shattered the illusion and charged towards Yi San, seizing the opportunity as the beast entered the array. He swiftly propelled himself outside, activating the formation. Yi San's pallor deepened as he sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, introspecting the array. As the shadow beast entered the formation, the array morphed dramatically. First, from the east, a seahorse-like shadow beast emerged, eager for blood, only to be thwarted by a single strike, revealing itself as an illusion. The shadow beast smirked, and suddenly, from all directions, it was besieged by relentless attacks from other shadow beasts. However, the overwhelming might of the array's shadow beasts caused a tremor that shattered countless illusions. The defeated shadow beast became tainted with energy, staining the dominant beast, which was left bloodied and battered, a pitiful sight to behold. The presence of the shadow beast only intensified, yet within the confines of the array. The smoke thickened, blood oozed from its 7 orifices, unable to withstand the illusions conjured by the phantom formation. Defiant, the shadow beast let out a mighty roar, but eventually succumbed to its fate, kneeling in reluctant submission. Its gaze fixed upon the heavens until its breath faded away. Yi San realized the shadow beast had perished, yet chose not to dismantle the formation. Instead, he opted to recuperate in place. He understood the importance of patience, as his own condition was precarious and impulsiveness could lead to unforeseen complications. Although the internal injuries were not severe, the toll taken by the array had drained much of his stamina and phantom energy. This period of recuperation lasted a full day, during which Yi San gleaned invaluable insights from this confrontation, recognizing his own inadequacies that a robust cultivation system is paramount, should the formation prove insufficient against adversaries. And one's own strength falls short, the outcome could be drastically different. This locale was no longer conducive to training. It was time to venture forth. He resolved to capture the turtle, as the ship had been rendered splintered by the relentless assault of these shadow beasts. Intending to use the blood of the shadow beast king as bait, Yi San extracted the spirit core, which glimmered with an unusual brightness. He intended to examine it further, but to his astonishment, it vanished from his grasp. He surmised it must have been the work of that mysterious stone. Nevertheless, the carcass remained. He poured the blood into the sea, and indeed, the blood of the shadow beast king elicited a different reaction, soon attracting a multitude of shadow beasts. Yi San refrained from engaging, patiently awaiting the turtle's arrival, which he presumed would be cautious. Yet the allure of the shadow beast king's blood was irresistible, prompting the turtle to gradually emerge from the depths. Upon spotting the turtle, Yi San swiftly revealed himself, leaping atop it and forcefully tossing it onto the shore, then rising to firmly pin it down. The turtle had already retracted its head, and Yi San tested its strength. Finding it lacking, he directly employed the shadow calling technique, infusing his consciousness into the creature. Despite the overwhelming pressure of his power, the turtle ultimately succumbed. However, Yi San also bore the brunt of the exertion, feeling his mind go blank and fragmented. This was his first attempt at such a feat, and astonishingly, the turtle did not retaliate or flee. The imprint in its consciousness rendered it incapable of resistance, obligating it to protect the one who marked it. Thus, the turtle was compelled to accompany Yi San to the island as a guardian. Chapter 10. Departure. Yi San regained consciousness after a day of unconsciousness, feeling utterly unwell and vowing to exercise caution in the future. Fortunately, no shadow beasts dared to approach, likely due to their inferior cultivation levels. This place was no longer suitable for training. It was time to explore and take risks, for one cannot linger indefinitely. Time waits for no one, and urgent matters remained unattended. Once restored, Yi-san familiarized himself with the creature known as Mischievous, a shadow beast primarily focused on defense, possessing limited offensive capabilities, yet renowned as a dominant force in the water. That he consumed the remaining flesh of the shadow beast king alongside Mischievous, and upon finishing, Yi-san leveled up, while Mischievous grew several times larger, leaving Yi-san both astonished and elated. He was astounded by Mischievous' transformation into something resembling a small mountain, pondering what further changes might occur in the future. Elated by Mischievous' newfound size, Yi-san envisioned the prestige of being carried by such a formidable creature, nearly drooling at the thought. "Master, wherever you wish to go, I can carry you," Mischievous spoke, startling Yi-san, who glanced around to confirm the voice was indeed coming from the shadow beast. "You can talk," Yi-san exclaimed in bewilderment. "Master, you may not understand. We beasts are unlike other shadow beasts. Our vitality is robust, and our constitution is superior. With the right opportunity, transformation is possible. Speaking is merely a basic ability for us beasts." Mischievous replied with a boastful demeanor. "Are you saying you can transform further, perhaps even into a human?" "Indeed. As my cultivation deepens, I shall recover fragments of ancient memories," the majestic beast spoke in a soft, deliberate manner. "Ancient? It is unfortunate that your existence is not chronicled in the secret tome. It seems rather extraordinary," thought Yi-san to himself, "whether one desires to consume meat or elevate their cultivation. As long as one follows my lead, nothing shall pose a challenge." Yi-san gazed intently at the imposing beast. "Master, I have already been subdued. Could you expect me to stray from your side?" Upon uttering these words, Yi-san felt a tinge of embarrassment. Shifting the topic, he remarked, "Well, first take me to explore the sea, then we shall devise our plans." The majestic beast approached the seashore, and Yi-san leaped forward, casting his gaze upon the dark island with a hint of reluctance. Yet he resolutely turned to face the vast ocean. No sooner had he spoken than he nearly lost his balance. The acceleration was quite astonishing. By the way, Mischievous, are there any treasures lurking in these waters? Yi-san inquired. "There are indeed some, but you cannot dive down, which presents a conundrum," replied the beast. "Do you possess no divine abilities? You are capable of speech, so this should not be an issue, right?" "Very well, master, just ensure you provide me with ample meat when the time comes. No problem," came the reply, as Mischievous exhaled, forming a bubble that enveloped Yi-san. The beast began to descend, urging, "Hold on tight." Why, Yi-san had no choice but to cling to the surface, as the impact was quite overwhelming. After a while, they arrived. Yi-san found the underwater experience surprisingly comfortable, though slightly disorienting. Feeling weightless as he shook his head and looked ahead, he spotted a door, inscribed with the words Shun Shui Mansion, surrounded by overgrown grass that it seemed no one had visited for quite some time. Yi-san ventured inside, with Mischievous shrinking in size to follow suit. Within the mansion, there lay a spacious courtyard, featuring a stone table amidst scattered, decaying wood shavings, indicating it had been abandoned for a considerable duration. Yi-san questioned, "Mischievous, you claim there are treasures here. Why then does it appear so dilapidated?" Mischievous replied, You see, this was once the dwelling of a practitioner who has long since vanished, leaving this place uninhabited and unmanaged." "I see. Even if there are treasures, wouldn't the rulers of the sea claim them as their own? These items are of no use to us. We lack the knowledge to utilize them. And even the Shadow Beast King holds them in disdain." Upon hearing this, Yi-san's enthusiasm surged, and he began to search the surroundings. The only intact object was that stone table, while everything else was in a state of disrepair. After an exhaustive search, he found nothing, feeling utterly disheartened by the apparent lack of treasures. However, something struck him as odd. Why was that stone table so remarkably preserved? Yi-san approached the table, scrutinizing it closely, but found no peculiar features. He struck it with an object, yet it did not yield to damage, prompting him to summon the beast for inquiry, though he gleaned little information. Contemplating, he wondered if something lay beneath it, and after exerting tremendous effort, he managed to lift it, astonished by its weight in the water. Surely, the practitioner who once inhabited this place must have possessed considerable prowess. Why then did they depart? Yi-san's thoughts spiraled into a frenzy, leaving him agitated. and he resolved to cease deliberating. Underneath the stone table, he discovered a box, presumably the fabled treasure. Using his knife, he pried it open. The box was somewhat decayed, and upon contact with water, it developed numerous small holes, rendering it pockmarked and devoid of its former elegance. Even the tiny lock atop had corroded and fallen to the ocean floor, at which point Migue also approached to observe. "Have you seen this before?" Isan inquired. "Not at all," Migu replied slowly, "and given its current state, I fear that even some of the previous items may have been damaged." Isan cautiously opened the box, revealing nothing particularly extraordinary, just a book. However, it was peculiar in that it showed no signs of deterioration upon contact with water. This book was of paramount importance, potentially surpassing even this estate in value. Realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure, Isan urged Migu to carry him away, eager to reach the shore, where navigating underwater proved cumbersome. Migu began to head south, while Isan perched on its back. Examining the book, the contents were sparse. The only text on the first page read "Drip Blood," while the rest remained blank, even when turned. Isan understood that he needed to offer his blood, yet he was uncertain whether the book would accept him. He bit his finger, allowing a drop to fall, which the book immediately absorbed without resistance. Encouraged, he let another drop fall. "Foolishness," Isan muttered, before intently studying the first page. Martial arts traverse the heavens and the earth, grounded in the body, spirit, speed, and heart. The essence of martial arts lies in the cultivation of the self. All martial prowess is interconnected, emerging from a singular foundation. This initial page described the fundamental principles of martial techniques. Though Isan's current level of cultivation permitted him to comprehend only the first page, yet it conveyed much. Martial skills were inherently categorized, yet they all began from a unified source. Chapter 11. Home. This provided Isan with a glimpse of martial arts. But unable to delve further, he resolved to seek another opportunity in the future. He then rested on Migu's back and fell asleep, dreaming of his mother preparing a meal at home, while Damao was there with his wife. Joyfully together, unbeknownst to him, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Upon waking, he wiped away the tears, feeling an emptiness within that he could not articulate. Migu moved swiftly, reaching an uninhabited shore in half a day. After returning Migu to his consciousness, Isan stepped onto the land. He searched everywhere for Damao, wandering through the streets, by the water, and at the school, but found no trace of him. It was only after visiting Damao's wife that he learned the dreadful news. Damao had been killed, and she had buried him. Overcome with sorrow, she wept as she spoke. Where was he buried? Who did this? Isan asked, his voice trembling with agitation. I don't know. Damao used to visit my home every day, but then he suddenly stopped coming. I went to look for him, and found him lying on his bed, covered in wounds. How could this happen? Even when I reported it, no one could uncover the culprit. Xiaofang sobbed. Isan realized that those responsible had not sought him out, but had harmed Damao instead, filling him with immense guilt. By the way, Isan, Damao often mentioned you. You were his dear brother. If you know anything, you must tell us, Xiaofang pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Why? Isan felt a profound sense of discomfort, troubled by the events that had unfolded, knowing that he was the cause yet unable to speak of it. He could only mention Xiaofang, while Damao frequently brought up his name. Rest assured, if I discover who harmed him, I shall not let them go unpunished. By the way, Yi San, Damao resides just behind his house, next to that tall, straight rowan tree. You should pay him a visit. Having borrowed a flask of wine, Yi San set off towards Damao's home. Upon entering, he found signs of a struggle. It was evident that Damao had fought back. Bloodstains marked the floor near the bed, and along the wall, he discovered a piece of tattered cloth soaked in blood, which he retrieved. With nothing else to find, he stepped outside and walked towards the back. The tree, a straight and meticulously cared for rowan, had been planted by Damao since childhood. It was a treasure in his heart. When Yi San arrived at the grave, he noted it had not been long since the burial. As even the gravestone was wooden, he sat down and poured half of the wine at the grave, swallowing the remaining sip in silence. Not a word escaped his lips, yet tears fell freely. He remained there all day, unmoving, until the wine was gone. Standing up, he murmured, Damao, I will avenge you. Turning away with a vacant gaze, Yi San resolved that he certainly possessed something that a group of people would desire, and they would undoubtedly continue their search for him. However, they would find it challenging to ascertain his whereabouts, a distinct advantage he intended to exploit to enhance his strength swiftly and settle scores come autumn. The next day, Yisan found himself upon the sea, believing it prudent to depart at the earliest opportunity. There remained much he did not understand regarding his cultivation. Entering a sect could spare him from many detours. He journeyed eastward, having heard tales of the East as a sanctuary for cultivators, a place long yearned for by many. As Mischievous swam on, Yisan focused on his training. There were numerous deficiencies that required rectification. Shadow calling could only be employed against certain shadow beasts with lower cultivation, yet it proved immensely effective. At present, he was limited to 2 illusions within the phantom art, and the 4 punishments phantom kill required external assistance, ultimately revealing his insufficient cultivation. After more than half a month, Mischievous was utterly exhausted, yet they finally reached a nearby village. During this time, Yisan's cultivation had progressed. Upon reaching land, he learned that this was a small town resembling a ranch, not for raising livestock, but for nurturing shadow beasts. This revelation astonished Yisan. A town dedicated to the meticulous care of shadow beasts demonstrated remarkable audacity, but it turned out that this area was governed by a sect known as Minji sect, where the shadow beasts were primarily provided for the disciples' training and rituals. Realizing he had arrived at the sect's jurisdiction, Yisan directly inquired whether they accepted external disciples. The individuals he spoke with possessed formidable cultivation, yet they did not intimidate him, clarifying that this was merely a small island town, and the sect was not located here. To join the sect, one would need to travel to the sect's headquarters, which lay in Chongqing City, an exceedingly prosperous place to the east. Grateful for the information, Yisan departed, eager to enter Minji sect for training. The strength of even the disciples tending to the shadow beasts filled him with great anticipation. Upon arriving at the destination, I did not summon the turtle spirit to proceed. Instead, I sought out a boat for my journey, parting with a spirit core as payment. The only item of worth I possessed was that spirit core. The boatman exhibited no surprise, casually remarking that the quality of the spirit core was quite poor, yet sufficient for a single passage. Once aboard, I settled into my seat, refraining from casting my gaze about. Although this was not my first boat ride, the fact that I was in a sacred place for cultivation stirred a sense of excitement within me, which I chose not to display. Instead, I wore a heavy demeanor, which the boatman perceptively noted but chose not to comment on. In his eyes, I appeared as a mere child, with modest cultivation and unremarkable attire, lacking any elements worthy of attention. Upon reaching Chongqing City, the boatman was met by someone awaiting his arrival. I found this curious. After all, he was just a humble ferryman. Old Huang. Ha ha ha. How did it go? It turned out that the ferryman was indeed the old Huang they spoke of. Though his identity eluded me, the portly landlord, upon seeing me, inquired, "Who is this?" Old Huang replied, "Ah, he is someone I brought along out of convenience." It's nothing significant. I looked on in confusion, musing internally about the audacity of charging me a spirit core for such a simple journey. As if reading my thoughts, Old Huang remarked, "Otherwise, would I have transported him for just a shabby spirit core? You should be grateful to me. Otherwise, no one would have taken you." With that, Old Huang ceased further conversation, allowing me to depart. Once outside, I muttered, "Old fox," and made my way toward the bustling streets. Upon arriving at the street, I realized I needed to pay an entrance fee to enter the city. Lacking the requisite funds, I again resorted to my spirit cores, this time parting with 3, which pained me greatly. After entering the city, I learned that transactions here required spirit stones, essential items for cultivators. Spirit stones could absorb spiritual energy, serve as mediums for casting spells, and be used for trade. I now understood that surviving in this place without spirit stones was unfeasible, so I sought out a pawn shop, exchanging the spirit core from the Shadow Beast King. Clearly, this spirit core was of significantly better quality than the previous one that the pawn shop manager assessed it as slightly below average quality and offered me 50 spirit stones, which felt like a fortune to me, prompting me not to haggle. Upon exiting the pawn shop, I began inquiring about the Minjizong. Chapter 12. Recruitment. Minjizong had been under pressure from other sects and faced invasions from other shadow beasts, consistently seeking new disciples. As a local power, many sought to join. Upon arriving at the recruitment site of Minjizong, I was astonished to find there were no assessments. Anyone with a modicum of cultivation and under the age of 20 was eligible, which was unexpected. Essentially, anyone who arrived could gain entry. I stood in line at the recruitment site, where the crowd was sparse yet the pace remained slow. The individual in front of me was a portly man, exuding a friendly demeanor, who turned to me and said, "Brother, the assessment has been lowered again this time." Did you fail the previous one and come back? Observing this amiable figure, I sheepishly replied, this is my first visit. The man chuckled. First time? Huh. Then you must not be from around here. That I was taken aback by his perceptiveness. He continued, brother, I am Lu Xiaolu. You can call me Xiaolu. I am quite the eyes and ears around here. Let us be friends. I, in need of insight about this area, replied, sure, I am Yeson. But just so you know, I am not interested in your kind of friendship. The portly man laughed heartily, appearing to feel somewhat deceived. The plump fellow spoke again. Yeson, brother, look, we are like family now. Could you possibly cover the enrollment fee for me? It's not that I lack the means. It has merely been stolen from me. With what little I have left, I fear that if I pay the fee, I shall be left with insufficient funds. He displayed a pitiful expression that truly provoked irritation. Enrollment fee? How could I have been unaware of this? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Yeson retorted, his irritation evident. Brother, how could I ever deceive you? The world is simply unfair. In the past, no fees were required, but due to the invasion of the shadow beasts, our protector, the Minji sect, has suffered significant economic losses and was compelled to establish this regulation. The plump fellow lamented, his voice tinged with a hint of tears, looking as though he might burst into sobs at any moment. Yeson ultimately acquiesced, not out of concern for the shadow beasts, but rather because he could not withstand the plump fellow's theatrical display. Yeson was not a noble soul, devoid of excessive compassion. His own affairs were yet unresolved, and he preferred to remain indifferent to the troubles of others. Nonetheless, befriending this plump individual might not be detrimental. At the very least, he would have a well-informed ally, someone he could consult when in need of information. He then joined the others, awaiting the completion of this batch of recruits before proceeding to the sect together. The others were elegantly attired, indicative of their affluence, while a few displayed expressions of discontent. However, none dared to withhold their contributions. Yeson glared menacingly at the plump fellow, even mimicking a biting gesture, prompting the plump man to retreat behind others, peering out to say, brother, please don't be like that. We are companions now. Quiet down. Everyone, since you have entered the sect, you must adhere to the rules. Otherwise, you will face the consequences, one of the newly recruited disciples admonished. Yeson fell silent, and the plump fellow also ceased his chatter, as they formed a neat line, standing in order, devoid of any ruckus. After a while, once the enrollment was completed, someone led the group towards the grand hall of the sect. The hall was magnificent. Leaving all the newly arrived disciples in it was a sight that could only be described as resplendent. Even the grand palaces of emperors seemed inferior by comparison. This is undoubtedly the most splendid hall I have ever beheld. Surpassing even the palaces I have previously encountered, the plump fellow exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Silence. Shortly, an elder will come to introduce you to our sect. Elders are not as lenient as we are. The leading individual, who was merely a senior disciple, announced that as anticipated, an elder soon arrived. A middle-aged man with a touch of white in his beard and a face marked by wrinkles. Elder Lu, you have arrived. These are the new recruits, he said, gesturing towards them. Elder Lu surveyed the group and turned to the senior disciple, remarking, is it always this caliber of recruits? Can't you put in a little more effort? Forgive me, Elder Lu. This is the final recruitment for the year. The better disciples have already been taken by other senior brothers, leaving only these few, the senior disciple replied, bowing in deference. Alas, you all seem to evade responsibility. Elder Lu sighed, then turned to the recruits, saying, follow me. I positioned myself in front of the plump fellow, joining the small procession. The plump man called out from behind, brother, don't you think this elder is a bit too much? Too much? Speak up. I can barely hear you. I retorted, brother, still a bit annoyed. Are we, from now on, we are brothers. Whatever I have to eat, you shall have too. Besides, my spirit stones were indeed stolen. I wasn't lying about that. Allow me to recount the tale of Lu Pongzi. From now on, you must relinquish to me the few spirit stones I possess. How am I to sustain myself otherwise? With a pitiful demeanor, he lamented. What? Said Sengu. You still have spirit stones? That's easily arranged. I shall double what I have for you. However, I am currently in a dire financial situation. Might you lend me a bit more? Lu Pongzi implored in a tone of desperation. Sengu, aware that he had overstepped, chastised himself and clapped a hand over his mouth. Ignoring Pongzi henceforth, he feared he might have to divulge all his secrets. Noticing Sanji's indifference, Pongzi ceased his self-deprecating chatter and occasionally remarked upon the scenic views they passed, Recalling where he had seen them before, the journey was indeed picturesque, befitting a sect of cultivation. With disciples meandering quietly, devoid of noise and commotion, this group of travelers, mindful of the tranquility, fell into a contemplative silence, including Pongzi. Upon reaching their destination, Elder Lu called out, "You there? Line up at the clothing station ahead to collect your garments and identification tokens. Upon receiving them, continue to follow me." We obediently formed a line. "Are you newcomers? Who brought you here?" inquired the first disciple in line. "That we are new arrivals, brought by Elder Lu," replied his senior, who appeared skeptical and craned his neck to glance outside. However, a swift glance from Elder Lu quelled his doubts, and he proceeded to collect the garments and distribute the tokens accordingly. After acquiring our attire and tokens, we followed Elder Lu to our quarters. "This will henceforth be your residence. Each of you shall have your own room. Do not meddle with the others. It may be somewhat rudimentary here, but as your cultivation improves, so too will your circumstances. And do not carelessly discard your tokens. If lost, you must replace them. Always carry your tokens wherever you go. Familiarize yourselves with this place. I shall return tomorrow." With that, Elder Lu turned and departed. Pongzi chose a room adjacent to mine. Once inside, he rummaged through the sparse accommodations, discovering only a cushion and a bed, no other furnishings in sight. "Wow, this is quite spacious, even larger than my family's firewood shed," exclaimed an elegantly dressed individual. Pongzi concurred. "Indeed, it is rather small. Let me take a look at yours." He dashed over to my room, only to find it identical. "This must be a divine creation. It appears we must hasten our cultivation to escape this place and seek more favorable surroundings." After changing, Sangu kept his cultivation manuals close. Aside from his previous notes on body training, he possessed 3 texts that well-versed in body training. He had discarded the others while at sea. Pongzi trailed behind Sangu, chattering incessantly. Sangu allowed him to ramble on. Some of it was useful, while other parts were unfamiliar, but he refrained from interjecting. Within the Minji sect, various cultivation methods abound, including specialized techniques for weapon forging, which involves integrating the weapon into one's body, though few practice this due to the immense time and endurance required. There are also those who specialize in summoning techniques, capable of subjugating shadow beasts. This path has more practitioners, as it assists in combat. Successfully taming a formidable shadow beast could grant one considerable prowess, though it necessitates significant strength to accomplish. There exists another category of cultivation involving talismans, which are regrettably scarce. Many of these talismans are consumed upon a single use, and the crafting process necessitates a significant accumulation of spiritual stones, rendering it quite arduous, achieving a profound level of cultivation. Where one talisman can summon a deity is merely a legend among the corpulent. Furthermore, there are those who practice the art of illusion. This form of cultivation is held in high esteem, especially since several formidable illusionists inhabit this region, with tales suggesting that their mere intervention can obliterate entire sects. In contrast, other practitioners lack any remarkable figures, leading to a prevailing belief in the region that illusion can both slay gods and elevate one to divinity. Another type of cultivation involves shadow techniques, which are straightforward and brutal. This region once boasted an extraordinary being who ascended to the heavens through shadow techniques. Now, they exist merely as a legend. Every sect must possess an alchemist, often referred to as an auxiliary. The more skilled alchemists tend to seclude themselves to refine elixirs, while the average alchemists produce potions for their sects, subsequently engaging in their own cultivation. There are also those alchemists who dedicate their entire lives to the craft, experimenting with all manner of concoctions, even to the extent of attempting to refine themselves. It is not that alchemists lack prowess. Rather, the general belief is that becoming a god through alchemy is impossible, as it has never been witnessed. These corpulent individuals have mentioned encountering some at the Minji sect, in the realm of consciousness. A voice calls out to Migue. "Migue, how do you cultivate?" "How do I cultivate? I have no idea. I simply improve my skills while I sleep." The voice, perplexed, recognizes that Migue is indeed extraordinary, as elevating one's cultivation through slumber is nothing short of maddening. No matter. Continue your cultivation, the voice remarks, "for I, Migue, shall now sleep again." How can one harmonize their cultivation with mere slumber? Should I too resort to sleep? Perhaps it is best to rest for now and contemplate tomorrow. The following day, everyone arose and stood outside, where Elder Lu appeared, accompanied by 2 senior brothers. "Feed them, lest they starve," he instructed. The senior brothers brought in the meal, and Yi San began to eat. Here, This is your cultivation manual. I shall return in a month to inspect your progress. Other arrangements will be made at that time. Elder Lu transformed into an array of manuals. And Yi Xin noticed the Qian Kuan bag, a smaller version that he seldom used since he had initially stored a letter within and forgotten about it. The manual contained foundational techniques for body cultivation. Those who excelled would find favorable opportunities, while those who faltered would face alternative arrangements. Reflect carefully, and feel free to consult with these senior brothers should you have questions. Be sure to present your tokens. Otherwise, do not blame others for any mistreatment. With a final glance, he departed. Each of us received a manual, eating while perusing its contents. Among this group, Yi San was not the most accomplished, yet he ranked above average. Some had practiced before, while others had not. All felt that this body cultivation manual was exceptional. Indeed, upon reading it, Yi San sensed its uniqueness. The manual emphasized the necessity of external elements for body cultivation, highlighting the importance of safeguarding various acupoints. This was merely a fundamental text, and there should be additional cultivation methods available. The previous body cultivation manual focused solely on meditative techniques, where one could simply sit in contemplation. This, however, was entirely different in the realm of the illusionary demon domain. Most practitioners of illusion require substantial physical fortitude to support their arts. There are also those who specialize in body cultivation. Upon reaching mastery, they can shatter the earth with a single hand and rend the heavens with both, necessitating immense willpower. The Minji sect possesses dedicated cultivation grounds, categorized into high, medium, and low levels. The low-level facilities are open for public use, while access to the medium and high-level areas requires the completion of sect tasks or other contributions. Isan arrived at the rudimentary training grounds accompanied by a portly companion, bearing his identification token, which rendered him immune to any provocations. The newly initiated disciples are afforded protection. Any act of bullying would constitute a violation of sect regulations and would be met with punishment at the lower-tier training area. The number of individuals present was scant, and the training facilities were segregated. The lower tier only allowed for physical training, alchemy, and artifact forging. Other forms of cultivation necessitated access to intermediate or higher-level training venues. Isan parted ways with his companion to engage in physical training, presenting his newcomer token to gain entry. Inside, he had the option to choose from various training methods. He selected gravity training, which involved a block resembling wood. If one could no longer endure, they would crush the block and be teleported out. Upon entering, Isan found a spot to sit cross-legged and commenced his training. Gradually, he lost awareness of his surroundings. After a while, perspiration began to bead on his brow. He immediately recited a mantra to safeguard his heart meridian. As the gravity intensified as time passed, Isan had remained for an entire hour and felt he had acclimatized. Allowing himself to relax, suddenly, he found himself pressed to the ground, his body forming a large character shape. Isan experienced considerable discomfort. Unable to crush the wooden block in his grasp, he felt the need to push his limits. Enduring the pressure while mentally reciting his mantra in the sea of consciousness, his turtle companion also engaged in cultivation. Finding this place particularly suitable for its needs, it stood upright, resembling a human, albeit adorned with a shell. Seemingly at ease compared to Isan, lying on the ground, Isan longed to escape, yet a sense of determination kept him from giving up. His body underwent subtle changes as time progressed. After what felt like a day, Isan sensed he could rise. He slowly crawled upwards, only to find himself seated on the ground, unable to stand. Noticing changes within himself, he persevered, dismissing all thoughts, losing track of time entirely. Meanwhile, his portly friend had long exited the training area and was waiting outside. Growing increasingly anxious about Isan's prolonged absence, he had consulted a senior brother, who assured him that no one perished in the training, which provided some solace. However, as nearly 3 days elapsed without Isan's return, his friend nearly sought out Elder Lu. Just then, Isan emerged, prompting his friend to exclaim, "Ah, Isan, why aren't you training? I thought you might not come out." Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Isan promptly interrupted, "How long was I inside?" 3 days, a full 3 days. Were you genuinely unaware or pretending to be? His friend retorted. Upon reaching their quarters, Isan hurried to take a bath. Afterward, he approached his friend and inquired, "Did anything happen during these 3 days? Perhaps Elder Lu came by?" "No, that elder didn't even bother to acknowledge us. That can't you tell? What have you been doing in there all this time?" "Just training. What else could I do?" Perhaps my talents are exceptional. You all cannot compare, Yi-san replied with a cheeky grin. Impressive. It seems I have chosen the right person to follow. Haven Ti, Brother San? His friend quipped, unabashed that I'll rest today and resume my other physical training tomorrow. By the way, what about those who came with us? They saw us leave and followed suit. None wished to be looked down upon by Elder Lu a month later. His friend lamented that on the following day, Yi-san summoned Pang Zi to the training ground, where Pang Zi chose to engage in gravity training, promptly entering the arena. Yi-san, on the other hand, opted for lightning strikes, a practice that many dared not undertake due to the genuine lightning involved. Injuries sustained within would persist even upon exiting. Yi-san presented his identification token and reached for a wooden plaque to enter. He was halted by an individual who implored, "Junior brother, may I enter first? I am at a critical juncture in my training, and this opportunity is paramount." The man, adorned in dark attire, grasped Yi-san firmly. "Since we are all fellow disciples, very well." Yi-san graciously acquiesced. "Thank you, junior brother. Should I achieve a breakthrough, I shall repay you handsomely," the man expressed, overflowing with gratitude. Yi-san stepped aside, allowing the dark-clad senior brother to proceed. Yi-san intended to test whether he might still gain entry, but was thwarted at the boundary, indicating it was at full capacity. He opted instead for a training session focused on resilience, a discipline seldom pursued, as it typically resulted in individuals emerging battered and bruised, without exception. The moment Yi-san crossed the threshold, an external force surged toward him with remarkable speed. He was unable to evade it and was sent flying, his face swelling in response. "Ouch, that hurts. Isn't it customary to avoid striking the face?" he cried out, only to be met with yet another invisible assault, swift and intangible. Despite training in resilience, the relentless barrage was exceedingly frustrating. Compounded by the mystery of the assailant's identity, Yi-san endured hundreds of blows, his body a patchwork of bruises, yet he had begun to acclimate. Whether from numbness or sheer habituation, he could not tell. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated around him, signaling a breakthrough. At last, I've achieved it. Ha! What can you do to me now? Come at me again. He boomed with laughter, only to be sent flying once more. The impact was neither painful nor bothersome, but decidedly forceful. It was time to depart. After several hours of this training, he emerged to find Pang Zi waiting, completely failing to recognize Yi-san. However, others nearby erupted in laughter. His appearance was strikingly altered. It had been ages since anyone had trained to such a degree that they became unrecognizable. Engaging in the tremendously destructive lightning training had not rendered him so unidentifiable. Yi-san returned the wooden plaque and said to Pang Zi, "Let us go." Pang Zi could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Sang-gu, if you hadn't called me, I wouldn't have recognized you at all." "Huh? If I hadn't called you, would you still be laughing?" Yi-san retorted, "We are quite alike. After all, if it were a temperamental senior brother, I would surely be courting disaster by laughing at him." Pang Zi replied, his words slightly garbled. "Come, I have something to inquire of you. Do you know where I might find shadow beasts nearby?" Yi-san asked. "Shadow beasts? There are some raised at Minji sect, but there are also shadow beasts in the nearby forest. Their strengths vary, and people often venture there to capture them for profit." "Why? Are you out of spirit stones?" "Indeed, I find myself lacking spirit stones. You ought to keep an eye on things in the future." Yi-san replied with mock irritation, contemplating when he might venture to slay shadow beasts, as it was a far quicker means of gaining resources than training. Be more mindful in the future. Otherwise, once you become an official disciple, how will we older brothers guide you? Someone exclaimed loudly from ahead. Yi-san glanced up to see new disciples seated on the ground, while several individuals loomed over them. Yi-san rushed over to assist, but Pang Zi anxiously called out from behind, "Hey, Sang-gu, don't go, don't stir up trouble." Yet, Yi-san proceeded to offer his help. Another one. Are you new disciples so eager to assist one another? A senior brother, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Is everything all right? Get up quickly." However, Yi-san chose to disregard these seniors. Aware of being ignored, the senior brother continued, "Do you know why this junior disciple is sitting on the ground?" Once again, he was met with silence, and the expression on the man's face began to falter. After all, he was somewhat renowned among this group, and found it hard to accept being overlooked by a new disciple. In his frustration, he exclaimed, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" This senior brother, named Zhou Ao, had merely been discussing cultivation techniques, and had forgotten there were others nearby, leading to this encounter. Upon realizing it was a new disciple, He intended to toy with him for a while before departing, resulting in this scene. Zhou Ao, somewhat notorious for his arrogance, believed himself to be exceptional, much like his name suggests. Angered, he contemplated teaching them a lesson but was restrained by regulations prohibiting the mistreatment of new disciples. Lesser offenses resulted in confinement for introspection, while severe ones led to demotion to a laborer discipled. He dared not act too rashly, having already resorted to insults earlier, and could only watch them leave. Just wait and see, Zhou Ao muttered under his breath, though those around him overheard, reveling in his misfortune, as they occasionally found Zhou Ao intolerable, yet lacked the strength or backing to confront him directly. Yi San and his companions departed to their quarters. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have suffered great humiliation, Yang San expressed, bowing with clasped hands, his words heavy with helplessness. Rise. We all entered on the same day. It is only right to lend a hand when possible, Yi San replied. If you ever require my assistance in the future, simply call for me, and I shall surely be there, Yang Shan declared with conviction. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. I am not one to be trampled upon. Chapter 15. The ranking of new disciples. Sangu. Come out. Elder Lu has arrived, the plump disciple called out. Upon seeing Elder Lu outside, Yi San immediately tidied himself and stepped out. Is everyone here? Elder Lu inquired of the disciples beside him. Yes, gather round and stand properly. I have matters to discuss, Elder Lu announced. Addressing the scattered new disciples, the sound of his voice, we promptly assembled, for Elder Lu's imposing presence instilled fear in all, a sentiment Yi San shared. I see that your cultivation is progressing well. But do not let this lead to arrogance or disdain for your seniors. Whatever grievances or enmities you may have, from now on, you are no longer new disciples. You must resolve them on your own, he said, casting a glance at Yi San. Yi San understood that Zhou Ao was likely behind this. However, it was indeed a misunderstanding this time, as Zhou Ao had already been punished, confined for 2 months of solitary cultivation. Elder Lu was well informed about any issues concerning the new disciples. Elder Lu continued, upon completing your month of training, there will be a competition. The top 3 will be rewarded with a technique scroll and prioritized selection by other elders as disciples. Therefore, do not become complacent. Remember, do not take advantage of your status as new disciples. I possess the authority to reassign you to laborer status, he concluded, casting another glance at Yi San before turning to leave. Yi San believed the elder to be unjust, yet he pondered who would concern themselves with an inexperienced disciple lacking strength. Feeling a mix of helplessness and determination, he resolved to remain steadfast. The world is rife with injustice, where strength dictates all outcomes. This has been the case in ancient villages, in the fabric of reality, and remains true even here. The following day, Yi San arrived early at the training grounds. Prepared to undergo the trials of lightning, most disciples could not withstand the intensity, retreating almost immediately upon entry. Grasping a token, he ventured inside, where the scene transformed dramatically, incomparable to any other form of training. The sky was awash with bolts of lightning, each flash vividly discernible, crashing down upon any living being within reach. Undeterred, Yi San took a step forward, and the lightning struck. He was singed but only sustained superficial injuries. Pushing further, he faced an even greater force that knocked him down. Yet he rose again, racing toward the epicenter. The lightning intensified, shredding his garments and darkening his skin. With a thunderous roar, the lightning converged and descended upon him, causing Yi San to spit blood and collapse. Immobilized on the ground, his flesh torn and feeling as though death was imminent, he succumbed to unconsciousness, truly exerting himself as the relentless barrage of lightning continued, striking down in succession. That moment, the dantian within Yi San glowed, and a stone floated forth, hovering above his head, emanating light. To the naked eye, it was evident that he was gradually recovering, even as the onslaught of lightning raged on. Fiercer than before. Yi San felt as though he were dreaming, envisioning a celestial being before him, gazing intently at him. Am I to perish? He pondered, astonished that he could behold such a beautiful fairy, lamenting that there were still things left undone in his life, feeling a profound sorrow at the thought of dying so soon. Tears welled in his eyes as he realized he should have acted within his limits. The fairy remained silent, simply observing Yi San, who in turn gazed back at her. In a moment of impulsive fervor, Yi San embraced the fairy, catching her off guard. Before she could react, he kissed her. Yet, the moment was fleeting as he was forcefully repelled. If I am to die, what is there to fear? I am unafraid. My mother's affairs remain unresolved. I have yet to find a bride. And I cannot die in vain. Yisan cried out that if not for certain matters, I would strike you down. You scoundrel! Are you not a man? The fairy retorted indignantly. Not dead? Then how am I here? Yisan replied, exasperated. Where is Miguel? I did not mean to act so impulsively. I thought I was dying. And you, being so beautiful, I could not help myself. Yisan quickly ceased his tears, offering an explanation. The fairy, somewhat vexed, lamented her misfortune in having such a master, and then vanished. Alas, fairy, where have you gone? I still have questions for you. Who are you? And how did you enter my consciousness? Yisan called out in confusion. Miguel sensed Yisan's peril and intended to emerge but was struck unconscious, falling back into slumber. Yisan circled his mental realm, which was not particularly vast, and found Miguel sleeping in a corner. Only large enough for one. Yisan kicked Miguel gently, exclaiming, Ouch, so hard. Yet Miguel showed no response. Yisan then shouted at the turtle shell, You lazy turtle, you foolish creature, awaken. Still, there was no reaction. Out of options, Yisan murmured to himself as he exited, while Miguel, too fearful to rise, pretended not to hear. Upon stepping outside, Yisan found himself unscathed and even more robust than before. The thunderstorm raged on. Yet he could now disregard its ferocity, observing the formation of the thunderclouds below with great intrigue, though he remained perplexed by their immense power. Once, he too had endured 7 or 8 strikes. And a fellow senior remarked with a smile that some were even more fearful. Bah, I can stroll about inside without a care. It's amusing that some can only manage 7 or 8 strikes. He scoffed, prompting a shift in the gazes of those around him. Most among them could barely withstand that many strikes, and the audacity of a newcomer to jest at their expense stung. Look at you, a mere novice, claiming to walk about so confidently. Do you take us for fools? You wouldn't dare step inside. Coward, someone retorted. Yisan sensed the atmosphere shifting unfavorably and decided to retreat, leaving behind a chorus of laughter. That fool. If he weren't a new disciple, I would have taught him a lesson, one among the group muttered. Once in his room, Yisan retrieved his secret manual and began his cultivation. Experiencing noticeable changes around him, he concentrated on summoning a shadow beast, striving to elevate each level of his cultivation to its pinnacle, eschewing the temptation of a hasty breakthrough, and focusing instead on solidifying his foundation. He compressed each level, awaiting perfection. When he could no longer contain it, he would break through independently, thereby achieving a strength 2 or 3 times greater than that of ordinary cultivators, albeit at the cost of time and spiritual energy. The Shadow Beast realm required collaboration with a Shadow Beast, necessitating the summoning of one for the purpose of refining control and coordination. Some sought shortcuts, attaining higher levels yet lacking true strength due to a fragile foundation. Yisan summoned Miguel, who was still slumbering. Still asleep, are we? Don't think I'm unaware of your wakefulness. Get up. Yisan commanded, his tone firm. Boss, you caught me. You're so clever. Miguel replied with an awkward smile. Humph. I knew you were feigning sleep last time. Can't you at least act a little better? I give you a kick, and suddenly you're not snoring anymore. Are you nervous? Or did you simply oversleep? Yisan said, exasperated. Boss, last time was a result of circumstances beyond my control. I didn't intend for it to happen to Miguel, it began to explain. Enough? I don't wish to hear it. Come here and assist me. I need to summon a shadow beast just like you. Focus on your cooperation, Yisan instructed. All right, boss, I will definitely complete the task this time, Miguel affirmed with renewed vigor. Good, I shall commence now, Yisan replied. Satisfied, he closed his eyes, beginning the process of concentration. Initially focusing on his head, as time passed, Miguel appeared ready to drift off again. Yisan sensed this. After all, what could he do with such a dim-witted turtle? He couldn't very well sell it off, could he? Chapter 16. Convergence. Gradually, a shadowy figure began to materialize, albeit in an unstable form. Turtle, pull yourself together, Yisan shouted, instilling a sense of vigilance within himself. If others were to disturb him, it would jeopardize his efforts. The entire silhouette of Miguel emerged, yet it felt as though it might dissipate at any moment. It was nearly transparent, lacking even the solidity of an apparition. Sure enough, the manifestation could not hold. After a day's exertion, his illusionary energy was depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted. Yet, there was a silver lining. This experience would make the next attempt smoother. Yisan appeared haggard, his vitality drained, more worn than the drowsy Miguel beside him. The dissipating figure was seated between the beds, engaging in his cultivation practice. Each time he reached his limits, the visible recovery was striking. As surrounding gases coalesced and drifted towards him, an expression of sheer enjoyment adorning his features. "Sangu, where have you been today? I haven't seen you," the plump fellow inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. "I was cultivating. How could you possibly observe that?" Sangu casually replied, "By the way, Sangu, shall we indulge in some food? I'm feeling rather famished," the rotund one said, patting his belly. "That I simply don't understand. We could forego sustenance entirely. So why do you insist on eating every day? Is it not a bother?" "Ah, Sangu, you fail to grasp this. If all cultivators were to think like you, countless delicacies would go to waste. The essence lies in the flavor, which is entirely separate from the act of eating." The plump man chuckled. Sangu understood that this figure was undoubtedly a product of his own indulgence. The Minji sect had several establishments under its jurisdiction, and the plump man led Sangu to a modest eatery. "Boss, the usual 2 portions," he called out, then found a seat beside the street, with Sangu following suit. "Coming right up, just a moment," the boss replied, resembling the plump fellow in stature. This made Sangu ponder the prowess of those who could truly savor their meals. "Plump one, do you frequent this place often?" "Not particularly. I merely come when the craving strikes." "Perhaps my striking good looks have made an impression on the boss," the plump man said with a grin. "So, you possess spirit stones, yet you once borrowed from me. Let's have an explanation." Sangu asserted, his tone resolute. "Brother, let's not dwell on it. This meal is on me," the plump man said, clearly feeling a twinge of guilt. Sangu chose not to press further, though a sense of frustration lingered. "Plump one, aren't you a regular here? Pray, enlighten me on what this street offers in terms of cultivation and such. I only speak when you require my insights," the plump man replied, grinning. "This street is abundant with vendors. Primarily, it serves as a revenue source for the Minji sect and contributes to its assets. Anyone can buy or sell, provided they have wealth or can barter with other items. Here, one can find weapons, cultivation techniques, elixirs, and various rare treasures. The most renowned establishment is the auction house, where anything can be auctioned off. It is said that a peak-level weapon was once sold here, causing quite a stir throughout the city. Many flocked here for that weapon, ultimately fetching over 100 billion spirit stones, and it even cost several lives, nearly igniting a sect war. Afterward, the Minji sect refrained from auctioning such items, for its status has waned since the passing of the elder. The sect now faces increasing marginalization from rival factions. However, small auctions do occasionally transpire, contingent on available funds. Just then, the food arrived, delivered personally by the proprietor. "Here you are, gentlemen," he proclaimed. The dishes were all meat, causing Sangu to feel a pang of regret for his previously spent spirit stones. The plump man, upon seeing the food, eagerly grasped his chopsticks and began to eat, while Sangu found it perplexing that such a simple dish could evoke such enthusiasm. Sangu joined in, taking a bite. Initially, it seemed unremarkable, but as he chewed, the rich flavors burst forth, an exquisite aroma of meat, succulent and tender, a true culinary delight. Noticing that the plump man was nearing the end of his meal, Sangu cast aside his decorum and began to devour the food with his hands like a beast, startling the plump fellow. "Brother San, are you still human? I have yet to savor the flavors, and you have already resorted to eating with your hands. That I cannot bear to witness it any longer. I too wish to indulge like the hefty fellow, who, upon seeing the rapidly diminishing meat, has set down his chopsticks and directly taken to using his hands. My rotund companion, should you return in the future, do call upon me, considering it a repayment of the spirit stones you owe," San remarked nonchalantly. "Wow, Brother San, for merely this scant selection of dishes, it is worth but 2 spirit stones. Moreover, I am still hungry. How can I possibly bring you along next time? You are being quite unreasonable. My friend, how could you so swiftly change after borrowing spirit stones, claiming we were brothers?" The hefty one pressed. "That I regret it. I truly regret it. I lament my earlier decisions," he lamented, feigning a sorrowful countenance. After settling the payment for the spirit stones, he was promptly whisked away by San. "I am off to cultivate. You may wallow in your misery," San callously declared. The hefty one remained silent as San departed, muttering, "You heartless fiend, my my heart bleeds. How am I to endure this life?" With no one to hear his grievances, he shouted, "You scoundrel!" Passers-by merely whispered about his eccentricity. The hefty one, however, was unconcerned with their opinions. only preoccupied with the diminishing meat in his future and the absence of compassion in the world. Upon reaching his cultivation site, San ventured into the alchemy chamber. Having previously pondered mastering the art of alchemy to sell potions for spirit stones. Though he was uncertain of the process, stepping into a solitary room, he found it rather warm, equipped with a furnace likely intended for alchemical purposes. Lacking knowledge, he observed for a while before exiting. Next, he entered another solitary chamber designated for weapon forging, which was even hotter, featuring a chamber with exceedingly high temperatures, prompting him to promptly retreat. He then inquired of the hefty one regarding the practices of alchemy and forging. The art of alchemy requires a furnace, herbs, and the requisite techniques, while forging necessitates flames of extreme heat and appropriate materials, the hefty one explained. All of these essentials are fundamental to any sect. It merely depends on which one you intend to join. However, these two disciplines are not highly regarded. I would advise against pursuing them. During this period, Sen found the process of condensing his ethereal form increasingly effortless. Yet, upon successfully forming a spectral tortoise, it remained as insubstantial as ever, still striving to achieve the indistinguishable balance of reality and illusion. Chapter 17. The deadline has arrived each day, aside from condensing his phantom. San dedicated himself to physical training, which had become a trivial matter for him. Meanwhile, the hefty one practiced restraint, resisting the temptation of meat, and whenever thoughts of it arose, he would immerse himself in cultivation. Thus, time swiftly passed. Elder Lu arrived early in the morning, instructing everyone to prepare, for soon the ranking competition for new disciples would commence. The victor would have the opportunity to receive a weapon and a potion. Along with mentorship from an elder, the second place would be awarded a potion and become a named disciple under an elder's tutelage, while the third would manage affairs in the elder's domain, with the potential for further mentorship if deemed promising. The rest would find themselves conscripted by less reputable elders for tedious tasks. Having made his preparations, San was not the most advanced in cultivation. Yet securing a position among the top few was within reach, especially since there were only 30 new disciples in total. Once ready, he and his companions were escorted to the competition arena, where they casually took their seats. This time, it is my duty to oversee your competition. Do not resort to any tricks. Allow me to outline a few rules. During the contest, killing is strictly prohibited. Aside from that, there are no further restrictions. The one speaking is Elder Lu, who has never been fond of frivolity. One cannot ascertain his character. The stout fellow approached, exclaiming, "Hey, San good. I never expected this elder to be the examiner. Had I known, I would have bribed him. Alas, it is too late now." His face was a portrait of regret. Enough of that. Let us focus on how to contend in this competition. There are several elders observing us. There is no need to fear deceit from others, he said, casting a glance at Elder Lu. The audience was sparse, composed mainly of elders, yet still considerable. Wang Ji and Lu Si stepped onto the stage. The competition commenced, and in the eyes of Yi San, these two displayed commendable strength. Having trained diligently without respite, they clasped their fists and began. Wang Ji swiftly threw a talisman, gesturing as it transformed into a fire dragon. Hurtling towards Lu Si, unfazed, Lu Si conjured a protective shield around himself, while Yi San sensed a disadvantage. He had not prepared adequately. It seemed that a wealth of spirit stones also constituted an advantage. Upon realizing the shield was impenetrable, the fire dragon morphed into a sea of flames, enveloping the shield. Lu Si found himself at a disadvantage, but fortunately, the shield remained intact and did not melt. However, he felt the looming threat within, trapped and unable to gauge the external situation, leaving him in a passive position. Wang Ji waited outside, poised to deliver a fatal blow as soon as the shield shattered. Lu Si, in response, reinforced his shield and then shattered the outer barrier. Disregarding the assault of the flames, he swiftly delivered a kick to Wang Ji's head, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Well done. Lu Si emerges victorious. Lu Si exited the stage while Wang Ji was carried away. The next match featured Yi San against Zhang Tsong, who prepared to ascend the stage. Why Yi San had not anticipated his turn would arrive so swiftly. Lacking preparation, he took to the stage. Soon, Zhang Tsong joined him. The two clasped their fists, and Yi San dashed towards Zhang Tsong, delivering a punch that knocked him out cold, catching him completely off guard. Yi San, is this how you conduct yourself? Elder Lu reproached. Elder Lu, is everything all right? Was Ti prepared? If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon that young man for underestimating his opponent, remarked an elder standing above. Reluctantly, Elder Lu announced Yi San as the victor. The next bout featured Lu Xiaolu against Yang Hai. As they prepared for combat, Lu, the stout fellow, appeared exceptionally excited as he ambled onto the stage, where Yang Hai awaited him. They clasped fists, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, both evenly matched for quite some time. However, Lu soon felt fatigued and, in a moment of desperation, charged Yang Hai off the stage. The spectators were left in astonishment, exclaiming, "What a maneuver!" Lu Xiaolu claimed victory, leading to the next match between Lu and He Er. As they readied themselves, Lu, panting heavily, approached Yi San. "Sengu, what do you think?" "Not bad, but rather exhausting," he said, still catching his breath. "Ha ha ha. I advise you to refrain from indulging in meat in the future," Yi San replied with a wry smile. Lu then sought a place to sit, while the disciples on the ground observed the techniques employed by those on the platform. For knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to unassailable victories. In this ranking competition, those who fail are granted 2 opportunities to battle. Should they falter twice, hope shall elude them. Certainly, in the second round, one can freely select their opponents. No one wishes to show mercy, only to attain victory. The stout fellow also hopes to avoid encountering Isan, for it matters little. After all, first place is undoubtedly unattainable, lacking any external aids. A significant flaw as the final match approached. He scarcely had the opportunity to strike, relying instead on illusions and talismans, with the rules prohibiting weapons while allowing the use of other armor, which left Isan quite vexed. Upon entry, he surveyed the surroundings, seeking affordable options, yet the cheapest still demanded 50 spirit stones, leaving him to glance at the stout fellow, who merely shook his head in dismay. After a while, he ventured to a shop selling illusion arrays, which thoroughly dashed Isan's hopes, as the prices soared even higher, starting at 100 spirit stones, and still offering subpar arrays. There were 2 sets of illusion arrays available, yet only one could be employed, for the other inflicted damage far too great to gauge. During the battle, Isan was reluctant to reveal his cherished illusory turtle, having realized that no one else possessed a shadow beast. The illusory turtle was his lifeline and must not be displayed lightly. Moreover, the concentration of illusory shadows demanded excessive illusion power, necessitating the performance of an entire set of illusion techniques, and his current illusion power was insufficient to sustain such endeavors. He could only rely on his exceptional physique and agility. Isan contemplated the necessity of mastering talisman techniques in the future, as they would greatly aid in combat. Meanwhile, the stout fellow chose slumber over rigorous training. Even with the impending competition looming the next day, Isan began to condense the illusory shadows, achieving a more substantial form than before. With careful observation, one could perceive the shadows seemingly winking to this moment. Isan was wholly focused, as the red stone within his body emerged, transforming into a woman. Had Isan seen her, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for she was the celestial being from his consciousness. The woman watched Isan silently, devoid of any expression, and the illusory shadow appeared to notice her, even winking in her direction. The woman, taken aback, marveled at the sophistication of such illusionary techniques. If this continued, the shadow might transcend into reality, gaining its own consciousness. The cultivation of such a form was inherently rapid, and though the woman was unaware of this condensation method, she recognized that it had been ages since anyone had successfully conjured such an illusory shadow. Isan began to withdraw his energy, having made some progress this time, and commenced the restoration of his illusion power, which had solidified further, greatly aiding his spell casting. Chapter 18. The rankings are set on the following day. The new disciples gathered at the competition venue, with Isan dragging the stout fellow along. This round would see the elimination of certain disciples. Upon arrival, the elders had yet to appear, causing the disciples to grow increasingly anxious. Isan included, though he maintained an air of calm. Silence fell as the elders arrived, standing high above, and none dared to utter a word. They were inherently figures of reverence. The individual who had been defeated by Isan the previous day was now present, glaring at him, causing Isan to feel a twinge of panic. That he thought to himself, a loss is a loss. What use is there in dwelling on it? With everyone gathered, they commenced as Isan stepped forward. He found it perplexing that he was the first to take the stage. He cast a glance at Elder Lu, who wore a beaming smile, undoubtedly orchestrating this arrangement. Isan had observed He Dong's battle the day before. Noting how he had effortlessly subdued his opponent without much effort, the two clasped fists in greeting. With He Dong exercising caution, keeping a prudent distance, He Dong began to gesture, uttering incantations as he conjured illusions. Yi San attempted to interrupt, but the distance was insufficient. He too initiated a coma array, yet Hidong was a step quicker, unleashing an illusion formation that ensnared Yi San within AT that moment. Yi San unleashed the Willow illusion formation, striking Hidong. Remaining composed within the array, Yi San sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut. After what felt like an eternity without any disturbance, he reluctantly opened his eyes, only to find a pool of water before him. Reflecting his own image, the figure in the water appeared aged, with a face etched in wrinkles, hair as white as snow, and skin that sagged with time. Yi San thought to himself, is this meant to deceive me? Do I truly concern myself with outward appearances? Although his heart remained unperturbed, he feigned a demeanor of utter despair, kneeling on the ground with his hands pressed against it. Head bowed low. Outside, the stout man grew anxious. Yi San could not see the outside world, while those beyond could observe the scene within. The stout man shouted, but his voice was drowned out, instead attracting the ire of the elders. With his head lowered and eyes shut tight, Yi San began to channel his illusionary power to break free from the array. His energy surged outward but was met with resistance. Focusing his illusionary force, he directed it to a single point. The array was initially set from above, so its core must lie in the heavens, where the barriers were even more formidable. Yi San concentrated all his illusionary energy into that singular point. His body remaining still, with a thunderous crash, he shattered the array, nearly collapsing from the exertion. Raising his gaze towards Hidong, who remained in slumber, Yi San stood up. As he descended from the stage, the stout man rushed over to support him. Sengu, you have worried me to death. I thought you had lost for good, he exclaimed. Help me sit down. I am truly exhausted, Yi San replied weakly. Haha, I told you it would be tiring. Once I finish, we shall feast on meat. It's on me. Yi San did not decline. He began to rest and recover while the stout man observed from the sidelines. As time passed, only the 15 individuals who had lost the previous day remained. Upon stepping onto the stage, they immediately began to call out challengers, targeting the defeated, as the victors had already proven their prowess. Yet, there was an exception. Zhang Song called out for Yi San had the right to refuse, as he had yet to recover, but he chose not to decline. The stout man's advice fell on deaf ears. Yi San ascended the stage with confidence, determined to show that he was not to be trifled with. Zhang Song made no gesture of respect, whereas Yi San did. Zhang Song declared, You humiliated me yesterday. I shall return the favor tenfold. This time, Zhang Song was much more cautious, summoning a shield around himself. He then unleashed a set of illusion formations that Yi San, expending all his illusionary power, executed the turtle illusion. Directing it towards Zhang Kong, the illusion moved with a life of its own. Despite Zhang Song's attempts to evade, he could not escape its grasp. He was struck from the stage, spitting blood and falling unconscious. While the illusion formation dissipated, Yi San nearly lost his balance, supported once more by the stout man. Due to the previous day's numbers, the stout man fortuitously received a bye. No one objected, as the elders had drawn lots. And none dared question them. Yi San, your strike was too severe. Do you not consider the bonds of brotherhood? What becomes of our sect's rules? Elder Lu bellowed. Some elders expressed their discontent silently, while others supported Elder Lu's words. As the enforcement elder of the outer sect, Elder Lu held a significant position within the sect, and none would dare to offend him openly. At that moment, an elder remarked that the disciple had acted with neither restraint nor mercy, suggesting that punishment was warranted to prevent arrogance and disregard for the sect. Elder, I did not kill him. I merely rendered him unconscious. Is it not unjust to penalize me for this? Yeson replied with a calm yet resolute demeanor. Then, someone quietly addressed Elder Lu, saying, Elder Lu, perhaps we should let this go. With so many disciples watching, it is evident that Yeson is being deliberately targeted, which could reflect poorly on us. Very well. If that is the case, we shall consider this match a victory for Yeson. However, he will still face a punishment of 20 strikes with the rod. Elder Lu declared, surveying the crowd. The countenance of some shifted drastically. 20 strikes with the rod was already severe for a new disciple, and this would likely leave them incapacitated for a month. The rod inflicted physical harm unlike any other, causing excruciating pain. It was clear that this disciple had offended Elder Lu, who was clearly intent on making an example of him. While some recognized the malice, none dared to voice it, as incurring Elder Lu's wrath was tantamount to inviting personal hardship. Yeson understood that this punishment would not be challenged. Elder Lu wielded considerable influence that it seemed he would need to be more cautious in his dealings with Elder Lu in the future, perhaps even resorting to more severe measures. Elder Lu's gaze turned to Yeson, filled with derision. Yeson found himself without the opportunity to resist. He was perplexed as to why Elder Lu seemed to have singled him out. The previous incident had been trivial, and he had not meant to offend. Elder Lu, having recently emerged from a month of self-imposed isolation after the debacle involving Zhou Ao, had sought out Yeson to discuss matters and had subsequently taken a keen interest in targeting him. Meanwhile, Zhou Ao watched from the sidelines, reveling in Yeson's apparent helplessness. Yeson's lack of strength was a direct result of the recent battle, yet he felt no fear of punishment. Rather, it served as motivation. "This is utterly unfair," Fatty exclaimed. "Competitions are meant to be like this. Fatty, enough that it's clear that someone is out to get me. Don't involve yourself," Yeson interjected. "But, no buts. Let us focus on competing well, earning money, and showing them just how formidable my brother is," Yeson continued. "All right, I promise you, from now on, I'll treat you to meat whenever we eat. Just enjoy yourself," Fatty replied, his face beaming with excitement as if he had made a monumental decision. Yeson's expression darkened. Fatty seemed only to care for food. Nonetheless, the prospect of free meat was enticing, and he chuckled. Chapter 19. Fulfillment of Wishes. Yeson stepped off the stage, not even glancing at the elders. It was no wonder that the Minjiazong was growing weaker. With such ineptitude among its ranks, how could it not? It was only a matter of time before he departed from Minjiazong. People assumed Yeson had capitulated and thus ceased to pay him any mind as the competition resumed. In the subsequent matches, he merely knocked opponents off the platform, refraining from rendering anyone unconscious, though Elder Lu no longer seemed intent on making life difficult for him. Fatty ultimately secured 9th place. While Yeson felt confident that, when performing at full capacity, he could easily have claimed 1st, however, a few unexpected turns had led him to settle for 5th. The top 3 positions were filled by others, drawing envious glances even from some senior disciples, many of whom were relegated to menial tasks. Those in the top 10 would be selected to leave, while those who finished lower would need to rely on their own exceptional cultivation to gain the attention of elders and be chosen for advancement. Yet, Yeson found himself overlooked, harboring a murderous intent within, all orchestrated by Elder Liu. In the future, he would have his share of suffering. It was best that the elders had no choice. After all, he was among the top 10, and they could not continuously disregard him, lest it draw the ire of the other disciples. Thus, he had to negotiate with Elder Lu, who likely deemed the situation inappropriate, as well did I in the end. Yeson was assigned to the neglected artifact forging room, to masquerade as a false disciple. Internally, Yeson rejoiced. While they believed they were tormenting him, he perceived it as an opportunity for himself on the surface. However, he feigned reluctance. Later, fearing that Yeson might refuse to go, Elder Lu even secretly suggested lifting the punishment, prompting Yeson to display a facade of delight. Elder Lu mused that a fool would always be a fool, and so it would be from now on. Ha ha ha. The plump disciple had been taken away early, reassigned a residence. That evening, a slender man escorted Yeson away to the artifact forging room he had previously glimpsed. The night was illuminated, yet no other souls were in sight. Yeson was assigned to a relatively spacious chamber, significantly larger than before, furnished with all necessities. That it seemed the emaciated man perceived the glimmer in Yeson's eyes. Were it not for the absence of occupants and the lack of maintenance, he would not have been granted such accommodations. After stating his intentions, he prepared to depart, reminding Yeson to arrive early at the hall the next day. As there were matters regarding newcomers that needed addressing, he advised Yeson to rest well before closing the door behind him. Although Yeson disliked the man's tone, he resolved not to offend anyone just yet, as he still needed to learn artifact forging and maintain his plans. Lost in thought, Yeson soon felt the pull of sleep, dismissing the notion of cultivation for the day, deeming himself too weary. Promising to assess the situation anew in the morning, the man, upon leaving, sighed, recognizing yet another life of a menial disciple. The following day, Yeson awoke early and found the man from the previous day waiting for him in the hall. "You've arrived," he said. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Shu, a disciple of the artifact forging room and your senior brother. Our master is currently away on a journey of self-cultivation. Thus I am in charge of the forging room for the time being." Then, senior brother Han, "What of the other disciples? It cannot be just the 2 of us," Yeson inquired, his mind reeling at the prospect of such a vast forging room being occupied by only 2 individuals. With the master absent, it fell upon Honshu to instruct Isan in the art of forging. First, let me familiarize you with these materials. We shall practice forging during the day when the yang energy is abundant. Very well, senior brother, Isan replied, eager to learn. He had a natural inclination for study and would soon memorize the materials, to Honshu's mild astonishment. Nevertheless, Honshu's opinion of Isan remained unchanged. There were other materials and those that could not be taught, of which Isan was unaware. Only a fraction was presented to him. I have covered all the essential materials you need to know. Whether you remember them is your own concern. When the time comes, I will show you what forging truly entails. By the way, there are some books you may peruse, but do not damage them. Honshu concluded before dozing off. In Honshu's eyes, those in the room were either lacking in talent or simply had a fondness for forging. As his master possessed exceptional aptitude, he held a profound respect for his master, who had a genuine passion for the craft. Honshu, however, had been drawn to forging out of a lack of talent. He realized that without innate ability, no amount of practice would suffice. Isan leisurely examined the materials, noting that some of the Honshu items lacked clear explanations of their purposes, merely providing a cursory overview that necessitated personal exploration. There was not much to peruse, and after Isan finished, she began to leaf through books, selecting one on the fundamentals of artifact forging, which outlined the techniques suitable for novices. However, guidance was still essential for achieving success more swiftly and avoiding unnecessary detours. The text also indicated that forging was akin to competing with the heavens for resources. The more proficient one became, the more agitated the heavens would grow. To the pinnacle of forging, celestial forces might even intervene to impede progress. Certain lightning tribulations were designed to thwart the forging process. Yet perseverance in the face of such challenges involved the addition of materials. Legend spoke of individuals who had forged unparalleled weapons, resulting in a sudden darkness as storms raged for 3 days, with the forger having attained an advanced level of mastery, ultimately succeeding despite sustaining injuries. Isan, somewhat skeptical of these tales, quickly switched to another book, reading at a rapid pace. During this time, Honshu opened her eyes to glance at Isan, but quickly lost interest, feeling a tinge of disappointment in her. As noon approached, Honshu awakened Isan, instructing her to bring the materials to the furnace. Although Isan was engrossed in her reading, she refrained from voicing any objections, especially since they were about to commence forging. She complied, gathering the materials pointed out by Honshu and following her into another room. Upon entering, Isan sensed a distinct separation from the outside world, as if they had entered an independent space. Within was a modest furnace, accompanied by a pit in the ground that housed flames. After placing the materials beside the furnace, Isan turned to Honshu. Oh, you know why we forge at noon rather than at other times? Honshu inquired. Without hesitation, Isan replied, because noon is the hottest, which is beneficial for forging. You are partly correct. Primarily, it is due to one's low cultivation level, necessitating the assistance of favorable conditions. You must understand that some master forgers do not require the earth's fire or the noon hour. They need only the materials to forge at their leisure, Honshu expressed with a look of yearning. Isan was unaware of this senior brother, pondering whether their master could also forge at will. She had developed a slight fondness for this senior brother. Chapter 20. Forging. To commence forging, one must first attune to the materials, followed by an awareness of the earth's fire. It is imperative to forge precisely what one envisions. Free from distractions, Honshu explained as she began to circulate her energy. Forging requires a proficient fire control technique, which I shall teach you later. For now, focus on your sensations, just as with cultivation. Forging cannot be rushed. One must maintain a calm and composed mindset, free from extraneous thoughts. Then, Honshu, if one must remain free of distractions, should forging not be practiced in solitude to avoid external disturbances? Isan inquired, her curiosity piqued. You are correct, but if your willpower is sufficiently strong, even the presence of others will not affect you. Over time, prolonged forging will cultivate this inner strength. There is no need for concern. Honshu clarified, I am about to begin forging a sword. Pay close attention, she declared as she lifted the earth's fire into the air, allowing it to float. With a mere thought, the forging materials began to levitate, melting one by one. Honshu was cautious not to attempt to melt too much at once, as poor control could result in backlash. Slowly, they melded together, forming a mass that required further refinement to eliminate the impurities within and extract a pure material. a process that demanded considerable time. Yi-san observed intently, wary of any negligence. As time passed, Honshu progressed to the next stage, shaping the form. The mass gradually elongated, beginning to resemble a sword. The sword's tip emerged, and the blade slowly took shape, culminating in the appearance of a complete sword. Yet the process was far from over. Initiating the spirit summoning, Honshu produced a demon core and cast it into the earth fire, transforming it into a swirling vapor, which he then controlled to infuse into the sword. In an instant, the blade radiated an extraordinary aura. With a decisive command, Honshu grasped the sword in midair. Though his expression revealed a hint of dissatisfaction, while crafting weapons could take various forms, the ultimate goal remained singular: to forge an exceptional weapon. "Senior brother, may I see this sword?" Yi-san implored, her face reflecting earnest desire. "I have never touched a sword before." Honshu looked at her with disdain. She had never even held a sword, let alone this one, which he felt he had not perfected. Reluctantly, he handed the sword to Yi-san, who held it with utmost care, gently caressing its surface. Honshu stifled a laugh, but reconsidered. She was his junior, and he decided against revealing his amusement. "Here, take the sword and study it well. In the future, forge one that suits you," he urged. Unable to contain his impatience, Yi-san's face lit up with gratitude, her heart racing with excitement at possessing her very first sword. Although uncertain of its power, its appearance alone spoke of its extraordinary nature. By the way, senior brother, when I saw you summoning the spirit, why did you use the demon core? Shouldn't you use the natural spirit energy?" Honshu explained. Spirit summoning can utilize alternatives, including spirit stones. However, the most effective source remains the natural spirit energy, which can be prone to errors. Thus, I typically use demon cores for crafting. Yi-san nodded in understanding and inquired, "Then, senior brother, how can one forge a weapon of superior quality?" Quality hinges on the methods of weapon crafting and fire control, as well as the materials used, among other factors. However, bear this in mind: high quality does not necessarily equate to great power. Yet great power will undoubtedly reflect quality, Honshu articulated. Though Yi-san grasped only part of the concept, Honshu, weary of further elaboration, suggested, "If you have more questions, come to the hall another day. I am tired." By the way, there are discarded weapons in the warehouse. You might find them interesting, but do not carelessly dispose of anything. With that, he departed, leaving Yi-san brimming with excitement, clutching the sword. Yi-san noted that her senior brother had not named it, so she conceived a unique name for it, Li. She ran her fingers along the blade, feeling its sharpness, and concluded that it was likely of earth-grade quality. Weapons are generally categorized into earth-grade, intermediate, advanced, divine, and sacred levels, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Yi-san's sword was classified as an earth-grade intermediate spirit treasure. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, dreaming of crafting a dagger of her own desires, though she recognized that it was not feasible at present, as she would face reprimand. She ventured to the warehouse, eager to observe the failed creations. Upon arrival, she discovered that the door was ajar, revealing a spacious interior filled with an abundance of weapons. Indeed, a vast collection, albeit most appeared to be mere scrap metal, some even covered in cobwebs. It is evident that a considerable amount of time has passed since the last cleaning, as the surroundings are shrouded in dust, and the light is dim, rendering the interior nearly invisible. Just as Yi-san prepares to retreat, a woman emerges from within his very being. Though initially taken aback, he quickly regains his composure, pondering why she has chosen this moment to appear after remaining hidden for so long. Sensing his bewilderment, she reassures him, "Do not be alarmed. My appearance serves merely to remind you that this place harbors many exceptional materials for crafting. Although they may have been rendered useless, their intrinsic qualities can still be extracted. With a bit of application, one could forge a fine weapon, but I have only just begun to learn the art of crafting, and I have yet to study any techniques." Yi-san replies, a hint of resignation in his voice. "I recently observed your senior's crafting methods, which I found rather unimpressive. Allow me to impart to you a technique for controlling fire. The rest is secondary. Master this technique, and you will be able to forge even with a mere wooden stick." The woman's words are not an exaggeration. This ancient technique has been lost to time. Yi-san, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity, does not hesitate to accept. After all, he views crafting as a secondary pursuit. Free to explore whatever he desires, the woman imparts her knowledge telepathically, and upon reading the technique's name, the celestial fire control, Yi-san is astounded. The opening line proclaims, Fire can extinguish all things, yet a single spark can ignite a vast inferno. It can forge the heavens and annihilate the earth. Isan feels this may be an overstatement. Even the most accomplished practitioners would not dare to make such claims, were it not for the woman presenting this technique. He might have dismissed it as a deception. Do not take this lightly. This technique must not be shared with others. Do not underestimate its value. Should your cultivation level rise, it would be one matter. But as you are now, you are merely an ant. Exposing yourself would be tantamount to courting death, the woman cautions earnestly. Isan senses the gravity in her tone. She is not jesting. The realization that he possesses a coveted technique sends a thrill through him. Observing his reaction, the woman adds, "If you have any questions, communicate with me telepathically, and I shall respond without reservation." "Thank you, esteemed sister. I shall surely seek your guidance in the future," Isan replies, and with that, the woman vanishes. It appears there is indeed treasure to be found here. Isan muses to himself, contemplating the prospect of thoroughly exploring this place in due time. He departs, taking his leave with resolve. Han Shu has gone to rest, yet Isan suspects she is merely avoiding him. Having completed her task, perhaps she is off indulging herself elsewhere. Alone in the grand hall, Isan finds Han Shu absent and begins to peruse the texts. Since no one is here to instruct him, he resolves to educate himself. As he reads, he compares the details of the fire control technique with the information presented in the texts, discovering many discrepancies. The celestial fire control provides explanations for concepts he does not fully grasp, igniting a desire to find a suitable place to practice diligently. Chapter 21, Junior Sister. Although the celestial fire control outlines numerous crafting techniques, the texts in the hall describe various materials for crafting, ranging from iron blocks to the remains of monstrous beasts, humans, and objects alike. Tomorrow, we shall continue with crafting. This time, it is for a junior sister. Han Shu announces from behind Isan, nearly causing him to jump in surprise and utter an expletive. "Keep this technique safe. It is the core method of our crafting sect and must not be taken lightly," she adds, producing a book from seemingly nowhere. Isan accepts the crafting technique, glancing at it, only to find it lacking in comparison to the celestial fire control. Even its name pales in comparison. "Thank you, senior brother, that I will certainly take this seriously and will not betray your trust. Speaking without conscience is not inappropriate. I shall return tomorrow at noon. You may arrange your time as you wish. I still have some matters to attend to and, with a smile, I departed swiftly. In Isan's perspective, since it was for the junior sister's weapon crafting, that smile must be one of lasciviousness. One could only wonder what this unfamiliar master looked like. If even the disciple appeared this way, it was likely that the master was not of upright character. Initially, Elder Yun of the crafting room could not tolerate certain individuals and required some practical experience. Thus, he randomly selected a disciple fond of crafting, taught him for a few months, and then left. Fortunately, Han Shu was not dim-witted. Others also came to this crafting room. Had it not been for their covetousness towards Elder Yun, many would have wished to abolish this empty shell of a crafting room. Yi-san was unaware of these dynamics. As long as he could craft, he could privately forge to earn some spirit stones and seek an opportunity to depart. Venturing elsewhere, he need only to collect some materials, which he could pilfer from the warehouse, and it would be no issue to craft in his own room. Later on the following day, a woman arrived. Of average appearance, claiming to be searching for Han Shu. Yi-san immediately recognized her as the junior sister wishing to forge a weapon. "Senior brother, do you know where Han Shu is?" the woman inquired. "Ah, senior brother will be here shortly. He tends to arrive around this time every day. Just wait a moment," Yi-san explained. "All right then, I shall wait a bit longer. Let's get acquainted. Senior brother, my name is Gao Xine. But you may call me Junior Sister Gao," the woman said with a cheerful smile. "Very well, Junior Sister Gao. I am Yi-san. You may address me as you wish, as long as it isn't in a derogatory manner." He replied, "Ha ha ha, Senior brother Yi, you are truly humorous. By the way, are you skilled at crafting?" Gao Xine asked. "Well, about crafting." Yi-san struggled to respond. "Senior brother, are you perhaps not proficient in crafting?" Gao Xine continued to probe. "Ha ha ha, Junior Sister, you are quite astute. I have only just arrived and have yet to practice," Yi-san replied with an awkward smile. "Then why are you talking so much nonsense? How is it that Han Shu has not yet arrived?" Gao Xine's expression shifted. Junior Sister Gao, you have arrived. Yi-san, what are you doing here?" Han Shu approached leisurely. "Senior brother, did you not say today was for crafting? I have been waiting here since early morning." Yi-san replied. "Then why have you not entertained the junior sister?" You possess no hospitality whatsoever. Yi San found himself at a loss for words. Junior sister, do not mind him. He is merely new and knows nothing. Han Shu said as he walked towards Gao Xian. Oh dear, senior brother, how could I possibly be unaware of etiquette? When will you assist me in crafting? Gao Xian's true intention was to forge a weapon. Otherwise, she would not have come to this dismal place. Junior sister, we shall craft shortly. Have you brought the materials? Han Shu cast a glance at Yi San, signaling him to prepare. Senior brother, I am still short of one type of material. Could you assist your junior sister? Gao Xian's voice was enticing, accompanied by a pleading gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shu readily agreed, oblivious to what was lacking. Junior sister, please hand the materials to Yi San. He will compensate for what is missing, Han Shu said, giving Yi San another knowing look. Han senior brother, you are truly kind. Yi San could no longer withstand the sweet tone and promptly took the materials, entering the crafting room. Upon departing, the atmosphere indeed became notably tranquil. After a while, Han Shu arrived as well. Yi San, go to the materials table and fetch a piece of amethyst, Han Shu instructed, saying, brother, I noticed there was only one left yesterday. Once it's used, it's gone. With a hint of impatience, he added, oh come on, just go, and if it's gone, find something else to substitute it. Yi San left, reflecting on the fact that this senior brother was not only lecherous but also had a poor eye for materials and lacked responsibility. How could one substitute refining materials? The effects would be utterly different. Upon retrieving the amethyst, Han Shu grasped it firmly and commenced the refining process. Throughout this endeavor, Yi San noted several shortcomings, but refrained from voicing them. Instead, he repeatedly compared Han Shu's technique to the controlling sky method, and the disparity between the two was stark. In an instant, he deemed Han Shu to be inept. Previously, he had thought him formidable. But it seemed he was no more than mediocre. Yi San did not leave in frustration, as he had other pressing matters to attend to, specifically acquiring the earth fire. After about an hour, Han Shu triumphantly announced the completion of his work. A sort of high earth grade, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. However, Yi San regarded it with disdain. He felt he could have done better had he undertaken the task himself, noticing the peculiar look in Yi San's eyes. Han Shu mistakenly believed him to be awestruck, but he paid him no mind and departed with the sword, casually remarking to clean up the area. Seizing the opportunity, Yi San approached the earth-fire cave as Han Shu walked away. Channeling his energy to direct a beam of red light into the cave. It was Yi San's first attempt at obtaining fire, and naturally, he was somewhat clumsy, failing several times until he was guided by an inner feminine presence that ultimately enabled him to succeed. After securing the fire, he continued to channel his energy, merging it into his sea of consciousness. The tortoise spirit within the sea stirred, roused from slumber. Once he completed his task, Yi San tidied up the scene and left for the hall, where Gao Xian had not yet departed. Han Shu still held her hand, his eyes betraying a possessive glint. Brother Han, please, not like this. Your brother has arrived, Gao Xian exclaimed, as if she had found a lifeline. Spotting Yi San, she called out, quick, come over. Yi San thought to himself, despite her current demeanor, she was still feigning modesty, and at this moment, calling for him was a ploy to ensnare him. He pretended not to hear and directly addressed Han Shu. Brother, is there anything else? Nothing. I'm going to resume my practice, Han Shu replied curtly. Nothing at all. Just leave. His fierce gaze bore down on Yi San. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi San fled. While Gao Xian urged, Han Shu, let go of me. You're merely a disciple of the refining chamber, and I have other brothers outside who pose a threat. Gao Xian held Han Shu in contempt. Although she found him somewhat appealing, she wished to distance herself from him. Sister, when you pleaded with me, you didn't say such things. Is it too late to bring them up now? I'm not feeling well today. And you aren't leaving. Don't even think about bringing in other brothers. Even if an elder arrives, I want to allow them entry, Han Shu threatened, his tone menacing. Gao Xian continued to struggle, while Yi San, overhearing it all, feigned ignorance. This woman was simply putting on an act. Perhaps she enjoyed the attention. Chapter 22. Sect competition. On the following day, Yi San spotted Han Shu in the hall, perusing books and seemingly in good spirits. The disciple Yi San has arrived. You performed admirably yesterday, and today I shall grant you an opportunity to practice weapon forging, said Han Shu as he observed the approaching Yi San. In truth, Yi San wished to forge using his own methods, yet he feared the repercussions of being discovered, so he smiled and inquired, Senior brother, is it true? Am I truly allowed to forge? He felt no gratitude within his heart. Han Shu, satisfied, replied, would your senior brother deceive you? If you continue in this manner, I assure you, you shall not be neglected. With that, he added, come, I shall fetch some materials for you to use in your practice. I will provide guidance from the side. Yi San felt no resistance. After all, what harm could there be in benefiting oneself? Weapon forging lacks a fixed methodology. Crafting a sword typically requires specific materials, especially for renowned blades, yet gathering such materials can be quite challenging. As Yi San gathered the materials and approached the forge, he felt a bittersweet sensation. The text he had studied indicated that these materials would yield at most a mid-tier earth-grade weapon. Prepared, Yi San began to imitate Han Shu's forging techniques, finding the process surprisingly effortless. Han Shu, watching from the side, was astonished. This lad possessed remarkable skill, his techniques showing no signs of clumsiness. After an hour had passed, Yi San, lacking a demon core, had no choice but to rely on the natural spiritual energy of the world to gather spiritual essence, which he found increasingly difficult to control. Focus your mind solely on gathering the essence. Han Shu advised from the sidelines that it was precisely because the world's spiritual energy proved challenging to channel into a weapon that Han Shu rarely practiced in this manner. Upon hearing this, Yi San steadied himself, calming the earlier restlessness. With a clatter, the sword fell to the ground. It was a success. Han Shu instantly recognized it as a mid-tier earth-grade shadow sword, and his astonishment grew. He himself could only achieve this level with the aid of a demon core after years of practice, yet a novice had matched his years of effort. Maintaining his composure, he remarked, very well. Is this your first attempt at forging? Yi San, already fatigued from the endeavor, admitted, indeed, it is my first time. Han Shu ceased speaking, contemplating. It seems he is a prodigy. There is hope for this upcoming sect competition. Excellent work. In the time to come, I shall do my utmost to instruct you, Han Shu declared with utmost seriousness. Yi San departed first, and Han Shu gazed at his retreating figure, a peculiar hope igniting within him. Sensing Han Shu's unusual demeanor, Yi San thought, even if he wished ill upon me, I would not fear him. Reflecting on the days since he had last seen the rotund fellow, he wondered about the circumstances and felt the need to enlist his assistance. As evening fell, Yi San stealthily ventured to the warehouse, retrieving a few scraps of iron, which he brought back to his room. There, he harnessed his energy to summon the earthly flames and began the refinement process. These were remnants of materials long discarded. Initially, he had found it regrettable to dispose of them, so he kept them, though their refinement was painfully slow, leading to their accumulation in the warehouse. Yi San employed an exceptionally sophisticated refining method, achieving results several times or even dozens of times faster than conventional techniques. By the end of the night, he had refined 3 types of raw materials, though his cultivation was still at a nascent stage, and his speed not rapid. Yi San felt content. With nothing to his name, he believed that with these materials, he could gradually accumulate resources and soon forge for himself. Disciple Yi, rise swiftly. It is time for weapon training. Came the voice of Han Shu from outside the door. Yi San was taken aback, astonished at the unusual occurrence of his senior personally calling for him. Senior brother, what brings you here in person? Had you informed me beforehand, I would have naturally attended to my training, Yi San replied, opening the door to face Han Shu. Disciple, what are you saying? As your senior brother, in the absence of our master, it is my duty to look after you. After all, a senior brother is akin to a father, Han Shu stated. Something feels amiss, Yi San interjected. Senior brother, what troubles you? Is something wrong? Disciple, let me speak plainly. This pertains to the competition between sects. Our Minji sect is currently facing immense pressure and desperately needs talent. That I believe you possess the genius required for weapon crafting and would like you to represent our sect in the crafting competition. Han Shu exhaled, finally expressing his thoughts. Senior brother, I have only just begun learning the craft. I am not suited for such a responsibility. Perhaps you should take on this task yourself, given your remarkable skills, Yi San suggested, attempting to defer. Alas, disciple, you are unaware that it is precisely the youth like you who are needed for such competitions. It has been far too long since our crafting division has participated. Han Shu lamented, a look of helplessness upon his face. Noticing Yi San's reluctance to agree, he implored, please, disciple, simply acquiesce to my request. I beg of you, and bowed deeply. Senior brother, please rise. What are you doing? I am merely concerned about my lack of skill and the potential embarrassment it may cause. Seeing you in such earnestness, I shall not refuse, Yi San conceded, secretly eager to gain experience. Excellent, excellent. With several months until the competition, I am confident that, with your talent and my guidance, we shall achieve commendable results. Han Shu exclaimed with excitement. Han Shu had awaited this day for far too long, and though he could scarcely recall the details, he remembered his youthful self participating and encountering numerous skilled individuals, achieving respectable results himself. Yet, in his heart, he felt overshadowed by true genius. Although his accomplishments were commendable within the sect, he was aware of the many who surpassed him. As time passed, he aged beyond the limits of youth, and his aspirations for glory began to wane, until now, when hope flickered anew. Come, senior brother will lead you to gather materials. You may choose whatever you need, but do ensure I have something to report. Han Shu said with an awkward smile. Yi-san suddenly found his senior brother rather endearing, devoid of the oppressive demeanor he had assumed. Perhaps it had touched his heart. Following Han Shu to the materials room, Yi-san observed the monthly inventory and replenishment process, ultimately reported to the elders. The array of materials was overwhelming, yet Han Shu meticulously introduced each item, even more thoroughly than the text described. Disciple, behold this Liuxin stone. While suitable for crafting, it possesses additional properties when ground. Not all materials are solely for weapon crafting. Some may serve as poisons or remedies. The selection here is not exhaustive. These are merely the commonly used items, Han Shu patiently explained. Yi-san's expression shifted to one of realization, which Han Shu noted with satisfaction. Chapter 23. The Yulu sword. Though this experience would greatly enhance Yi-san's skills, it also imposed certain restrictions on his freedom. Han Shu praised Yi-san's eagerness to learn and his innate talent, acknowledging his potential with admiration. Yi-san felt that Han Shu had changed in demeanor, and it truly felt uncomfortable, leaving him with an inexplicable awkwardness. Junior brother, since you are already familiar with most things, I will now teach you the intricacies of weapon forging. Please wait a moment while I fetch some materials. Han Shu said enthusiastically. All right, senior brother, Yi-san replied. These are essential materials for the sect's weapons. I will first teach you to forge some basics. It is crucial to establish a solid foundation without rushing into immediate gains. Han Shu spoke slowly. It seemed that senior brother was finally embodying the role of a mentor. Yi-san followed Han Shu to gather a few books and then proceeded to the forging chamber. Actually, I am uncertain why this furnace is here. I have never utilized it, but master advised against touching it, Han Shu remarked, pointing at the furnace. Yi-san shared this confusion, feeling that a furnace was unnecessary for weapon forging. Perhaps there was something within it, or perhaps it was no ordinary furnace. Fairy, can you discern what makes this furnace special? Yi-san inquired of the woman within him. This furnace is nothing out of the ordinary. It may seem commonplace to me, but to you, it likely belongs to the realm of divine artifacts, the woman replied casually. Junior brother, what troubles you? Han Shu noticed Yi-san's unease. Surprised, Yi-san stammered. Oh, senior brother. I am fine. I was just contemplating weapon forging. The revelation that the furnace was indeed a divine artifact left Yi-san astounded, his heart racing. Very well, junior brother. Let us commence the forging process. We will start with the Cloud Willow Sword, a fundamental weapon for the sect's disciples. Han Shu handed the materials to Yi-san. Yi-san committed the entire forging methodology to memory and began the process with a steady demeanor. Han Shu observed with satisfaction, confident that Yi-san's talents would not be obscured within this modest forging chamber. He would ensure that Yi-san received the recognition he deserved, having never achieved much himself. Han Shu viewed his lack of accomplishments as a personal failure, but he believed that if Yi-san could manifest his innate talents, it would reflect well on him as a mentor. The sect required numerous weapons. While swords were quite common, the materials needed for certain illusory formations were scarce and seldom forged. Following the method for crafting the Cloud Willow Sword, Yi-san gradually immersed himself in the process, achieving success smoothly, reminiscent of flowing water, ultimately reaching the intermediate level of the earth grade. Yi-san stepped aside, his expression serious, while Han Shu sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes in concentration. Upon opening them, his aura had transformed. It became evident that Han Shu had not been fully applying himself to the forging process until now. I must apologize for my earlier inadequacy with your talent. Junior brother, it is merely a matter of time before you surpass me, Han Shu humbly acknowledged. Feeling self-conscious under Han Shu's gaze, Yi-san said, Senior brother, you seem a bit fatigued. Perhaps you should rest while I continue practicing. If I encounter any difficulties, I will seek your guidance. That sounds splendid. I shall take my leave then, Han Shu admitted, indeed feeling somewhat weary, and slowly departed. Once Han Shu had left, Yi-san resumed his practice, first channeling his energy through the heavenly control technique. a method that could restore his vitality. He found his rhythm. In that moment, his world revolved solely around weapon forging. As his eyes opened wide, he became increasingly composed. The woman within him emerged at this moment but chose not to disturb Yi-san. She could clearly perceive his latent talent. Yi-san continued to forge diligently, ultimately exhausting himself thoroughly. Upon turning around, I was startled by the sudden appearance of a woman. Oh dear, I exclaimed. My dear fairy sister, must you be so frightening? Really, you never give me a heads up when you show up. I complained, somewhat exasperated. Don't be so glib with your words. Don't you find it exhausting to practice forging in such a manner? It must feel like you lack the strength to continue, and you long for a respite. The woman replied, how do you know? You can't possibly be a parasite, can you? This is common knowledge. She rolled her eyes. It's because you haven't harnessed the essence of the earth fire properly. If you focus solely on refining while neglecting to control the flames, isn't it inevitable that you will tire? I realized this truth while practicing forging, yet I remained at a loss for a solution. To enhance your forging skills, you must first attune yourself to the earth fire, allowing it to refine itself freely while you merely guide the materials through the process. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me. To feel the earth fire and let it burn as it desires. Thank you, sister. I understand now. I expressed my gratitude. The woman nodded, acknowledging my keen understanding, and then vanished. Tisk, she's gone again. I muttered. I still had forging to attend to. It was only during the solitude of night in my chamber that I could once more connect with the earth fire. There were tasks to complete and many items yet to forge. I must not let Honshu grow suspicious. I diligently continued my practice, employing the same methods and forging the same weapons, all the while seeking different sensations. As night fell, after a full day of forging, Honshu arrived and was quite pleased with the weapons strewn across the floor, far exceeding his expectations. Junior brother, you are undoubtedly a prodigy in forging. When I practiced, I only managed to create low-grade weapons, yet you have achieved mid-grade in such a short time, even surpassing that, Honshu remarked, holding a Yunlu sword. Brother, please refrain from such flattery. I am well aware of my own limitations and recognize that there is still much room for improvement, I replied, maintaining a humble demeanor. These were crafted using the forging techniques, merely revitalized by the control of heaven method. If I were to use the control of heaven for forging, I am confident that I could reach even higher grades. Very well, junior brother, that I shall see you in the hall tomorrow. I will take my leave now, I said, clasping my fists in respect before departing. Honshu gazed upon the Yunlu swords, his heart brimming with joy, satisfied that he could fulfill his obligations while also testing his junior brother's skills. Achieving two objectives with one effort. I closed the door and began to circulate my energy, summoning the earth fire, which materialized before my eyes. I focused intently on feeling it. The temperature was so intense that I dared not touch it with my hands. Merely observing its vividly red hue without any other peculiarities, I closed my eyes, concentrating on the earth fire before me, sensing its heat, and realized that the air I inhaled carried a hint of warmth. Suddenly, a thought struck me. If I could absorb the essence of the earth fire, why not integrate it into every part of my body, allowing my limbs to move freely without relying solely on techniques? I began to manipulate the energy, dividing it into numerous fragments and directing it into my body. The initial attempt nearly overwhelmed me. It was scalding hot. The energy searing. I needed to acclimatize to this temperature to merge with the earth fire, and I had to proceed cautiously, avoiding impatience, for haste could lead to my own detriment. I practiced throughout the night, gradually integrating the essence until I felt a lightness enveloping my body, as if I were floating, with even my breath carrying a touch of warmth. Rising, I made my way to the hall, where Honshu had been waiting for quite some time. Junior brother, today we will be forging mid-grade weapons, which will pose some challenges. I will demonstrate the process first, and you shall observe. The remainder will be your responsibility. With an air of excitement, the senior brother Yi-san exclaimed, I have prepared all the necessary materials. Let us depart at once. Honshu produced a bag of holding and gave it a shake. Yi-san possessed a similar bag, but his contained merely a letter and some cultivation techniques. Upon arriving at the forging chamber, Honshu's demeanor transformed as he began his crafting, exuding an aura that made him feel as if the entire world belonged to him, a sensation he had always relished. Honshu was forging a sword designated for inner sect disciples, known as the Yunxing sword. This blade was remarkably lightweight and particularly suited for disciples who practice shadow techniques. When forged to the intermediate high tier, it was equivalent to a high-grade earth tier weapon, presenting a modest challenge for a weapon craftsman. Han Shu's crafting process bore little difference from the previous day, yet this time it took longer, leaving him somewhat fatigued. For Han Shu, the paramount consideration in forging the Yunxing sword was not merely its aesthetic appeal, but its grade. This sword had attained the intermediate high tier, though it still fell short of some of the high-grade earth-tier weapons. Junior brother, do you see? This Yunxing sword differs from the previous Yunlu sword. The grades are dissimilar, as are the powers contained within. This is intrinsically linked to the materials and the steadiness of the forging process. Absorb this knowledge well, Han Shu advised. Senior brother, I have a question. Yisan ventured. Just speak your mind. I will do my utmost if it is within my capacity, Han Shu replied, his gaze unwavering. Senior brother, it's nothing significant, but with so many identical weapons being forged, are they for reserve? Yisan inquired. Han Shu chuckled softly. Some of these weapons are intended for fending off demon beasts, while others are favored by certain senior brothers. Well, I must take my leave now. If you have further questions, do not hesitate to seek me out, Han Shu concluded, departing shortly thereafter. Yisan began to cultivate the forging techniques, finding this session notably effortless. As if his body had melded with the earth fire, yielding substantial benefits. He forged several Yunxing swords, all of intermediate grade, though their potency was inferior to that of Han Shu's creations. Merely capable of manifesting intermediate power. Taking a moment to rest, Yisan then commenced forging using the celestial control technique, his first time employing this method, having previously only refined materials. The processes were fundamentally the same, differing only in technique. Fair maiden, does this technique serve only for forging? Yisan pondered internally. You are not lacking in wit. Given its name, do you truly believe it serves but one purpose? As your cultivation advances, you will be able to control living beings, not merely inanimate objects. The woman replied nonchalantly. Focus on solidifying your foundational forging skills first. This will greatly aid you, she advised Yisan, nodding in understanding. Yisan resumed his work. He successfully forged his first sword, achieving a peak quality of intermediate high tier, an impressive feat for his inaugural attempt using this technique. With greater proficiency, he could potentially elevate its grade further. As he progressed, Yisan intentionally limited his forging to the intermediate tier, slightly surpassing his previous work, concealing his true capabilities. As exhibiting excessive talent could prove detrimental. Yisan completed his forging expeditiously and stealthily made his way to the storeroom. Retrieving his bag of holding filled with scrap materials, treasures in his eyes. Though the space within the bag was not vast, it was not entirely full. Even when filled, it would only slightly diminish the storeroom's contents. Remaining inconspicuous, he then returned to the forging chamber to rest, awaiting Han Shu's arrival. Junior brother, Han Shu remarked as he gazed at Yunxing Jian. It seems this will not pose a challenge for you. Although your talent may not be the finest I have encountered, it is certainly commendable. Upon noticing Han Shu's arrival, Yisan immediately rose to his feet. Senior brother, I have heard that practicing with tools can cultivate myriad techniques. Is that true? Indeed, Han Shu replied. My master has mentioned it, though he too could not ascertain its veracity. Hence, we must diligently cultivate our skills, striving to reach greater heights to witness the truth. Yisan clasped his fists in gratitude before taking his leave. Left alone, Han Shu gathered a collection of Yunxing Jian and departed as well. While the quality of these items was not exceptional, they were nonetheless adequate. For Yisan, their refinement was manageable, allowing him the opportunity to practice other techniques, which would greatly benefit him. As Yisan employed the shadow illusion technique, he found certain applications beyond his reach, and some illusion formations merely described their effects without revealing their true power. Much like the previous 4 punishments killing array, which lacked a description of its might, only stating that as one's cultivation improved, so too would its efficacy. Yisan contemplated mastering a shadow technique to complement his illusion formations, thereby enhancing his self-defense capabilities. Reflecting on his preference for daggers, he sought an appropriate manual for cultivation. However, given his current limitations, he surmised he would have to wait until after the competition to gain the strength to act independently. He had no desire to remain ensnared in the practice of tool refinement for eternity. Even a single day felt wearisome and dreadfully mundane. Chapter 25. One's own weapon. A month passed, during which Yisan made remarkable progress, astonishing Han Shu, who noted that Yisan's skills in tool refinement had surpassed his own. Initially, Han Shu had viewed Yisan as a mere underachiever, but he now recognized his own narrow-mindedness. Junior brother, I have reported your circumstances to Elder Zhang, who is leading this time. The competition will take place atop Dream Cloud Mountain. and he will accompany you. Please show him the utmost respect, Han Shu advised Yi San. Rest assured, senior brother, I am not one to disregard the situation. I understand what is required of me. However, will there be others from our sect participating in the competition? Yi San inquired, pursing his lips. I neglected to mention that this competition includes not only our tool refinement lineage but also illusion formations, shadow techniques, and phantom beasts. There are 2 lineages with no representatives. So they need not attend, Han Shu sighed, lamenting the decline of Min Jizong, which had seen a significant decrease in participants. Han Shu continued, this competition features 7 major sects competing, including many outstanding individuals. While your talent is formidable, do not underestimate your opponents. If you secure first place in tool refinement, the rewards will be substantial, though I cannot disclose the specifics. Yi San's eyes brightened at the mention of rewards. He was in need of many resources and was curious about the nature of the prizes. Senior brother, since the gifted will ascend to the mountain top, I shall not squander these days. I will continue my tool refinement practice in hopes of further insights, Yi San declared to Han Shu. Very well, proceed with your endeavors. This mindset is commendable, but do not rush. Focus on your comprehension, Han Shu responded. After exchanging bows, Yi San departed. Han Shu's gaze ignited with fervor. The time had finally come for Yi San to rely on his own abilities. He had imparted nearly all that was necessary. Upon entering the tool refinement chamber, Yi San retrieved all the materials he had previously refined. Now, Han Shu would not intrude upon his practice, allowing Yi San to focus solely on the higher quality materials he had refined. Dismissing the rest as inadequate, the heavenly control technique possesses no limitations in its dominion, nor is there any material unsuitable for honing, save for the inadequacy of the practitioner. Yi San, guided by his own vision, meticulously melds all materials into the form of a dagger, compact and lightweight, yielding unexpectedly advantageous outcomes in certain situations. When paired with a shadow technique, the result is nothing short of perfection. Yi San reconstitutes the materials into a primordial liquid, gradually merging it with other substances. This process is far more arduous than typical crafting, for the materials have undergone refinement multiple times and possess a low grade, making them challenging to fuse. The greater the difficulty, the more exhilarated Yi San becomes, as it enhances his craftsmanship, and the dagger produced is of superior quality. He eschews conventional crafting formulas, opting instead for a more spontaneous approach. While the quality of the resultant item is assuredly commendable, the risk of failure looms large, yet Yi San is fortified by his unparalleled crafting technique, the heavenly control technique, which allows for the fusion of any material. Throughout the crafting process, Yi San feels the weight of exhaustion. The fusion proves to be exceedingly slow, and if this pace persists, it may take an entire day and night for the dagger to take shape. However, he remains unperturbed. Haste often leads to failure. Crafting is a monotonous endeavor, yet the moment of success ignites an uncontrollable thrill in any craftsman, Yi San included. Though he does not vocalize it, a peculiar gleam in his eyes betrays his excitement. Han Shu continues to peruse his tomes, having read them countless times, yet still seeking knowledge. In his earlier days, he was an eager learner, albeit hindered by limited aptitude, causing slow progress in his crafting endeavors. His master, rather than discouraging him, offered encouragement, stating, Han Shu, though your talent may be constrained, your diligence in learning could yield unexpected strength through persistent effort. Perhaps Han Shu has since forgotten or grown weary of such sentiments. Yi San, on the verge of collapse, feels the emergence of the mystical tortoise within him, exhaling energy to support him, while also bestowing a breath upon the dagger, infusing it with the essence of a shadow beast, thereby enhancing its quality. Suddenly revitalized, Yi San amplifies his energy output, causing the weapon to tremble as if yearning to break free. The mystical tortoise, observing this, intensifies its own energy, and Yi San gradually finds stability. With a resounding clang, the dagger clatters to the ground, embedded into the earth, its construction so formidable that no ordinary weapon could mar it, a testament to the dagger's razor-sharp edge. By heavens, I risk my life for this endeavor. Yet I cannot complete it alone. Do not fail me, Yi San declares, gripping the dagger with determination. Turning to the mystical tortoise, he jestingly admonishes, you lazy creature, had you been even a moment later, your master would have met his end. Ha ha! You must transcend your limits. I cannot always be your crutch. Besides, you surely gleaned some insights this time. The tortoise yawns, bemused. Indeed, Yi San has garnered invaluable understanding. The dagger has successfully reached the pinnacle of high-tier crafting. Now possessing the strength to contend with divine artifacts, the high-tier status has garnered admiration from all, validating Yi San's prowess as a master craftsman in this realm. However, certain weapons necessitate specific materials and procedures. With these, Yi San can assuredly craft at least to the high-tier level, though at a cost to his own vitality. As he draws the mystical tortoise into his consciousness, he gazes at the dagger in his hand. Previously, he had crafted a sword namely. Now, with this new creation, he names it a dagger. If it is to succeed in battle, must embody the element of surprise, evading notice like a shadow. Yi San sheathed the dagger. Feeling quite satisfied with the recent forging session that he remained in place, channeling his energy to restore his breath. There was also a sword he wished to refine anew, namely, the Li.1 weapon was concealed from prying eyes, while the other was held aloft, exuding a certain grandeur. Yi San then proceeded to the storeroom to gather some scrap materials, swiftly retrieving them to the forging chamber. Unlike before, the process unfolded with remarkable speed, and soon Yi San had also reforged the original sword, crafting a weapon that bore the same appearance as before. This time, the task was executed with ease, devoid of the earlier frustrations, culminating in the creation of a high-tier weapon. With the weapon prepared, he was merely lacking the sword techniques and a tome of shadow arts. Once acquired, he would be ready to venture forth alone, equipped with the means of self-defense. Yi San felt a surge of joy, having obtained the weapon of his dreams. Yet as he smiled, his thoughts drifted to his mother. It had been quite some time, and no one had come to apprehend him, which left him deeply concerned for her safety. Not wishing to dwell on such matters, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. Foregoing any training that he slept soundly, dreaming of ascending to the pinnacle of the world, yet feeling profoundly lonely, his laughter tinged with desperation. As dawn broke, Yi San awoke and prepared himself before heading to the hall. Within the hall, he found Han Shu alongside an older man with a hint of gray in his beard. Upon noticing Yi San's arrival, Han Shu exclaimed, "Junior brother, come here. This is Elder Zhang, the one I mentioned to you. Come, pay your respects." Elder Zhang turned his gaze towards him. "I am Yi San, the junior disciple of Han Shu," he said, clasping his fists in greeting. I have heard of your aptitude in forging. Are you truly prepared to represent us in this forging competition?" Elder Zhang inquired, skepticism evident in his voice, primarily due to Yi San's youth. "Elder Zhang, my junior brother's talent surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. That if he participates in this competition, I am certain he will achieve remarkable results," Han Shu clarified. "Han Shu, it is not my intention to criticize you, but your lineage of forgers is on the verge of extinction. Why persist in this struggle? Look around. There is no one left in the sect to craft talismans, so why force yourself into a corner?" Elder Zhang remarked, his words carrying weight. "Indeed, Elder, I merely wish to avoid disappointing my master by appearing ineffectual. At the very least, I have taught a prodigious talent, and if he achieves greatness, it would bring me some solace," Han Shu replied, his expression darkening, perhaps sensing Han Shu's discontent, or perhaps out of respect for his master. Elder Zhang acquiesced, promising to return the following day to escort Yi San for the forging. It would depend solely on Yi San's own efforts. No one could assist him. "Thank you for your support, brother," Yi San expressed gratefully to Han Shu. "It is no trouble at all. We are brothers. After all, what is trouble among kin? Focus and strive diligently. This competition represents a significant opportunity for you. Seize it well," Han Shu advised earnestly. "Understood, brother, that I shall make the most of it," Yi San affirmed, before making his way to the forging chamber. While Han Shu regarded this competition with great seriousness, Yi San felt it was not of paramount importance. If he unleashed his full potential, the first place would undoubtedly be his. Indeed, at his age, he possessed such capability. Currently, Yi San found it challenging to comprehend the next steps. Having reached the pinnacle of this realm that to break through, he would need to venture into territories governed by a greater multitude of laws. Han Shu's master had embarked on such a journey in pursuit of enlightenment. The world is vast, comprised of numerous regions, each varying in size. Among these, the Minji sect occupies a relatively modest space. Although it boasts 7 major sects and appears tranquil on the surface, beneath lies a fierce desire for dominance over this territory. The Minji sect is on the verge of withdrawing from the ranks of these 7 major sects. Were it not for its ancient heritage, it might have already fallen to the status of a secondary sect. Nonetheless, the Minji sect remains a formidable entity, even if others harbor ambitions against it. They must first cultivate their own strength. Currently, Isan continues to refine the waste materials in the repository, preparing an ample supply for the future with the intention of crafting a set of illusionary array hand tools that can be deployed effortlessly, without expending energy. Indeed, there exist methods for creating such tools within the techniques, but Isan's current cultivation is insufficient. Even if he were to forge them, their release would inevitably result in backlash. Isan solidifies the refined liquid and stores it in his small dimensional bag, which is now filled to over half its capacity with waste materials. To the untrained eye, the repository would not reveal the extent of its depletion. Yet, Isan remains unsatisfied, having exhausted the refining process within the dimensional bag. Only raw materials remain. A mere handful. He returns to the repository, utilizing his skills to select suitable materials. This technique of treasure seeking is indeed commendable, and once again, Isan fills his dimensional bag to the brim. Observing the remnants in the repository, he feels a twinge of regret. If only the dimensional bag were larger, he could gather everything without hesitation. Such a shame, he muses, as he clutches two smaller items and proceeds to the refining chamber. The refining chamber has become Isan's personal domain for solitary cultivation, free from disturbances. Even Han Shu does not intrude. Isan resolves that after this competition, regardless of the outcome, he must depart from the refining chamber. Lingering any longer would merely squander time. Engaging in daily refinement, solitude has become a habit. After a night of effort, Isan finds that he has still not filled the dimensional bag. It is time to leave this place. As dawn approaches, he makes his way alone to the hall, where Han Shu soon arrives. Junior brother, in a moment the elder will arrive. You must heed his teachings and avoid reckless actions, Han Shu advises. Approaching Isan with measured steps. Senior brother, rest assured, I am quite composed. Do you think I lack understanding? Isan retorts, understanding is one thing. Do not lose your composure when the time comes. Han Shu continues. Isan chooses silence. He realizes that as soon as conversations begin, his senior brother tends to elaborate extensively. It is better to remain quiet and await the moment in tranquility. After some time, Han Shu announces, Junior brother? The elder has arrived outside. You may go. Isan bows respectfully to Han Shu before stepping out, his heart filled with anticipation for the competition. Upon exiting, he finds the elder waiting. Let us proceed. The elder instructs as Isan follows him to the grand hall of the sect, where many others await. Upon seeing Isan, whispers circulate among the gathered disciples. This is the disciple participating in the refining competition. He doesn't seem particularly impressive. Indeed, it is said that the refining lineage has not seen any challengers for many years. It is surprising to have a disciple enter this time. He is likely just testing his luck. He possesses little real strength. The comments abound, reflecting a lack of faith in Isan's abilities. Silence. The elder commands. The sect leader will arrive shortly. He will observe you. Exercise some decorum and do not provoke the sect leader. He addresses the 25 competitors. The practice of forging weapons is represented by one individual, while the shadow arts are exemplified by 7 practitioners. The illusion formation boasts 8, and the beast summoners also number 8. Additionally, another practitioner of alchemy has just arrived. Upon the arrival of the alchemy disciple, no one spoke loudly, but there were whispers among the crowd concerning the connection between the forger and the alchemy disciple. The forger, Yi San, sensed that he and the alchemist were somewhat isolated. Thus he approached the alchemy disciple and said, Greetings, my good fellow. Might I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? After glancing at the others, he noted their disapproval of the two of them. Certainly. My name is Li Jinkue. A disciple of the alchemy lineage, replied Li Jinkue, and Yi San couldn't help but feel that this disciple was rather forthright, divulging so much information at once. That I am Yi San, a contender in this weapon forging competition. He responded, Brother Kue, I have heard that we are the only representatives from our respective lineages. How about we accompany each other? It would be pleasant to converse, Yi San suggested quietly to Li Jinkue. Li Jinkue was slender and somewhat tall. Yi San had to tilt his gaze upwards slightly to speak with him. Do not come too close. I am male, and considering this is our first meeting, we are not yet well acquainted. Li Jinkue stated bluntly. Brother Kue, I could assist you in forging a weapon that suits your needs. What do you think? Yi San tempted him with his words. Li Jinkue's expression shifted. He genuinely desired a weapon that was more suitable for him, as he was currently wielding a Yunlu sword provided by the sect. Yi San had long observed that everyone in the group carried a sword. and one must wonder how they could not yearn for a unique weapon of their own amidst such uniformity. "Oh, you have any particular requests?" Li Jinkui inquired. "Clever. Once the competition concludes, we shall negotiate." Li Jinkui conceded. As the conversation unfolded, a throng of individuals entered the grand hall, led by a young man, followed by several older figures. It was apparent that the young man was the sect leader. With the elders trailing behind him, the sect leader took his seat in the highest position, while the other elders occupied their designated spots. Respected sect leader and esteemed elders, these are the disciples participating in this competition. Elder Zhang announced as he stepped forward. He then whispered to the assembled disciples, "Quickly, pay your respects." That Yi-san followed the others in performing a kneeling salute. "Elder Zhang, the number of participants has diminished significantly. What have you been doing? Is it possible that our Minji sect lacks disciples?" questioned an elder seated below. The sect leader interjected, "Silence. Currently, our Minji sect faces numerous crises, and the beasts are watching us intently. You must strive to achieve commendable ranks in the competition, as this will greatly enhance our sect's strength." He addressed the disciples. "Those who secure the first place will receive rewards, in addition to the competition prizes. Our sect will also offer incentives." The sect leader continued. The elders, whose disciples had aged out of participation, began to murmur amongst themselves, discussing the talented disciples sent to combat the beasts, as well as the exceptional disciples from other sects. In summary, they believed that the Minji sect lacked notable disciples and would likely remain in the same position, unable to secure high ranks. Nevertheless, the sect leader remained hopeful and continued to encourage them. "That shall suffice. Elder Zhang, please make haste. Do not waste any more time," the sect leader instructed. "Yes, sect leader, follow me outside," Elder Zhang responded, leading them out. Upon stepping outside, Elder Zhang uttered a few words when suddenly a colossal beast appeared. Adorned with wings, sharp claws, and a pointed beak, resembling a magnificent eagle. "Do not panic. This is my shadow beast, which can carry us to the mountaintop. Hurry aboard," Elder Zhang called out to us. One by one, we ascended into the air. The shadow beast offered no resistance. Yi-san found it astonishing, as his own tortoise could only carry people on water, pondering whether it might one day soar through the skies as well. "Hey, what are you thinking? You're not scared, are you?" Li Jinkui remarked. Yi-san shot him a glance, contemplating whether he should mention that he too possessed a shadow beast capable of carrying him. Mistaking Yi-san's reticence for embarrassment, Li Jinkui continued, "You see, I've had the fortune of riding a few times, though not on such a beast. Rather, it was on a high-tier spirit ship, which also has the ability to fly, albeit with less spaciousness than this creature." Intrigued, Yi-san inquired, "A spirit ship? How come I've never heard of it?" "Huh? Do you think someone like you, who merely practices crafting in the sect, would know? Had it not been for my master and I dealing in spirit pills, I would never have had the chance to witness one." Li Jinkui scoffed. "Where can one procure such a vessel?" Yi-san pressed him. "Well, I've never purchased one. I've only been a passenger. However, I've heard of larger ones that can shrink in size, much like a chinkoan bag," Li Jinkui replied. "And where did you sell spirit pills?" Yi-san continued to interrogate. The auction held jointly by the 7 great sects. After the auction concludes, one can freely set up stalls to trade items, and there is also a trading fair for goods afterward, Li Jinkui said, his enthusiasm evident. "You should have seen it. It was a throng of people, with experts aplenty, while those like us were countless as ants. Yi-san listened intently, perhaps sensing that he was divulging too much, so he fell silent. Yet, Yi-san persisted in gazing at him. "Oh, stop staring at me. This auction occurs annually. You should attend. If I go, I'll bring you along," Li Jinkui added, somewhat regretting his earlier enthusiasm, realizing that his previous visits had been under his master's guidance, and bringing Yi-san along would be a considerable loss. Yi-san immediately agreed and promised to assist him in sourcing materials for crafting in the future. Once all the disciples were aboard the beast, the elder leapt up as well. "Let us depart," the elder commanded. The shadow beast soared steadily into the sky, and Yi-san and the others felt no discomfort, only a sense of wonder. Even Li Jinkui, who had previously flown on a spirit ship, was filled with As they ascended higher, the entire Minji sect became visible below. Yi-san marveled at its vastness, questioning whether he had ever traversed the entire sect before. "I never imagined that our daily lives in Minji sect could be so expansive. I've never viewed it from this perspective," another disciple exclaimed in admiration. Li Jinkui remarked, "The scenery along the way will be even more breathtaking. Cherish this moment, for such opportunities are rare. Yi-san, however, chuckled quietly, thinking that if it weren't for the transaction with Li Jinkui, he might not have been so amiable. You little alchemist, mind your words, came a warning from an onlooker. Li Jinkui instinctively closed his mouth and turned to Isan, saying, Isan, the scenery along the journey is truly breathtaking. I fear you have never witnessed anything like it. As he spoke, the demon beast had already flown quite far. Isan glanced over and, indeed, the view was magnificent, encompassing all beneath. Noticing Isan's momentary captivation, Li Jinkui immediately interjected. So, what do you think? I wasn't misleading you, was I? After all, I have experienced it myself. Isan, wishing to reprimand him, wondered what he was trying to boast about. Isan then addressed the Migui in his consciousness, asking, Migui, can you see the outside world? I can indeed. It's astonishingly high. If one were to fall, it would surely result in a shattering demise. Migui cautiously replied, I think I shall refrain from looking. With your sturdiness, how could you possibly break? Isan expressed doubt. Haha, boss, I was merely jesting. It's just so high that it feels intimidating. But tell me, can you fly up here? No need to discuss anything else. Isan directly inquired. To fly, I must first enhance my cultivation. This is beyond my control. Unlike this demon beast, which possesses innate intelligence and can soar through the skies, I am of the aquatic realm, Migui explained. Upon hearing this, Isan felt a tinge of disappointment. All right, I understand. Focus on your cultivation and make haste to elevate yourself, Isan instructed. With that, Migui succumbed to slumber. Appearing rather insufferable, Isan turned to Li Jinkui and asked, how many individuals will be competing at the mountain summit? I have some knowledge of that. However, you need not worry excessively. There are few alchemists among the other sects, and even fewer weapon forgers, so it will be somewhat relaxed, Li Jinkui replied. Nonetheless, their talents are not to be underestimated. To triumph over them will be a challenge, but I hold hope. My aptitude is quite commendable. He added with a hearty laugh, eliciting nervous glances from the surrounding disciples. Isan distanced himself from Li Jinkui, preferring not to be too close to this fool and attract disapproving looks. Yet, Li Jinkui persisted. I possess remarkable talent. Even my master acknowledges that I have a chance this time. If I secure first place, my standing within the sect will be entirely transformed. Li Jinkui continued to daydream. He nearly drooled at the thought to overlook all, and to see all as insignificant. Isan relished this feeling, though he concealed it outwardly. As his inner desire for strength intensified at that moment, the elder spoke. You all should cultivate diligently and refrain from needless disputes. Once outside, unity is paramount. Do not bring shame upon yourselves or our sect. Indeed, that is best. Should anyone cause trouble or stir conflict, do not blame me for being ruthless. The elder declared, his voice resonating with authority, startling Isan and the others into silence. After a while, Isan turned to Li Jinkui and remarked, Hey, why so quiet? Were you frightened? Isan had genuinely not heard of such things, having remained secluded in weapon forging. Observing Isan's genuine ignorance, Li Jinkui added, You don't spend all your time cultivating, do you? Even Elder Zhang is unaware of this. What about Elder He and Elder Lu? Isan was familiar with Elder Lu, who had previously made things difficult for him, but he knew nothing of Elder He. You are unaware of these matters. It seems you are new here. Let me enlighten you. The elders in our sect are all of the same ilk. Do not provoke them, Li Jinkui whispered, clearly intimidated. Isan, however, felt no fear. While I respect the elders, should they intentionally harass me, there will be no more words to say. I will seize any opportunity to retaliate. Enough with the noise, I understand. Now, could you enlighten me about the cultivation of these elders? Yesan attempted to shift the topic. Li Jinkui discerned that Yesan was indifferent, presuming that Yesan had powerful allies. He continued, The cultivation of these elders is predominantly at the realm of Shadow Soul, albeit with varying positions. Yet, they cannot contend with one another, for the sect leader's cultivation is at the level of Shadow Emperor. Once the leader speaks, who would dare to defy such formidable prowess? Yet, why does today's Minji sect pale in comparison to its former glory? Yesan pressed on. Therein lies the crux of the matter. Our Minji sect is guarded by a shadow sovereign. Yet he has been absent for centuries. Some speculate he has ascended, while others believe he has passed away. Regardless, there are myriad theories, but based on the current circumstances, it seems he has indeed met his end. Li Jinkui elaborated slowly. Yesan calculated the implications. If Minji's sect's strength truly reflected this, what was there to fear? While others might require months or even years to elevate their cultivation, for him, it was merely a matter of days. Presently, he remained at the Shadow Beast realm, an ordinary presence within the sect. If he were to attain the rank of Shadow Sovereign at this age, it would surely infuriate those old-timers. The more Yeson pondered, the more elated he became, nearly bursting into laughter. Hey, what are you laughing at? Are you truly oblivious to the hierarchy of realms? Ascending even one tier can feel like a chasm between heaven and earth. Only those with exceptional talent and mastery of their techniques can challenge higher levels. Someone like you would be easily dispatched with a mere slap from an elder, Li Jinkui stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Yeson refrained from being too audacious. What if his plans fell apart? Noticing Yeson's return to composure, Li Jinkui continued, "You are still too young, ignorant of the world's darkness that I in matters of strength. The powerful dictate the discourse. Those like us must abide, unless your talent is truly extraordinary. Enough of that. Let us enjoy the scenery. No one is pressuring you to speak." Yeson promptly turned his gaze to the landscape. "TCH, were it not for the reminder, I would not have been so considerate," Li Jinkui murmured as he too began to admire the view. After a while, they reached the summit, where many individuals were gathered. Standing apart, presumably from various sections, the disciples began to leap down from their positions. Isn't that Minji sect? What brings them here? Haha, if I were in their shoes, I would be too embarrassed to show my face. A middle-aged man with a beard remarked. Yeson and his companions turned to look. What are you staring at? A few insignificant brats thinking they can win a contest. They ought to reflect on their own capabilities. Others chimed in. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Yeson's group retorted, "Who are you to speak to us like that? Why bully the weak?" With a resounding slap, a notable disciple was knocked down to the ground. "Help him up and return to your position," Elder Zhang instructed his disciples. "And now you're leaving. Come and fight. It's been ages since I've had a good brawl." The man laughed heartily, drawing the attention of the surrounding sects. "This is Minji's sect. They should quickly withdraw from the 7 great sects that I hear they always end up at the bottom." Many began to murmur. Indeed, it appears they have lost a few more competitors this time. Others joined in the chatter. "What are you all doing? Do you still wish to compete? Are you trying to disrupt the rules?" An elder with white hair and a beard interjected. The 2 individuals saw him and exclaimed in unison. "Elder He, this elder, the master of the summit, though not exceptionally powerful, commanded considerable respect, and none dared to oppose him. Elder He, I too shall take my leave, as I still have to impart some wisdom to those impetuous youngsters." Elder Zhang remarked. "Indeed, let me remind you, your sect's strength is rather feeble. It would be prudent to avoid provoking trouble, lest you suffer the consequences." Elder He concluded before turning to depart. Elder Zhang sighed. Fully aware that the current state of affairs within the sect is common knowledge, rendering them vulnerable to humiliation. As they arrived at the designated location, it was evident that it lacked the allure of other sects. Some voiced their grievances, lamenting, "How can they treat us this way? We are here to compete, not to be subjected to such indignities. Enough of this commotion. Settle down and rest. The competition begins tomorrow," Elder Zhang commanded. At that moment, Li Jinkui approached Yeson from behind and whispered, "Did you see? Nowadays, sects can be openly disparaged. I fear for our future. Have you never considered relocating for your training? I can hardly endure this place any longer." Li Jinkui continued. Leave? Yeson had not contemplated departing from Minjizong just yet, but he knew it was only a matter of time. Chapter 28. The competition begins. Indeed, I advise you to think of your future and not linger here indefinitely, Li Jinkui said with genuine concern. After this, Yeson closed his eyes to cultivate his mind. While the other disciples engaged in their own practices, the elders sat before them, whether in meditation or training. Was uncertain. Li Jinkui soon lost interest in conversation and joined in the cultivation. The mountaintop was expansive, with the 7 major sects widely dispersed, yet ample space remained. At the center of the summit lay a colossal arena, surrounded by numerous smaller platforms designated for competitions. Although the sects were situated far apart, they could still see one another. However, Minjizong's position was not particularly prominent, a fact that correlated with the sect's strength. Naturally, the higher the power, the more favorable the location. Yeson did not regard Minjizong as his home. It was merely a place for his cultivation, and at times it proved perilous, necessitating caution. It was challenging for a disciple to consider such a place as their home. Of course, if Yeson possessed the ability, he would not stand idly by in a crisis, for he had learned much here. The following day arrived peacefully, with everyone atop the mountain remaining in their positions. For those committed to cultivation, nothing could deter them. Esteemed elders and disciples, our sect's competition is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves, as there are additional matters to discuss. Elder, he announced, employing his technique to ensure all could hear. The competition was set to begin with an illusionary arts contest. Those who would be competing in this discipline should proceed first, where they would draw lots to determine their matches, relying on both luck and skill. Elder Zhang instructed the 7 disciples adept in illusion. Yesan noticed their nervousness and nearly laughed. Li Jinkui said, Yesan, when my turn comes, you must bless me, though my master has proclaimed me a genius. It's natural to feel a bit anxious among so many competitors. It would be best to avoid any blunders. A blessing, you say. Very well, I shall ensure you secure first place, for no one can surpass you. Yesan jested. Why mention it now? You should save your words for when I am competing, otherwise, it won't be effective, Li Jinkui replied, his demeanor one of apprehension. All right, I shall reserve my words for your competition. Is that acceptable? Yesan continued. That won't do. You must speak with conviction, not with such indifference, Li Jinkui said earnestly. I understand. Just stop the noise. Yi-san is already growing impatient. Don't be so impatient. Let me share a little secret with you. Are you familiar with the artisans from other sects? Do you have any knowledge of them? Yi-san inquired. Haha, you truly do not know, do you? Each sect has only a handful of alchemists and weaponsmiths. So it's quite easy to find out. It's understandable that you, as a newcomer, might be unaware. Li Jinkui chuckled. As for weaponsmithing, Hishan sect has 2 practitioners, one named Gutian and the other Gohong. These 2 are brothers and possess the remarkable talent to forge intermediate-level weapons. They are indeed gifted. In contrast, Huanhua sect is rather average. Although they have 2 smiths, they are far inferior to the Gu brothers, named Huaihua and Zhongrun, who can only forge low-tier intermediate weapons at best. Then there's Inhen sect, which has only 1 practitioner, yet possesses great talent and can also forge intermediate-level weapons. I believe their name is Dai He. Yunxing sect also has 2 disciples in weapon forging, Hidong and Wang Lai. However, their abilities are relatively low, as they did not participate in last year's competition. So their current prowess remains unknown. Lastly, Lucian sect has the largest number of participants, with 3 competing this time, one of whom is named Shan Shan, rumored to be a woman, but the truth of this remains uncertain. Nonetheless, she is capable of forging intermediate-level weapons, while the other 2 possess lesser talents and are merely there to assist her. Zhongsheng sect is known for its amiable demeanor towards all other sects, with little scandal associated with it, and it boasts formidable strength. They too have 2 representatives here, one named Cheng Sheng and the other Lu Hunqing, with Cheng Sheng being able to forge high-tier intermediate quality weapons. Yusen nodded in response, seemingly unimpressed. With that indifferent demeanor, do you consider yourself superior to these talented disciples? Surely, it cannot be an act, Li Jinkui teased. I genuinely do not regard them highly. I simply prefer to keep a low profile until the time comes to reveal my brilliance. Which would be unwise, Yusan retorted, his words overheard by other disciples, who rolled their eyes but dared not speak up. You are so formidable, yet I have never heard of you. Should you fear exposure? Are you afraid of being hunted down? Li Jinkui mocked. Do you not believe me? How about we make a wager? If I secure first place, you will become my junior and teach me alchemy for free. Yisan declared confidently, gazing at Li Jinkui. What do you have to lose? You are merely putting on a show. But what if you lose? If I lose, I will become your junior and forge weapons for you for free. How does that sound? Very well, but do not try to back out later, Li Jinkui said, intentionally loud enough for those nearby to hear. What is there to fear? Since so many have heard, they will serve as witnesses. He added, glancing around at the other disciples. The disciples nearby remained silent, their attention drawn to the arena. Yi-san and Li Jinkui also turned their gaze towards the stage. An elderly man with white hair soared above the arena and announced loudly. Esteemed guests, the sect competition is now officially underway. The rules remain unchanged, and I shall refrain from further remarks. Let the event commence. The speaker was none other than Huang Lao, the revered guardian of the mountaintop. Very well, you may proceed first, but remember to adhere to the rules. Elder Zhang instructed the disciples of the illusion array. Upon his command, disciples from various sects approached the arena, with numbers being roughly equal. Now, let us draw lots that a total of 56 individuals will compete. The one selected from each sect shall take the stage first, with the victors remaining and the defeated being eliminated. Among the Minji sect's 7 disciples, The one chosen was a slender man that I didn't expect this fellow to be the first to compete, remarked Li Jinkue, who would face him. Do you know him? Yasan inquired. All right, let me share his story. His name is Huanling, and true to his name, he has mastered the illusion array to the point of summoning spirits. He is renowned for his formidable skills within the illusion array. Currently, he is at the level of an illusion beast, and it is rumored that he can defeat those whose cultivation exceeds his by a significant margin. Li Jinkue concluded, a hint of admiration in his voice. Impressive indeed, Yasan mused, initially believing his own abilities to be remarkable, only to realize that others could surpass them. Not merely impressive, one cannot fathom the number of admirers he has. Not only is he powerful, but he is also a direct disciple of the Elder, who speaks of him in the highest regard. Chapter 29. The illusion array concludes. The disciples who had drawn lots ascended the stage, where numerous arenas awaited them, and the battles commenced. As Huanling stepped onto the platform, a voice rang out. Isn't that the waste of the Minji sect? Ha ha ha. This taunt came from the disciple who was to face Huanling. Very well, let us see what you've got. With that, he unleashed a formation known as the Unified Sound Array. Huanling, undeterred, countered with a common illusion technique. The Unified Sound Array, as its name suggests, relies on sound as a means of attack. Although typically of limited practical use, the opponent possessed the confidence to wield it effectively, having mastered it to the point where all damage converged into a single strike. Huanling, however, remained unfazed and retorted with a smile, a mere parlor trick. Break. He shattered the opponent's formation with ease and continued to deliver a relentless barrage of strikes, sending his adversary crashing to the ground. It's impossible. How can your mastery of the illusion array be so advanced? You must be cheating. The opposing disciple protested, but a swift smack silenced his words. No one dared to question the outcome of the duel. The true master of the mount remained unknown. Only the overseer was recognized, and even he was formidable, suggesting that those behind him were even more so. Down you go. With a decisive blow, Huanling sent his opponent tumbling from the stage, rendering him unconscious. Clearly, Huanling had employed some underhanded tactics, yet even if someone suspected foul play, no one dared to voice it. In this realm, the victor claimed the spoils. That on the third arena, Huanling of the Minji sect emerged victorious. Well done, truly a genius. Elder Zhang commended Huanling as he approached. Huanling basked in the admiration reflected in the eyes of others, reveling in his success. The elder, rather than expressing concern, continued to offer praise. Hey, Yasan, did you see that? Even the elder admires him. I must become the center of attention, even surpassing him. Li Jinkue declared that don't be disheartened. I will surely secure first place. Just wait and see. As the matches on the stage concluded, 7 competitors were eliminated. The victorious rested while the remaining disciples continued to draw lots for their next bouts. Yasan observed that the opposing side exuded a formidable aura, while their own lacked any semblance of momentum. The hapless Minjizong, having merely stumbled upon a fortunate victory in a single round, perhaps presumes that everyone else is as ineffectual as he is. Ha ha ha, I suggest you concede defeat yourself. Your demeanor betrays an acute awareness of your considerable shortcomings, rendering you unfit to triumph over him. Yet, he initiated his spellcasting first, only to be outpaced by his opponent, who, without even completing the incantation, was abruptly hurled from the stage with a resounding bang. You were advised to acknowledge your defeat, yet you persisted in your attempts to cast a spell. Serves you right, you wretched fool. As these words were uttered, an announcement declared his opponent the victor. The defeated disciple managed to rise and trudge towards the exit, head bowed, surrounded by laughter, while not a soul found amusement in Min Jizong's plight. Elder Zhang remained silent, accustomed to such spectacles. The ridicule from so many was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. It could potentially give rise to inner demons. Some individuals grow stronger in the face of such torment, while others find their progress stagnated. The resilience of one's spirit plays a pivotal role in this. Possessing the heart of a champion means that no one can vanquish you from within. Rather, it fortifies your strength. TSK. It seems this setback has struck a significant blow to him. After all, who has faced defeat? Li Jinkue murmured from the sidelines. Yet, Yusan remained unfazed. Each individual is unique, with distinct missions and thus varying paths in life. By the following day, Min Jizong was left with merely 2 disciples from the Illusion Array division, the fewest remaining among all sects, and the source of much mockery. Elder Zhang feigned ignorance, yet his disciples were wide-eyed with indignation, unable to voice their frustrations. Even Elder Zhang refrained from retaliating, rendering the situation all the more exasperating. However, Li Jinkue and Yi San were unaffected, as their names had not been mentioned. Elder Zhang, however, harbored a slight bias against them. This was a moment to express loyalty to the sect. Yet Yi San and his companion exhibited a remarkable calmness. That day, every disciple of Min Jizong from the Illusion Array Division faced defeat, compelling even the proud Huan Ling to bow her head. Elder Zhang found himself at a loss for words. Once celebrated as a prodigy within the sect, by the second round, they had faltered. This was not to say that Huan Ling lacked ability. Rather, the disciples from other sects simply possessed greater talent. After 5 days, the competitions across all sects concluded, with the unexpected victor being Zheng Shenzong, whose abilities were not widely known. Many were taken aback, not due to the innate talent of Zheng Shenzong's disciples, but because this year's participants appeared significantly stronger than in previous years. Elder Zhang himself recognized that the current disciples exhibited a marked elevation in strength, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a top ranking. The Illusion Array competition officially came to a close, and as everyone witnessed, the matches were indeed thrilling. Yet, the first place was claimed by Fei Yao of Zheng Shenzong, whose youthful prowess foretells an illustrious future. Elder He remarked, "The reward for this first-place achievement includes a session in a secret realm for cultivation. The specifics of this location will require discussion among you all, along with a tome on the Illusion Array," spoke Elder Huang. The mere mention of a secret realm elicited gasps. Such an opportunity is already a substantial reward. Coupled with a volume on the array, many speculated on the quality of this text. "I can't believe there's a secret realm. I must secure first place. I am determined to enter that realm," Li Jinkue exclaimed loudly. "What's all this commotion?" Elder Zhang bellowed. Li Jinkue immediately fell silent. Too afraid to laugh or speak loudly. "Is the secret realm truly that remarkable?" Yi San inquired softly. "Not even aware of the existence of the secret realm, I must concede my defeat. In the area where we reside, numerous secret realms, both large and small, abound. Some contain celestial herbs and fruits, while others harbor treasures of the secret realm that in any case, most are advantageous," Li Jinkue murmured. "Could there be any that are disadvantageous?" Yi San pressed further. Li Jinkue rolled his eyes but continued. "Some are said to be inhabited by demons and monsters, yet they also possess treasures, though one must risk their life to acquire them." Chapter 30. All defeated? Now that the illusionary array has concluded, it is time for the next shadow technique. "Please prepare yourselves," he declared, surveying the surroundings. The various sects began to make their preparations, and disciples gathered towards the arena. "Let us commence the drawing of lots, an old custom," announced Min Jizong's representative, a formidable figure named Ba Tianhu, whose imposing stature and strength were evident, facing off against a slender young man. This time victory is assured. Just look at Ba Tianhu's robust physique. While his opponent resembles a scrawny monkey, many disciples of Min Jizong believed their triumph was guaranteed. However, Yi San held a different perspective. Physical strength did not necessarily equate to prowess, as it often lacked agility, whereas the slender figure exhibited remarkable dexterity, rendering the outcome uncertain. Upon ascending the stage, Ba Tianhu threw a punch into the air, creating a resounding noise to intimidate his opponent, who merely smiled without uttering a word. Ba Tianhu, mistaking the smile for mockery, retorted angrily, "Do not think I am like those useless fools from the illusionary array." With that, he launched his assault, each punch echoing with tremendous force. While the slender disciple adeptly evaded, "Come and face me head-on, coward. Show yourself," Ba Tianhu bellowed, his voice imbued with power. It was unexpected that Min Jizong possessed such a disciple. Had he been trained in superior techniques, he would surely excel in strength, lamented some spectators. Yet the slender disciple remained unfazed, continuing his evasive maneuvers as Ba Tianhu unleashed his shadow technique. With a thunderous roar, Ba Tianhu's power visibly multiplied, unleashing a shockwave, but the slender disciple managed to evade once more, albeit sustaining a minor injury. The slender disciple activated his own shadow technique, increasing his speed. Ba Tianhu's fist met only empty air as his opponent deftly dodged. Frustrated, Ba Tianhu's fury intensified, throwing punch after punch, exhausting himself while the slender disciple remained relatively unscathed. The spectators discerned the strategy. The slender man aimed to deplete Ba Tianhu's stamina, while Ba Tianhu, like a simpleton, continued his futile assault. The air crackled with the sounds of his fruitless strikes, a mockery of his efforts, until at last, he collapsed from exhaustion. "Useless," Elder Zhang scoffed. The other disciples were left dumbfounded. Having squandered such a significant advantage, They faced the harsh reality of their defeat. Why Isan pursed his lips, recognizing Ba Tianhu's lack of intelligence amidst his brute strength. It was a surprise indeed that he succumbed in such a manner. Who would have thought that this fierce warrior, Ba Tianhu, would fall so easily? The upcoming contest seemed hopeless. Li Jinque murmured quietly. Come, assist him down, they urged, as other disciples of the shadow technique helped him to his feet. Although the overlord had fallen, he remained conscious, his face a canvas of unwillingness and frustration. The subsequent contests unfolded as foretold by Li Jinque, resulting in a complete defeat. They were eliminated in the very first round, with Elder Zhang cursing them as worthless, unable to even compare to the previous cohort. This lamentation only served to amuse the other sects, leaving Elder Zhang devoid of hope for this event. Merely wishing to depart swiftly as the next beast summoning commenced, Elder Zhang paid it no heed, for observing it only vexed him further. 5 days passed before the shadow technique concluded, a torment for Elder Zhang, who endured daily taunts with no grounds for rebuttal. The symbol-making competition was set to begin the following day, with materials provided by them, yet only 6 sects would compete. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted as they mocked. It must be the Minji sect. Elder Zhang felt helpless, recalling the previous year's misfortunes. Indeed, the mountaintop lived up to its name. Its height was notable, and the absence of any shops rendered the daily stay exceedingly dull. Remarked Li Jinque to Isan. You should be content. Witnessing so many talented disciples compete is a privilege many yearn for yet cannot attain, Isan retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. The disciples of the Minji sect here were devoid of conscience, oblivious to the stakes of victory or defeat, utterly unbothered by their reputation. Elder Zhang's expression was one of despair. The disciples who had completed their matches dared not exhale, fearful of sudden reprimands. At this point, only Isan and Li Jinque remained untested in the Minji sect, and Elder Zhang had resigned himself to despair. Even acknowledging Li Jinque's genius, he held no hope, for other sects were not lacking in prodigies. As the next day dawned, the Minji sect found itself merely spectators, with some unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Disciples preparing to craft symbols. Please step onto the stage, announced the elder, transforming the arena. The small platforms vanished, replaced by an expansive surface adorned with tables, each laden with a stack of paper, a pen, and a dish of liquid. These constituted the materials for symbol crafting, a spiritual pen, paper infused with spiritual energy, and a liquid imbued with ethereal essence. All participants stood before identical tables, and there was no need for a draw. Each would use the materials provided to create symbols, with the highest grade and most practical effect securing victory. Therefore, do not take this lightly, Elder, he cautioned. Each individual took their place, attuning themselves to the materials, lifting their pens, dipping paper, and beginning the crafting process. Creating symbols required a tranquil mind, free from external disturbances, and the audience, understanding this, maintained a respectful silence. Suddenly, a disciple on the stage coughed up blood and was immediately disqualified. A case of insufficient cultivation attempting to forge high-tier symbols, resulting in backlash from their own ambition. Achoo! Isan feigned a careless sneeze, drawing the attention of all present. Remarkably, a symbol on stage began to emit smoke, leading to yet another disqualification. The disciples of the Yuxing sect glared at Isan, for the one eliminated was one of their own, while others reveled in the misfortune, hoping to witness further eliminations. The elders presiding over the arena bore no blame, for the art of symbol crafting necessitated inner peace. Who could be held accountable for the turmoil? Yesan, with a pout, expressed his disdain, saying, if you wish to watch, then watch. I simply cannot abide your presence. TSK. If Yunxingzong were to learn of Yesan's current sentiments, he would surely put an end to him. At that moment, Li Jinque dared not speak. He was unwilling to be implicated. However, he could not help but regard Yesan with a trace of admiration, as he stood closest to him and had long discerned Yesan's intentionality. With one less disciple, Yunxingzong found itself at a disadvantage. The disciples from Minjizong and Elder Zhang cast reproachful glances at Yesan, regardless of whether his actions were intentional. If Yunxingzong were to express discontent, they would undoubtedly share the blame. In Chapter 31, Refining Pills, Minjizong was in no position to withstand any external pressures. For the time being, they could not disturb the duel taking place on the platform. Thus, Elder Zhang refrained from speaking, though his gaze towards Yesan was far from benevolent. Yesan sensed this piercing gaze and turned his attention elsewhere, reflecting on the truth that elders are indeed prone to displaying their emotions. He then focused on the arena, deliberately ignoring his elder. Elder Zhang, feeling disregarded, was consumed by anger and struck Yeson with a swift palm. With a thud, Yeson fell to the ground, caught off guard by the sudden aggression. Especially given the audience present, this commotion drew everyone's attention back to him, and the demeanor of Yunxingzong softened somewhat. Yeson's only desire was to retaliate against this old fool, who he once thought to be a good elder, only to discover him to be a coward. Rising to his feet, Yeson reined in his emotions and seated himself at the edge of the group. Elder Zhang, believing that Yeson was intimidated, ceased his aggression. His anger dissipating significantly. He then ignored Yeson, choosing instead to rest his eyes. Seeing Elder Zhang's anger fade, Li Junque approached Yeson, gently patting him on the back. Yeson turned, offering a reassuring smile to indicate that all was well. Li Junque, with a resigned pout, chuckled in sympathy. Lacking strength meant that any actions deemed displeasing would lead to ridicule. The scorn directed at Minjiazong stemmed from the formidable power of other sects, which had rendered Minjiazong hesitant to retaliate openly. The talisman crafting proceeded swiftly, with some being eliminated and others completing their tasks expeditiously. However, speed did not guarantee victory as the day came to an end. Surprisingly, Yunxingzong claimed the top position, astonishing not only Yeson but all present in the upcoming pill refining competition. Li Junque was brimming with excitement, eager to take the stage, and he chattered incessantly beside Yeson. Yeson, when I secure first place tomorrow, it will be quite an impressive feat. You must keep an eye on me, he declared, his eyes shimmering with determination. And do pray for me. Don't forget. You too must strive for first place in your weapon crafting contest. We cannot allow that elder or anyone else to mock you, he added with a fierce tone. Elder Zhang opened his eyes briefly to glance at Li Junque, but said nothing, subsequently returning to his meditative state. Securing first place would undoubtedly be easier for Yeson, but striking a blow to these others would be a sight to behold. Li Junque noticed Yeson lost in thought and remarked, Did you hear? There are rewards for the first place. You must not squander that opportunity, as we will need to look out for one another in the secret realm that I have heard. Just remember not to forget when the auction begins. Yeson replied, Our matters will certainly not be overlooked. When the auction commences, I will seek you out. If I do not arrive, simply go to the pill refining pavilion and announce my name, Li Junque said proudly. Having grown accustomed to this loquacious companion along the way, Yeson found it somewhat peculiar to go a day without hearing his chatter. It seemed that he had come to regard Yeson as a true friend. Unlike the other members of the sect, who were often sycophantic and feared the strong while bullying the weak, Elder Zhang also chose to turn a blind eye. After all, he bore the title of genius. Rest quietly and conserve your strength for tomorrow, Yeson advised the ever-smiling talker. Very well, Yeson. Since you care about me, I shall strive to secure first place tomorrow, lest I disappoint you. Hearing this, Yeson nearly retched. It was as if securing first place were solely for his benefit. The night was eerily tranquil, with everyone seated in meditation, feeling no embarrassment, but rather a profound reverence for the place. On the following day, Li Junque addressed Yeson, reminding him not to forget. Yeson nodded in acknowledgement. All right, everyone, it's time for alchemy. Elixirs are of great importance to us. They heal wounds, enhance cultivation, and assist in combat, among other uses. Ultimately, we cannot do without spiritual elixirs. Although the number of alchemists is dwindling, it underscores their rarity and high status. Elder, he explained, introducing many facets unfamiliar to the audience. Li Junque agreed vocally, almost rushing forth to speak himself. That is enough for now. Let us begin, he declared, moving forward with an expression of excitement, suddenly glancing back at Yeson. This glance served as a reminder to Yeson, who quietly muttered a prayer for Li Junque to secure first place. Upon noticing Yeson's lips moving, Li Junque turned away. The arena transformed, revealing a furnace and a plethora of materials. You may practice whatever you wish here, but quality is essential. The one with the best results shall emerge victorious. Li Junque casually settled beside a furnace, taking a moment to attune himself to the materials and the fire, finding them satisfactory, at least not inferior to what he had practiced within the sect. He began to channel his energy, controlling the flames and executing various hand gestures. Elder he, observing nearby, nodded slightly and cast a glance in the direction of Minjiazong. When it came to fire control, Yeson's Tianjue was indeed exceptional, surpassing the techniques of all present, being far more profound. Yeson recognized that alchemy required fire control as well. However, alchemy demanded the regulation of the elixir, while weapon forging involved the manipulation of the object. With each discipline presenting its unique challenges, Jinkuei commenced the infusion of herbs, skillfully placing a spiritual herb into the furnace. Some disciples' herbs turned black or reduced to ashes upon entry. Yet Li Jinkuei's remained untouched, even appearing more vibrant and green. This was indicative of his ability to eliminate impurities to a considerable extent. Even Elder he could not help but frequently glance at Li Jinkuei, his gaze revealing a hint of admiration. Those who experienced furnace explosions were immediately disqualified. If one could not manage the process properly, the loss of a spiritual herb would render them incapable of refining other elixirs. Li Jinkuei had already purified the herbs of impurities, beginning to melt them into a liquid state, a painstaking process requiring patience akin to that required in weapon forging. Although the number of alchemical disciples present was limited, a few prodigies managed to capture Elder He's attention, yet none received his scrutiny as often as Li Jinkuei. Essentially, every sect faced eliminations, except for Mischievous, which did not impede their endeavors. As some merely sought their luck, Li Jinkuei commenced the process of refining pills, executing a hand gesture that rendered his complexion somewhat pallid, a consequence of the energy expended in his alchemical endeavors. All the spiritual essence coalesced, gradually taking the form of an indistinct mass, suspended in the center of the furnace, slowly compressing, as the fragrant aroma of the elixir began to waft outward. Those nearby, upon catching the scent, felt a surge of vitality. Although the source of the fragrance remained a mystery, in Chapter 32, Elder He expressed a measure of admiration for Li Jinkuei, recognizing that at such a tender age, he had achieved remarkable proficiency in alchemical creation. The potential for greatness in the realm of pill refinement was boundless, yet it was regrettable that he was a disciple of the Mischievous, a sect in decline. Observing the annual deterioration of Mischievous, Elder He felt a twinge of sympathy. In this world, without strength, respect was a distant dream, and the current state of Mischievous rendered it vulnerable to derision. Instilling a fear that he too might one day face a similar fate, Li Jinkuei successfully shaped the pill, producing a round, fragrant elixir, yet he still needed to concentrate spiritual energy to prevent the aroma from dissipating. He executed another hand gesture, his pallor deepening, revealing that the pill he was crafting was of no ordinary caliber. The small tremor signified the success of his endeavor, though some mistakenly believed it to be a failure. After all, such a sound was indicative of a high-grade elixir, unfamiliar to many. Li Jinkuei cradled the pill in his hand, rising to signify the conclusion of his alchemical work. After which Elder He approached to carefully store the pill in a box. Awaiting the results of the other disciples' efforts, Yi San, having noticed Li Jinkuei's ashen complexion, understood the toll it represented. Throughout the process, Li Jinkuei spoke little, preferring to avoid disturbing others. By afternoon, the alchemical session concluded, leaving only 8 disciples still in the running, the rest having been eliminated. Elder He meticulously assessed the grade and efficacy of each disciple's elixir, noting that while all others exhibited a leakage of fragrant essence, Li Jinkuei's did not. In this regard, he emerged victorious. The potency of his elixir could be sustained for an extended period, and the grade of the pill he had crafted was notably high, a rare frenzied pill capable of amplifying the user's strength 5-fold. Particularly advantageous for those of lower cultivation. Senior, I refuse to accept this. How can a mere waste of Mischievous claim the first place, while my healing masterpiece cannot? Exclaimed a disciple from Yanqingzong, his eyes glinting with malice as they fixed upon Li Jinkuei. You dare to call it a masterpiece? It is merely an ordinary healing potion, Elder He retorted boldly, unfazed by Yanqingzong's hostility. Very well. The first place in this alchemical competition goes to Li Jinkuei of Mischievous. The disciples of Mischievous rose in astonishment, unable to believe the outcome. Even Elder Zhang was taken aback. It was unexpected for them to secure first place in alchemy when they had not excelled in other contests. Elder Zhang erupted into laughter, almost moved to tears, while the surrounding disciples were filled with discontent. Questioning how he could achieve such a feat in pill refinement, Yi San chuckled quietly, though he stifled his laughter. This is a compendium of alchemical formulas, encompassing a multitude of pills that can be refined. Do not squander your talents. There are also secret techniques for cultivation that will be communicated to your sect in due course. Elder He calmly addressed Li Jinkuei. Yes, Elder, I shall remember, Li Jinkuei replied, nodding as he departed the stage to return to his camp. As he observed Elder Zhang's expression, he felt a strong urge to spit, yet he maintained a facade of joy as he made his way towards Yi-san. Certainly, take a good rest. You must not disturb him, lest I unleash my wrath upon you for having watched the entire ordeal unfold. Yi-san gazed at him with a smile, as if the events of the past had never transpired. Though he still recalled them. You see, what I said must hold true. Simplicity itself. Yet Li Jinkui wore a countenance so pale that one might wonder how he could muster the audacity to speak. Very well, you are impressive. Why not rest and recuperate? Yi-san kindly reminded him. Li Jinkui surveyed the gazes of the other sects, smiling as he took in their expressions with a sense of pride. Before closing his eyes to rest, Yi-san observed Elder Zhang's infuriating demeanor and couldn't help but question whether no one from the sect had ever confronted him. Soon after, elders from other sects came to meet Elder Zhang. The first to arrive was Elder Zhang from the Yunxing sect. Exclaiming, "Long time no see." Elder Zhang turned his attention, pondering whether this fellow had come seeking trouble, casting a glance at Yi-san before turning back to say, "Ah, it seems you are Elder Gao from the Yunxing sect. What brings you here?" Perhaps sensing Elder Zhang's unease, Elder Gao replied, "Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to see how your talented alchemist disciple is faring." As he began to scan the crowd with his gaze, "Elder Gao, this Li Jinkui is our disciple. What are you looking for? Surely, your intentions are not ill?" Elder Zhang inquired cautiously. "Ha, Elder Zhang, you worry too much. I simply wish to converse with the young friend. There are no ulterior motives," Elder Gao said with a friendly smile. Elder Zhang suspected there might be some scheme afoot, though he was unaware of the details. "No, Li Jinkui is still resting. It would be inappropriate to disturb him," a truth acknowledged by Elder Zhang, yet he still declined the request. "Ha ha ha, Elder Zhang, do not be anxious. It is merely a few words exchanged. We can always do this another time. I shall visit again," Elder Gao remarked, glancing at the still resting Li Jinkui before taking his leave. Elder Zhang watched as Elder Gao departed, his tense expression morphing into one of confusion. Uncertain of Elder Gao's intentions, subsequently, other elders arrived, and Elder Zhang used the same reasoning to dismiss them. Now convinced of their motives, he cast another glance at Li Jinkui, pondering whether achieving first place would be beneficial or detrimental for him and the sect. As the leading elder, he felt constrained in his decision-making. Yi-san, observing this scene, chose to remain silent, simply watching. If the Minji sect lacked formidable support, it might soon reach a critical juncture, prompting a sigh from him. Following this event, everyone engaged in discussions regarding their cultivation insights. Even the elders participated. The next day, a quiet settled over the gathering as they approached the final contest. This marks the conclusion of the sect competition. "Elder," he proclaimed loudly. The crowd fell silent, their respect for Elder he stemming from his formidable prowess. "Let us commence, Yi-san. Securing first place should be within your grasp. I have faith in you," Li Jinkui said, opening his eyes to address Yi-san. Yi-san glanced at him before making his way to the arena, as disciples from other sects also gradually approached the stage. Yi-san was intrigued by how the arena had transformed unbeknownst to others. Currently, it featured only a pit of lava, with some materials nearby. "The materials have all been prepared. You may proceed." Elder he addressed the group of disciples participating in the competition. Yi-san found a central position, ensuring that others could not discern his crafting. That he first scrutinized the materials meticulously, then touched them to ascertain their nature, before commencing his forging. Channeling his energy to sense the earthly fire, he discovered it to be superior to that within the sect, gentle in sensation, yet possessing an intense heat. Yi-san intended to secretly draw from the earthly fire under the elder's watchful gaze, skillfully placing the materials into the flames and gradually absorbing the fire into his body during the refining process. Appearing unremarkable to the outside world, his forging was deliberately slow, lacking in grandeur, all to pilfer a bit more of the earthly fire, so much so that even the elder failed to notice. He relished the sensation of the earthly fire being absorbed into his being, a feat that would have previously incinerated him. The atmosphere was tranquil, with Li Jinkui's eager gaze fixed on the top of Yi-san's head. Seeing only that, yet remaining vigilant, Elder Zhang, following Li Jinkui's line of sight, could not perceive Yi-san, yet clung to a glimmer of hope. At least for now, he had not been eliminated as some disciples began to be disqualified from the platform. Yi-san remained unfazed, not in haste, for one cannot seize good earthly fire in a state of anxiety. As afternoon approached, some disciples awaited this very moment, when the sun reached its zenith, to refine and merge their creations. Yi-san continued to remain composed, while others began to signal their progress. Li Jinkui grew anxious, perplexed by Yi-san's actions, as the others were nearing completion while he was still refining impurities. Elder Zhang could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Fool, I told you he was a simpleton. While others are almost finished, he is still refining. It's laughable," one disciple remarked nearby. "You don't understand. Haste does not equate to excellence," Li Jinkui retorted. Upon hearing this, the other disciples fell silent, for one could not afford to offend such a prodigy in alchemy. Even the elder's expression shifted, though he regained his composure. Soon, someone successfully forged a blade, revealing it to be crafted by a girl. All present were taken aback, for in this world, female craftsmen were exceedingly rare, and here stood one before them. Li Jinkui was unfazed. He was aware of the circumstances. The girl was named Shan Shan, a disciple of the Lucian sect and a genius in her own right. He felt a twinge of anxiety for Yi-san, wondering how he could be so incompetent, still just beginning to merge at this stage. Yi-san sensed he had absorbed enough, and, feeling no further sensation from the fire, began his forging in earnest. His speed notably increased, yet he still lagged behind the other disciples. As Yi-san became the last remaining participant, the audience began to jeer, urging him to step down if he could not proceed. Deeming it a waste of time, he refrained from interrupting Yi-san, as no time limit had been imposed. Aware that he was the sole remaining contender, Yi-san remained impervious to external distractions. He, unable to wait any longer, began comparing the already forged weapons, noting the exceptional craftsmanship of Shan Shan and Cheng Sheng from Zhongshan sect, both achieving the pinnacle of mid-level proficiency. Showcasing their talent, Cheng Sheng appeared scholarly, his complexion fair, devoid of any visible emotional fluctuation in his demeanor. Although Shan Shan is a woman, she exudes a distinctly masculine aura, resembling a strong and resilient woman. Her robust physique commands admiration. Yi-san has also honed a sword, its appearance a vibrant green, radiating an irresistible allure that tempts one to possess it. Yi-san has mastered it to an advanced low-tier level, infused with spiritual energy, making it beneficial for cultivation when wielded. He, taking hold of Yi-san's sword, caressed its blade and remarked, "A fine sword indeed. It has reached an advanced realm and possesses additional effects." Shan Shan, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, "Elder, his progress is exceedingly slow, and considering his youth, I find it hard to believe he can forge advanced weapons." With a swift motion, he severed Shan Shan's blade with Yi-san's sword, leaving everyone in astonishment, not merely due to He's formidable prowess, but because Yi-san is a disciple of the Minjiazong. Shan Shan, recognizing her defeat, gracefully exited the arena, casting an innocent glance at Yi-san. Meanwhile, Cheng Sheng descended the stage without any visible emotion, appearing rather peculiar, leading Yi-san to suspect he might be unwell. Yet, unexpectedly, Cheng Sheng offered Yi-san a smile. While it seemed friendly, Yi-san found it exceedingly strange. The spectators were utterly astonished. It was one thing for Minjiazong to have one champion, but now they boasted two. Was Minjiazong on the verge of regaining its former glory? Suddenly, Li Jinkui stood up, vociferously calling out, "Yi-san, haha! Did you see that? I am Yi-san's brother. Our duo is formidable." Elder Zhang also rose, unable to fathom the improbability of it all. After years without a champion, he was now leading too. He laughed heartily, his voice eclipsing even Li Jinkui's jubilations. The other disciples wore grim expressions, having been publicly humiliated by two with such low cultivation, and dared not retaliate. So you are a disciple of Minjiazong, gifted beyond measure. Perhaps the fate of Minjiazong will change because of you too. He whispered to Yi-san. He then produced a tome filled with various forging techniques and methods from his Qian Kuan bag, presenting it to Yi-san. Yi-san smiled, for though it was merely a single manual, it also included an opportunity for a secret realm, potentially offering further chances. "Elder, I shall take my leave now," Yi-san announced, to which he nodded in acknowledgement as he stepped down from the stage. The unnamed sword remained in He's possession, but Yi-san paid it no mind, confident in possessing something even greater. "Yi-san, I truly did not misjudge you. I knew you held promise. This time, you have brought glory to Minjiazong." "Ha!" Elder Zhang proclaimed loudly, unperturbed by the presence of other sections with two champions. Minjiazong emerged as the most triumphant participant in this competition, while the other sects could only boast one each. Chapter 34. Returning to the sect, this continent harbors numerous secret realms, and the ones in this region are overseen by the Lord of the Mountaintop, who alone possesses the knowledge of how to unlock them. Elder He, I bid you farewell, until we meet again. The various sects began to prepare for their departure. Elder Zhang released his flying shadow beast, instructing Li Jinkui, Yason, you two ascend first and secure a good position. The rest, follow closely behind me. He addressed the assembly with authority. Very well, Isan, let us ascend and converse as we go. With that, Isan grasped Zhang Elder's hand and leaped upward, followed closely by the elder. The disciples behind them bore expressions of despair, yet they ascended with a sense of obligation. Isan was taken aback by how swiftly Zhang Elder had improved. Zhang Elder was no fool. It was best not to offend these two prodigies, for the sect would undoubtedly require their talents in the future. Why do you all look so miserable? Put on a smile. Zhang Elder admonished the disciples trailing behind. Seated in front, Isan enjoyed a favorable position and a splendid view. Meanwhile, the disciples behind felt utterly defeated. Yet they managed to force smiles that were more akin to grimaces. With a resounding shout from Zhang Elder, the monstrous beast took flight. Isan, I must admit, I underestimated you. I thought securing first place would be out of reach. Yet here you are, astonishingly formidable. The it is a pity about that sword. Still with Elder He, Li Jinkui lamented. But you also secured first place, which is impressive in itself. What is there to lament about the sword? I shall forge you another one, Isan replied. You promised this. I did not coerce you. Make sure to craft a superior weapon for me, Isan added excitedly. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly surpass the one fashioned during the competition. Zhang Elder mused, astonished at the thought that Isan could create weapons of even higher grade. The extent of Isan's talents was indeed remarkable, though he kept this revelation to himself. When we venture into the secret realm together, let us see who dares to challenge us. You must ensure that your weapon is ready by then, Li Jinkui urged. I will certainly prepare it ahead of time, but what kind do you desire? Isan inquired. Forge me a sword that is not only exquisite in appearance, but also possesses immense power, Li Jinkui replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Agreed. I shall notify you once it is completed. By the way, if you lack materials, do let me know, and I will procure them, Li Jinkui stated resolutely. Isan had already devised a plan for the crafting process, intending to utilize the pure materials within his Chinquan bag. He would search through the recently acquired crafting manual for a suitable sword design and incorporate the earth fire obtained during this venture, ensuring that the outcome would be extraordinary. Noticing Isan deep in thought, Li Jinkui assumed he was contemplating the crafting process and moved aside to examine his own alchemy manual with great focus. Isan, seeing Li Jinkui engrossed in his studies, chose not to disturb him, but instead closed his eyes to meditate. Although she wished to scrutinize the manual herself, she harbored doubts about the intentions of the others present, particularly regarding Zhang Elder, whom she perceived as somewhat cunning. Meanwhile, Li Jinkui was utterly absorbed, recognizing that none of the manuals they had acquired were ordinary. Each contained invaluable knowledge. For Zhang Elder, if these disciples could accept this reality and strive for greater excellence, their future cultivation could reach astounding heights. Conversely, failure to do so would result in stagnation and limited achievements. Though Zhang Elder held the title of elder and could offer guidance to these disciples, the insights gained through personal experience were irreplaceable. Words alone could not suffice. Zhang Elder himself had disciples, 5 in total, who, while not the most gifted, were diligent in their training, demonstrating that hard work could compensate for a lack of natural talent. During the onslaught of the shadow beasts, he had dispatched 2 of them, not merely for their immediate safety, but also to facilitate their growth. Solely practicing within the sect without real-world experience would pose significant hindrances to their future cultivation. Fortunately, news of victory has reached us. His 2 disciples have valiantly fought against the enemy, earning numerous merits and experiencing notable growth in their cultivation. Meanwhile, the other 3 remain within the sect, diligently honing their skills, yet lacking in renown. Elder Zhang has shown considerable care for these 5 disciples. Despite his usual irascibility, they often retreat to practice in avoidance of his temper. As they journeyed, Yisan gazed upon the scenic beauty, feeling a profound sense of reflection. At that moment, Li Jinkui noticed Yisan lost in the sights and remarked, Yisan, no matter how splendid the scenery, it will eventually fade away. Do not become too entranced, but rather look ahead. Yisan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words, and inquired, how is your cultivation progressing? Have you made any new advancements? Of course. With my innate talent, that is a given. Now, I simply need to find an excellent location and thoroughly comprehend the teachings. I am certain I can make further progress, Li Jinkuei replied with unwavering confidence, suggesting that the secret tome truly held great power. Yi San was eager to see the manuscript immediately, but decided to exercise patience, understanding that haste was not prudent. Then, at that time, you must teach me the art of alchemy. Yi San expressed that ha. No problem. When that time comes, you shall be my disciple, and you must call me master. Why not address me as such now and see how it sounds? Li Jinkuei chuckled. Surely, you desire the finest weapon, do you not? No need for that. I shall teach you for free, transforming you into a genius alchemist. Li Jinkuei boasted shamelessly, while none around dared to laugh, as strength spoke for itself. Elder Zhang, I presume you have failed to secure first place once again. I knew it. Look at all of you. Looking so disheveled. Such a waste. A white-haired elder, the first among them, remarked. Yi San observed Elder Zhang, who bore an expression of dejection, as if he harbored some ill intent. The other elders gradually arrived, along with the sect leader. Greetings, sect leader, Elder Zhang, and esteemed disciples. They bowed respectfully. Enough? Is it the same old story? The sect leader's mood appeared sour, his tone laced with severity, and Elder interjected. I knew letting him take the lead would yield no results. He is incapable himself and drags others down with him. What of the alchemy and weapon forging? The sect leader inquired with urgency. Certainly, it is the same, replied the other elders. Enough with the bickering. Elder Zhang, speak quickly. The sect leader glared at the elder. All fell silent. What? Is it true? Am I hearing this correctly? The sect leader pressed, his tone growing heavier. Sect leader, how could I dare mislead you? It is indeed the truth. Elder Zhang responded with a smile, though he cast wary glances at the other elders. The other elders were taken aback. It had been years since they had secured first place, and now too had achieved it. Almost unbelievable. Quickly, summon the disciples who claimed first place. I wish to see them. Elder Zhang commanded. Yi San, Li Jinkuei, step forward to pay your respects to the sect leader. Elder Zhang instructed his disciples. Yi San exchanged a glance with Li Jinkuei before stepping forward, intending to perform the customary greeting, but was halted by the sect leader. Did you truly secure first place? Yi San was astonished. How could the sect leader still doubt it? Ha. I never expected our Minji sect to achieve first place once more. The sect leader exclaimed joyfully. By the way, when you set out, I promised you a reward. Now, tell me, what do you desire? The master of the sect was in remarkably high spirits. Although he had previously harbored little hope regarding the matter and had not even prepared any rewards, this time it was a source of great satisfaction. Allowing for personal selection, Yi San requested a volume on shadow techniques, which the master deemed insufficient, and he personally granted the opportunity to choose 2 additional books from the library, as well as the privilege to peruse other texts within for a duration of 3 days. Li Jinkuei requested some fine spiritual herbs, a chinquan pouch, and a manual on alchemy, to which the master readily acquiesced without a moment's thought. It was essential to accommodate their requests as much as possible now, for in the future, they would need to be nurtured well. The master initially contemplated relocating Yi San and Li Jinkuei, but Yi San declined, expressing contentment with their current residence. In contrast, Li Jinkuei agreed, as his previous lodging had been quite noisy and unsuitable for alchemical practices. His current level of proficiency in alchemy was solely due to his own perseverance, and he was eager for the opportunity to change his surroundings. In recent days, he had been somewhat concerned about Yi San. His efforts had evidently borne fruit, alleviating his worries. Senior brother, what are you saying? All my skills in crafting tools were taught by you. How could I possibly leave here? Yi San remarked. Han Shu was elated, wearing a broad smile. Junior brother, your words bring me great comfort. Come, let us go inside. I shall prepare some food and drink to celebrate. With that, Han Shu stepped inside ahead of Yi San. Following him in, Yi San felt that having secured first place, his status within the sect would surely change, and perhaps the chubby one would even seek him out personally. Upon entering the hall, it appeared unchanged, yet he himself had undergone significant transformation, just as he was about to savor the taste of life. Han Shu's voice rang out. Junior brother, come outside to celebrate. Outside, what had once been an empty stone table was now adorned with a plethora of dishes and several jugs of wine. Yi San stepped out. Surprised, senior brother, this is quite prompt. I fear by then you'll be cursing your junior brother under your breath. Ha. Yi San laughed. You know me well. Come, sit and drink. Han Shu prepared 2 chairs, and Yi San took a seat at his leisure. Junior brother, allow me to toast you first. Han Shu poured himself a cup of wine and drank it down. This cup celebrates your first-place victory that he poured another cup and downed it. This second cup symbolizes the fulfillment of a wish of mine. After finishing, he poured yet another as for this third cup. Your future path may be long and arduous, and I shall likely never catch up to you. But remember this, one should not be overly ambitious. With that, Han Shu chuckled. Yi San poured himself a cup. Senior brother, I also toast to you. Now, let us discuss how you achieved first place. Let us not dwell on other matters, for they are too melancholic, Han Shu suggested, taking a few bites of food. To be honest, now that he had reached this level of cultivation, ordinary wine no longer intoxicated him, yet Yi San found himself feeling slightly tipsy. Uncertain whether it was the wine or the company that had affected him. The following day, news arrived at the Minji Zone, announcing that the victors of the recent competition would be sent to the illusory realm for training. Elder Tai, our Minji Zone is experiencing a rapid decline in influence among the sections. We must cultivate these two prodigies, Yi San and Li Jinkui, though their focus is solely on tool crafting and alchemy. It will suffice to bolster our strength, the master stated to Elder Tai, who was engaged in a game of chess with him. Master, although they are indeed prodigies, nurturing them is no trifling matter. I believe we should also focus on cultivating other principal disciples. If their cultivation improves, the strength of the sect will consequently rise. The crafting of weapons and alchemy can only serve to assist the disciples. Elder Tai remarked, Indeed, your reasoning is sound and I too hope for this. Yet the fact remains that these two have placed first in the competition, which complicates matters, the master replied with a furrowed brow. Expressing his concerns. Nodding, the master said, This method is feasible. It neither discards nor consumes everything at once. We shall have another round. Yi San also received notification that in 5 days, they would be heading to the illusory realm for training. Led by an elder, Yi San felt a sense of urgency to forge a sword for Li Jinkui. Fearing that forgetting would lead to trouble. Alone, Yi San returned to the forging chamber, where the earth fire continued to blaze brightly. Never extinguished, he examined the materials in his Qianquan bag and perused the forging manual he had recently acquired. The manual, titled Forging Techniques, struck Yi San as rather crude. It lacked the elegance befitting a high-level tome. Chapter 36. The Secret Realm. The forging techniques was indeed exceptionally comprehensive, detailing not only various forging methods, but also the crafting techniques for renowned weapons, with an extensive array of materials meticulously described. It was no wonder that this manual surpassed anything available within the sect. Yi San mused. He swiftly selected a spirit weapon named the Soul Spirit Sword, which was of commendable rank, and fortuitously, he had all the necessary materials, alleviating his concerns that Yi San had always felt that his dagger, Shadow, lacked a certain essence. Through studying the forging techniques, he realized that without spirit, it was merely an inanimate object. Spirit encompasses numerous forms, the most common being demonic spirits. Yi San sought the dark and lethal kind, yet unfortunately, he currently lacked it. For now, he would forge the Soul Spirit Sword and devise a plan for the spirit later. On the 5th day, Han Shu approached Yi San, saying, Junior brother, today marks your journey to the secret realm. Are you not anxious? Han Shu's eagerness was palpable. Yi San opened the door and stepped outside. Senior brother, has the elder arrived? Yes, he is in the hall. You should hurry. Although you are a genius, do not keep him waiting, Han Shu urged as he pulled Yi San along. Once again, Elder Zhang was leading the group. His demeanor cheerful, seemingly transformed since their last encounter. However, Elder Zhang found it peculiar that the sect had yet to take any substantial action regarding Yi San and Li Jinkui, despite their first-place finish. Meanwhile, Yi San and Li Jinkui had not given it much thought. Few were monitoring them now, and their spirits remained high. Yi San, you have arrived, Elder Zhang greeted as he noticed Yi San being ushered in. Let us proceed. Li Jinkui awaits us in the Great Hall, Elder Zhang stated. Indeed, let us go, Yi San replied, standing at attention before following Elder Zhang toward the hall. Along the way, other disciples whispered, There he is. The genius who claimed first in forging. I don't see what's so special about his appearance. Some female disciples were utterly smitten, their gazes fixated on Yi San, who felt as if he were being hunted by wolves. A shiver running down his spine. However, with the elder present, they dared not cause a ruckus. Yi San had once envied such attention, yet now it felt disconcerting, as if he were on the verge of being devoured. He quickened his pace, nearly surpassing Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang's lips curled in disdain, lamenting the youth's ignorance of his own good fortune, but he quickened his pace, leaving the female disciple staring in astonishment. Wow, truly a genius. Even his gait exudes character, she mused, but her admiration was abruptly interrupted by other disciples. You think you can fancy our dear Sanson? Dream on. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, they found Li Junque standing there, dozing. Remarkable, indeed. Waking Sanson jolted Li Junque from his slumber, and within the hall, only the three of them remained. Elder Zhang found it peculiar that the sect master had not yet arrived, especially considering the extraordinary talents among them. In truth, Elder Zhang's directive was merely to escort the two to the illusory realm, and he hoped to introduce them to the sect master, believing it would inspire them greatly. Gradually, Elder Zhang came to realize that the sect master might not have intended to nurture them after all. The reality was that their treatment was merely somewhat superior to that of ordinary disciples. You've arrived, yet the sect master is still absent. Let us proceed to the secret realm, Li Junque addressed the elder. Subsequently, Elder Zhang summoned a shadow beast, and the two followed suit. Sanson was exceedingly intrigued by the shadow beast. It was quite convenient to summon it wherever they went, not to mention its impressive appearance. This shadow beast has accompanied me for 30 years, and our bond is undeniably profound, Elder Zhang remarked, stroking the creature. Although the beast lacked sentience, its long companionship had instilled some understanding, as if Elder Zhang were recounting tales of an old friend. Elder Zhang, I have seldom seen a flying shadow beast. I have only encountered yours. Is it difficult to tame? Li Junque inquired. Not particularly. It's just that such creatures are rare. This is my fortune. While it may not fight like other shadow beasts, as a flying shadow beast, it surpasses any spirit ship, Elder Zhang replied proudly, noting that many desired to trade for his beast, yet he had declined all offers. If given the chance, I too shall tame one, Li Junque declared. Ha ha, opportunities will arise. After all, we are still young. Elder Zhang laughed heartily. Fond memories flooded back to him, prompting him to share numerous amusing anecdotes. This allowed Sanson and Li Junque to understand that Elder Zhang was not unreasonable. He simply had to present a fade at times. In this world, if one did not possess ruthlessness and strength, they became a target for oppression. The secret realm was an unfamiliar territory for Sanson, who only knew that it held opportunities. If one possessed great fortune, they might soar to greatness within the realm due to certain events or objects. Sanson did not consider himself unfortunate. He merely acknowledged that sacrifices were sometimes necessary. Here we are, let us descend, Elder Zhang instructed. They found themselves in a gorge where nothing appeared amiss, merely a gathering of numerous individuals. Apart from the top disciple from the last competition, others were also permitted entry, provided they offered contributions to the master of the mountain. Many strove to enter the secret realm by serving the mountain's lord. The arrival of Sanson stirred little notice. No one paid heed to a disciple of Min Jizong, especially since many were unfamiliar with him. Even if he were to perish within the secret realm, it was unlikely anyone would be aware. In this place, individuals either possess formidable strength or have arrived due to extraordinary circumstances. However, one crucial lesson remains: do not offend others lightly. Once you enter the secret realm, no one can assure your safety. Elder Zhang solemnly proclaimed. Yi San and Li Junque nodded in agreement. The majority of the people here emanate a powerful aura, likely forged through frequent battles, which caused Yi San to tread cautiously. After a while, an elderly man with white hair appeared in the sky. Everyone, please be silent, he commanded, and the entire canyon fell into a hush. As you may know, this is a unique secret realm, and those who have the privilege to be here are no ordinary individuals. However, I hope that once you enter, you can coexist peacefully. The white-haired elder concluded before casting a spell. An artifact floated from him, illuminating those who were about to enter the canyon. Yi San and Li Junque found the sight intriguing, while Elder Zhang remained unfazed. The artifact was a spiritual tool of the mountain's master, renowned for its myriad of extraordinary effects, though he had yet to witness all of them. Everyone, relax. I shall begin the process of transporting you, the white-haired elder stated. The remaining individuals would either wait outside or depart. As he completed his incantation, many people vanished from the canyon. No one knew when these individuals would emerge again, but the maximum duration was a year. Elder Zhang then turned to leave, harboring numerous matters he had not disclosed to Yi San and Li Junque, which they would need to experience for themselves. Chapter 37. Entering, Yi San fell from the sky and, upon regaining his footing, realized he was alone in an expansive meadow. Standing upright, he noted the azure sky above. Upon closer inspection, the scenery was breathtaking and rich in spiritual energy, making it a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Yi-san felt that he could enhance his abilities without the need for formal practice. As he was not inclined to waste time in such endeavors, he proceeded southward, where a mountain peak beckoned, curious to ascertain the true nature of this secret realm. Elijah, on the other hand, ventured into a dense forest, brimming with spiritual energy and devoid of any other soul. He searched for Yi-san journeyed further south. The environment began to change, revealing several puddles, some crystal clear and others murky. Scattered bones added an ominous tone to the surroundings, rendering the place rather eerie. Yi-san unsheathed his sword, sensing a shift in the spiritual energy around him. It grew sparse, and a faint odor of decay wafted through the air. Accelerating his pace, he was fortunate not to encounter any monsters. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he gazed upward, astonished by its height. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed. Whether from the summit or the foot of the mountain remained uncertain. Energized, Yi-san leaped continuously, swiftly ascending to the peak. Upon arrival, he was met with an eerie silence. The summit was remarkably flat, devoid of debris, composed solely of smooth black stone, as if sculpted by human hands. How peculiar! What was that roar just now? And why does the mountaintop appear so unnaturally level? Yi-san mused aloud as he scanned the horizon. Though visibility was limited, it seemed something obscured the distant view. While the nearby landscape was undeniably exquisite, another thunderous roar resonated from the foot of the mountain. Yi-san turned to see a dark, mysterious creature fixating its gaze upon him, their eyes locking in an instant. The creature, shrouded in shadows, resembled a mass of black mud at first glance. In truth, it was a shadow beast, disturbed from its slumber, for this area was its domain. The eyes of the shadow beast were filled with fury, and it harbored a deep-seated fear of the mountain peak, reluctant to scale its heights. Yet, it still launched an attack, emitting tendrils of what appeared to be black gas that drifted toward Yi-san. Yi-san swiftly drew his weapon and effortlessly dispersed the onslaught with a single strike. The shadow beast let out several more enraged roars and intensified its assault, yet remained rooted at the mountain's base. "What a fool! You can't hit me, and yet you choose to attack Yi-san," he exclaimed loudly. In response, he was met with nothing but the beast's bellows. Yi-san then soared downward, executing a powerful sword technique. This technique was a reward bestowed upon him, accompanied by another, one for single target strikes and the other for area damage. Both simple yet effective sword techniques, easy to learn and comprehend. The shadow beast failed to comprehend that Yi-san would descend and dared to counterattack. Sustaining some pain but suffering no substantial harm, Yi-san was somewhat astonished. This dark creature possessed an unexpectedly thick hide. He unleashed several more sword energies, which the shadow beast did not evade, instead absorbing them directly. "Your hide is impressively thick. However, you are excessively dark," Yi-san proclaimed loudly. The shadow beast's eyes glimmered with a hint of pride before it roared once more. Yi-san realized that this shadow beast might have gained sentience, capable of understanding his words. "Hey, big fellow, why not submit to me? I'll take you out of here," he suggested. The shadow beast retaliated with renewed rage, perceiving Yi-san's words as an affront. It moved with remarkable speed, landing a punch on Yi-san, who staggered backward. "Damn, that hurts. Just wait until I unleash the sword I've recently forged. One that lacks a spirit," Yi-san vowed fiercely. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured an illusionary spell, a mesmerizing enchantment capable of rendering those within its grasp unconscious. However, the space around them began to tremble, a sensation felt by all disciples and the shadow beast alike, albeit fleetingly. Yi-san remained oblivious to the fact that the disturbance was due to his illusionary formation. Only sensing that its power felt unusually potent, fear flickered in the shadow beast's eyes, as if it had glimpsed something terrifying, prompting it to flee with all its might. Yet, its speed was no match for the formation, which enveloped it in an instant. Inside the array, the shadow beast continued to run, occasionally glancing back, but it was merely treading in place, its position unchanged. Yi-san sensed something amiss. His formation was intended to induce unconsciousness. Yet the beast was fighting with such desperation as if something lurked behind it. Unable to discern anything, Yi-san could only conclude that the potency of his illusion was greater than usual and executed more swiftly. With a resounding crash, the shadow beast ultimately collapsed. Yi-san dispelled the illusion, only to find the beast's body marred with blood, its breath extinguished. "Who goes there? Step forth and reveal yourself," Yi-san called out, his voice echoing through the surroundings. Yet, nothing shifted in response. Shock and suspicion gripped him. His illusion should never have been lethal to the shadow beast. There had to be another force at play that he had not detected. Yeson carried the shadow beast to the mountain summit, where he conjured flames to roast the creature, consuming it without hesitation. Though it was lifeless, its spiritual energy remained, presenting a prime opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Wasting it would be unthinkable. With each bite, Yeson felt his cultivation surge, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. In that moment, it felt as though he commanded the very heavens and earth, a sensation that perhaps explained why some chose to seclude themselves for cultivation. He ascended from the Shadow Beast realm to the fifth layer of the Shadow Gathering realm, reaching a pinnacle where he could flawlessly condense the ethereal image of the tortoise. Upon entering the Shadow Gathering realm, he underwent a complete transformation, invigorated and revitalized. It is truly unexpected that the shadow beasts within this secret realm have congregated such a dense accumulation of spiritual energy, elevating their cultivation to the Shadow Gathering realm in an instant. Remarked Isan with a smile. It is a pity, however, that this particular shadow beast spirit has vanished, which strikes me as quite peculiar, Isan expressed with a look of regret, as he had intended to use it as a sword spirit, but now must embark on another search. After 5 days of cultivation, there had been no sounds whatsoever in the vicinity, nor any shadow beasts present, as if it had transformed into a forbidden zone. Isan stood up, stretched his back with a satisfying crack, and gazed into the distance. All he could see was an impenetrable fog slowly encroaching toward him. Previously, when the shadow beasts were around, the mist had not invaded. But now that the shadow beasts were dead, it had begun to spread. Isan understood now why this secret realm was called the Mist Realm. It was entirely shrouded in fog. He made his way toward a slightly clearer area. Li Jinkui had searched for quite some time without any discoveries, instead encountering disciples from other sects who had formed teams, as one needed to band together to avoid getting lost in this place. Isan arrived at the edge of a dense forest where he could see clearly within, free of mist. He drew his sword and walked slowly, stopping beneath a tree laden with fruit, emanating warmth and clearly not of mundane origin. Isan sheathed his sword and climbed the tree, attempting to pluck a fruit, only to have it slip from his grasp and disappear upon hitting the ground. Isan jumped down, doubting his own eyes, and began searching the ground. Chapter 38. Spirit Fruit. Isan climbed the tree again to pick another fruit, which again slipped away and vanished. It was as if it were made of air and eluded his touch. This is absurd. There are so many on the tree, yet they seem to vanish as soon as I touch them. He shook the fruit tree, yet none of the fruits fell. Just moments ago, a mere touch caused them to drop, but now, no matter how he shook it, there was no response. It must be a celestial fruit, and mortals cannot touch it, Isan concluded. He then drew his sword and prodded it. Indeed, the fruits no longer slipped away but clung tightly to the blade. Hey there, young man, don't consume too many of those. Your body won't be able to handle it. A feminine voice chimed in from nearby. Startled, Isan jumped, exclaiming, "Could you give a warning before you appear? You never know when a person might get scared to death." It turned out to be the woman from within him, who cast a glance at Isan before soaring into the air and plucking a fruit with her bare hands. Examining it carefully, "How can you pick it with your hands? Is there a bias against men?" Isan exclaimed in astonishment. The woman looked at the fruit and said, "This fruit is called the Illusion Spirit Fruit. It can enhance one's illusionary powers, refining one's skills in illusion arts. I never expected to find illusion spirit fruits here, but I've never heard of it." Isan muttered softly. "You surely wouldn't know. In the world you inhabit, such naturally born spiritual fruits do not exist, and touching them causes them to dissipate," the woman remarked, looking at Isan. "The illusion spirit fruit holds great benefits for your cultivation, but do not overindulge, as excess would be futile and wasteful," she cautioned. "But how am I supposed to pick them? Sister Fairy, could you assist me? Also, I have no place to store them," Isan pleaded earnestly. A woman, seemingly plucking a box from thin air, waved her hand, and in an instant, the fruits from the tree vanished, all contained within the box. Isan was left in a state of astonishment, marveling at the woman's remarkable prowess and the surprising capacity of the box to hold such treasures. He could not help but lament his own limited experiences. As Isan opened the box, he noticed that the fruits had shrunk considerably. How impressive! He resolved to learn this technique of fruit harvesting for his future training. The fruit tree had disappeared in that fleeting moment. Although the ethereal spirit fruits were no longer visible, their sudden absence felt somewhat regretful. Isan consumed one ethereal spirit fruit, which melted in his mouth. Its taste sweet and refreshing to as he circulated his cultivation technique. The spirit fruit coursed through his entire being, manifesting as a white mist emanating from his body. Yi-san felt a refreshing coolness wash over him, clarity enveloping his mind, and his mastery of illusionary arts began to grow, halting at a critical juncture. After consuming another fruit, he noted a diminished effect, yet his skills in illusion had advanced another level. To his surprise, merely 2 fruits had significantly enhanced his abilities, solidifying his newfound realm. Yi-san declared, "This tree was born of the essence of heaven and earth, thriving within this secret realm, a true treasure of nature." Though few knew how to harvest or preserve its bounty. Yi-san departed, continuing his wanderings. With his cultivation improved, he sought to apply his newfound skills. However, excessive enhancement could be detrimental to his mental state. Li Jinkui was engaged in a fierce battle with a shadow beast, while a disciple accompanying him had already fled. He vented his frustrations with expletives, yet found no relief for his vexation. This shadow beast was a guardian of the spiritual herbs, a creature Li Jinkui had provoked in his quest to obtain them. Fortunately, he possessed numerous spirit pills, preventing him from falling into a disadvantageous position. While the shadow beast was clearly growing wearied, Li Jinkui was determined to outlast it. Surrounding Yi-san were towering ancient trees, teeming with vitality. With even weeds scarcely visible, he leaped onto one of the trees. Gazing into the distance where a dense fog obscured the sky, yet the ground below was clearly visible, something was obstructing the mist. As he attempted to leap higher, he was unexpectedly rebounded back to the ground, landing painfully. How could there be a formation barrier? This hurts, Yi-san exclaimed as he stood up, cursing. He then jumped towards a more spacious area, cautious not to leap too high, as he wished to avoid another painful rebound. The area ahead was bright and open, seemingly cleared by someone's hand. There was also a pool in the middle, featuring a statue. The statue depicted a woman, her expression emotionless, exuding a cold and unyielding beauty. The lifelike quality of the statue made Yi-san wonder if such a person truly existed in the world. He gazed intently at the statue, captivated. The water in the pool was remarkably clear. And as Yi-san attempted to step over to examine it closely, a snake suddenly emerged. "Who dares disturb the saintess in her repose?" the serpent demon inquired. Yi-san was taken aback, yet maintained a stoic facade. "I am merely passing through and noticed this flawless statue. I wish to linger for a moment," he replied. Yi-san could ascertain that the serpent demon possessed considerable cultivation and the ability to speak, indicating a high level of intelligence. "Humans have not set foot here for centuries. How did you arrive?" The serpent demon continued to interrogate. "This is a secret realm. I came here to cultivate that I did not intend to intrude." Yi-san responded, beads of sweat forming in his palms. "How could it be? Our ethereal spirit world is transformed into a secret realm." The serpent demon pressed on. "I am equally at a loss. I am merely a disciple who has entered for cultivation, and I am unaware of your matters." Yi-san finds himself in a state of despair, unable to flee under the oppressive aura of the serpent demon, and fighting back seems futile. However, from the serpent demon's words, Yi-san realizes that this secret realm was once a world known as the illusory spirit world, though he is uncertain how it has come to be in its current state. The woman in the water is a saintess, yet it remains unclear whether she is still alive. The serpent demon, in a state of terror, wonders aloud if the great battle had already destroyed the illusory spirit world, reducing it to this diminutive secret realm. Yi-san is astonished. If this vast secret realm is deemed small, how grand must the former illusory spirit world have been? Then the serpent demon bows before the statue, weeping as it confesses, "Your humble servant has been commanded to await the token here, yet I cannot bear to see anyone come to claim it. I have failed in my duty." Yi-san contemplates the futility of this reverence. For the fate of the saintess remains a mystery, and he is oblivious to the events that transpired. After several futile struggles, he finds himself unable to break free from the surface of the water. Initially intent on escaping, he halts upon witnessing the scene before him, approaching the water's edge, which is perilously close to where the serpent demon resides. "You wretched demoness, if you wish to kill me, then come forth." With such an unappealing visage and a foul temper, it is no wonder you have been assigned to guard this place. Yi-san taunts with a laugh. The serpent demon, enraged by his words, opens its maw wide and lunges at him, startling Yi-san with its proximity. The sight is indeed fearsome. In Chapter 39, the serpent demon, taken aback, hears Yi-san declare, "Wait, I shall ensure your demise." Rising to his feet, he hurls a handful of dirt at the creature, which roars in fury, baring its fangs, seemingly eager to devour him. Yi-san, undeterred, circles around the serpent demon, sensing the depths of this place are beyond his current comprehension. Yet, it appears the serpent demon has remained confined here, never venturing out. Hey, serpent demon, you claim this statue is exquisite. If the saintess were alive, what if I were to take her as my consort? Yi-san proposes cunningly. The serpent demon, driven to madness, threatens, if you dare to lay a hand on the side regarding formations, he possesses a profound interest in them. Wherever there is a formation, there exists a source of energy. Discovering it would render the task effortless. This particular formation is a product of nature, born from the confluence of deep woods, mist, terrain, and spiritual energy over centuries. Although it is merely a simple maze, it is a creation of heaven and earth, offering significant benefits to those who cultivate within its confines. Yi-san has wandered here for quite some time without any notable discoveries. Were it not for his perception of the formation's aura, he might have mistaken it for an ordinary case of getting lost. Yi-san sat down cross-legged on the ground, channeling his energy to attune his senses. Yet, he could only grasp a faint trace of the formation's essence. Unable to pinpoint its exact location, he then took out a mirage fruit, consuming it to explore the surroundings. Indeed, in an instant, Yi-san's perceptive abilities expanded, and that faint trace of the formation's aura intensified. Following the aura, Yi-san ascended into the mist above. That he had long believed that the mist originated from another location, but now recognized it as a byproduct of this formation. Exceedingly clever, the mirage fruit was consumed in an instant. But Yi-san felt no regret, despite the slight wastefulness. The core of the formation resided within the mist above. Yi-san flew upward, nearly reaching the barrier above. Within, his visibility was limited, so he relied on his inner perception. He discovered that the core of the formation was indeed concealed within the mist, resembling it closely, yet manifesting as a singular mass of gas. Yi-san focused his energy to form a phantom hand, and with a decisive grasp, he seized it. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed. Although trees remained, they were sparse, allowing him to see clearly. At last, the maze was unraveled. It felt as insubstantial as air, devoid of sensation. Yet the closer he approached, the more comforting it became. A woman emerged, warning him, Yi-san, do not be entranced. This is merely the core of the formation. Startled awake by her admonition, Yi-san realized he had been influenced by the core's enchanting aura, affecting his mind. You nearly scared me to death. I almost couldn't escape, he exclaimed with a sigh. This thing is harmful and must be destroyed. Yi-san, the woman replied, this object was born of heaven and earth, akin to the previous mirage fruit, and is beneficial for your cultivation. Utilize it wisely. Is this thing truly more potent than the mirage fruit? I can't discern it, Yi-san said, his expression one of confusion. Channel the celestial control technique, and gradually dissolve it within your essence, she instructed. I must take my leave. Continue your cultivation. With that, the woman departed. Yi-san sat upon the ground, channeling his energy to exert control over it. Fortunately, it had not developed sentience. Otherwise, given Yi-san's current cultivation level, it would have surely rebounded against him. Once he established control, he sensed an internal reservoir of energy. To his astonishment, his illusionary techniques began to yearn for this energy, eagerly consuming it. In that moment, Yi-san felt an overwhelming connection to the surrounding realm. He could perceive even the individual leaves on a tree. Moreover, his mastery of illusion had significantly improved, enabling him to wield even more formidable techniques. Ecstatic, he hastily retrieved his cultivation manual, the Phantom Arts, wherein various techniques suddenly appeared clear and comprehensible. The only aspects requiring further study were the latter ones. It turned out that this manual contained limited formations, yet each possessed remarkable efficacy. He selected a formation known as the possession formation, which allowed the practitioner within its boundaries to harness the formation's power, enhancing their cultivation and overall abilities. Truly a weapon for battle. The execution of the array does not require an excessive amount of illusionary power. Rather, it necessitates a sufficiently strong perception capable of sensing every corner. Once this array is established, it does come with a drawback. The illusionist's magical prowess will be obscured, rendering them unable to cast other illusions until the array is rendered ineffective. At present, it is imperative to locate Li Jinkui and capture a demon spirit to seal within the sword. Only then will this endeavor be deemed a resounding success, fulfilling a wish of Li Jinkui in the process. Suddenly, Yi-san felt a surge of murderous intent approaching, although it was still 100 miles away. The sensation was unmistakably clear, though the source remained elusive. Yi-san initially cast a mesmerizing array, followed by the 4 punishments killing array, before leaping onto a tree branch to await the arrival of prey. Yi San's senses were accurate. The murderous aura was rapidly advancing. However, upon glimpsing the enemy's appearance, Yi San swiftly descended from the tree and hastily retreated from the area. To his dismay, the serpent demon had indeed emerged, exhibiting great ferocity. Yet, Yi San pondered what cost had been incurred for such boldness as he fled. The serpent demon charged headlong into the array, and the mesmerizing formation proved ineffective, shattering after a brief struggle. The 4 punishments killing array merely drew blood from the serpent demon, leaving only superficial wounds. "Little thief, we shall see where you run," the serpent demon exclaimed, pursuing Yi San in his direction. As Yi San realized that his formation had been completely dismantled, a sense of disappointment washed over him. It appeared that these arrays were only effective against lesser beasts. Against formidable foes like this one, his only recourse was to buy time for escape. The murderous intent drew ever closer, and Yi San found himself nearly out of breath, experiencing the most exhausting flight he had endured in the secret realm. Thus, as time passed, his inner anxiety manifested, and panic began to set in. Yi San resolved to cease his flight and instead prepared to counterattack. He quickly arranged a mesmerizing array, intermingled with the 4 punishments killing array, and then set up a possession array upon himself, awaiting the serpent demon's approach. Without hesitation, the serpent demon launched a sweeping attack aimed at Yi San. He narrowly evaded the strike, activating his array just in time. "Are you not aware that these tactics are futile against me? They can only delay your demise," the serpent demon retorted calmly. Inside the array, the serpent demon expelled venom that permeated the surroundings. Yi San deftly evaded it. The venom should not be underestimated, as the array still exerted some influence over the demon. Yi San could no longer afford to wait. The serpent demon was on the verge of breaking free from the array, and he needed to swiftly harness its power to vanquish it. He leaped into the array, and upon seeing Yi San, the serpent demon charged recklessly, disregarding the array's effects. Yi San drew forth his historical sword and thrust it forward. The serpent demon countered with a sweeping tail, forcing him to retreat rapidly. Controlling the 4 punishments killing array with finesse, he activated the possession array, instantly diminishing his perception while significantly enhancing his prowess, his speed becoming akin to lightning. The serpent demon, blinded by the mesmerizing array, collided with the array's core just as Yi San appeared. The demon abandoned its attempts to break the array and lunged at Yi San. Yi San unleashed a wave of sword energy that struck the serpent demon, causing it to wince slightly, yet it continued its relentless advance. The serpent demon possessed exceptionally high defenses, rendering the surface cuts ineffective. Yi San sheathed his historical sword and invoked the heaven-controlling technique, summoning earth fire. The serpent demon had no choice but to retreat. Despite Yi San's newfound strength, he realized that relying solely on his own power was still insufficient to defeat the creature. The serpent demon discerned that the situation was amiss and unleashed its supernatural powers. Above the serpent, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift, revealing the ethereal visage of a girl with the face of a human and the body of a snake, exuding an aura of disarming friendliness. Were it not for the overwhelming sense of danger, one might have mistaken her for a mere child, charmingly beckoning yet instilling a profound sense of caution. The serpent's eyes glowed a menacing red as the celestial apparition gradually merged with its being. Yi San summoned the flames of the earth to mount an assault, yet found himself unable to approach, as if repelled by an unseen force. Though Yi San lacked confidence in defeating the serpent demon, the prospect of escape remained tantalizing, especially as he was ensnared within its intricate formation. A shadow of the serpent's tail swept towards him, but Yi San deftly evaded it, suffering only minor repercussions. "Little brother, do you not find my eyes enchanting?" The serpent demon taunted as it soared into the air, its voice seductively luring him. Youth still clouded his judgment, and Yi San felt himself drawn to the beguiling voice of the girl. In that moment, the serpent's menacing visage faded from his mind, replaced by the image of a beautiful maiden dancing enticingly. "Master, you lecherous tortoise," came the voice of Migue, echoing loudly within his consciousness. Yi San approached the serpent demon, saliva trickling from his mouth, and the flames surrounding him diminished slightly. "Come here, little brother, join me." The serpent continued its alluring invitation, swaying its form enticingly. As Yi San drew near, he levitated into the air, hovering before the serpent. Although the flames still enveloped him, they did not harm her. The serpent extended its delicate hand, wrapping it around Yi San's neck, gazing into his eyes while slowly lowering its head to his neck, baring its fangs. Dear sister, you are so beautiful. Shall we descend into our bridal chamber? Yi San's words interrupted the serpent's advance. The serpent turned to regard him, finding him in a state of blissful stupor. As they reached the ground, Yi San began to explore the serpent's form. Though its lower half was serpentine, its upper body bore an alluring charm. The serpent, stimulated by his touch, had never experienced such caresses before, and the sensation was exquisite, particularly in certain areas. In that moment of vulnerability, it let down its guard, lost in a state of rapture. While Yi San seized the opportunity to exert control over it could be said that his efforts were remarkably successful, though he nearly succumbed to his own desires. Yi San had awaited this moment, anticipating the serpent's relaxation to invoke his shadow binding technique. The process unfolded seamlessly, yet he felt on the verge of nosebleed from the overwhelming temptation. The serpent, still entranced by the delightful sensations, remained under his influence, lingering in a state of unfulfilled desire. Upon regaining consciousness, it found itself entrapped within Yi San's dagger, bound as a spirit tool under his dominion. Master, I truly believed you had been enchanted. I thought to myself, how could you find such a creature appealing? Miguel remarked within his mind. Unappealing? Where lies the ugliness? Had I not maintained my composure, I would have long since subdued her. Yi San retorted in the recesses of his consciousness. Your taste is indeed remarkable, Miguel mused, judging beauty solely by the standards of its tortoise shell, indifferent to other creatures, including humans. The serpent demon, sealed within the dagger, struggled vehemently, calling out to the heavens, yet soon quieted, finding that its cultivation progressed at a pace several times swifter than in the outside world, a phenomenon attributable to the resonant bond with the dagger. Yi San personally collected all the formations and lamented his insufficient cultivation, nearly being overwhelmed. Confronted by a serpent demon, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. After a brief respite, he departed from the area. Making his way towards the statue, he had intended to explore further, but the fear of the serpent demon rendered such curiosity a cumbersome affair. Upon reaching the statue, he noticed that the air above it was devoid of mist, revealing a scene indistinguishable from the ordinary sky. In contrast, the surrounding areas were shrouded in fog, making this spot appear as if it had transcended the confines of this realm, resembling an exit instead. Yi San, perplexed, had no choice but to inquire with the serpent demon. Although the demon was compelled to respond, it only knew that it was imprisoned here to guard the statue, lacking knowledge of anything beyond that. Yi San plunged into the icy waters, the chill biting deeper than most could endure. Swiftly, he surfaced at the statue's base, aligning himself with its height, which towered above him, accentuating his diminutive stature. In truth, the statue was magnified. Its grandeur was not apparent from a distance. The statue of the saintess was extraordinarily beautiful, even in stone, emanating an alluring grace. Yi San leaped onto the statue's head, using it as a springboard to vault beyond the fog's obscurity. Above him lay an expanse of emptiness, where the sky stretched infinitely. Gazing downward, he beheld a clear view of the landscape below. Devoid of any mist. It appeared that the fog concealed the ground beneath, while the space above afforded a clear perspective, with a barrier that, though present, exerted far less power. This revelation was immensely advantageous for Yi San. Whatever he sought, he could search for it in this aerial realm. Upon discovery, he could breach the barrier and enter. Meanwhile, Li Jinkui had successfully slain the shadow beast and was resting to recuperate. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, startling him into a defensive stance. Ah, Yi San, what brings you here? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Yi San. Excited to see Li Jinkui from the barrier above, Yi San inadvertently startled him by breaking through the barrier. Yi San recounted his experiences in detail, omitting the matters regarding the barrier and the statue, as there were likely hidden secrets involved. Subsequently, Yi San presented a crafted sword to Li Jinkui, though it regrettably lacked a spirit. Nevertheless, Li Jinkui was overjoyed, laughing heartily. To him, the absence of a spirit was of little concern, especially since he had previously lacked any decent weapon. Li Jinkui then shared his own adventures, vehemently criticizing the coward who had left their group, declaring him unfit for greatness, to which Yi San could only smirked. Li Jinkui spoke extensively about the mysteries of this realm, recounting legends that long ago, it had not been a secret place, but a vast world. However, due to the invasion of powerful outsiders and ensuing chaos, this world had been shattered into fragments. Some regions exhibited uneven distributions of spiritual energy, some abundant, others scarce, but this particular area was indeed conducive to cultivation. What Li Jinkuei described aligned closely with the Serpent Demon's account, affirming that changes had undoubtedly occurred in this place, that Wei Yisan guided Li Jinkuei around in search of spiritual herbs, as Li Jinkuei believed that cultivating here would be a waste of a golden opportunity. He reasoned that if they could find potent spiritual herbs to concoct pills for enhancing their cultivation, it would elevate his prowess significantly. Wei Yisan, however, held a differing opinion, believing that the cultivation gained from consuming pills could never rival the benefits of genuine hands-on training. The elusive herbal treasures of the secret realm are indeed rare and seldom encountered. Even Yisan, upon discovering their efficacy, would find himself tempted, realizing that selling them to the outside world could yield substantial profits. In this dense forest, numerous cultivators have gathered, not merely to seek out spiritual herbs, but because their sects have indicated the imminent appearance of extraordinary treasures, prompting their choice of the misty secret realm. Some individuals, arranged by the master of the mountain peak, have directly set off towards these treasures upon entering the realm. While searching for herbs, Yisan noticed several cultivators heading in the same direction. Initially indifferent, he soon sensed something amiss and decided to accompany Li Jinkuei in pursuit. Are you two also heading deeper into the forest? Someone obstructed Yisan's path. This individual bore a sinister expression. Adorned in the garb of the Jingzhen sect. My good sir, I am unaware of what you speak. We are merely seeking spiritual herbs. As for the depths you mention, I truly have no knowledge of them. Yisan replied, his tone resolute. Is your Minji sect truly so inept? Who would not be here to cultivate but rather to search for herbs? Clearly, you are lying. After speaking, he launched an attack, separating Li Jinkuei and Yisan. Are you out of your mind? Has our quest for herbs offended you? How dare you strike us? Do you truly believe you can take on both of us? Li Jinkuei exclaimed loudly. Immediately, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, prompting Li Jinkuei to retreat swiftly, alarmed by the realization that this opponent was formidable, making him a difficult adversary to handle. Yet Yisan regarded him with a smile, casually weaving a mesmerizing illusionary formation around them. Yisan had already discerned this man's cultivation level. While he may have posed a threat in the past, Yisan's own prowess had significantly increased, alleviating any concerns. He merely wished to observe Li Jinkuei's capabilities, which turned out to be rather dismal. Hey, Yisan, do you truly have a brother like this? If you could defeat him, why not act promptly? Li Jinkuei lamented. The disciple of the Jingzhen sect had yet to realize Yisan was taking action before he succumbed to the illusion and collapsed. Yisan bound him, sealing his spiritual acupoints to render him immobile, and then turned his attention back to Li Jinkuei. Li Jinkuei was completely awed by Yisan's technique, astonished at how swiftly he had defeated their opponent, causing his earlier grievances to dissipate. Yisan dismissed him, knowing his skills lay primarily in weapon crafting and illusions, which could hardly be deemed deceitful. Li Jinkuei accepted this, primarily struggling to comprehend how one individual could cultivate multiple disciplines. For someone like him, focusing solely on alchemy was already exhausting. How could anyone possibly find the time or resources for additional pursuits, not to mention the requisite talent? Yisan understood his needs. He sought not the assistance of others. If he required fine weapons, he would learn to craft them himself. You are a disciple of the Jingzhen sect. Why have I not seen you before? Yisan inquired of the now conscious cultivator. How dare you inquire about the affairs of our Jingzhen sect? Do you not fear for your life? Release me immediately, and I shall overlook your transgressions, the cultivator retorted. There is certainly something amiss here, Li Jinkuei whispered to Yisan. Perhaps he entered through some other means. The issue is not how he entered, but rather why so many are progressing in the same direction. There's something significant at play that even the Minji sect remains oblivious to. Yisan mused. Don't think I want to act against you. Even if you perish here, who would know? Yisan threatened, brandishing his sword. The man gradually revealed a look of fear, confessing everything in detail, even stating that if he were released, he would consider the matter as though it had never occurred, promising to continue honoring the two individuals in the future. It turned out that this location was on the verge of unearthing a city, a legendary one at that, which had been predicted by various sects utilizing great powers, excluding the Minji zone. The excavation was imminent, prompting the dispatch of numerous disciples to enter. According to legend, this city once reigned supreme in the region, yet for reasons unknown, it fell into ruin overnight, leaving its inhabitants vanished, and only an empty city remained. Remarkably, this desolate city had been preserved in perfection. However, it was shunned by many. It was said that strange occurrences plagued the city. with nightly sounds of weeping sending chills down the spines of passers-by. There were daring souls who ventured inside, but none returned, rendering it a forbidden city of sorts. Yet, several centuries ago, during the shattering of this world, the city found itself within this secret realm, its fate thereafter unknown. Its rediscovery was attributed to the treasures within, some having gained sentience and reaching realms of ascension, creating significant fluctuations. Such treasures were coveted even by the masters of the mountain peak. Yet the shattered nature of the secret realm posed dangers. Those with high cultivation levels could be expelled, and the more severely affected could even be killed in the process. The mountain peak's master, wary of the risks, could only send others to investigate. These treasures were legendary, and whoever possessed them could dominate their region. The master was merely a regulator of the area, fearful of overstepping boundaries. Wielding such artifacts could even lead to world domination. Chapter 41. The Grand Palace. They subdued the man, rendering him unconscious, and concealed him. Then Isan led Li Jinkui deeper into the area. Along the way, they encountered others, whom Isan chose to evade, not wishing to attract trouble. Fortunately, no one seemed inclined to waste time on the two perceived as worthless by Minjizong. Deeper within, they found many wandering about. "Brother Gao, I did not expect to see you here," remarked a tall disciple exuding a fierce aura, adorned in the attire of the Hashan sect. "Is it only you, Xiong? Who can come? Am I not permitted?" "Ah, Brother Gao, let us not be so hot-headed. Now that we are here, we must collaborate." Xiong cast a glance around, signaling to those nearby that they were not to be trifled with. Gao Jing surveyed the surroundings, his gaze shifting as he conversed with other disciples. "Xiong, how do you propose we cooperate?" he inquired. Xiong smiled broadly, replying, "Let us discuss this in detail," as he led Gao Jing to a less crowded area. Isan had already arrived but chose to remain hidden. Revealing themselves now could lead to complications, so it was wiser to wait for the opportune moment. "Isan, are we to remain concealed indefinitely?" Li Jinkui expressed his impatience. Isan remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at him, prompting Li Jinkui to retreat to a corner to cultivate, reasoning that waiting was less productive than training. This place was likely the fabled land of extraordinary treasures. Yet nothing unusual seemed apparent aside from the throngs of people. Observing Li Jinkui practicing nearby, Isan felt a stir of inspiration and called him over, initially filled with grievances. Li Jinkui nearly exclaimed in joy upon hearing that Isan intended to impart a sword technique to him. This set of sword techniques, known as the dissipation sword art, has long been mastered, yet it still feels rather simplistic, comprising merely 3 stances, each with its own unique merits. The first stance, Moon Embrace, manifests as a sweeping arc resembling a crescent moon. The second stance, Sun Piercer, thrusts forth like a beam of radiant light. And the third stance, Stellar Pinnacle, unleashes a tremendous force akin to that of the stars. This sword art was selected from the library of the Minjizong, possessing only an earthly rank. The intention behind handing it to Li Jinkui was to grant him a means of self-defense. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall them, both would suffer dire consequences. Li Jinkui, filled with joy, sought a tranquil space to practice. Now equipped with a fine sword and a sword art, becoming a swordsman seemed an attainable dream. Isan continued to wait, aware only of vague rumors, hence exercising caution in his approach. "Brother, we found it! We found it!" someone exclaimed. "Keep it down. Are you trying to get us killed?" Isan retorted, overhearing the commotion. All present gazed towards the Inhin sect, yet no inquiries were made. Each sect had brought treasures or shadow beasts for exploration, and with a lead now available, their own progress would soon follow. The Inhin sect engaged in hushed discussions, with some individuals expressing a willingness to collaborate. Occasionally, people approached, some remaining while others were dismissed. The true thoughts of these individuals remained a mystery. Isan observed with keen interest. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a section of the ground collapsed, prompting everyone to retreat hastily, the tremors still spreading. Isan too was compelled to withdraw. Eventually, a vast crater emerged, though shallow, revealing a massive stone that bore cracks, suggesting it continued to fracture. "This must be the entrance to the palace," someone exclaimed, laughter punctuating their words. The stone was immense. If this was indeed the palace entrance, the scale of the palace must be monumental, potentially encompassing the entirety of this city's expanse. Some approached to strike the stone, yet it remained unyielding, continuing its slow demise. "How do we gain entry?" A fair-skinned, handsome man stepped forth. "Who are you?" Someone questioned. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I know how to enter, the man replied, gazing at the stone. Then speak up. What are you hesitating for? Others urged impatiently. Patience, everyone. This stone gate requires time to shatter. It will eventually yield. For now, stand back to avoid injury. The man smiled slightly. Some remained skeptical, attempting to strike the stone in unison, but to no avail. Gradually, belief in the man's words began to take root, leading others to approach him in a bid for favor, sensing his extraordinary nature. Isan perceived a depth to this individual, noting that despite all his words, the entrance remained unopened. Yet, several were eager to align with him, presenting a facade of cordiality. Caution was warranted not just regarding him, but also a few others of notable prowess. Furthermore, Isan's mastery of the illusory technique drew the attention of several illusionists, whose skills, though not particularly high, were numerous. Li Zhenkue continued to practice the sword art. Isan contemplated discreetly distancing him, recognizing that while Li Zhenkue excelled in alchemy, his aptitude for shadow techniques was unremarkable. Should he invest time in training, it would be considerable. In such a case, Isan could act without concern, primarily because Li Zhenkue's low cultivation level rendered him unable to assist effectively. Look, another pit has appeared over there. Everyone turned their attention in unison. Indeed, yet another pit has emerged, one that is trivial compared to the previous one. Everyone has taken a step back, and upon realizing the stillness, they cautiously approach to observe. However, trepidation lingers, for this place is steeped in countless legends. Yet, someone cast a spell and launched an attack, causing soil to cascade down. While the pit remained shrouded in darkness, do not panic. It seems this pit is merely the result of a collapse. There may be more to uncover, proclaimed a fair-skinned, handsome man, still wearing a smile. Nevertheless, upon hearing the mention of solid stone, all present marveled at the fact that this city was constructed with such sturdy materials, inevitably earning their admiration for the cultivators of that era. Following the handsome man's words, several tunnels indeed appeared, obstructed by robust stone. Yet, it seemed this area was on the verge of being fully revealed. The crowd retreated to several hundred miles away, and Li Zhenkue was also frightened enough to leave. As the commotion grew increasingly intense, making it feel as if this place might collapse, they claimed it was a city, yet what emerged resembled an exceptionally grand palace, surrounded by sturdy stone and other refined materials. The main entrance was the very first section to materialize, now reduced to a mere slit. Chapter 42. Celestial fire. Some individuals were eager to enter, only to be flung back. Who dares ascend? Do not blame me for being ruthless, declared a representative of the Zhengxing sect, standing forth to assert dominance. Do not be overly domineering, Zhengxing sect. We are not afraid of you, with so many of us here. The crowd misinterpreted their intentions. What they meant was to wait until the grand entrance was fully opened, rather than competing for the current narrow opening. While the Zhengxing sect had this notion, their primary aim was to showcase their power. The others had no objections, as this was advantageous for all involved. Of course, some individual cultivators, like Yasan, were hesitant to step forward, as many shared his sentiment. At this moment, Yasan had arranged several illusory formations around, marking the path they must take. The massive stone doors had fully opened, revealing an expanse of darkness, impervious to light. Brother Zhang, I believe it is time to enter. The grand doors are now ajar, spoke a member of the Lucian sect, addressing the Zhengxing sect. Very well, we shall proceed within, responded the Zhengxing sect disciples, all surging forward. I knew it wouldn't be so benevolent. Someone muttered under their breath as they followed suit. Once everyone had entered, Yasan then appeared, setting up an illusionary array at the exit, along with the 4 execution arrays. The preparations were taxing, and after consuming a spirit fruit, he ventured inward. Yasan conjured a flicker of earth fire to illuminate the interior, which was spacious, with the figures venturing far ahead. Surrounding columns and murals adorned the walls, depicting fantastical beasts previously unseen. Some bore human heads with beastly bodies, others human hands with animal forms, as if every part could compose a human figure. Yasan refrained from unveiling them. Should he fail to re-enter, all efforts would be in vain. Continuing deeper, he chose the rightmost corridor, where lights flickered. Inside, the dust was thick, bearing multiple footprints. At least 5 or 6 individuals had traversed this path. The corridor was unremarkable, yet the presence of lights was evident, albeit unlit, with dust and cobwebs scattered throughout. Suddenly, the palace seemed to tremble, leading Yasan to suspect that it was alive. Watching them intently. At the end of the passageway, Isan cautiously glanced around, finding no one before stepping outside. Beyond the passage lay a vast and open space, illuminated brightly, with 3 boxes in the corner that had been opened. They were empty, yet it appeared that they had once contained items. Another passage was visible, marked with the inscription Refining Sect. Yi San's heart swelled with joy. It was indeed a place for refining, a treasure trove of materials and methods. Although excitement bubbled within him, he remained mindful of the presence of others ahead. Thus, he cast an illusionary spell at the exit. Unwilling to allow anyone else to seize what he coveted. As he ventured further, the passage was notably spacious, devoid of the earlier constricted feeling. It was short, leading him to a small courtyard. Noticing the absence of people, he surmised that the others had gone in search of treasures. He cast another illusion and consumed a spirit fruit, instantly revitalizing his energy. He then set out to explore areas they had not yet ventured to, only to be met with the sounds of a quarrel, which escalated to violence. Drawing closer, he discovered 5 individuals who had stumbled upon a high-tier weapon, each vying for possession, knowing that whoever claimed it would experience a significant surge in power, leading to inevitable turmoil. I advise you 3 to step aside. My backing is the illusion sect, far superior to any minor sect, spoke Hong Shan, the genius who had previously secured the first place in shadow techniques. Yi San distinctly remembered his formidable strength, yet his own cultivation had also advanced significantly, rendering him unafraid. Do not approach him. He is a disciple of a major sect, while we are but small factions. If he obtains the treasure, we would be compelled to relinquish it, warned one of the others. The only ones capable of standing against Hong Shan, besides Yi San, were a tall, dark-skinned man of considerable power. The remaining 3 hesitated, aware that their strength was the weakest. If any of them secured the treasure, they might not even survive to keep it. Suddenly, Hong Shan turned and struck down the 3 with a swift motion, catching them completely off guard. As a disciple of a major sect, how can you be so ruthless? The dark-skinned man exclaimed, charging toward Hong Shan. You insignificant ants, what use are you? Better to perish and spare me the trouble. Hong Shan retorted, countering the attack. The 2 engaged in combat, while Yi San observed in disbelief at Hong Shan's mercilessness, having just witnessed him kill the 3 weaker opponents. Until now, Yi San had never taken a life. His previous encounters with shadow beasts had been out of necessity, and though he had grown unafraid, seeing the lifeless bodies on the ground, one with a severed neck, evoked a sense of disgust within him. Yet he understood that strength dictated everything. As they clashed, Yi San seized the opportunity to search other rooms. These chambers showed little change, merely a sense of antiquity. One room had 6 compartments, and he began his search from the far left, where refining room was inscribed outside. Upon entering, a wave of intense heat greeted him. With Yi San's current physique, he typically felt little from ordinary heat, but this was distinctly different, growing more intense the deeper he ventured, indicating the presence of high-grade earth fire. Yi San, this is heavenly fire. You must acquire it. The voice of the woman within him urged. Heavenly fire. Is there something even more potent than earth fire? Yi San whispered in astonishment. I will explain later. You must obtain it. It will be immensely beneficial to you, she insisted. Even the celestial beings have spoken of it, indicating that it is certainly no ordinary object. Upon a cursory glance, one perceives a vast pit within, from which flames sporadically emerge. The sensation of heat intensifies, compelling me to employ the control of heaven technique, utilizing my spiritual awareness to probe within. The temperature is exceedingly formidable. Perspiration begins to bead upon my skin as I gradually harness my spiritual consciousness, collecting and subduing it bit by bit. Once I achieve a sufficient level of adaptation, rapid assimilation will follow. This celestial fire lacks any semblance of intelligence, categorizing it as a lower-grade entity, yet it ranks among the most formidable in this realm. Any contact would result in instantaneous obliteration to ash. Yet my innate constitution and the control of heaven technique shield me from peril, though the physical torment is considerable. I aspire to integrate it into my being, necessitating traversal through my meridians. Should I falter under the strain, a rupture would spell my demise. Conversely, if I endure, the subsequent processes shall be relatively straightforward, and my physical constitution will undoubtedly experience an elevation. There lies a slim possibility of ascending to the celestial spirit physique, a prospect that demands prolonged refinement by the celestial fire. Chapter 43. The artifact refining sect. The distortion upon my visage betrays the intensity of my struggle, my entire form trembling yet remaining unbroken. The tortoise within my sea of consciousness seems to sense the discomfort, anxiously observing the unfolding events. It has come to regard this place as its home, though the circumstances appear deceptively simple. It cherishes every moment that I in the past. It would slumber for months, years passing without a second thought to time that I yearned to succumb to the fatigue, to descend into an eternal slumber, yet the conviction within my heart forbids such surrender. There remains much to comprehend, and I cannot simply abandon the journey. As time progresses, exhaustion overwhelms me, and I find myself prostrate upon the ground, on the verge of sleep, yet the ordeal persists unabated. Meanwhile, the contest nearby culminates with the grand sect of illusionary sect emerging victorious. Their artifacts vastly overshadow the lesser sects, rendering defeat merely a matter of time. However, Hong San has also invested significantly. Yet this advanced weapon can serve as collateral for everything. With this weapon in hand, the strength of the sect shall undoubtedly surge, and I shall be afforded greater recognition. Pondering this, joy wells within me. I have already demonstrated my prowess within the sect, and with this weapon, even the sect leader shall not underestimate me, leading to enhanced cultivation. On the other hand, my endeavor concludes successfully, though I succumb to unconsciousness. My countenance pale yet bearing a faint smile, the torment has finally ceased. Little do I know, this marks merely the beginning of the path to divinity, with future trials destined to be exponentially more arduous. Upon completing his respite, Hong Shan embarks on the subsequent search. This is the domain of artifact refinement, each chamber related to the craft, though Hong Shan is not adept in this particular discipline. Any acquisition would constitute a considerable fortune. He possesses a Chinquan pouch, and as he surveys the fine weaponry, he casually stows it within the pouch, a reward from the sect leader for his first-place finish in the previous competition. Albeit the space within is limited, in this chamber, various weapons of differing designs await. Hong Shan recognizes only the caliber of the advanced weapon, dismissing the others as mere refuse. Nevertheless, he continues to collect them into his pouch before proceeding to the room on the right in search of more treasures. At this moment, I awaken, commencing meditation to restore my energy. The recovery is swift, largely attributed to the recent subjugation of the celestial fire, which has significantly enhanced my constitution. Upon exiting this chamber, one encounters the celestial fire, alongside various materials for crafting, some of which have been utterly destroyed, while others have adapted to the daily trials of the heavenly flames, transforming in extraordinary ways. These crafting materials are so scattered that they are barely recognizable. Most notably, at the bottom of the celestial fire pit lies a piece of purple stone, along with several unfinished weapons, suggesting that a significant event must have transpired for them to be forsaken. Yi Sen collected all these items into his Chinquan bag, which is now nearly filled to capacity. Discarding any of these treasures would be lamentable, as they are indeed hard to come by. The sounds of battle nearby have ceased, indicating that it has come to an end, and preparations must be made. Yi Sen consumed a mirage fruit, ensuring that everything was in order, as a fierce struggle was surely imminent. In addition to the previously arranged illusionary formation, he set up a 4 punishments killing array, and he had not skimped on the possession technique either. For the first time, Yi Sen contemplated deceiving others. It felt somewhat alien to him, yet the allure of so many treasures assuaged his discomfort. On the side of Hong Shan, an abundance of materials and ancient tomes had been discovered, all appearing quite antiquated and beyond his comprehension. So he hastily packed everything into his Chinquan bag. The 3 rooms to the right had been thoroughly searched. One was a weapons chamber, another contained books, and the last held materials, considering this place was meant for crafting. They were likely of exceptional quality, albeit worn by the passage of time. While waiting, Yi Sen grumbled about the fool who had yet to appear, wondering if he had fled. For Yi Sen, waiting to ensnare someone was a form of torment in itself. Hong Shan, bloodied yet smiling, exuded a hint of malevolence. Finally, the door that Yi Sen had been waiting for swung open, only to be met with silence. Realizing the illusion had taken effect, he carefully stepped out with his sword in hand. And indeed, there stood Hong Shan, motionless. Humph, how quaint, Yi Sen thought, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him, the tension in his heart dissipating. Suddenly, the tide turned. Hong Shan struck down upon Yi Sen's shoulder with his blade. Yi Sen recognized he had fallen into a trap and quickly retreated, his hand instinctively moving to his wound. Not bad at all. The bone is quite sturdy. Let us see just how resilient you truly are, Hong Shan declared, swinging again with fierce intent. Yi Sen had no time to assess his injury. Instinctively raising his sword to block the blow, a smile crept across Hong Shan's lips. To parry a sword with a knife was akin to courting death. And should the strike land, Yi Sen's sword would surely shatter. Upon the impact, Hong Shan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of rage. This blade had been his companion for countless years and was renowned within the sect. Yet it had been repelled by a mere sword, and shattered at that. Hong Shan retreated to the door, retrieving a high-grade weapon from his Chinquan bag. Yi San was fortunate, having endured the heavenly flames tempering prior. Though not gravely wounded, he felt the immense power behind Hong Shan's strikes. I see you've acquired a fine weapon as well, but you shall pay for my blade's demise, Hong Shan proclaimed. Wielding his new weapon to cast a spell. Yi San was perplexed as to why the formation had not activated, yet upon glimpsing Hong Shan's Chinquan bag, his gaze shifted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Hong Shan misinterpreted this as mockery, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, this new weapon was unfamiliar to him. While making a fool of himself mattered little, losing his life would leave him with nothing to say. Yi San observed the situation but did not rush to attack. Instead, he remarked, "You are a disciple of the illusion sect. How could you be so malicious? We harbor no deep-seated enmity, yet you strike with lethal intent upon our first meeting. You indeed heard my words, and thus you have witnessed the truth. I cannot allow you to live. Moreover, in the face of opportunity, do you think I would relinquish my chance?" Hong Shan chuckled. Yi San had too much confidence in his formation. This time, it was not merely his physique that had been enhanced. He might already be a ghost beneath the blade. Then it seems only one of us shall leave this place alive. Upon finishing this declaration, Yi San unleashed a surge of heavenly fire, which dispersed in all directions. Hong Shan sought to evade but found no refuge. He could only channel his energy to control his weapon, launching forth a formidable aura, yet it merely repelled the flames slightly. Nearby, wooden doors that came into contact with the fire ignited spontaneously, indicating the extraordinary nature of this flame. That he could only retreat, eventually escaping to the outside of the room. Hong Shan was evidently afraid, yet in the face of life and death, fear only leads to defeat. Armed, he initiated an assault. Yi San drew forth his sword, preparing for defense rather than offense. His intention was not to slay Hong Shan, but to refine his swordsmanship. Chapter 44. The might of medicinal pills. In this practical confrontation, Yi San lacked significant experience, having previously relied on formations to ensnare and vanquish foes. This encounter served as a valuable lesson for him. Hong Shan was also experimenting with his new weapon, which resembled both a sword and a blade. Possessing considerable power, yet he was astonished by Yi San's resilience. Yi San continually defended against the attacks, sensing that this weapon must be of a high earth grade, inferior to his own blade in rank but not in might. This realization ignited a yearning within him for the weapon-forging techniques of this realm, as well as a newfound assessment of his own strength. Hong Shan increasingly perceived Yi San's prowess escalating, his sword techniques becoming more adept, fostering a sense of dread within him. That Yi San regarded him with disdain, merely using him as practice. As time passed, Hong Shan began to withdraw slightly, solidifying this notion. He could no longer afford to prolong this battle. Even if he mastered this weapon entirely, he would still be no match for Yi San. Hong Shan retreated to create distance, silently reciting incantations, and conjured a talisman that he hurled at Yi San with a glimmer of ferocity. Yi San was taken aback by the presence of a talisman, undoubtedly a trump card. He summoned flames around himself, incinerating any approaching foreign objects. The talisman soared above Yi San, seemingly unable to withstand the fire and dissipating slowly, descending gently, its flames failing to consume it. Instead, the talisman transformed into ethereal energy. Hong Shan, witnessing this, revealed a sinister smile. "You are still too young, my boy," he thought, merely waiting for the talisman's effect to manifest. This talisman had been forged using the spiritual blood and essence of a demonic beast, capable of inciting a frenzy akin to that of the beast, clouding the mind, and leading to madness and self-destruction. It was a costly talisman, one that pained him to expend. Yi San laughed amidst the flames, while Hong Shan, unable to discern any movement within, assumed Yi San had perished, yet there was no sound of struggle. Yi San's current form was far from permeable. Instead, it absorbed the flames as nourishment. He now watched Hong Shan, eager to see what else he had in store. Hong Shan, wary of approaching, summoned another talisman, transforming it into a flying sword directed at Yi San. Yi San harbored a peculiar interest in these talismans, astonishingly capable of transforming into a sword, which implied it could metamorphose into other forms as well. With a mere parry of his sword, the flying sword dissipated into nothingness. Hong Shan felt no sorrow. This was merely a talisman designed for aerial transportation, yet it was confirmed that Yi San was still alive and mentally alert, suggesting that the talisman held no power over him. Hong Shan, unwilling to meet his demise here, said with an air of composure, "My friend, given your predicament and the presence of others outside, might we consider an alliance?" "Ha! You dare speak of cooperation? You slaughtered the last 3 without a shred of mercy. Do you think I would be foolish enough to follow in their footsteps?" retorted Isan. "They were mere insects, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. You are different. If we join forces, we could reap greater rewards outside." Hongshan insisted, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Without you, I can manage just fine," Isan replied resolutely, unwilling to entrust his life to someone who killed without hesitation. "If you wish to eliminate me, it will not be an easy task. Regardless of the outcome, there will be losses on both sides. Why must you resort to such measures? Spare me your empty rhetoric. Instead, contemplate your next move," Isan remarked. Recognizing that a peaceful resolution was unlikely, that he bore no regrets. Those who cultivate power must be decisive in their actions. Indeed, Isan had consumed a pill, one that could enhance strength at a great cost to one's physical foundation. He had once read of such a potion and had thought it improbable that anyone would take it, as who would willingly jeopardize their very essence for fleeting power. This must come to an end, Isan declared, drawing forth a sword that cleaved the moonlight, striking Hongshan with force. That moment, Hongshan's eyes turned crimson, his muscles bulging as his garments shredded and floated away. Remarkably, he received the blow with a smile, displaying no sign of pain nor any visible wounds. Hongshan reveled in this newfound power, feeling immensely strong, but as the implications dawned on him, he shot a furious glance at Isan, blaming him for his current plight. Brandishing his weapon, he charged at Isan, who swiftly retreated, sensing an eerie and sinister aura emanating from Hongshan, particularly from his eyes, which were devoid of humanity and seemed to bleed crimson, with the sword technique now rendered ineffective against him. Isan sought alternative means to defend himself. The heavenly fire remained unextinguished, encircling him as it might be the sole force capable of countering Hongshan. Yet, the overwhelming might radiating from Hongshan rendered the heavenly fire impotent, as it pierced through the flames to strike Isan's corporeal form. Even so, Hongshan hesitated to confront him directly. The might of the heavenly fire was beyond his current capacity to withstand, yet the strength he possessed was sufficient to extinguish Isan's life, albeit through a convoluted method. "Migu, do you have any strategy to eliminate him?" Isan inquired. "Boss, if you release me, I shall devise a plan," Migu responded with unwavering confidence, leaving Isan incredulous that this creature, known primarily for slumbering, could possess a viable solution. Migu manifested. Hongshan, unfazed by the appearance of such entities, realized that acquiring them all would justify the sacrifices made thus far. However, he also understood the need for caution. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Migu cast a glance at Isan, signaling readiness. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled again, then exhaled. Isan, perplexed by Migu's peculiar behavior, chose not to intervene. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Hongshan retreated a few steps, hastily preparing for defense and evasion. Upon witnessing Migue take a couple of breaths, he proceeded to withdraw his limbs into his shell, followed by his tail, and ultimately his head, leaving only a solitary shell behind. Yi San and Hongshan remained in anticipation, yet there was no sign of movement. A gentle kick elicited no response. Yi San's face darkened in an instant. Feeling utterly deceived, what was the purpose of this? Ha ha ha. True to his nature, the turtle, the timid creature, caused Hongshan to chuckle as well. "What on earth are you doing? Retreating like a timid turtle? Come out at once." Yi San's tone was laced with helplessness. Had he known it would be so unreliable, he wouldn't have engaged in such folly. "Boss, didn't you claim you could defeat him? I'll lend you the shell. And then he won't stand a chance against you," Migue said, feigning innocence. The more Yi San pondered, the more irate he became. It was one thing to be a timid turtle himself, but to have to embody one was intolerable. Hongshan grew weary of wasting time. The elixir's effectiveness was limited. He directed his weapon to fly towards Yi San's head with the swiftness of the wind. Yi San immediately activated his possession array to enhance his combat prowess. But he failed to evade the attack, resulting in a lock of black hair being severed, and a portion of the heavenly fire before him was also dispersed. Chapter 45. Exhaustion. This heavenly fire was a product of the acquired. Inferior to the innate heavenly fire. It could not instantaneously dissolve advanced weaponry, yet Hongshan dared not approach too closely. Recognizing this as Yi San's advantage. Migue, enlighten me on how to merge with the shell? Yi San suddenly realized that being a timid turtle had its merits. At least he would be spared from injury. Initially, you manifested an illusion. Now, if you can align your thoughts, I can merge with you. Mi-Gui explained, revealing a method of temporary unification. Hongshan continued his relentless assault, his strength escalating, muscles bulging and veins prominent, presenting an unsettling sight. Yi San endeavored to maintain his composure, resisting Hongshan's distractions. Mi-Gui extended his head and limbs, crawling before Yi San, then stood upright before retracting into his shell once more, transforming into a shield that absorbed all damage. Yi San was taken aback by the unexpected assistance in deflecting harm. He felt a surge of gratitude. Despite it being a turtle. At that moment, he envisioned himself as a turtle, forging a connection with Mi-Gui that transcended the master-servant relationship. A wondrous bond. It was as if he could manipulate Mi-Gui at will and utilize his miraculous abilities. Hongshan was astonished, witnessing the extraordinary fusion of man and turtle, a union he had never seen nor even heard of. I never imagined your fortune could be so remarkable, acquiring such divine powers. However, everything will ultimately belong to me. Hongshan initially contemplated retreating, but now felt compelled to seize this fortune. Yi San was roused by this proclamation. Upon opening his eyes and realizing he had transformed into a turtle, he felt an unexpected thrill, albeit with questions. Mi-Gui, where have you gone? Yi San was perplexed, having occupied his shell, yet wondering where Mi-Gui had disappeared to. Boss, I'm in your sea of consciousness, just bare and exposed. So please don't look at me, Mi-Gui said, having crouched down and covered his modesty with his limbs. Yi San couldn't help but steal a glance, nearly bursting into laughter. Hongshan produced a multitude of talismans, all of which were directed towards Yesan. Upon witnessing such an abundance of charms, Yesan, with a thud of realization, thought to himself how wealthy one must be, and retreated entirely into his tortoise shell. The interior of the shell was surprisingly spacious. Yesan had always assumed that a tortoise shell would be a confined space, but it could easily accommodate another person, though two would indeed create some discomfort. The surrounding heavenly flames had subsided, leaving only Yesan nestled within the shell. Come out, you timid turtle, you coward. Show yourself, Hongshan bellowed, his frustration palpable as he recognized his attacks had yielded no results. If this continued, he would truly lose everything. Hongshan approached aggressively, unperturbed by any tricks Yesan might be employing. He unleashed a flurry of powerful punches and kicks, yet none inflicted any damage. Mi-Gui, I never imagined you would spend all day sleeping. This shell is remarkably sturdy, Yesan remarked contentedly. What do you mean, sleeping all day? It's called cultivation, Mi-Gui retorted immediately. All right, it's cultivation, just let me obtain something valuable this time, and I shall allow you to come out and play. Yesan said generously. No, I wish to sleep. I won't go out. What good is it out there? I walk every day. Once I can fly, I will emerge, he insisted. True to his nature as a tortoise, it was peculiar that he would complain about moving slowly. Yet it was unfathomable that this tortoise could indeed learn to fly one day. The thought of riding a flying tortoise was something entirely unprecedented. Now, all Yesan had to do was wait for the effects of Hongshan's potion to diminish, as that would be his moment to counterattack. However, he feared that Hongshan might escape, and the illusory array set against him seemed ineffective, which was indeed strange. At that moment, Hongshan was seething, nearly on the verge of bloodshed. After expending so much energy and resources, the target had eluded him, and he could not bring himself to strike a fatal blow. His gaze turned increasingly crimson, his body trembling as he frantically battered the tortoise shell. Spiritual energy was scattered chaotically, and his breath was unstable. Boss, that guy outside seems to be on the verge of collapse. He has lost his mind. Mi-Gui observed the situation outside keenly, but he not be deceived by his demeanor. I almost fell for it myself. Yesan recalled how hypocritical Hongshan had been during his earlier attempts at negotiation. Mi-Gui had also witnessed the previous events and found his reasoning sound. Deciding to disregard Hongshan entirely, as Hongshan's consciousness waned and the potion's effects took hold, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his eyes returning to a semblance of normalcy, albeit still dazed and motionless. This was a side effect. Once the potion's effects set in, a person's energy would be drained, requiring 3 days of rest for recovery. Yesan sensed the tranquility outside and cautiously peeked out, uncertain if Hongshan had truly fallen. He then manipulated the heavenly flames to test the waters, discovering that he felt no scorching heat at all. It appeared that Hongshan was indeed incapacitated. Yesan cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to hold a grudge, for before him lay a grand treasure trove, and the mere thought excited him. Having regained his human form, he gazed at the fallen Hong Shan. Had it not been for his cleverness, he might have been the one lying there instead, devoid of sympathy for others. Hong Shan, disheveled and with a dazed expression, was clearly in a state of madness, having been driven to the brink by his own fury. Prematurely concluding his path of cultivation, Ye San drew forth his sword and prodded Hong Shan, surveying the ghastly sight before him, truly terrifying. He then searched Hong Shan's person, uncovering only a Qiankuan bag and an external weapon. The weapon is formidable. Although its level is inferior to his own, its power is quite remarkable. It appears to be an ordinary item. Yet the method of its creation is undoubtedly extraordinary. Ye San unfastened the Qiankuan bag of Hong Shan, revealing an abundance of items within, and the space is larger than his own. Some of these items bear marks of recent placement, lacking any discernible order, clearly indicating a lack of time for arrangement. Among them are books that astonishingly document the origins of weapon crafting in this world, along with rare materials and various methods of refinement, as well as rankings of heavenly fire, knowledge that Ye San was previously unaware of but desperately needed, filling his heart with uncontainable joy. Additionally, there is a collection of weapon materials that Ye San does not recognize, yet he senses their exceptional nature. This is the intuition of a weapon craftsman. Some items have clearly been frequently handled, including a tome detailing the cultivation methods of the illusionary sect, which would be an unattainable aspiration for many, yet holds little allure for Ye San. There is also a jade pendant that, upon probing with his spiritual sense, reveals no trace of spiritual energy, but is inscribed with the characters for manifest spirit, suggesting that this item is what enables Hong Shan to remain unperturbed by formations. There are few spirit stones, and not a single talisman can be found, presumably all expended recently, which is a pity, as he had intended to study them. Subsequently, Ye San examined the remaining 2 chambers, discovering merely 2 boxes containing 2 artifacts, one an ancient relic that cannot be refined, and the other the remains of an ancient skeleton, the origin of which remains unknown, also unrefinable. Both are artifacts from antiquity, likely left unrefined at the time and stored within the room until now. Ye San retrieved a piece of purple anomalous stone from the depths of the heavenly fire. While it may not appear extraordinary at first glance, its prolonged existence beneath the heavenly fire is remarkable in itself. Chapter 46. The Way of the Sword. Hong Shan is dead, a victim of his own obsession compounded by the side effects of the elixir, leading to his demise. No one is left to collect his body. Ye San is no paragon of virtue either and has no desire to assist someone who sought to take his life. At the passageway, a formation is still in place, and after consuming a mirage fruit for recovery, which also enhances his cultivation, he continues down the corridor. The path is marked by numerous footprints, indicative of many who have entered before him. Ye San discards his attire, not wishing to attract attention should trouble arise, and smears some dirt on his face, allowing his hair to fall loosely, presenting the appearance of someone who has just emerged from a fierce struggle. Upon reaching the inner corridor, he finds it marked as the Sword Dao sect, with formations meticulously arranged at every exit. Inside, a small courtyard is populated by many individuals, primarily divided into 2 sects, the Lucian sect and the Zhongshan sect. While others lack any distinguishing attire, likely representing loose cultivators and minor sections, observing Ye San's entrance, some cannot help but laugh, noting the arrival of yet another participant, a clear indication of the allure of the Sword Dao. Within lies a single chamber, exceedingly vast, yet its door remains firmly shut, suggesting that it has yet to be opened. Ye San wisely steps aside, preferring not to draw attention. In his current guise, others are equally disinclined to give him a second glance. Previously, the esteemed Lu Shenzong's Gao Jing was present here, along with a fair and handsome man from before. Gao Jing appeared untroubled, while the fair and handsome gentleman greeted everyone with a smile, seemingly exuding kindness towards all. Even the newly arrived Ye San found himself unsettled by the man's cheerful demeanor, suspecting it concealed ulterior motives, which only heightened his wariness towards this individual. "How fares brother Gao? Have you devised a method to unlock this door?" inquired the fair and handsome man, still wearing his smile. Gao Jing, displaying resolute decisiveness, was unable to perceive the true nature of this ever-smiling man, who struck him as anything but benevolent. "Since it is so, then I shall proceed to open it," he stated, a sentiment that, while seemingly innocuous, was met with Gao Jing's reluctance. The prior agreement stipulated that whoever could first conceive of a way to open this seemingly impenetrable door would be the first to claim an item within. Gao Jing could not refute this, for he had indeed not found a solution to Ye San, unable to discern the door's peculiarities, noted only its grand size. However, upon realizing the context of the sword path, he contemplated probing it with sword intent. With this thought, Yi-san directed his sword intent towards the door, encountering no resistance. Yet, the fair and handsome man cast a glance, interrupting Yi-san's focus. Gao Jing followed the man's gaze. "Hurry and open the door. What are you staring at?" "Nothing much, just a fly," he replied, turning away to resume his preparations for opening the door. His loud mention of the fly was clearly aimed at Yi-san, who chose to disregard it. However, the interruption of his sword intent indicated that this man was far from friendly. Moreover, the man's sword intent was formidable, beyond what Yi-san could currently contend with. Yet, he was not solely reliant on the sword. That's why Yi-san opted for caution, choosing to observe from behind the scattered cultivators. To act rashly now would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Whispers circulated, suggesting this man was the illegitimate son of the Yunsing sect's leader, living in the shadows and hesitant to reveal his identity. That it was rumored his name was Zhang Ming, though the veracity of this claim remained uncertain. Yi-san smirked knowingly. There was indeed more to this narrative. Zhang Ming seemed to have caught wind of the gossip, glancing in their direction with a fierce gaze, silencing the chatter among the crowd. Gao Jing, surprisingly, burst into laughter, prompting Zhang Ming to fix him with a piercing stare, the earlier mirth evaporating. "What do you mean, brother Gao?" Zhang Ming inquired, striving to maintain the harmony of the gathering, though this topic was a sore point for him, a burden he had long carried in silence. "Brother Zhang, do not misunderstand. I was merely surprised to learn you are affiliated with the Yunsing sect. I am quite pleased," Gao Jing replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Unafraid of provoking discord, Zhang Ming's anger flared, yet he pivoted away to continue his efforts at the door. In this place, he had no allies and did not wish to face foes on all sides. Moreover, within his sect, he was often the subject of ridicule. His presence here was driven by a desire to master the sword path, to reclaim his honor by eliminating those who had mocked him, and to seize what was rightfully his. For the time being, he had to endure. He understood well that a small forbearance could safeguard a grand plan. Why Yi-san pondered this Zhang Ming's capacity for restraint. Recognizing it hinted at some premeditated scheme, he sensed that a confrontation loomed on the horizon, suggesting Zhang Ming might be prepared for what was to come as Yi-san departed into the corridor. It became evident that Zhang Ming was no ordinary individual. The more one contemplated, the more unsettling it appeared. Perhaps it was wiser to remain here. Even if one entered, it was uncertain what any of the multitude could truly gain. For with an increase in numbers comes inevitable discord, though they had yet to reach a point of vying for interests. Human hearts are notoriously unreliable, especially in matters concerning each person's cultivation journey. Until a certain threshold is crossed, their true natures remain concealed. San's senior brother, Han Shu, would likely not treat him with such regard were it not for his exceptional talent. One could argue he was merely being exploited. Yet Yi-san bore no resentment, for Han Shu had indeed contributed to his development. As Zhang Ming opened the grand door, Gao Jing maintained a serious demeanor, vigilant against any potential disruptions. Zhang Ming entered alone, followed closely by Gao Jing to the others behind. A blatant warning was issued. "Do not take what does not belong to you, lest you invite calamity upon yourselves." Such a threat was stark, yet none dared to retort. Nevertheless, murmurs of discontent filled the air. Gao Jing paid them no heed, intent on keeping a close watch on Zhang Ming to avoid any misfortune. Subsequently, all entered in succession, some bearing fierce expressions, others radiating anger. No one wore a smile. The treasure lay ahead, yet was suppressed by unseen forces, leaving everyone uncomfortable, including members of the Lucian sect who were visibly irate. With similar levels of cultivation, it was disheartening to see one person, simply due to the label of genius, wielding authority over the rest, compelling them to act subserviently, as if they were beneath him. Upon entering the chamber, Zhang Ming was awestruck by the decor. Swords adorned the air, all of considerable quality, and standing beneath them felt perilous, as though they might fall at any moment. The most striking sight was a radiant sword at the highest point, shimmering with brilliance. Zhang Ming ascended, intent on claiming this sword, but Gao Jing intervened, pulling him back to the ground. "Gao Jing, what is the meaning of this? According to our agreement, I am entitled to the first pick." "Why do you impede me?" Zhang Ming exclaimed, his anger palpable as he rose again, determined to seize the sword. "This sword is mine. You may choose from the others," Gao Jing declared with an air of dominance. However, the moment he reached for the sword's hilt, He was repelled by a force emanating from the blade itself. Gao Jing fell, spitting blood, and glared at Zhan Ming, who had also been thrown back. Bloodied and incredulous, staring at the sword above, unable to comprehend the source of his defeat. Zhan Ming, I find you lacking. You are no better than the rest. Gao Jing could not resist taunting. Humph. I am not to be compared with someone of your unscrupulous nature. Zhan Ming retorted, still pondering how to claim the sword, for this blade was no ordinary treasure. Gradually, more cultivators arrived, all soaring into the air, with some even engaging in fierce combat, disregarding Gao Jing's warnings. Gao Jing, seething with rage, observed, it appears your words carry little weight. Zhan Ming managed to smile, albeit strained. Do not revel too soon. Let us see who emerges victorious. Indeed, all who sought to grasp the sword were repelled, one after another collapsing to the ground, some even losing consciousness. Witnessing this, several opted to seek lesser treasures, abandoning their pursuit of the sword for now. Surrounding them were numerous bookshelves laden with tomes, each protected by intricate formations. Someone volunteered to demonstrate their mastery of the formation, activating it, yet they found it impossible to break through. Although a considerable amount of time had passed, its miraculous efficacy remained undiminished. Everyone began to search for a location abundant in spiritual energy, which could potentially be the formation's core. The one speaking was from the Inhin sect, reputed for their unparalleled expertise in formations. All present scoured the surroundings, but to no avail. Now that the formation had been initiated, they could only produce a single manual, which was utterly insufficient to satisfy the crowd, united in purpose. They began to assault the area above the bookshelf. The one speaking was Zhan Ming, who, sensing the surrounding energy with his sword intent, discerned that the concentration of sword intent above must indeed be the formation's eye. Many began to attune themselves to the space above the bookshelf, confirming the presence of a swirling current of energy. However, those well-versed in sword intent quickly recognized that it was enveloped by a sphere of spiritual energy, which appeared to be expanding, indicating that it was on the verge of collapse after enduring for so long. Gao Jing couldn't help but regard Zhan Ming with newfound respect. He had just conducted a sweep and found nothing amiss, yet Zhan Ming's prowess was evidently far more profound than it appeared. The crowd began to consolidate their strength, launching a concerted assault on the concentrated sword intent. Initially, the sword intent dispersed wildly, injuring several individuals, a testament to its formidable power. Observing the chaotic dispersal of sword intent, Zhan Ming felt a pang of regret. If he could capture it, his own mastery of sword intent would significantly enhance, bringing him closer to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, revealing too much was inadvisable, as his ambitions extended far beyond this. With Gao Jing watching him closely, he needed to find an opportunity to either shake him off or eliminate him. Gao Jing sensed a fleeting aura of murderous intent, but it vanished almost instantaneously. He glanced at Zhan Ming but found nothing unusual, though he remained wary. Ultimately, the formation could not withstand the relentless passage of time and the onslaught of their attacks. It shattered. The members of the Inhin sect did not rush in immediately, nor did the others dare to do so. They collected some fragments of the formation before entering, with the remaining individuals following suit. Although many books were present, they could not withstand such fierce competition and vanished in the blink of an eye. Gao Jing and Zhan Ming remained vigilant over the treasured sword, contemplating how to unravel its rebounding force. Zhan Ming realized that since it was a sword, it must be intrinsically linked to the path of swordsmanship. He glanced at Gao Jing with a cold smirk, and then directed his gaze towards the sword. Approaching it with his sword intent, he found there was no repelling force, and at the moment of contact, the sword fell from the air, soaring towards Zhan Ming. Gao Jing lunged for the sword, attempting to seize it, but he was repelled back. In contrast, Zhan Ming grasped the sword, and it trembled momentarily before coming to rest. All eyes turned towards Zhan Ming, who seemed to have become the sword's master. They understood that if Zhan Ming were eliminated, the sword would once again be without a master, yet no one dared to be the first to strike. In Zhan Ming's grasp, the sword no longer radiated the dazzling brilliance it had earlier. Instead, it took on an unassuming quality, which only served to underscore its extraordinary nature. The moment Zhan Ming acquired the sword, an indescribable sensation of relief washed over him, restoring and augmenting all his strength. This feeling was beyond the ordinary. The sword possessed immense power, known as Tear the Heavens, of exceedingly high rank, though its true caliber remained unfathomable to him at present. In that moment, Zhan Ming laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You insignificant ants wish to slay me. Come forth and witness true genius." The crowd, whether spurred by Zhan Ming's provocation or Gao Jing's enticement, surged forward with fury. Yet, Zhang Ming merely swung his sword forward, sending all assailants sprawling, with those at the forefront collapsing lifelessly. Ha ha, ants are but ants, Zhang Ming mocked loudly. Some, sensing the dire turn of events, attempted to flee, yearning to escape this dreadful scene. With another swing of his sword, Zhang Ming eradicated all those who lay on the ground, including several who had previously cheered for him. Zhang Ming, how could you be so brutal? If the world were to learn of your deeds, you would surely face retribution, Gao Jing urged, striving to rally everyone for a united stand against Zhang Ming, lest they all perish. The remaining survivors hastened to Gao Jing's side, echoing, "You speak true, brother Gao. You, a bastard, have committed such heinous acts, and you shall be hunted by all." Among the fallen were many disciples from esteemed sects, as well as a few from smaller factions, all of exceptional talent. Now slain by a single sword strike, the weight of Zhang Ming's identity pressed upon him, causing his body to tremble as he unleashed another powerful swing. The sword's aura shattered all in its path. Gao Jing, employing his agility, made a desperate dash for the exit, while those remaining were gripped by terror and regret. The might of that single strike ensured none survived. Zhang Ming collected all the Qinquan bags and swords from the ground, but failed to locate Gao Jing, realizing too late the peril he was in, and he pursued outward. Yisan had already heard numerous cries of despair, unable to fathom the gruesome scene. It must have been a river of blood. Gao Jing managed to escape, seeking a path to safety, yet found himself ensnared by a formation. Upon Yisan's emergence, he discovered Gao Jing in a state of panic, realizing he was not the last survivor. He withdrew to conceal himself, activating the 4 punishments killing array and the possession array. Seeing Gao Jing trapped, Zhang Ming swiftly struck with his sword, piercing his heart and causing him to fall lifeless. The formation collapsing with a single blow. "Come forth, my friend, I know you hide behind," Zhang Ming called, gazing at the passageway. Yisan did not expect to remain undetected and stepped out slowly. "Brother Zhang, what a remarkable sword technique. You have shattered the formation with a single strike. I must admit, I am somewhat in awe," Yisan remarked, acknowledging that even he lacked the strength to do so. "Did I at you?" Zhang Ming replied, somewhat taken aback to see Yisan covered in dust and in disarray. However, concern loomed over him, for the energy expended in wielding his sword had left him drained, rendering any victory against Yisan improbable. Chapter 48. The Power of Puppetry. Haha. "Brother Zhang, it seems you are barely holding on. Your strength has been utterly depleted," Yisan observed, yet still felt compelled to test the waters. "I am willing to offer all the treasures I possess in exchange for a path to survival, save for this sword in my hand. What say you?" Zhang Ming's expression exuded confidence. Yisan hesitated to kill him, fearing that any hidden treasures might spell his own demise beneath Zhang Ming's blade. After careful consideration, Yisan concluded that acquiring the sword would be challenging, but he would undoubtedly secure it in the future. "Very well, I accept your terms." Yisan dismantled the formation but retained a possession array on himself, merely for Zhang Ming's reassurance. Zhang Ming also surrendered all the Qinquan bags he had just acquired before departing. Yisan gazed at the multitude of Qinquan bags strewn across the ground, his eyes sparkling with the prospect of newfound wealth. Upon opening one, he discovered an abundance of spirit stones and swords within. These blades were evidently newly obtained, along with a plethora of books. Yisan selected a relatively large Qinquan bag and proceeded to stow away the remaining treasures before making his exit from the gruesome scene. Once everyone had departed, the blood that stained the room began to dissipate gradually, and the corpses too slowly vanished, as if tranquility had been restored in an instant. Upon stepping outside, Yisan found a throng of people waiting, some jubilant, others seething with anger, and yet others maintaining an air of calm detachment. He then made his way towards the largest passageway, following closely behind the crowd. Above this grand passageway, the words Fumo Jian were inscribed, indicating that it was a place designated for the confinement of demons and monsters. To this day, the nature of the treasure that had lured so many here remained a mystery, yet this passageway appeared to be the sole entrance, presumably leading to it. However, Fumo Jian was not merely a repository for demons. Could it possibly harbor a treasure intended to subdue them? Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead, prompting Yisan to hasten forward to investigate. To his astonishment, an aberration launched an attack on them, claiming the life of one individual. This creature possessed the head of a wolf, human hands and feet, a wolf's tail, and a body resembling that of a person, yet covered in a profusion of fur. Someone shouted loudly that it was a puppet, which he had read about in a tome. It was said that such entities could move like humans but lacked intelligence, displaying a fearlessness in battle with formidable strength. Others echoed this sentiment, explaining that puppets were used by puppeteers in combat, akin to aerial shadow beasts, yet these puppets knew only how to attack and were undeterred by the prospect of death. Despite the fact that the art of puppetry had been lost for centuries, everyone quickly retreated, as the passageway became congested with panicked individuals. Fortunately, Yisun found himself at the rear, thus largely unaffected. The puppet, upon spotting humans, launched ferocious assaults, each strike potentially fatal. At that moment, a figure from the Lucian zone, Xiong Hao, stepped forward, calling out for everyone to withdraw and regroup outside. Once they emerged, they were relieved that the puppet did not pursue them. Now, in order to proceed, they had to eliminate the obstacle, and Xiong Hao turned his gaze to the Inhen sect. "What are you looking at us for? Is our loss not grievous enough?" he inquired. Noting the absence of other Inhen sect disciples who had yet to return, implying they had likely met with misfortune, only 7 remained present, the fewest of any major sect, while the Lucian zone still had over 10 disciples in attendance. "Daoist Hao, I understand that your Inhen sect excels in talismans and illusion formations. I am not asking you to take unnecessary risks, but rather to utilize your talismans to probe the way and simultaneously clear the obstacles." He continued, observing that none from the Inhen sect spoke up, clearly reluctant to comply. "How about this? Once we enter, you shall receive 3 shares more than we do," he proposed, glancing at the others, who nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then we shall lead the way," the Inhen sect conceded, recognizing that this offer was not unreasonably low. Moreover, they were uncertain if they could contend with the aberrations on their own. Thus, the presence of so many willing to take risks was advantageous. With that, everyone stepped aside to allow the Inhen sect to take the lead, and the crowd surged once more into the passageway. Daoist Hao led his disciples in setting up a protective formation around them, ensuring their safety as they moved. He then produced several talismans, which floated in the air to illuminate the path ahead, possessing the efficacy to attack any enemies encountered, albeit only once. "Soon, we may encounter puppets. With our formation, there is no need for fear. You simply need to attack them," Hao Xiao said, turning to face Xiong Hao. Xiong Hao nodded in understanding, assuring him not to worry. Upon arriving at their destination, they discovered the remains of 2 deceased cultivators, their bodies shattered beyond recognition, yet no one felt any sympathy for them. Ahead lay a dark expanse, where talismans swiftly soared and ignited, revealing 2 wolf-shaped puppets. Though made of wood, the burning talismans inflicted no harm upon them. Xiong Hao addressed the disciples of their sect, additionally summoning 2 disciples from other sects to join in the assault. The puppets sprang forth, each towering nearly 5 men high, landing before the group, causing everyone to retreat rapidly, leaving only Xiong Hao and a few disciples at the forefront. "Cowards, how can you achieve greatness?" Xiong Hao proclaimed loudly, met with no rebuttal, but rather a hint of mockery. With the formation in place, there was no immediate danger, despite the cowardice behind him. The puppet struck the formation with a single hand, causing it to tremble, inciting concern among the onlookers. Even those from the Inhen sect felt trepidation. This formation, which they had jointly established, was now quaking under a single blow. Should the puppet continue its assault, it might shatter the formation entirely. The disciples of the Inhen sect exchanged glances, hastily casting spells to reinforce the formation. Xiong Hao was internally astonished. The strength of this puppet was indeed formidable. Without the formation, he could very well have met his demise. The others had retreated, evidently aware that they lacked the strength to withstand the puppet's might. Those lingering at the back, witnessing this scene, truly grasped the overwhelming power of the puppet, which could easily contend with at least a dozen individuals. Xiong Hao refused to yield. If they were to advance, they must collaborate, lest they all perish here. Reluctance plagued the group. Some harbored deep-seated grudges and were poised to strike at any moment. Do you not wish to enter? Within lies a path to cultivation and perhaps opportunities for you all. You can certainly set aside past grievances and work together, planning afterward. Xiong Hao's words tempted many. If they could not enter, they would leave empty-handed, and none would be satisfied with that. "Dao friend Xiong Hao, I am willing to cooperate," came one voice, followed by several others echoing their agreement, while a few, begrudgingly, also acquiesced. Even Yusan, feeling resigned, consented. Chapter 49. The Demon Tower. The Inhen sect was in dire straits. The puppets had struck over a dozen times, and at this rate, not only would they perish, but all present would meet their end. With the sight of everyone rallying, a a sense of relief washed over him. Xianghao led the group to the forefront as the puppets commenced a fierce onslaught. They all focused their attacks on the puppet's head. Xianghao initiated the assault, with everyone following suit. Yet, when Xianghao's strike landed on the puppet, he felt an overwhelming sense of futility, but he did not succumb to despair. Grateful for the numbers on their side, as each individual unleashed their attacks. None seemed to inflict damage. Everyone, attack together. Do not scatter, Xianghao shouted, urging a unified strike. As they coordinated their efforts, the puppet's head could no longer withstand the assault and fell to the ground. I had thought that I could finally relax, yet the decapitated puppet surprisingly continued to move, killing several of those who had already entered the fray. The number of participants had diminished significantly, now reduced to merely a quarter of what it had been upon entry, indicating substantial losses. Yi San was utterly shocked by this puppet. He had just attempted to withstand its onslaught, only to find it was beyond his capacity to defend against. Its defense was remarkably high, and its damage was formidable, not to mention it retained vitality even without its head. Everyone hastily attacked, aiming for its heart to inflict greater damage. It appeared that some were beginning to falter in their courage, directly dismantling the puppet into countless fragments. Another puppet, witnessing the demise of its companion, went into a frenzy, striking the formation relentlessly. A disciple of the imprint sect began to cough up blood, on the verge of collapse. With focused attacks aimed at the heart, they unleashed a barrage, ultimately shattering the puppet, which still bore its severed head. Nevertheless, two puppets dropped 2 azure crystal shards each. That moment, the formation dissipated, leaving the disciples of the imprint sect utterly fatigued. While the formation could withstand some time without issue, prolonged exposure to external assaults rendered even the most adept practitioners incapable of maintaining control. Xianghao approached Hao Hao's side. "Brother Hao, how are you faring? Are you unwell?" he inquired with genuine concern, well aware that the journey would have been impossible without the imprint sect's assistance. "Brother Xiong, our imprint sect has already made considerable sacrifices. I believe it would be reasonable to discuss increasing our remuneration," Hao Hao suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone opposed vehemently, insisting that they had already received ample compensation, and even Xianghao's expression shifted dramatically. "Please, everyone remain calm. As long as we reach a consensus to enhance the remuneration for our imprint sect, we shall commit ourselves wholeheartedly throughout this journey, refraining from further discussions of profit until we reach the end." After careful consideration, Xianghao ultimately agreed with the others, though he no longer exhibited the same politeness as before. Once rested, the imprint sect resumed its leadership in the front. Yi San ventured towards the remnants of the shattered puppet, collecting several pieces of its carcass along with an azure crystal shard, though one shard was mysteriously absent, likely taken by someone else. After everyone departed, the corpses of the cultivators dissipated and the bloodstains evaporated, while the puppet gradually began to reassemble, albeit immobile and missing several components. Yi San, walking at the rear, remained oblivious to these developments, occasionally feeling a chill pass by, attributing it to a draft, though he maintained a sense of vigilance. The journey seemed devoid of further obstructions, leading to an eerie tranquility, causing the imprint sect to lower their guard. Upon reaching the end, they were confronted by a sea of molten lava, at the center of which stood a tower, with no apparent paths leading to it. This tower, known as the Demon Suppression Tower, soared 9 stories high, with each level housing a weapon or magical artifact for demon suppression. "Brother Hao, do you have any solutions?" Xianghao stared at the molten lava, feeling perplexed, utterly at a loss for a plan. "There is a way, but I cannot guarantee its feasibility. Moreover, this place is a domain of demon suppression. What if we disturb something we ought not to?" Hao Xiao voiced his concerns. Suddenly, Xianghao chuckled. "This demon tower has existed for countless ages. The beasts within have likely turned to dust long ago. Besides, with so many of us, what is there to fear?" He spoke loud enough for all to hear. "Hao Xiao, while it is now impossible to leave, one can distinctly sense the malevolent energy that lingers in this place, perhaps remnants of what once was, or possibly the presence of still living beasts within." Upon entering, Yi San immediately felt an oppressive aura that could cloud the mind, leading to a gradual increase in irritability. This locale is far from benevolent. Stealthily, Yi San consumed a mirage fruit, restoring clarity to his thoughts, shielding himself from external influences. Hao Xiao produced a stack of talismans for everyone's use, yet none dared to be the first to step forward, for a misstep could spell certain doom. The magma posed no threat to Yi San. As it paled in comparison to his heavenly fire, he too acquired a talisman, a flight talisman adorned with unfamiliar symbols, revealing its extraordinary nature. As even a mere talisman could grant one the ability to soar, Xianghao secured several more talismans, deftly maneuvering them through the air. The journey was smooth, and he reached the opposite side without incident. This eased Xianghao's mind, though he still allowed others to proceed first, having demonstrated its safety, which reassured many, some eager to be the first to cross. Once someone arrived safely, Xianghao activated his talisman and flew over, while Yusan also applied his, initially struggling for control and becoming the subject of ridicule, yet ultimately managing to follow suit. One individual, witnessing Yusan's indifference, shot him a scornful glance, muttering under their breath about his apparent inexperience with talismans and questioning his audacity to seek treasures here. Some delighted in the spectacle, reveling in mockery. Yusan merely smirked, continuing to follow the path ahead. He remained disheveled and unkempt, prompting others to keep their distance from him. The Demon Suppression Tower, as legend has it, houses countless formidable beasts, spanning 9 levels, each fortified with numerous magical artifacts. In the passage of time, these beasts have surely turned to dust, while the artifacts endure. This is our opportunity, yet should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we must confront them together, Xianghao declared, igniting a sense of urgency among the group. The tower possessed a grand entrance, which Xianghao approached, casting a spell that opened the doors instantaneously. Yisan realized that Xianghao was in pursuit of treasure, but did not anticipate that it would be within the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower. It seemed that the coveted riches lay within. Leading the way, Xianghao was followed closely by the others, who noted his familiarity with the locale, a common trait among members of various sections. Each level housed a significant treasure, capable of vanquishing beasts, and now presumably ownerless. Yisan wandered aimlessly within. While others had clear intentions, he too had a purpose, albeit uncertain of the path to take. The tower's interior was expansive, reminiscent of a Bagua diagram, vast in the center with countless smaller chambers surrounding it. Yusan trailed behind Xianghao, who paid little mind to those following, as long as they did not obstruct his progress. Chapter 50. Beast. Xianghao navigated through the smaller chambers, indifferent to the skeletal remains or weapons strewn about. Yusan kept close, while many others began to uncover various weapons. The most had lost their vitality. Xianghao paused, his gaze filled with intrigue, as before him lay a small formation, indicating that something had recently been taken from within. The traces suggested it had been removed not long ago, and the lingering spiritual energy attested to its considerable value. In an instant, Xianghao found himself consumed by a deep fury, striking fiercely at the formation before him, which shattered under the force of his blow. He cast a glance over his shoulder, his eyes ablaze with an intensity akin to fire, yet he swiftly resumed his pace. The few individuals trailing behind him were filled with confusion, pondering what could have provoked his ire. Yisan continued to pursue closely, arriving at a small formation where Xianghao stepped inside, vanishing in an instant. Yisan hastened after him. This was a fleeting transit formation, soon to be arranged by a master formation artist. Upon reaching the second level, Xianghao was almost obscured by others. Yisan, unwilling to relax his vigilance, pressed on. They soon entered a more spacious area, where a fragmented formation lay, indicating that someone had already made their move. Xianghao bellowed, "Who is it?" and surveyed his surroundings, now crowded with numerous onlookers, all equally perplexed. Yisan could distinctly sense that Xianghao was already affected by the demonic tower. As his aura wavered, the negative effects would undoubtedly exacerbate. Xianghao unleashed several more strikes before advancing to the third level, bypassing any searches there and directly ascending to the fourth. Upon arrival, he found nothing, his frustration boiling over to the point of nearly spitting blood, his eyes aflame with rage as he roared incessantly. Even Yisan was bewildered, questioning who could possess such remarkable speed. When Xianghao reached the 7th level, he encountered a familiar figure, Zhan Ming, who was clutching a Qianquan pouch, evidently just retrieved. Without uttering a word, Xianghao swung his blade, but Zhan Ming deftly dodged. Upon noticing Yisan, who appeared disheveled and covered in dust, Zhan Ming's anxiety intensified, for he found this individual inscrutable. Yisan finally grasped the situation. It seemed Zhan Ming had never truly departed and had arrived first, gathering all the magical artifacts into his possession while previously feigning indifference towards Yisan. As Zhan Ming continued to evade Xianghao's onslaught, the latter, in his agitated state, could not execute his techniques and resorted to erratic slashing instead. Zhan Ming brandished his earlier weapon, effortlessly parrying Xianghao's attack, causing him to stumble back several paces. The onlookers behind Yi San were astonished at the profound skill displayed by this individual. At this moment, Xiong Hao regained some clarity and consumed a pill, his aura beginning to stabilize and his gaze returning to a semblance of normalcy. He then addressed Zhang Ming, remarking, "I did not anticipate, my brother, that your prowess would be so formidable. However, your methods of thievery are equally astute." Zhang Ming chuckled, replying, "Brother, does arriving first equate to thievery? What, then, is your ambush against me?" Xiong Hao, unwilling to squander time, declared, "This place is inherently treacherous. Lingering here too long will lead to the loss of one's sanity. Surrender the artifacts you possess, and you may depart unscathed. Otherwise, our numbers could overwhelm you, regardless of your strength." The others echoed their agreement, asserting that compliance would ensure his safe exit. Yi San could not help but laugh. They had not witnessed the number of lives he had taken nor the true extent of his power. Yet he still kept his focus on Zhang Ming. "Brother, we have already crossed paths and engaged in a transaction that if you depart now, I assure you a significant reward in the future," Yi San proposed. Zhang Ming, addressing Yi San, continued, "Brother, if you and I join forces, I could offer you 2 of my magical artifacts. This proposition weighs heavily upon me." Yi San nodded and soared to Zhang Ming's side. Though he remained cautious, unwilling to be deceived, Xiong Hao was not only ignored, but was also publicly humiliated as he was pulled over in front of so many people. Thankfully, he had just consumed a calming elixir. Otherwise, he might have lost his composure and engaged in a violent confrontation. "Brothers, let us unite. We shall share the spoils of the artifacts we acquire," Xiong Hao declared to those behind him. He was the first to charge forward, with others swiftly following suit, brandishing their weapons to engage in battle. Zhang Ming observed with a smile at Yi San, signaling that it was time to strike. Yi San drew his sword and unleashed a series of sword techniques. Wan Yu, Xia Yang, and Jun Xing. His aura was formidable, and his sword intent had notably elevated. Xiong Hao emitted a tiger-shaped blade intent, which was shattered by Xia Yang, while the other attacks inflicted harm, leaving Yi San with no choice but to evade continuously. Zhang Ming also joined the fray, employing only standard moves this time. Should he utilize sword techniques, the damage to his body would be immense, risking backlash. Nevertheless, even his ordinary maneuvers were sufficient to counter the foes, especially with another person distracting their strength. Yi San was reluctant to reveal too much of his prowess, for the individual beside him was no ordinary foe. Leaving no escape route could lead to unforeseen demise. Akin to accompanying a tiger, even when his sword techniques were thwarted, he refrained from employing alternatives. Xiong Hao was internally tumultuous. He had never heard of these 2 before, yet their strength was staggering. Were they perhaps disciples of some ancient monstrosity? Were they here for the artifacts? Such thoughts eluded him one after another. Zhang Ming dispatched Xiong Hao's companions, and Xiong Hao realized he was outmatched. He had intentionally sent these men to stall. Yet he never anticipated their swift demise. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, he fled to the teleportation array and ascended to the 8th floor. Yi San, having not noticed, had been engaged in defense and evasion without taking lives, which rendered their adversaries utterly beleaguered. Zhang Ming approached and eliminated those who had been entangled with Yi San, but he could not locate Xiong Hao. Zhang Ming intended to proceed to the 8th floor, only to be intercepted by Yi San. "Brother Zhang, the great adversary has retreated. The promised accord should be fulfilled now." Zhang Ming produced a Qiankuan bag and tossed down 2 artifacts before departing, leaving Yi San behind, holding the 2 artifacts, which appeared unremarkable at first glance. One resembling a chessboard, named the chessboard array, capable of commanding the pieces to battle, but if any piece were destroyed, it would take considerable time to restore, while the other was a puppet akin to a human figure, summonable with spirit stones, capable of speech and possessing its own thoughts, obedient to its master's commands. Despite their plain appearance, their supernatural efficacy was astonishing. These 2 items were unfamiliar to Zhang Ming, who had merely deemed them unappealing before discarding them to Yi San. A smile graced Yi San's lips. This haul was quite substantial. However, just as he was about to leave, the bodies on the ground vanished entirely. Once again, Yi San felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he found nothing amiss, yet his instincts warned him against ascending further. Yi San surmised that there might indeed be living beasts above, capable of spilling blood and consuming flesh. After some contemplation, he retreated to the base of the tower. This was a risk he could not afford to take, now that the secret realm was open. It was likely the work of those beasts that resulted in so many deaths. Essentially, all who had come here had perished. leaving only a few unknowns still cultivating outside. Hey, kid, there are still others. Upon seeing Yi-san emerge, someone grabbed him forcefully. Yi-san retaliated with a punch, sending the assailant flying. His companion helped him up, casting a respectful glance at Yi-san. Who are you? Why are you here? Yi-san was in no mood for pleasantries, having been seized the moment he stepped out. We are merely humble disciples of a small sect, and do not wish to engage in conversation. We are here cautiously awaiting our senior brother's instructions, fearful of offending Yi-san. One of them replied. Humph, regardless of your reasons for being here, I advise you to leave swiftly. Everyone inside has perished. Yi-san remarked nonchalantly, as if it were of no concern to him. The group exchanged puzzled glances, eager to inquire further, but Yi-san had already reached the entrance of the grand hall. The barrier still intact. They had initially intended to rob him, mistaking his disheveled appearance for weakness, only to find themselves confronting a formidable foe. The barrier outside also hindered their attempts to flee. Some among them hoped to witness Yi-san's misfortune and see how he would escape. As Yi-san approached the barrier, he activated his technique, the control of Heaven's will, and with a thunderous crash, the barrier shattered, allowing him to depart swiftly. The remaining individuals stood in stunned silence, believing they had encountered a powerful being. However, a couple of them chose to leave, while others remained, hoping for a stroke of luck. Xianghao had secured the artifact from the 8th level and promptly ascended to the 9th, quickly obtaining another artifact. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, gradually revealing a beast shrouded in black smoke. Its mouth stained with blood, Xianghao let out a terrified scream and hastily retreated to the edge of the teleportation array. Just as he was about to escape, the monstrous creature lunged forward, extending its bloodied tongue, exhaling tendrils of black smoke. With a single sweep, Xianghao was engulfed, swallowed whole without a chance to resist. The beast glanced disdainfully at the artifacts strewn on the ground before stomping on them with its massive foot, shattering them with a resounding crack. Meanwhile, on the 8th level, Zhan Ming heard Xianghao's anguished cries and was filled with dread, prompting his own hasty departure. Upon reaching the passageway, he waved his hand, sending the blocking cultivators flying, and quickly made his exit. Sensing that something dire was about to unfold, the individuals who were flung aside felt a deep sense of frustration. Many chose to leave, unwilling to wait any longer. Yet some remained, reluctant to depart empty-handed after enduring such oppression. Among the 5 who lingered, after a long wait, they prepared to leave, but a sudden chill swept through the air. As they turned, a cry for help echoed. Save me! Zhan Ming had found a shortcut, intending to summon the teleportation array to escape this place. But suddenly, everything around him began to swirl, inducing a dizzying sensation. He unwittingly stepped into the illusionary array set by Yi-san, yet he remained resolute, breaking through with a single strike of his sword. Upon surveying his surroundings, he recognized the handiwork of the disheveled Yi-san. Having encountered a similar illusion previously, his fascination with Yi-san deepened. How could he have known I would take this path and set the array in advance? Bewildered, he ultimately decided to leave. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely Yi-san's ploy for robbery, and due to unforeseen circumstances, he had not dismantled it, but instead chose to depart. The fog in the sky had vanished without a trace, revealing nothing but a pristine expanse of blue. Li Jinkuei was practicing his sword technique in a relatively spacious environment. It could only be said that his talent lay primarily in alchemy, and mastering the sword arts would require time and patience. However, he did gain another benefit: numerous high-grade spiritual herbs, which were treasures in his eyes. Throughout his journey, he encountered not a single demon beast. Yet it was evident that many had traversed this area, having departed, which further led Yi-san to believe that something significant was about to transpire. Finally, at a serene pond, he found Li Jinkuei, who was barefoot. Who are you? Yi-san inquired, his face still marked with dust, rendering him unrecognizable. Leaning over the small pond, he washed his face clean and, upon lifting his head, found Li Jinkuei gazing at him in bewilderment. Though this expression quickly transformed into one of delight. Why, Yi-san, how did you come to look like this? I thought someone was coming to pick a fight, Li Jinkuei exclaimed, now somewhat excited, as he had assumed Yi-san had long departed. Sitting by the pond, he dipped his feet into the water, relishing the sensation. Goodness, Li Jinkuei, are you truly washing your feet here? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Yi-san, hesitant to touch his own face, nearly felt ill at the sight of Li Jinkuei's notoriously odorous feet. Do not be angry. I had no idea who you were, so how could I warn you? This water is quite comfortable. You should join me. Li Jinkui replied nonchalantly, continuing to indulge in the moment that Yi-san approached and playfully delivered a light thump to his head. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Li Jinkui feigned a pitiful expression. Do you know how to leave this world? It seems something momentous is about to occur. Yi-san shifted the topic. Leave so soon? I have yet to find the immortal grass, Li Jinkui protested. Reluctant to depart from this place abundant in spiritual energy and rich with spiritual herbs, where the possibility of discovering immortal herbs was tantalizing. Do you intend to wait here for death? Even if there are immortal herbs, there will surely be guardians, and they are not easy to deal with, Yi-san remarked, exasperated by Li Junkui's insatiable greed. He had already gathered an abundance of spiritual herbs, but still yearned for more. Observing Yi-san's serious demeanor, Li Jinkui finally relented. I possess a one-time use teleportation array that an elder gave me while I was in the sect. Yi-san knew there must be a way out. Otherwise, if trouble arose and the time came to escape, they would be trapped indefinitely. Li Jinkui donned his shoes, stood up, and rummaged through his chest, producing a small array inscribed on a wooden slab, which appeared quite ordinary. Li Jinkui placed the array on the ground and slowly cast a spell to enlarge it, forming a glowing circle. Let us go. Though Li Jinkui felt a tinge of reluctance. He understood that he had witnessed numerous demon beasts running past without paying him any heed, indicating that something was indeed amiss. Yet he remained unaware of the imminent upheaval in this world. Yi-san and Li Jinkui stood within the circle, which could barely accommodate the two of them. Any additional weight might cause it to exceed its limits and shatter. Chapter 52. A Fortune in Spiritual Stone Shopkeeper. Bring out the finest food and drink, Li Jinkui urged as he and Yi-san entered a tavern. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment, the waiter called out boisterously. The waiter first presented a pot of wine. The aroma wafted through the air, rich and full-bodied. The fragrance of the wine is quite delightful, Li Jinkui remarked, appearing to savor the moment, as though he were an aficionado of fine wines. The waiter, beaming with delight, said, Dear guest, please take your time. I shall prepare the dishes. Li Jinkui waved his hand, indicating that he could take his leave. Observing Li Junkui's demeanor, had it not been for Yi-san's familiarity with him, one might have been easily deceived by his appearance that we are here to indulge, to unwind. The days of cultivation are so monotonous and insipid that it is indeed time to release some tension. Yi-san remarked that Yi-san lifted his wine cup and took a sip. It was indeed fragrant, yet it was merely an ordinary drink, offering only a fleeting pleasure to the palate. I asked this how you drink? Downing it in one gulp. It ought to be savored like this, Li Jinkui said as he raised his cup, inhaling the aroma first, then taking a small sip to truly appreciate it. The finest wine should be enjoyed slowly. Li Jinkui, observing Yi-san's puzzled expression, explained, It's not about the quantity of wine, but rather the experience. Even a single sip, if truly savored, can make one feel alive throughout the day. It's quite marvelous. Yi-san rolled his eyes at Li Jinkui and retorted, Then perhaps you should refrain from drinking and leave it all to me. As he grasped the wine jug on the table, Li Jinkui quickly chuckled. No, I merely shared a principle. Wine must still be consumed. He seized the jug from Yi-san's hands, filled his own cup, and then generously refilled Yi-san's as well. Gazing at the somewhat irritating Li Jinkui, Yi-san inquired, Whose principle is that? You can't even articulate it. Haha, you truly know me well. It's not my own wisdom, but rather something I overheard from an elderly gentleman during a previous drinking session. I don't fully grasp it, but I often regurgitate it to others. Li Jinkui admitted with an awkward smile. Soon, the dishes arrived. Aside from the wine that could be savored, the food seemed rather unremarkable. Now, regarding this expedition into the secret realm, could you enlighten me on what transpired? Why did so few emerge? Li Jinkui inquired earnestly. Yi-san, sensing his curiosity, replied, Well, it seems there was a monster that escaped from its seal. Perhaps the others are still inside, engaged in their cultivation. A monster has been unsealed. Will it emerge? Those trapped inside must surely have been devoured. If they haven't returned after all this time, this is dire indeed. If that creature escapes, the world will descend into chaos. Li Jinkui's rising panic starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor. Fear not. Even if chaos ensues, there are many esteemed sects to uphold order. What is there to be afraid of? Yi-san said, somewhat flippantly, as one could not predict whether these sects would act for their own benefit or for the greater good of all. Li Jinkui pondered for a moment before saying, Yi-san, I believe the Minji sect has reached a dead end. Perhaps we should simply leave, rather than confront this situation as mere prodigies. His voice carried a hint of frustration. Let us defer such discussions for now. I have no intention of departing just yet. There are matters that remain unresolved, Yi-san said, his expression turning serious. Very well. Let us enjoy our wine and food for the moment, and revisit this later. Master Zhang. Even now, there has been no sign of those missing. It appears their fate is grim, spoke Wei, an old friend of Elder Zhang. With the upheaval in the secret realm, the remaining individuals had emerged, and Elder Zhang gazed into the distance. For days, they had been searching, only to learn that there had been disturbances within the realm, with disciples from smaller sects escaping, while none from the larger sects had returned. This incident marked a significant upheaval within the cultivation world, resulting in a considerable loss of talented disciples. Although Yi-san and the other individual were overlooked within the sect, they nevertheless held the title of being the foremost. Elder Zhang was also obliged to provide an explanation. After finishing their meal, Yi-san decided to visit an upcoming auction, eager to sell some of the useless items obtained from the secret realm. Yi-san was informed that the Kai family auction was reputed to be the most trustworthy venue for such transactions. Li Jinkui escorted Yi-san to Huangcheng, the site of the Kai family auction. Upon entering Huangcheng, the most magnificent sight was the Kai family auction house, which reigned supreme in the area. Yi-san strolled leisurely towards the auction, surrounded by various shops and cultivators, whose levels of cultivation varied significantly. The place was bustling, with customers frequenting each establishment. Arriving at the entrance of the auction house, prominently marked with the name Kai Family Auction, which was notably tall, indicating multiple floors within. Li Jinkui stepped through the grand doors first, followed closely by Yi-san. The interior was populated, yet an air of tranquility prevailed, with conversations held discreetly to the side. The walls showcased an array of weapons, though their quality did not capture Yi-san's interest. "Are you here to consign something, esteemed guest?" inquired a young and beautiful woman. Li Jinkui had been observing her intently, but she seemed oblivious to his gaze, instead noticing Yi-san's evident dissatisfaction with the surroundings. "Yes, I am here to procure some items," Yi-san responded, acknowledging the woman's beauty, albeit with a focus on business. "Let us discuss the details inside," she suggested, leading Yi-san to a private room, with Li Jinkui following closely behind. "Miss, I possess many items. I wonder if a single settlement can be arranged," Yi-san said slowly. "Do not jest, esteemed guest. Our auction house does not decline valuable items and will certainly settle all accounts clearly. Please, have a seat," the woman replied with a smile, pouring a cup of tea for Yi-san. He took a sip and found it pleasing, while Li Jinkui continued to gaze at the woman, who regarded him with a hint of disdain. "What items are you intending to consign? May I have a glimpse?" the woman inquired, prompting Yi-san to realize he had forgotten to present his items. He retrieved his largest bag, filled with an array of weapons, all of considerable quality. "Please take a look," he said, handing the bag to the woman. She accepted it and, employing her spiritual senses, her initially calm demeanor transformed into one of astonishment. Slowly giving way to disbelief, regaining composure, she returned the bag to Yi-san. "Sir, forgive my oversight. Should you wish to sell all these items to our auction house, I can arrange for you to become our honorary elder." Enjoying complete freedom and privileges, the woman proposed, her calm tone betraying her eagerness. "That I can sell them to you. But as for the honorary elder title, I must decline," Yi-san replied flatly. The woman appeared somewhat regretful. While Li Jinkui stood astounded by their exchange, the woman produced a luminous blue token from her possession and handed it to Yi-san. "Sir, this token contains 800 million upper-grade spirit stones, and it symbolizes prestige. At our Kai family auction, transactions will be afforded discounts," she announced. Yi-san was taken aback by the staggering amount of spirit stones. 800 million, surpassing even his own expectations. Li Jinkui was taken aback, having never encountered such a plethora of high-quality spirit stones before. The transaction was nearing completion and the individuals were preparing to depart. Li Jinkui continuously signaled to Yi-san. Upon hearing this, Yi-san was utterly astonished. It was quite remarkable that such a young and beautiful woman held the title of a nominal elder. It was indeed no trivial matter. Seemingly perceiving Yi-san's astonishment, Hong Yun's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride, though her tone bore traces of anger. What confused Hong Yun was that despite not proclaiming herself as the most beautiful, she was undeniably one of the most renowned beauties of this realm. Yet she was looked down upon and had someone inquiring about her name on her behalf. Was she truly so lacking in charm? By the way, esteemed guest, in a few days we will be holding an auction, and you may come here to bid on items of your liking, Hong Yun remarked. Yi-san nodded, indicating he would attend if time permitted. He could not discern her true feelings, yet he had done what was necessary. Subsequently, Yi-san bid farewell and departed. Someone, go find out who these two individuals are, Hong Yun commanded, and two men clad in black stepped forth before leaving the premises. These two young men surely had significant backgrounds. After exiting, Li Jinkui appeared despondent. Yi-san inquired, "What troubles you? Did I not inquire on your behalf?" With a bitter smile, Li Jinkui replied, "You wouldn't understand this feeling. Did you know that I fell for her the moment I laid eyes on her? I recall it was a brilliantly sunny afternoon when I followed." Stop. I do not wish to hear any more of your stories. Besides, I dare say every man who encounters that woman would be captivated by her beauty. Yi-san interjected with utmost seriousness. Li Jinkui pondered this and realized it was indeed true. He remembered how eager his master had been when they visited, perhaps even more so than himself. Countless individuals must have been enchanted by her. Gradually, he reconciled with the reality that he was merely an ordinary disciple. Although he had once been hailed as a genius, his sect was Minjiazong. Whereas Hong Yun was a nominal elder of the renowned Kai's auction house, their statuses were worlds apart, and he had no desire to reach beyond his means. The two then made their way back to Minjiazong, encountering Elder Zhang along the route. "Where have you two been these past few days? I was quite worried. I thought our two newly emerged genius disciples had met an untimely end," Elder Zhang expressed slowly. His concern palpable, for he placed great importance on them both. Yi-san, however, was unfazed. "Elder, we found our recent training to be rather tedious and uninspiring, so we took a leisurely stroll to refresh ourselves for continued cultivation." "Ah, that is good to hear. I had feared that you had become so enamored with your titles as geniuses that you would forget the essence of cultivation," Elder Zhang said earnestly to the tea present. Yi-san was akin to a concealed, affluent individual, his worth surpassing 100 million. That the thought brought a foolish grin to his face. Upon arriving at the sect, Yi-san discreetly presented Li Jinkui with 100 million spirit stones, leaving him both shocked and deeply touched by the gesture. Yet, he was acutely aware that with his disposition, engaging in conversation might expose this secret, leading to considerable trouble. In this world, such exposure could potentially cost him his life. Sensing Li Jinkui's apprehension, Yi-san did not press the matter further, simply stating that he was available should there be any needs. Upon entering the artifact forging chamber, Yi-san called out loudly. Han Shu rushed out in response to the voice, and upon seeing Yi-san, who was on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "You have no idea how worried I was. There are rumors outside that everyone has perished. But I refuse to believe it. How could you possibly be a short-lived individual?" He then seized a roast chicken and a bottle of wine, indulging himself in food and drink without a care in the world. Observing Han Shu's concern brought a smile to Yi-san's face. He had never witnessed Han Shu in such a childlike state. Han Shu drank heartily and devoured meat with unabashed enthusiasm. "Well, go ahead," he said. As even the tea on the table was freshly prepared, Yi-san felt a profound sense of being valued. Yet he understood that this was not what he truly desired. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he meticulously examined all the Qiankuan bags he had acquired, discovering a considerable amount of spirit stones within, as well as methods and materials for crafting talismans from the Embark sect. Yi-san had always harbored an interest in talismans. A small talisman, despite its size, could contain immense energy. If he could master the art of talisman making and apply it to formations, he believed it would significantly enhance his strength. Without further ado, he laid out all the necessary materials for talisman making on the table, searching for a suitable spirit brush and some prepared talisman paper. The talisman liquid was stored in small bottles. Releasing a pungent aroma upon opening, that he sought out a book on talisman creation to gain a better understanding. That it was imperative not to be distracted while crafting talismans. Distraction could lead to chaos, and chaos could result in failure. The brush, liquid, paper, skin, and spirit could all be utilized in the crafting process, merging spiritual energy together and imprinting it onto the talisman paper, guided by ancient brush strokes. There existed various types of talismans, each with its own rank. The most common were one-use talismans that became ineffective after activation. Legends spoke of a type that could be used indefinitely, but such tales remained unproven. Presently, talisman masters could only produce multi-use talismans, which would also become useless once their energy was depleted. Talismans of this nature were exceedingly valuable and belonged to the realm of masters, with some practitioners perhaps never encountering them in their lifetime. The method of crafting such talismans was intricate and challenging, thus rendering them rare treasures. Chapter 54. Spirits in ancient times. All things in the world possessed spirits, and some mighty beings would harness these spirits for their own purposes. Talisman crafting was merely one of the inherited arts, and even that was incomplete, as many other methods had been lost to time. That's why Isan had set his sights on a talisman capable of summoning spirits. Known as the Spirit Summoning Talisman, the methods of crafting talismans appeared straightforward, yet required utmost focus. He activated the skill control of the heavens, ensuring he connected with the paper talisman, spirit brush, and spirit liquid. Taking up the spirit brush, he dipped it in the spirit liquid and slowly inscribed winding characters onto the talisman paper. Boom! The attempt resulted in an explosion, leaving Yi San's hands charred black. Fortunately, he had long since grown accustomed to fire. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained injuries. That's why Yi San cleared the table and began anew, this time with greater slowness and steadiness, while the faint spiritual energy in the air gradually coalesced. Boom! The spiritual energy dissipated into nothingness, marking another failure. The secret text indicated that one must visualize their intentions. What one thinks must be reflected in their drawing. However, he was uncertain of what a spirit truly resembled. After perusing the tome again, he found an image of a petite, adorable spirit and committed it to memory. Once more, he prepared to try again. Once again, the ethereal energy in the air began to gather, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form that slowly compressed, becoming ever smaller at that precise moment. All the ethereal phantoms infused into the talisman paper as I employed my spiritual brush to seal them within. The ambient energy dissipated once more, yet this time, it was a success. All the ethereal essence had entered the talisman, restoring the atmosphere to its usual tranquility. Ha ha ha, success. I knew it all along. How could one possibly fail after a day of practice? Outside, darkness had already enveloped the sky, and the surroundings were littered with the remnants of failed attempts, with numerous failures also strewn across the table. The remaining materials were scarce, and given this success rate, it might not suffice to craft another talisman. Isan tidied up the area, though the lingering scent of charred material still hung in the air, gazing at the talisman in hand, despite its unremarkable appearance. It was indeed a success. With this experience, the next endeavor would surely be more effortless. Pouring myself a cup of tea, I stood and stretched, my body cracking pleasantly from having sat for too long. It felt wonderfully refreshing to relax. A sip of tea moistened my parched lips, and the aroma of the tea wafted around me, its rich flavor enveloping my senses. If only I could infuse it with a bit of ethereal energy, it would be beneficial for the body and invigorating for the mind. Isan retrieved a spirit stone from his blue crystal card and crushed it, letting it dissolve into the tea. After taking another small sip, the ethereal essence flowed through me, dispelling all fatigue and leaving me more energized than before. My cultivation also progressed gradually. Indeed, it was a superior spirit stone. Should anyone witness Isan using a spirit stone in such a manner, they would surely condemn him as a spendthrift. A single spirit stone is immensely precious, and to use it merely to brew tea would seem utterly absurd. Then, an idea struck Isan. What if he were to add spirit stones to certain wines? That would create spiritual liquor, which could be sold for a fortune. However, the more he pondered, the more impractical it seemed. He realized he had become somewhat infatuated with spirit stones. Such indulgence could only be a rare treat. If he were to do this regularly, he might soon find himself in distress over the loss. Looking at the talisman, Isan tossed it into the air and performed a gesture with his hand. The talisman vanished, and a humanoid spirit slowly materialized in the air, resembling that from the ancient tome, yet now in full corporeal form rather than a mere apparition. If others were to discover that Isan had managed to craft a talisman in just a day, an accomplishment even masters would find challenging, especially on his very first attempt, they would surely be astounded. Unbeknownst to Isan, the talisman was indeed a difficult creation. He merely believed his talent in this art to be lacking, which is why it took him an entire day to succeed. Lamenting the waste of materials, the spirit took on a human-like form, with a charmingly beautiful visage, adorned with blue hair and blue eyes, a delicate nose, and pointed ears truly enchanting, and it smiled at Isan. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched the spirit's cheek. The spirit immediately scrunched her face, pouting adorably. "Master, please don't pinch. It hurts," came a cute, high-pitched voice from the spirit, revealing her to be a little girl. Isan was taken aback. "Oh, you can talk. I couldn't help myself. You're just too beautiful," he exclaimed, as he continued to hold her face between his hands. That a gentle cry escaped the sprite, startling Yeson momentarily, though the sound was not loud. It carried a sharpness that pierced the air. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Yeson inquired. Concern etched upon his face. "That it hurts." The sprite replied in a melodious tone, "That if you continue like this next time, I shall ignore you." The little sprite huffed, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Very well. I shall refrain from such behavior." Yeson chuckled softly at the sprite's puffed-up expression, managing to suppress his laughter, merely smiling instead. "Hee, master, this is your first summoning of me, so I shall forgive you. However, you must never act like this again, or I shall become quite fearsome," the sprite suddenly declared with a cheerful grin. Yeson couldn't help but marvel at her swift change in mood. "What is your name? How is it that I can summon you with but a single talisman?" he asked. Continuing his inquiries, Yeson pressed on. "How long can you remain? Will you be the same sprite when I summon you again?" He genuinely adored this sprite and wished for her existence to be real. "Fear not, master, I can stay for 2 hours at a time. During those 2 hours, you may do as you please, but you must not bully me, for if I become angry, the consequences can be dire. However, if I do vanish, you may summon others, or even me again," the sprite explained. Yeson felt a twinge of unease at her words, wondering what she meant by doing as he pleased. 2 hours seemed far too brief. It hardly sufficed. "Is there no way for you to remain by my side indefinitely?" Yeson asked. "You were truly kind, master. I, too, wish to linger forever, but that depends on your strength. If your power increases, I could stay indefinitely. As for how much strength is required, I cannot say," the sprite replied, tapping her small head with a delicate hand. "Undeniably endearing. Very well, let us converse for these 2 hours," Yeson eagerly suggested. "That is permissible, but you must not bully me," the sprite said, hands on her hips, adopting a serious demeanor. Chapter 55. The elder Yeson spent an hour in the sprite's company, engaging in light conversation to stave off boredom, and when the time elapsed, she vanished. Even now, he remained unaware of the sprite's formidable abilities. He then retrieved a chessboard array, the pieces resembling those of chess, yet exuding an aura of spiritual energy. Unmistakably extraordinary, he produced a puppet, which featured a recess on its back for energy replenishment. Yeson placed a low-grade spirit stone into the slot, which sealed itself immediately, causing the puppet to illuminate momentarily before returning to its original state, the recess reopening once more. Such an insatiable appetite, a low-grade spirit stone consumed in the blink of an eye, he mused. He then inserted a high-grade spirit stone, and the recess sealed again, the puppet glowing with a golden light, its previously closed eyes now wide open, radiating an imposing authority as if it could quell all. However, apart from its glowing eyes, the puppet exhibited no further changes. Yeson tried various methods, yet the puppet remained unresponsive. After an entire night of futility, he reluctantly decided to store it away, only to find it could not be placed into his chinquin pouch. It seemed the puppet possessed a will of its own, defying the confines of an inanimate object. That Ye-san, filled with curiosity, yearned to dismantle the puppet and uncover the secrets hidden within. It was perplexing that it had consumed spiritual stones without yielding any tangible reaction. In that very moment, the puppet reverted to its original form. The groove opened, transforming into a marionette. Ye-san found himself almost in tears, finally able to store it in his chinquin bag, albeit having consumed only 2 spiritual stones. Resolving not to delve further into the mysteries of this puppet, he decided it was better left untouched, fearing it was a source of misfortune. Days passed, and Li Junque sought out Yi-san to accompany him to an auction. Yi-san had entrusted all matters to Han Shu, as numerous individuals had approached him seeking to practice artifact forging. Fortunately, Han Shu's skills had improved, allowing them the opportunity to leave. Upon entering the forging room, Yi-san noted the absence of the chubby fellow, uncertain of his current state. Previously, he had asked his senior brother Han Shu and Li Junque to inquire about him, and the word was that he had been in seclusion. Never to emerge, I asked my master to inquire on my behalf. Li Junque said solemnly that it seems there has been some trouble at the chubby one's home, prompting him to leave the sect. It was evident that something significant must have occurred for him to abandon the sect without notifying anyone. This was indeed perplexing. Yi-san pondered that he should take the time to investigate further. Understood. Let us depart. Li Junque had somehow procured 2 flying talismans, though their range was limited. Nevertheless, it would significantly reduce their travel time that I obtained these through my own merit, while I may not compare to you. A man of wealth, my reputation within the sect ensures that few would dare disregard me. One of these talismans was a gift, but I shamelessly requested an additional one, knowing that flying talismans are scarce. As they journeyed, many individuals advanced toward the auction, some soaring on flying swords, others aboard flying ships, captivating Li Junkuei's gaze. There were even horse-drawn carriages. It seemed this auction would attract a multitude of participants, resulting in fierce competition. Perceiving Yi San's thoughts, Li Junkuei noted that some sought to consign items, while others were merely there for the spectacle. Ultimately, those there to bid were fewer in number, yet the scarcity would likely drive prices higher. Having traversed towering mountains, they arrived at a vast thoroughfare. Look at my foresight. We alighted just in time. From here, we shall proceed on foot, Li Junkuei remarked, unfazed by their current situation, acknowledging that flying such a distance was commendable. Yi San admired his optimistic demeanor, appreciating that he never complained about adversities. With his company, the journey was far from lonely. Yi San also inquired about Li Junkuei's training in sword techniques, only to discover that he had barely begun to practice the first form, let alone other sword techniques. When the topic shifted to alchemy, Li Junkuei spoke incessantly, eager to showcase his talents, fearful that others might overlook his genius. However, he was not arrogant. He had witnessed the prowess of many. At his age, possessing such innate talent was indeed enviable. Along the journey, there exists a quaint tea house where Li Junkuei orders a pot of renowned tea. He is not one to savor the nuances of tea. Instead, he merely gulps it down. When it comes to alcohol, he can articulate profound insights that elude others. But with tea, he can only observe how others appreciate it and learn from their practices. Ah, what a bother. Isn't tea merely for quenching thirst? Why all the fuss? Is this really what drinking tea is about? Li Junkuei chuckles, shaking his head as he drinks heartily. Yi San, too, fails to grasp the intricacies of tea appreciation. Yet, he can discern which teas are delightful and which are mediocre, ultimately seeking only refreshment. However, there are always a few refined individuals for whom tea drinking transcends mere consumption. It becomes an art, a means to extract extraordinary insights about life. Contemplating tea, Yi San envisions consuming spirit stones as if they were tea, a rather extravagant approach indeed. Who would be foolish enough to use precious spirit stones for such a purpose? Grandfather, hurry up and drink. Once you're done, we can set off, comes a childish voice from nearby. Turning to look, Yi San observes an elderly man and a young girl sharing tea at a table, seemingly also on their way somewhere. Noticing Yi San's gaze, the old man offers a polite smile, which Yi San reciprocates before returning to his own tea. He senses that this old man is no ordinary figure. At the very least, his cultivation is commendable. My dear child, one must sip tea slowly, just as one should walk the path step by step. There is no need to rush, the old man instructs the girl. But Grandpa, I can finish it in one gulp. I don't even need to walk. I can fly. The old man nearly spits out the tea he had just sipped, but manages to swallow it down. Both Li Junkuei and Yi San cannot help but chuckle at the child's mischievousness, playfully challenging the old man's words. Very well, then we shall walk, and when we reach our destination, the old man replies with a smile. The girl, realizing the gravity of the situation, suddenly expresses, Grandpa, take your time drinking. We can fly slowly. What's the rush? It seems she has completely forgotten her earlier remarks. The old man chuckles softly, continuing to sip his tea in small amounts. The girl, unable to bear the slow pace any longer, turns her head away. Coincidentally, she spots Li Junkuei drinking heartily and decides to pour herself a cup, finishing it in one gulp. Her. All tea tastes the same. She simply cannot fathom why her grandfather drinks so slowly. In fact, she finds herself somewhat envious of Li Junkuei's hearty consumption. If only Grandpa would drink faster, we would have arrived by now and could buy some delicious food. She muses, taking another sip of tea. Chapter 56. Arrival at the auction. Xiao Lian beams with joy, her spirits lifted as she takes the old man's hand, and they depart, laughing and chatting along the way. Watching their departure, Li Junkuei sighs. I have always fantasized about having a daughter like that, leading a simple life, playfully seeking my affection each day. At your young age, you already wish to marry and have children? How will you ever cultivate alchemy? Yi San queries, bewildered. Li Junkuei rolls his eyes. Who says I am not young? Others have wives and families while I toil away for my own fame and fortune. His words carry a kernel of truth. He is a decade older than Yi San, having been an orphan since childhood. His relentless efforts are not just for personal gain, but to one day have a family he can protect. Yi San is taken aback by this revelation. He had presumed Li Junkui's ambitions were solely to ascend to greater heights. Even looking down upon the current Min Jizong, Yi Shan found himself at a loss. Lacking the authority to voice an opinion, and thus could only stand by and listen. It was rumored that this auction held by the Kai family would feature a tome of celestial secrets. Though its authenticity remained in question, suddenly, a group of individuals entered the tea house, shattering its erstwhile tranquility. Is it true? Let us go and see for ourselves, proclaimed a rugged man brandishing a knife. This group, each armed and bearing a menacing demeanor, were not to be trifled with. Yi Shan swiftly pulled Li Junkui away, believing it best to avoid any trouble. The journey ahead was smooth and not far. With the auction set for the following day, making their early arrival unexpected given the throng of people heading the same way, Li Junkui was not taken aback by the scene. After all, arriving early for an auction was advantageous, yet arriving too soon could prove detrimental should any unforeseen circumstances arise that might lead to the event's cancellation. Thus, arriving a day in advance was the ideal choice, ensuring no time was wasted, and any cancellations would be communicated promptly. These insights were lessons imparted by Li Junkui's mentor, who, due to personal circumstances, had not roamed freely for years, only venturing out for urgent matters. Even if his mentor were aware of the situation, no changes would be made. In this world, there was no sympathy for the weak, and ruthlessness could serve as a weapon. Li Junkui was destined not to become devoid of compassion. He harbored hopes for his future, envisioning a life of marriage and progeny, desiring a tranquil existence rather than remaining a numb practitioner, akin to a puppet manipulated by others. As evening descended, Yi Shan arrived once more in the bustling city. Finding a modest inn to rest, Li Junkui was particularly fond of the local wine, which was both exquisite and refined. During dinner, Yi Shan ordered a plethora of dishes, though the flavors were mediocre. The cost amounted to 5 low-grade spirit stones, with wine charged separately at 2 stones per pot. Li Junkui savored the dishes and sipped his wine, his demeanor betraying no trace of elegance. In an attempt to speak, he was interrupted by Yi Shan, who suggested they remain silent and enjoy their drinks, postponing conversation until the morrow. Yi Shan felt somewhat helpless. Although the wine was indeed delightful, it did not quite captivate him. Perhaps there was some underlying sentiment attached to it. Yi Shan contemplated auctioning several items, such as 2 mysterious materials acquired from the last secret realm. A purple crystal from the depths of celestial fire, and a blue crystal from a puppet, all of which were of little use to him. In truth, there were more treasures within his spatial bags, yet revealing them now would be tantamount to courting disaster. These bags belonged to disciples of other sects. Should anyone trace them back to him, he would find it difficult to justify his actions. On the following day, Yi Shan, rising early, dragged Li Junkui to the Kai family auction. They were greeted once more by the delightful Hong Yun. "You have finally arrived. I thought you might not come. Soon there will be no seats left," Hong Yun exclaimed, visibly pleased to see Yi Shan, whose previous contributions had earned her a promotion, all thanks to his efforts. So soon. Does that mean we will be the last? Yi Shan remarked with a furrowed brow as they walked. There is no need for concern. At our Kaisher auction house, we have additional accommodations for esteemed guests. The crystal card I previously provided you will grant entry, Hong Yun remarked with a smile. "Allow me to escort you, Xiaolian. Please keep an eye on this." "I shall return shortly," Hong Yun instructed a woman clad in azure behind her. Li Junkui, this time, exhibited a marked restraint, yet he still cast furtive glances from time to time. Subsequently, he followed Hong Yun to the auction venue, where they found a spacious room with an excellent view. The distinguished seating was sectioned off by rooms and protective formations to prevent disputes over possessions. After ensuring that Yi San was comfortably settled, Hong Yun departed, as it was impractical for her to remain at his side throughout the introductions. Nevertheless, she arranged for 2 strikingly beautiful attendants to serve them. These attendants were dressed in a manner that left little to the imagination, causing Yi San to shy away from direct interaction, while Li Junkui unabashedly gazed at them, his eyes unwavering. Were it not for Yi San's presence, he might have made a bold move. The 2 women were accustomed to such scrutiny. Although they found Yi San's demeanor quite rare, as he appeared to have little experience with women, had Yi San been aware of their thoughts, he might have succumbed to his more primal instincts. However, he held no particular regard for matters of intimacy. and would certainly not refuse an opportunity if it presented itself. The auction house was an expansive and independent space designed to deter any potential conflicts. Seating was categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Yi-san occupied the uppermost section. While the middle was filled to capacity, he could clearly see that those in the middle were laid bare to the gaze of all, whereas the upper tier provided a veil of privacy. Access to the upper tier was not merely a matter of wealth. It required a symbol of nobility or substantial prowess. Otherwise, one was relegated to the middle or lower tiers. Additionally, 2 elders presided over the proceedings, possessing the highest level of power within the city, commanding a respect that even Hongyan, despite her current position, had to acknowledge. Generally, one would refrain from seeking the assistance of these elders for trivial matters. Yi-san observed that many disciples from prominent sects were present, likely drawn to the auction, yet all were seated in the middle. He was the sole youth among those in the upper tier. Gradually, every seat became occupied, with individuals steadily entering the upper section. Yi-san spotted a group of fierce-looking individuals from the previous day, along with an elderly man accompanied by a young girl. He was taken aback by their presence in this venue. Yi-san, look at all the people from other sects. This auction must hold items of great significance that have piqued their interest. Li Jinkui whispered in Yi-san's ear. Indeed, the attention of so many could very well be attributed to the rumored celestial secrets, Yi-san remarked, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Who wouldn't desire a celestial great secret? Yet, such treasures inevitably lead to relentless misfortune. Li Jinkui, having only heard of these legendary secrets, was astonished by Yi-san's mention of them. Everyone, please quiet down and allow the atmosphere to settle, announced a woman who emerged at the center of the auction stage. Her entrance was nothing short of captivating. Clad in a striking red gown, she accentuated her figure in all the right places. With a silhouette that was both voluptuous and alluring, she bore an angelic visage, leaving the audience in a state of breathless awe, with even Li Jinkui rendered speechless. Ye-san was indeed taken aback. However, given his intellect, it is quite challenging for an ordinary individual to astonish him. Upon employing his skills to investigate, he confirmed his suspicions. This woman practiced illusionary arts, and the exquisite red garment she donned was no ordinary fabric, amplifying the potency of her illusions. Yet, what truly astonished Ye-san was the fact that no one had voiced this observation. Despite the presence of many adept individuals here, the attendees seemed content to revel in this enchanting allure, indifferent to its potential impact on the competitive bidding. Some had even come specifically to witness this woman. And although they had no intention of participating in the auction, a few inevitably found themselves spellbound, unsure of how to procure spirit stones. Greetings, everyone. I am Hanyu, here to introduce the auctioned items and oversee the proceedings. I hope you all enjoy the auction. Her voice was laced with seduction. Hanyu, you have become even more beautiful, came the teasing remarks. Hanyu, why not marry me? I am a person of some stature. Such flirtations echoed through the hall. Hanyu merely smiled at each of them, yet her demeanor was sufficient to incite fervor among the crowd. How intriguing, Ye-san remarked with a chuckle. The first item up for auction was a medicinal pill. But it was no ordinary concoction. Hanyu gestured for it to be brought forth. That a delicate maid carefully presented the pill, fully aware that should anything happen to it, she might never recover from the loss. The pills displayed here were anything but mundane. Hanyu received the pill, which was contained in a small box. Upon opening it, she revealed a singular red pill. Many of you may have already deduced what this pill is. Indeed, it is the famed red blood thread, she announced. However, rational individuals were also present, weighing their considerations carefully. This red blood thread is priceless and laboriously crafted. The individual consigning it is a master alchemist. This revelation elicited astonishment among the crowd, as few had expected such a formidable figure to still practice the creation of this pill. The starting bid is 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. I bid 10,000, 20,000, 25,000. My esteemed colleagues, I have reached a critical juncture in my life. If I do not enhance my abilities now, it may be too late. Please, allow me this opportunity, a white-haired elder implored, subsequently offering a bid of 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. This price exceeded the market value, and some attendees were merely buying for future contingencies, indifferent to whether they secured the item or not. Once the price surpassed the market rate, many chose to withdraw. A hush fell over the room. Very well, since there are no further bids, We shall sell it for 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Han Yu announced with a smile. The next item was a sword, a high-tier weapon, acquired by our Kaisher auction house. Shortly thereafter, someone brought forth the weapon. This sword is named Wuxing, and while its effects remain a mystery, it is undoubtedly of a high tier, suggesting its efficacy is far from lacking. The auction for the high-tier weapon Wuxing commences, starting at 50,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 10,000. To think there exists a high-tier weapon, I have only ever wielded a mid-tier one. I bid 60,000 spirit stones. This Wuxing appears to suit me well, and I raise my bid to 80,000 spirit stones. Witnessing this unfolding spectacle, I recall that this weapon was sold to Han Yun by Yisan, and it was indeed the finest among them that I had not anticipated it would be auctioned in such a manner, leading me to feel a sense of loss. Yisan, who would have thought that the high-tier weapon you crafted for me could fetch such a remarkable price? I feel as though I have become quite affluent. If my supply of spirit stones dwindles, I could always create a few more for auction. The high-tier weapon ultimately sold for 1 million spirit stones, with the buyer promptly exchanging it before quietly departing, leaving some with ulterior motives to abandon their pursuits. During this time, the group of fierce individuals made an attempt to bid, but only once, leaving it uncertain whether they were unable to afford it or simply looked down upon the auction. An elderly man, accompanied by a young girl, remained in serene contemplation, while the girl observed everything with evident curiosity. The next item presented was a piece of armor, a rarity in itself. Not only had it never been purchased before, but it was also crafted by a master armorer shortly before his demise, later sold to our Kai family auction house by his descendants. This armor is capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Shadow Emperor and possesses self-repairing properties. Acquiring it would be tantamount to gaining an extra life. The auction began with a starting bid of 200,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 50,000. Yisan was taken aback by the armor's capabilities. He had never crafted such armaments himself. The notion that this armor could self-repair was akin to possessing a high-tier weapon, if not superior. A bid of 500,000 spirit stones emerged from the crowd. Yisan, while not particularly desiring the armor, recognized the immense benefit it could provide for his studies in weapon crafting. This was the first time someone from the upper tiers had placed a bid, and many were wise enough to refrain from further bidding. However, there were still those undeterred, boldly announcing a bid of 1 million. Yisan glanced over and recognized the bidder as a member of the Lucian Zone. How brazen of the Lucian Zone! Do they not see that others are reluctant to bid? Li Jinkui remarked in frustration. Esteemed friends, this armor holds significant value for our Lucian Zone. Might you consider parting with it? Inquired a middle-aged man from the sect. Li Jinkui was about to respond, but was halted by Yisan, who countered with a bid of 2 million, effectively refusing the offer with decisive action. The room fell into astonished silence at the audacity of the 5 million spirit stone bid. It was as though they regarded spirit stones as mere trifles, casually tossing out such a figure. The face of the Lucian Zone representative turned a shade of green with fury, for this exceeded their budget, and they had other items to contend with. Haha, Yisan, look at his expression, he's positively livid. Li Jinkui guffawed, pointing at the middle-aged man, who merely cast a glance across the room, unable to discern the details clearly. The exquisite armor, which was successfully bid upon by the esteemed guest, Han Yu, has brought her immense joy, as its auction price has exceeded the initial budget. Someone presented the armor to Yisan, who, despite wearing a face of delight, concealed a deep-seated pain within, an understanding that eludes most. The armor felt remarkably light and thin in his hands, akin to a mere garment. Were it not for its exterior resembling armor, Yisan might have assumed it to be an ordinary piece of clothing. How can this armor be so light? Is it a deception? Li Jinkui remarked, holding it aloft. Yisan shot him a glance, incredulous that anyone would dare to deceive in the presence of so many. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, Yisan discovered that the armor was crafted from raccoon bear hide, renowned for its extraordinary resilience and damage-reducing properties. Most notably, it contained fallen star stones, a rare material that, while lacking other uses, would absorb the celestial energy beneath the night sky, thereby replenishing the armor's strength, an explanation for its remarkable self-repair capabilities. Yisan's intuition hinted at further secrets concealed within, though now was not the time to delve deeper. Next, a mirage array disc was presented by the previous female participant, who ascended the stage with nothing but the seemingly unadorned compass-like disc. As Han Yu infused the disc with her power, it radiated an overwhelming force that left all present in awe. Yisan, utilizing his illusionary arts, sensed its potential to ensnare foes, comparable to his own illusion array, albeit with a broader scope and additional functionalities. Surely, everyone has felt the prowess of this mirage array. It can confine and eliminate enemies over vast areas while siphoning their energy to attack those trapped within. However, the energy required for such a formidable array is substantial, Hanyu noted as she reverted the disc back to its compass form. What I just demonstrated required 100 high-grade spirit stones, and that was without employing its other capabilities. This limitation will undoubtedly deter many, yet for any sect fortunate enough to acquire it, it would be an unparalleled asset. The auction commenced, starting at 10 million spirit stones. With increments no less than 1 million, the many marveled at the exorbitance, relieved they could not afford it, else they might have been tempted to bid. Such a price was only within the reach of certain sects, leaving many solitary cultivators merely spectators to amass such spirit stones. One would need several lifetimes of cultivation. Li Jinkui exclaimed in disbelief that we, the Lucian sect, offer 15 million, declared a confident middle-aged man that we, the Hishan sect, bid 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Another participant interjected, displaying evident urgency and anxiety. The Huanhua sect bids 80 million spirit stones. Came the decisive call that nearly doubled the previous bids, clearly indicating the significant interest from various sects in the Mirage Array disc. Though many felt the weight of their financial limitations, ultimately, the Huanhua sect secured the disc and departed, evidently having come solely for this item, dismissing all others, which brought a sigh of relief to the onlookers. Yesan, intrigued by the allure of this object that inspired such fervor, pondered whether he might have a chance to contend for it. Next, the Iron Ant King is contained within a transparent bottle. The Iron Ant King possesses an exceptionally large head, with the rest of its body slender and entirely silver in hue. For those unfamiliar with this creature, allow me to introduce the Iron Ant King. It has the power to summon thousands upon thousands of iron-headed ants, which are incredibly resilient. Should one manage to tame them, it would be akin to commanding a million-strong army. It is rumored that it can even consume human flesh, a claim I have yet to witness myself. Merely relaying the accounts of its previous owner, is the Iron Ant King truly that formidable? Inquired a curious voice. Do not be deceived by its current docility. It is merely due to the bottle's ability to contain its aura. Once released, if it is not subdued, it will become ferocious, summoning its legion of ants to wreak havoc. Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to participate in the bidding. Yi-san expressed curiosity as well, pondering how a single ant could rival a million soldiers. If this were the case, acquiring it would bestow immense power upon its owner. Surely, there must be some hidden intricacies at play, and it was astonishing that such a remarkable item was being auctioned off. The bidding commenced at 50,000 spirit stones, and the highest bidder would claim it. The low starting price left everyone perplexed. Many wondered why it was so inexpensive, given that it was merely a larva that required significant nurturing to mature. I bid 100,000 spirit stones, someone called out, seemingly indifferent. Indeed, who could predict how long this larva would need to grow before it could be of use? If it were to perish prematurely, it would be a poor investment. Yi-san raised the bid to 200,000 spirit stones, though it was merely an attempt to stir excitement. Feel free to bid as you wish. Just don't exceed 100 million spirit stones, Yi-san suggested, not out of reluctance to spend, but because he deemed it unworthy of such an expense. Li Jinke looked at Yi-san with gratitude, causing Yi-san to feel slightly embarrassed. 1 million spirit stones, Yi-san exclaimed, nearly taken aback. Why such a high bid right away? Can't we take our time? He completely forgot the fervor with which he had bid earlier. The spectators stared in disbelief at the auction room. Was it truly reasonable to place such a valuation on a mere larva? Nevertheless, no one dared to voice their objections. Very well. The Iron Ant King goes to the highest bidder, the auctioneer declared, and soon after, Yi-san settled the payment. Do you know how to utilize this creature? He inquired with genuine curiosity. Isn't it simply a matter of taming it and nurturing it? How difficult can that be? Yi-san's naivety left an impression on him. Chapter 59. The transmission scrolls. If it were truly that simple, wouldn't everyone be clamoring to seize it? Now, the time had come for the grand treasures. 3 in total, each of considerable value. Hanyu seemed dissatisfied with the auction thus far, feeling that the first item had been monopolized after selling for just 1 million. The first item, the Heavenly Remnant Scripture, was said to have been crafted by the legendary figure known as the Heavenly Remnant Ancestor. I trust you are familiar with the renown of this ancestor, as Hangyu's gaze was filled with admiration for powerful beings. Li Jinkui, Who is this heavenly remnant ancestor? I have never heard of him, Yisan inquired, perplexed. It is quite normal for you to be unaware. The heavenly remnant ancestor lived several centuries ago and was the overlord of this region at that time. It is said that he reached transcendent heights of cultivation before ascending, leaving behind only remnants of his secret realm, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. Li Jinkui explained excitedly, "It is astonishing to consider that there are indeed individuals who can cultivate to the pinnacle of their craft, even ascending to ethereal realms. One cannot help but exclaim in wonder. Alas, it is perplexing why, in recent centuries, there have been no reports of anyone achieving such heights, leaving one to ponder how many have harbored lifelong regrets." Lamented Li Jinkui. There are tales that the secret realm left behind by the venerable Tian Can was the culmination of his life's work, intended for posterity. However, upon Tian Can's ascension, all sought to seize the Tian Can scriptures, leading to the demise of his descendants. The ensuing conflict saw participation from all corners of the continent, all for the sake of the scriptures. Yet, this assertion is erroneous. It is their descendants who were foolish. As the news of Tian Can's ascension was widely circulated, and the existence of the scriptures was well known, was this not tantamount to courting disaster? Li Jinkui felt a deep sense of injustice on behalf of the venerable Tian Can. Yisan nodded in agreement. Yet there existed another reason. Tian Can had long dominated this region and had offended many in his pursuit of supremacy. Let us commence. The bidding begins at a modest 20 million. With increments no less than 10 million. Such a price is indeed beyond the means of ordinary folk. 50 million. Came a voice steeped in sorrow from above, from a figure obscured, yet perilously close to Yisan. 60 million, called out an elderly man accompanied by a young girl, his eyes remarkably bright and alert. It seemed this elder had come for the scriptures. Yisan murmured softly. 70 million. Came another bid from a patron above. The elder immediately countered. 80 million. 90 million, echoed a group that had remained largely silent until now. 100 million high-grade spirit stones. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, many casting their gazes toward the elder in the center, who remained fixated on the scriptures, as if they were already within his grasp, fearing they might slip away. 150 million. The elder continued to be ID. "Oh, you truly wish to compete with me, friend?" spoke the sorrowful man from above. The elder lifted his gaze to meet that of Shiana Daoran. Long time no see. It was indeed Shiana Daoran. How could he also desire the scriptures? Rumor had it that Shiana Daoran had long since passed. Yet here he stood, perhaps having reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. Many regarded him with a sense of regret. "Who are you?" Shiana Daoran inquired, puzzled as to how this individual recognized him solely by voice. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is the state of your injuries." The weight of that sound was palpable. "How do you know? Could it be that you are?" Suddenly, Shiana Daoran fell silent and withdrew. A few others above discerned the identity of this person, recognizing him as an entity they could not afford to provoke, remaining mute. Even a group of formidable men nearby regarded the elder with trepidation, as if something significant had transpired. Given these circumstances, the scriptures rightfully belonged to this elder. Hong Yu expressed her confusion. What was this man's background that even Shiana Daoran feared him? The elder, accompanied by the young girl, settled the spirit stones and, with the scriptures in hand, departed swiftly, seemingly unwilling to squander any more time. It turns out this old man is quite formidable. I am fortunate to have avoided provoking him, Li Jinkui remarked, his face a mask of apprehension. Yisan discerned his extraordinary nature, but had not realized the extent of the fear he inspired in others. Clearly, he was no ordinary figure. The next item is a natural zeeming tree, which is said to possess the power to alter one's fortune if one practices beneath its branches. Furthermore, if consumed as medicine, it is believed to confer longevity and vitality. The zeeming tree is indeed a legendary entity, unseen by any and shrouded in mystery regarding its authenticity. Miss Hongyu, how can you substantiate the truth of this claim, given that no one has ever laid eyes upon it, merely relying on hearsay? Indeed, a certain esteemed elder, not just any ordinary elder, possesses immense cultivation and authority. Even the affluent Kai family auction house cannot afford the passing of such an elder. It is no wonder that rumors circulated about an elder's demise at the Kai family auction house. Yet none realized it was the esteemed elder. Alas, this must pose a significant blow to the Kai family auction house. Whispers filled the air, with many expressing belief, bolstered by the auction house's credibility. Let the bidding commence, starting at 50 million, with increments no less than 30 million spirit stones, declared Hong Yu with a commanding voice. 80 million was soon called out by disciples of his sect. 110 million, 130 million. Bids continued to pour in. Does this Zeeming tree truly possess such miraculous effects? Yeson inquired of Li Jinkui. The price brought great satisfaction to the two elder guardians present. While they needed time to witness the tree's true nature, the potential for medicinal longevity was indeed factual, albeit one could only partake once for any effect. The Inhun sect, wealthy in resources, did not depart with the Zeeming tree, seemingly intent on vying for the final treasure. Now, it is time for the last item. Han Yu instructed the attendant. The attendant presented an object concealed beneath red fabric, its contents hidden from view. This was a teleportation secret scroll, containing methods and formulations whose destination and creator remained unknown. However, after our examinations, we can confirm its teleportation capability, sufficient to leave this region, as many are aware, we have been cultivating in this area. And countless individuals yearn to venture out in search of richer spiritual energy for their practices. This teleportation scroll has no restrictions. The highest bidder shall claim it. Chapter 60. Pursuit 100 million high-grade spirit stones. The Lucian sect had previously lost an auction to Yeson and had refrained from bidding since. Merely observing 200 million high-grade spirit stones, they boldly proclaimed, for this was their purpose for attending. The armor earlier sought by the middle-aged man was a personal desire, exerting pressure on Yeson through sect influence, yet his adversary remained unfazed. Yeson, too, coveted this item, the teleportation scroll. Should it be acquired, it could prove invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. Most sects were present for this very reason, seeking a method to escape this place and reach more powerful realms. 300 million spirit stones. The Inhun sect also made a bid. How does the Inhun sect possess such abundant spirit stones? Yeson pondered, perplexed. You may not be aware, but the Inhun sect primarily engages in the cultivation of illusion arrays and talismans, and many are eager to procure their illusions and talismans. Their annual revenue likely surpasses that of any other sect. Li Jinkui elucidated, I see now. It seems acquiring the secret scroll will indeed pose a formidable challenge. Yeson remarked. This may not necessarily be the case. The Imprint sect has already exhausted a considerable amount of resources. The endeavor to acquire this particular secret scroll will undoubtedly undermine the foundation of the sect. Each sect incurs significant expenses yearly. Not only are the spirit stones for auction a concern, but even the necessities for disciples may dwindle. However, this opportunity presents a path to explore the art of cultivation, and some may be willing to pay a substantial price. You seem quite knowledgeable, exclaimed Yi San in surprise. This knowledge stems from my previous visits. Li Jinkui replied with an awkward smile, that why Yi San chuckled nonchalantly. Yet, this implied that he still had a chance, albeit a slim one. The offer of 500 million spirit stones was made by Yunxing's sect. Bids of 800 million spirit stones echoed from other rooms above. Why Yi San was taken aback by how quickly the bidding escalated in such a brief period. 16 million spirit stones, Yi San declared confidently. Han Yu, with a puzzled expression, remarked, esteemed guest, others have already reached 800 million high-grade spirit stones. Though, I misspoke. I meant 16 million top-grade spirit stones. Yi San responded with an air of indifference. Though internally he felt a pang of anguish. Top-grade spirit stones, this was indeed a price that had doubled. The entire hall fell silent, astonished by this figure. Everyone was eager to discern the identity of this individual from the upper room. The voice was youthful, and none had heard of such a powerful young person. No one dared to bid further. The price was beyond their means. Very well, the secret scroll belongs to the upper room, Han Yu announced with a jubilant smile, which alleviated the worries of many in attendance. The auction concluded, and those who did not secure a bid were encouraged to return next time, perhaps to find what they desired and could obtain. Yet, some still expressed their dissatisfaction. However, to vent their anger here would be foolhardy, and they began to depart. Greetings, esteemed guest. The secret scroll is now yours. Would you like to settle the payment now? Or, Han Yu approached Yi San with a smile. Is there a possibility for an exchange? Yi San asked earnestly. Exchange? Han Yu's expression shifted instantly. Please do not misunderstand. My spirit stones are insufficient, but I possess other items that should suffice, Yi San clarified. He produced a piece of violet crystal card, which elicited a look of surprise from Han Yu. She then summoned Han Yun. Elder, Han Yu addressed him respectfully, indicating his higher status. What brings you here? Han Yun inquired. Han Yu recounted the situation, and Han Yun's expression grew increasingly grim. If you claim to have something of equivalent value, then present it, Hong Yun stated with a stiff tone. Yi-san laid out all his Chinquan bags for Hong Yun to inspect. Upon seeing the multitude of bags, Hong Yun was taken aback. However, this was still insufficient, and he continued to scrutinize their contents. Upon discovering various sect techniques and confidential materials, Hong Yun's demeanor softened considerably. Yet, he surmised that the previous Secret Realm incident was undoubtedly related to Yi-san. He then whispered, "I can assist you in handling these items, but you must not expose them. These indeed surpass the value of spirit stones, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. They must be handled by higher authorities. If other sects were to learn of this, it would be beyond what a mere elder could bear. However, as for interaction, Yi-san can only take away the secret scroll, and the purple crystal card must be returned, while keeping the secret intact. This is of little concern to Yi-san, as the card holds no real value, and it is best to dispose of such items sooner rather than later, as keeping them may only invite trouble." Eager to leave, Yi-san swiftly took the secret scroll and departed. "Someone go investigate their backgrounds," commanded the newcomer. This marked the first time since Hong Yun assumed the position of elder that customer information was being scrutinized. After Yi-san's departure, he sensed something. His perception was already sharper than most, and with a formidable mastery of illusion arrays, he immediately realized that someone was tailing him as he exited the Kaisher auction house. "Let us rest for a few days before leaving," Yi-san suggested, appearing unhurried. Yet inwardly tensed, he noticed that not only was he being followed by one person, but it seemed that someone coveted the secret scroll. "Are you not afraid that someone is plotting against you?" Li Jinkui asked with concern, as he too felt the presence, his alchemical training endowing him with a heightened mental acuity. "What is there to fear? We shall remain here for a couple of days before departing." Yi-san replied he was not without trepidation. Should he choose to leave, he would still be pursued. It would be wiser to ascertain the identity of those intent on intercepting him. "Very well, in that case, let us unwind here," Li Jinkui said, reassured by his faith in Yi-san. Confident that they would not meet their demise passively, they wandered through various locales in Huangqing, with their followers maintaining a discreet distance. None dared to act, for a decree strictly prohibited any form of aggression within the imperial city, lest they be barred from entering Huangqing for life. "Senior brother, they have been circling around here without departing. Is it truly wise for us to follow them?" inquired a man hidden in the shadows. "Enough with the chatter. If I instruct you to follow, then follow," the impatient speaker retorted, having trailed them for quite some time and eager to seize the opportunity for theft. Only 3 individuals followed in tow, wary of speaking further lest they incur the wrath of their senior. In truth, there were 2 other individuals silently trailing behind, blending in with the crowd. The various groups had begun to notice one another, all harboring similar intentions, yet none dared to make a move, resulting in an atmosphere of unease surrounding Yi-san. Meanwhile, Li Jinkui was genuinely relaxed, seemingly oblivious to the presence behind them. That he indulged in every delightful morsel he encountered and was drawn to fine wines, relishing the pleasures of food and drink. Yi-san seized the opportunity to purchase numerous talismans. Although he refrained from acquiring some illusion arrays that did not meet his standards, the pursuers failed to perceive the careful measures being taken, mistakenly believing their quarry was already in their grasp. Facing only minor inconveniences, upon returning to their lodgings, Yi-san promptly shut the door, even declining a separate room for Li Jinkui. The 2 shared a chamber, and Yi-san set up an illusion array at the entrance. Should anyone intrude, they would fall into the trap, while Yi-san also prepared a possession array for himself and a similar one for Li Jinkui. If the array were activated, Yi-san's illusionary prowess would be temporarily sealed. "Here, take this array token," Yi-san said, handing Li Jinkui a piece of the array's insignia. "With this token, you may enter and exit the array at will." "Yi-san, I never anticipated your ability to arrange such intricate illusions. You truly are a master of concealment," Li Jinkui remarked with admiration. Having completed all preparations, Yi-san ventured out to order a variety of dishes and a jug of wine, bringing them back to their room for practical use. "You truly understand me," Li Jinkui said, cradling the wine as he addressed Yi-san, before pouring 2 glasses. "Now we shall observe how these individuals intend to proceed. Whether they will act directly or wait until they depart to take action, perhaps they will strike under the cover of darkness. For now, they must remain vigilant, and any unusual activity should be reported to me before I retire to rest. The others are growing increasingly dissatisfied with this senior brother. Let us bide our time. It is possible that others may act tonight." and we shall adapt to the situation as it unfolds. In another room, some are deliberating, while others are formulating plans. Within the confines of the room, Yisan utilized his spiritual sense to scan the entire establishment, discovering that numerous individuals were observing him. Suddenly, he was repelled by a formidable presence, and to his surprise, it was the elder who had acquired the secret realm earlier that day. Fortunately, he harbored no malicious intent, and the elder did not strike with full force. Yet it became apparent that the elder's spiritual depth was profound. Still, Yisan remained uneasy and continued to set up several illusionary arrays and 4 forms of punitive formations. He hoped they would not come. If they did, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Li Jinkui, observing Yisan's evident anxiety, found it somewhat amusing but managed to suppress his laughter. Continuing to drink his wine, he then produced his Iron Ant King, penetrating the vial with his spiritual sense and entering the larva's body. Thankfully, it was still a larva, offering no resistance, and he swiftly took control. That a multitude of information flooded his mind, which he began to process. It appeared that the Iron Ant required not only spiritual manipulation, but also nourishment from his own blood to ensure unwavering loyalty and obedience. Li Jinkui bit his finger, opened the vial slightly, and allowed a drop of blood to fall within. The Iron Ant, seemingly sensing something, leapt to the top of the vial with astonishing speed, displaying a ferocious demeanor as if it wished to devour its master. Yet it remained trapped. Li Jinkui sealed the vial once more, and the Iron Ant reverted to its original state, consuming the blood at the bottom of the container. That a radiant glow enveloped it, restoring its vigor. Although initially startled by the Iron Ant's ferocity, Li Jinkui felt reassured as it consumed the blood, knowing it would now be under his control and would not betray him. Upon fully opening the vial, he found the Iron Ant once again appeared. Yisan, do not be angered. I merely wish for the Iron Ant to perceive your true form, so it may refrain from causing you harm in the future. I have now gained control, Li Jinkui remarked with a smile, dismissing Yisan's fury. Despite his words, Yisan remained filled with considerable ire, as he was in the midst of arranging a formation. Should the Iron Ant prove disobedient and turn its aggression upon him, he would not only face death but also suffer the backlash of the very formation he had crafted. Li Jinkui's dismissive tone and his immersion in his own joy only served to deepen Yisan's wariness of him. Realizing that he ought not to reveal everything to Li Jinkui had become exceedingly familiar with Yisan. In this realm of cultivation, any unforeseen event could lead to betrayal. Li Jinkui commanded the Iron Ant to consume all the furniture within the room, leaving not a single plate behind, and he was exhilarated by this newfound power, no longer needing to hide in the shadows of others. Yisan could scarcely endure this. He suspected that, had there been no prior bond between them, Li Jinkui might very well command the Iron Ant to devour him. He perceived a transformation in Li Jinkui at that moment, one that prioritized his own desires above all else, disregarding the feelings of others. Such a path would inevitably lead to selfishness. Li Jinkui, where am I to sit? He inquired, surveying the barren room, which contained only a bed. Li Jinkui pointed to the bed without sparing Yisan a glance, his gaze fixed upon the Iron Ant. The creature seemed to sense Yisan's dissatisfaction, making a gesture as if it intended to devour him. Yisan comprehended then that the Iron Ant had fully revealed Li Jinkui's true nature. The stronger the Iron Ant grew, the more reliant Li Jinkui would become. Any attempt at persuasion on Yisan's part was futile. In the face of power, who would willingly relinquish it? Perhaps it was due to Li Jinkui's upbringing as an orphan, always sheltered by others, that he now, possessing his own strength, could no longer afford to cower as he once did. Yisan reclined upon the bed, surrendering to slumber, with Li Jinkui controlling the Iron Ant. He felt a measure of relief from external concerns. Yet, he still hoped that Li Jinkui would not become excessively outrageous, for they had once shared a profound friendship. In truth, Li Jinkui's thoughts were rather simplistic. Now that he had the Iron Ant, he need not hide, even considering the prospect of eliminating foes without lifting a finger himself. Chapter 62. The Might of the Iron Ant. As night fell, Li Jinkui remained awake, wandering the floor with the Iron Ant cradled in his hands, envisioning how to nurture it in the future. Yisan had long succumbed to sleep, yet retained a fragment of his consciousness alert to any disturbances. Suddenly, the Iron Ant emitted a series of sharp cries. Li Jinkui recognized this as a sign of an approaching threat. Yisan awoke as well, noticing Li Jinkui's expectant gaze upon him, devoid of any fear regarding the intruders outside. With a hiss, both Isan and Li Jinkuei turned their attention to the door, which opened slightly, allowing a wisp of smoke to enter. This was no ordinary fog, but a hallucinogenic mist capable of incapacitating cultivators. The iron ant appeared to consume the smoke without showing any signs of distress, much to Li Jinkuei's satisfaction. After a brief wait, the door creaked open further, and at that moment, the surrounding scenery shifted, ensnaring 4 individuals within an illusionary formation. Observing this, Li Jinkuei commanded the iron ant to approach these captives, slowly crawling atop their heads. "What are you doing?" Isan exclaimed in alarm. "Kill them," exclaimed Li Jinkuei with exhilaration, showing no signs of hesitation. Bang, bang. These individuals were all ensnared and rendered unconscious by the illusionary array, collapsing one after another, while the iron ant remained firmly attached to his skull. The dispersing control formation sent the iron ant flying. Yet it managed to tear away a piece of flesh, savoring it in its mouth. "What has become of you?" Yisan bellowed at Li Jinkuei, as though attempting to rouse him from a stupor. "This way? What way? This is the true me. Is it wrong to eliminate those who seek to kill us?" Li Jinkuei fumed, watching his iron ant being flung away. He then commanded the iron ant to swiftly devour the 4 adversaries, leaving not a single bone behind. Yisan could hardly bear to witness such brutality. Though he too had taken lives, the essence was entirely different. How could he accept it? Moreover, as Li Jinkuei observed the iron ant consuming flesh, his fury dissipated, replaced by a sense of elation. He turned to Yisan and stated, "Now I can protect myself. Why must I suppress my true nature to satisfy you?" Li Jinkuei spoke with a newfound seriousness. His gaze transformed as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. Unable to endure any longer, Yisan hastily exited the room. "Humph, if you cannot take action, then I will become powerful," Li Jinkuei chuckled, watching the iron ant undergo further transformation. "Elder, why is there no commotion? Only the sound of quarrels." Some of the onlookers, noticing Yisan's departure, pursued him, while others remained, sensing the room's eerie atmosphere. "Follow me to that chamber and investigate." "You, go after that fleeing boy," one individual declared, promptly chasing after Yisan, while the elder and 2 others cautiously approached Li Jinkuei's quarters. Li Jinkuei concealed himself beneath the bed, leaving the iron ant outside. Yisan's formation remained intact and effective. Additionally, the 4 punishment-killing array had yet to be triggered, all of which became Li Jinkuei's advantages. The trio, clad in black, entered, perceiving the night as if it were day. Stepping into the room whose door stood ajar. Boom! The illusionary array was activated, and the iron ant, sensing the situation, darted forth, fearing that these individuals might escape the formation and retaliate. The elder within the array realized he had entered an illusion and prepared to dispel it when the iron ant swiftly bit through his Achilles tendon, causing him to collapse, unable to move as the array's effects still held sway over him. The elder, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to cast a spell, only to be bitten on the neck by the iron ant. In that moment, it seemed as though the illusion had lost its efficacy, and he caught sight of Li Jinkuei beneath the bed, his expression filled with unwillingness, yet he was still doomed, deprived even of the chance to resist. As Li Jinkuei gazed at the fallen elder, he witnessed a fleeting smile from the elder before death, a complete mockery of the strong. The iron ants continued to consume the remaining individuals, leaving only traces of blood behind. Li Jinkuei felt no sympathy, neither in the past nor now. Observing the iron ant's insatiable appetite, he remarked, "My dear, do not be anxious. There is more to come." The iron ant, as if understanding, began to exude excitement, brandishing its now considerably enlarged pincers. Indeed, more adversaries arrived, all of whom Li Jinkuei dispatched in the same manner. Emerging from beneath the bed, he stood tall, surveying the 4 punishment-killing array set by Yisan. A mocking smile gracing his lips as he mused, "It seems you could not anticipate this so precisely, could you?" The iron ant on the ground believed it was addressing him, yet, in a moment of absent-mindedness, he absent-mindedly stroked the pincers. "Not you, darling. Come here, darling." The iron ant had developed a pair of wings and had consumed everything in sight, leaving not even the cosmic bag behind. Li Jinkuei bore no trace of reproach. He did not wish to retain the cosmic bag, for it might harbor calamities he was ill-prepared to endure. The cleaner, the better. After waiting a while longer, Li Jinkuei, realizing he was alone, retracted the iron ant into his consciousness and departed from the scene. Many lives had been extinguished that night, yet none were aware of it. However, after Li Jinkuei's departure, An elder appeared in the room as if conjured from thin air. He surveyed his surroundings with intrigue before glancing upward and vanishing into nothingness. Above the chamber, two figures clad in black observed the elder with trepidation, their presence exuding an oppressive aura that made them break into a sweat. They had witnessed everything unfold with clarity, remaining motionless for fear of being discovered by the Iron Ant. Fortunately, the Iron Ant remained feeble and failed to perceive them. The elder's sudden appearance left the two astonished. It had been ages since anyone had materialized out of thin air, and they were startled to have witnessed such an occurrence. Nonetheless, the elder instantly saw through their guise. Once the elder departed, the two exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes, before they hurriedly left, making their way toward the Kai clan auction house. After Li Jinkuei's exit, he did not seek out Yi San. Since the latter had his own intentions, there was no need for him to pursue him, even if the Iron Ant could locate him. He had no desire to encounter Yi San. After Yi San departed, he noticed 2 or 3 individuals trailing him. However, he refrained from alarming them and instead strolled leisurely toward the docks, where the area was deserted, and even those present were likely in slumber. Regarding Li Jinkuei's transformation, Yi San held no resentment. This world inherently favored the strong, who would concern themselves with the weak. Yi San stealthily commandeered a vessel and set sail towards Minjizo. The pursuers followed suit, oblivious to the fact that their companions had already met their demise. Observing the dimly visible ships behind him, Yi San noted 3 vessels in pursuit as dawn began to break. He felt no fear of the 3 behind him. Should they continue their relentless chase, he would not hesitate to strike back at that moment. Yi San was only a few miles from Minjizo when a paper crane materialized in the sky. He reached out, and the crane gently descended into his palm. Though he had never encountered a flying paper crane before, he had heard tales of their ability to convey messages, a necessity many kept on hand for unforeseen circumstances. Unfolding the crane, he found inscriptions on the paper. Yi San quickened his pace, reaching the shore before dawn and inquiring in a nearby town about the current state of Minjizo. It remained much the same, still pressured by other sects. However, the recent surge of beastly incursions had notably diminished, with conflicts occurring infrequently. Other than that, little had changed. Casting a glance behind him, he confirmed that the 3 were still in pursuit. Yi San would not extend his kindness any further. If he were to be followed, he too would be concerned, as it would disrupt his movements. He then stepped back onto the ship, heading south towards the depths of the beast-infested forest. The 3 individuals behind have vehemently scolded the actions of Yi San, yet they must still pursue, for should the object of their quest be in his possession, matters would become considerably simpler. Within the sect, your rapport with Yi San is unparalleled. If you remain silent any longer, Hanshu finds himself bound to an iron frame, confronted by several formidable figures cloaked in black. These intruders have stormed into Minji's sect. The sect leader intended to retaliate but was effortlessly sent flying by a single hand, sustaining grave injuries. Nonetheless, they clarified their intentions. As long as Yi San is unharmed, it is best that others refrain from interference. The remaining members of the sect, though filled with indignation, dared not voice their anger and opted instead for seclusion, choosing to turn a blind eye. Even the sect leader, having been wounded, declared a retreat to cultivate in isolation. Delegating all other matters to the elders, the sect leader was provoked by this group of enigmatic assailants, sustaining injuries from a single strike, and he could not comprehend their fixation on Yi San. However, their assurance of not harming anyone else allowed him to relax and focus on his seclusion. Meanwhile, Yi San, out at sea, unleashed 3 fireballs, eliminating the 3 pursuers who had been relentlessly tracking him. These individuals perished in confusion, unable to fathom why Yi San, possessing such formidable strength, had refrained from action until now. The beastly forest is stratified into 3 layers, the outermost inhabited by ordinary beasts, the second layer featuring beasts of varying strengths capable of speech, and the innermost layer, where it is said that some beasts can assume humanoid forms and possess extraordinary powers. Legend has it that someone once ventured into this realm seeking fortune. This individual, no novice in cultivation, reached the 3rd layer but was rendered immobile by the mere gaze of a beast, ultimately ending up as a corpse discarded from the forest, a deliberate act of intimidation rather than consumption. Since then, no one has dared to delve deeper, remaining at the periphery. For Yi San, however, the more perilous the environment, the swifter his potential for growth. It is amidst life and death struggles that one can unleash their most potent capabilities. The beastly forest resides within an expansive grassland, where a dense thicket serves as the habitat for these creatures, who prefer the shelter of the woods over exposure to sunlight. In recent days, Li Jinkui has traversed numerous locations, seeking methods to cultivate iron ants. The most expedient method involves consuming the flesh of high-level cultivators, which enhances his bloodlust and combat prowess. Alternatively, he could resort to alchemical concoctions for cultivation, albeit at a sluggish pace and with considerable complexity, rendering the direct consumption of high-level cultivators far more appealing. Having made his decision, he scoured the corners of the land, commanding the iron ants to feast upon humans, which stirred significant upheaval and resulted in numerous disappearances, prompting the guardians of the city to investigate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jinkui fled under the cover of night towards Minji's sect, for he currently does not dare confront those of superior cultivation openly, should an ambush arise. However, he harbors no fear of anyone, reflecting on those within the sect who once looked down upon him. A sinister smile crept upon his lips, casting an eerie aura. He remains oblivious to the events unfolding within the sect, only aware that there are individuals capable of rapidly enhancing their strength through the iron ants. Subsequently, after the iron ants have digested their meals, he directs them to the illusion array for training, waiting patiently on an isolated path for someone whose presence instills both reverence and trepidation in him. This individual is an elder of the illusion array, who once humiliated him. He recalls that at the time, he was merely assisting him in alchemy, and the results were commendable. However, the elder deliberately made things difficult for him, claiming he had made a mistake. Even when his master arrived, he was compelled to apologize, yet the elder refused to offer any contrition and insisted that he serve him for an entire month at his residence. His master, turning a blind eye, allowed this injustice to unfold. In this moment, Li Jinkui was flooded with memories, his eyes reddening with emotion. He would forever remember the manner in which he had served. This was the most arduous trial of his life, a burden he resolved to eradicate without leaving a trace. The path he tread was one that the elder of the illusion array frequented, a route Li Jinkui had long memorized. Courtesy of the elder himself, Li Jinkui bided his time until nightfall, unhurried, for he had endured for many years and feared not this brief interlude. Xiaohen. We shall proceed tomorrow. Let us rest well tonight. Yes, master. A faint exchange echoed, indicating the arrival of someone. Li Jinkui commanded the iron ant to position itself by the roadside. The darkness obscured the ant from view. Though Li Jinkui stood at a distance, after casting his spell, he could see clearly. Two figures approached, a middle-aged man and one of similar stature to Li Jinkui. The middle-aged man was none other than the elder of the illusion array, accompanied by his most cherished disciple, whom he treated as his own. Lacking children of his own, he lavished excessive indulgence upon this disciple, inciting silent resentment among the others who dared not voice their grievances. As the duo ambled forward, they remained oblivious to the iron ant nearby, unaware that someone intended to take their lives. With a swift motion, the iron ant soared into the air, heading straight for the elder's neck. Ah, what is this? The elder exclaimed in terror, feeling something bite into his flesh. With a sudden thud, the elder collapsed, lifeless, having been caught completely off guard, unaware of the iron ant's lethal capacity. Master! Master! In the blink of an eye, the elder lay dead, and the young man was filled with shock and horror. Help! The elder is dead! Help! He cried out, but this narrow path rarely saw passers-by, and with nightfall, it was improbable anyone would come. Li Jinkui observed the scene with bated breath, and upon confirming the elder's demise, he slowly approached the young man. Why do you weep for him? Li Jinkui laughed, his tone mocking. The young man, bewildered, regarded Li Jinkui's approach with trepidation. Who are you? Li Jinkui exuded an aura of danger, and the young man instinctively sensed ill intent, suspecting that the elder's death was somehow linked to him. Rising to his feet, the young man eyed Li Jinkui warily, while the corpse beside them began to fade, accompanied by a faint, incessant chirping. The young man was interrupted by the sound, glancing at the body of his master, only to discover a large ant feasting upon it. He felt compelled to drive away the iron ant.do not cause a disturbance. Li Jinkui intervened to block him. Although Li Jinkui's cultivation was not particularly high, the mental fortitude he developed through alchemy was remarkably potent, proving remarkably effective against the illusionary formations, rendering them nearly ineffective unless faced with an opponent of exceptional strength. The young man realized that the person before him was the one responsible for his master's demise. With considerable talent and a commendable proficiency in illusionary arts, he had garnered the elder's favor. Sensing the precarious situation, he immediately cast a lethal formation, filling the air with a palpable aura of death. A smirk of derision appeared at the corner of Li Junkuei's mouth. This formation might have posed a threat to him a month prior, but now it held no sway over him whatsoever. The young man, sensing something amiss, unleashed a myriad of formations before abandoning them in his flight. At that moment, Li Junkuei effortlessly dismantled these formations, and concurrently, the iron ants had fulfilled their mission, leaving no trace behind. Observing the now distant figure of the young man, Li Junkuei once again donned a sinister grin, relishing the sight of another fleeing individual. He then commanded the iron ants to swiftly pursue the still escaping man. Unaware that an iron ant was watching him closely, the young man continued his desperate flight. With a satisfying screech and crash, Li Junkuei's delight was palpable, his affection for the iron ants evident in his gaze. The iron ants possessed no emotions. They were driven solely by obedience and aggression, merciless assassins that would even consume their kin when famished. Gazing at the spot where the elder of the illusionary formation had vanished, Li Junkuei exhaled deeply. "This is all your own doing, and your apprentice has perished as well," he murmured softly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. As dawn broke, Isan had already set foot on the vast grassland, an expanse so immense that it seemed to stretch endlessly, akin to the boundless sea. In terms of scenery, few places could rival this. The verdant landscape was invigorating, instilling a profound sense of relaxation. Yet perhaps it was merely Isan's arrival. Still unaccustomed and wearied, he continued his journey deeper into the grassland, moving away from the sea. Throughout his trek, he noticed no anomalies. It was remarkably tranquil, save for the occasional gentle breeze, making it difficult to discern any disturbances. Even though Isan had not lingered here before, he sensed that such stillness was inherently suspicious. Thus, while appearing relaxed and languid, he remained quietly vigilant. Suddenly, a wild boar burst forth, its entire body covered in brown fur, some strands even longer than human hair. This boar possessed a pair of elongated, smooth tusks that gleamed menacingly. Yet, it was evident that this creature possessed a modicum of intelligence. Aware of its ambush against Isan sidestepped. The fur on the boar bristled, indicating its anger. He drew forth his weapon, preparing to gauge the creature's strength. Upon witnessing Isan evade its advance, the brown boar brandished a weapon of its own. Clearly perceiving the situation as a provocation that it was intolerable for prey to challenge its hunter, and in an instant, the boar erupted in fury. With its jaws agape, the tusks elongated even further, charging at Isan with increased speed. The clash of tusks against Isan's sword sent sparks flying, leaving him astonished. He was acutely aware of his sword's durability, and yet it had not shattered upon impact, instead producing a shower of sparks. The brown pig, having felt the sting of pain, was taken aback by the unexpected obstruction to its assault, which even caused its tusks to throb with discomfort. In response to this discomfort, the brown pig altered its approach, charging at Isan. Despite the impact, Isan merely staggered back 3 steps before regaining his composure. However, the pig's bristles had torn through his garments, and fortunately, his armor had shielded him from injury. Chapter 65. Captured. Little did he anticipate that the pig's fur, originally as soft as silk, would become so acutely sharp when provoked. Yet, it was not enough to inflict harm upon Isan. It was merely a test of resolve. Observing that its assaults were thwarted, the brown pig began to retreat, fixating its gaze on Isan as it slowly backed away. Isan presumed the creature was attempting to create distance for a more potent strike. As the brown pig continued to retreat, it suddenly turned and dashed away at an accelerated pace. Realizing this, Isan could not allow it to escape. He propelled himself off the ground, leaping several meters high, and executed the sword technique Moon Embrace, launching himself toward the brown pig with the force of a radiant moon. With a resounding crash, the brown pig, preoccupied with its flight, could not outpace the technique, and was sent crashing to the ground. Strangely, it sustained no visible injuries from the impact, which took Isan by surprise. Undeterred, he pressed on with his assault, unleashing a flurry of sword techniques until the brown pig finally succumbed, spitting blood in defeat. Its exterior bore no signs of trauma, a testament to its formidable defense. Isan landed beside the fallen creature, regarding it with keen interest. In his eyes, every part of the pig was a treasure. Not even its flesh was to be overlooked. Despite the pig's lack of significant injury, Its high defense had posed quite a challenge for Isan, that he mused that his sword techniques and weaponry were insufficient. Contemplating the pursuit of superior materials to forge a weapon of greater caliber, he pondered over some exceptional materials. Isan retrieved 2 ancient beast bones and a crystalline stone from the depths of the heavenly fire. Contemplating their fusion to enhance the quality of his weaponry, attempting to extract the pig's tusks proved difficult. Ultimately, he resorted to meticulously slicing through the flesh with a dagger, now imbued with the essence of a serpent demon. The pig's bristles had softened, losing their rigidity, yet its hide remained valuable, which Isan carefully peeled away. Upon discovering a water source, he washed the entire carcass before igniting a fire to roast the pig meat for consumption. Previously, he had stored numerous jars and seasonings in his Qianquan pouch for such occasions. Within the Minjizong, disciples soon realized that Elder Huanjun was missing and reported it to the other elders. After a thorough search yielded no clues, it was confirmed that both master and apprentice had vanished. The elders suspected that this disappearance was linked to a group of mysterious powerhouses, yet without evidence. They dared not confront the matter openly. Li Jinkui, having heard of the incident, could not help but mock those involved, although he felt a growing curiosity about these enigmatic figures who instilled fear in the entire sect. He refrained from acting rashly, mindful that caution could ensure his survival. His master remained unaware of any peculiarities in Li Junkui's demeanor, only sensing a newfound vigor in him, along with a significant improvement in his alchemical skills, which brought him great joy in recent days. Li Jinkui has refrained from venturing outside, instead dedicating himself to alchemical practices within the sect, feeding the results to the iron ants, yet the effects remain vastly inferior to those obtained directly from consumption by higher-level cultivators. A group of figures clad in black has been vigilantly observing this sect, acutely aware of any subtle disturbances to go, inquire about him under the pretext of a question, commanded their leader. Subsequently, an individual made their way to Li Jinkui's residence. Along the route, other disciples spotted these black-clad figures and paid them no mind. Accustomed as they were to the sight of several wandering about daily, their intentions a mystery. Upon arriving at the alchemical estate, the black-clad individual glanced at the outer barrier, a faint smile gracing the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. With a casual wave of his hand, the barrier shattered instantly. "Why have you intruded upon my alchemical chamber and shattered my barrier?" Li Junkui's master, sensing the breach, rushed to the scene only to witness the black-clad figures advancing within. "Where is your disciple?" the black-clad man retorted. Enraged, Li Junkui's master retaliated by hurling several explosive pills, their potency considerable. The sounds of explosions echoed, and as the dust settled, the black-clad man remained unscathed, his calm demeanor a testament to his formidable strength. Recovering from his astonishment, the elder replied, "He is practicing alchemy within the estate. What is it you wish to discuss with him?" "We have several matters to inquire of him and would like to request his presence," the black-clad man stated coolly. The elder's expression shifted. Realizing that Han Shu had endured significant torment, he knew Li Jinkui would be unwilling to comply. "No. If you have questions, they shall be asked here," he insisted with unwavering firmness. "Are you refusing to drink a toast and instead opting for a punitive draft?" The tone of the black-clad man shifted. Having shown sufficient respect to the elder, he could hardly be blamed for his growing impatience. "Begone!" With a flick of his hand, the elder was sent flying. Unconscious, humph, like an ant, yet still disobedient, the man remarked, brushing off his hands before continuing onward, not sparing a glance for the fallen elder. Li Jinkui, having heard the explosions, deduced that the black-clad figures were likely coming for him. Rather than flee, he strolled out calmly. You haven't run away," the black-clad man observed, surprised by Li Jinkui's approach. "Fleeing? What good would that do?" Li Jinkui scoffed. "At least you are perceptive, more so than your master." It was unclear whether the black-clad man was complimenting or disparaging him. Li Jinkui's lips curled slightly, choosing silence thereafter. The black-clad man followed closely, while Li Jinkui walked ahead with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the impending capture. "Master, what has happened to him?" Li Jinkui inquired upon seeing his fallen mentor. "Do not panic. He merely fainted. After all, he isn't as obedient as you," the black-clad man replied without a hint of remorse. Li Junkui's expression turned tense, uncertain if his previous concern had been genuine or feigned. The black-clad man scrutinized Li Junkui's countenance, recognizing that his thoughts were far from simple. He possessed a mastery over his expressions that the man himself could not emulate. "Isn't that our brilliant disciple, Li Shixiang?" How is he in the company of the man in black? Many onlookers are murmuring along the way. Jinkui pays no heed to these whispers as he contemplates the formidable prowess of the man in black. Should the iron ant consume him, it could potentially summon a million-strong army in an instant. Boss, the person has arrived. It is he, Jinkui declares upon reaching his destination, standing before an imposing figure he dares not approach. Even with a mask obscuring his features, an air of authority emanates from him. The leader, noticing a flicker of excitement in Jinkui's eyes, is puzzled by his apparent lack of fear upon arriving here. Are you the close friend of Yi-san? The leader inquires. Jinkui suppresses his exhilaration, adopting a tense expression as he nods. The leader observes everything keenly, but remains unconcerned about any tricks Jinkui might play. After all, can an insignificant ant overturn the world? No, it cannot. The leader glances at those around him, eager to discern the truth. Jinkui casts a wary glance at the other man, fearful that he might have witnessed the incident involving the elder's assassination. But upon hearing no further words, he breathes a sigh of relief, concluding he has not been discovered. Are you willing to assist us in locating Yi-san? Once found, I shall grant you immense rewards. The leader tempts Jinkui. Jinkui raises his head, his expression unappealing. What? Are you unwilling? The leader's tone grows considerably heavier. What is your purpose in seeking Yi-san? Do you intend to harm him? Jinkui exclaims, his face betraying terror. If that is indeed the case, I may assist you. But should I discover that you deceive me, I will put an end to it, even if it costs me my life. Jinkui asserts firmly. Very well, as long as you help us find him, the rewards will be plentiful. The leader's tone softens considerably. Jinkui then departs alone, though a sense of bewilderment lingers in his mind. Could it be that Yi-san harbors secrets unknown to him? However, his immediate concern is to devise a means for the iron ant to unknowingly consume the man in black, thereby significantly enhancing its strength. At that point, he could strike down his enemies from miles away without lifting a finger. Keep an eye on him. Be cautious of any tricks he may play. The leader, uneasy about Jinkui, instructs one of his men to secretly observe him. Clearly distrustful of his own safety, he has arranged for surveillance, compelling Jinkui to exhibit no signs of peculiarity. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Tomorrow, he is to assist the man in black in searching for Yi-san, and if the location is nearby, his iron ant will sense it. But if it is far off, finding it will be a challenge. Jinkui exits his chamber and enters the alchemy room, seeking several strains of spiritual herbs, all of which possess toxic properties and a bloody scent. These are among the iron ant's favored concoctions. Although their grade is low and their preparation simple, they are lethal to humans, causing instant death upon consumption. Yet, these elixirs can enhance the strength of the iron ant, albeit slowly, and excessive consumption will diminish their efficacy. Nevertheless, the iron ant revels in them. How fragrant! Yi-san's pork has begun to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma that fills the air, and with a sprinkle of seasoning, the scent becomes even more mouth-watering. Several illusion arrays have been set up in the vicinity to deter any encroaching beasts. Yi-san reclines on the grass, gazing up at the azure sky, enveloped in tranquility. In this moment, he has forgotten the pursuit of power and the strife that accompanies it. Finding beauty in the simplicity of his surroundings, the fierce beast has disrupted this tranquility. Yet it remains ensnared within an illusionary formation, rendered immobile. Yi-san glanced over, observing that this beast was a tiger, its exterior menacing. Yet within the formation, no matter how ferocious it appeared, it was still unable to move. The tiger-shaped beast was entrapped by the illusion, and Yi-san continued to watch silently, seemingly indifferent to the entire situation. While casually casting a glance at the meat he had obtained, a burgeoning sense of freedom began to blossom within Yi-san's heart. Yet he understood that such a feeling could only be realized through strength. Perhaps power and status were not his ultimate desires. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the tender, golden pork before him. Tearing off a leg with his hands, the aroma wafted up, and as he took a bite, he found it delicious, yet felt little else in terms of sensation. Though the meat was delightful, it offered no enhancement to his cultivation. It appeared that the beast devoid of cultivation within him indeed served little purpose, leaving him to merely indulge his palate. After finishing his meal, Yi-san departed, choosing not to slay the unconscious tiger-shaped beast. As Yi-san continued his journey, he encountered only lowly beasts. With no others in sight, he leaped upward, surveying the area from a distance, realizing he had not even reached the outskirts. However, the defenses of these beasts were remarkably high, as ordinary blades could scarcely pierce their fur. Thus, Isan unleashed a ring of heavenly fire around him, causing the beasts to shy away, merely observing from afar. This was precisely the effect he desired, proving highly effective for his travels. Suddenly, Isan was struck by a water blade, propelling him backward that he had reached the periphery, only to be assaulted by a shadow beast, specifically a water-type specter. It was a lapse in his attention that led to his being hit. Yet he suffered no injury. Steadying himself, Isan looked ahead, where the entrance to a dense forest lay, but another serpent obstructed his path. This serpent could wield water blades and traverse the barriers of heavenly fire. An astonishing feat indeed. At that moment, a dagger at Isan's side quivered and unsheathed itself, pointing directly at him. "Master, allow me to vanquish it. It would be advantageous for me," spoke the serpent spirit within the dagger. It had long submitted to Isan, having been in recovery from injuries, and now, driven by the prospect of benefiting from this serpent, it eagerly emerged. Isan nodded in acquiescence, curious to witness how the serpent spirit, now devoid of a physical form, would engage in battle. The water serpent unleashed several water blades towards Isan, but the dagger surged forward with incredible speed, shattering all the water blades in its path and heading straight for the water serpent. Initially unconcerned by the approaching small blade, the serpent grew increasingly aware of the mounting pressure as it drew closer, its reaction slowing to a crawl, rendering it immobile. The ease it once felt transformed into terror. Encountering something profoundly fearsome, a dread that resonated from the depths of its soul, Isan discerned this transformation, relieved that his efforts to seal the serpent spirit had not been in vain, allowing it to become a weapon spirit. In the 67th chapter, titled The Ice Fruit of Heaven and Earth, Isan observed the water serpent motionless, the dagger aimed at its head, piercing it with lethal precision, leaving the serpent with a gaze of sheer terror even in death. It seemed as if something fundamental had been lost. "Why does it appear to have changed?" Isan inquired, perplexed by the transformation of the serpent spirit. "Now I exist as a spectral entity, and in order to enhance my strength, I must absorb the souls of others of my kind. Yet, to refer to them as kin is perhaps a misnomer. They are merely inferior serpentine beings, scarcely comprehensible. However, much like myself, they too must be slain to augment their own power." As I surveyed the body of this water serpent, I found it devoid of spiritual energy, rendering it of little use to me. Thankfully, the serpentine demon can only absorb the souls of its own kind. Otherwise, my own ascension would be jeopardized. In the past, such realizations might have stirred profound sentiments within me, but now I remain indifferent. This world operates on a simple truth. Without strength, one faces death. Upon entering the dense forest, I was surrounded by towering flora, some reaching heights several times that of a man, while others barely brushed my waist. The ground bore the unmistakable signs of shadow beasts that had traversed this area. With gigantic footprints, human-like imprints, and even a massive, straight groove, some of which curved, resembling the passage of a colossal python. Yet, the traces appeared aged, for the groove had collected water and silt, with patches of floating duckweed adorning its surface. At my side, I conjured a thick veil of celestial fire, resembling a walking flame. Here, I could not afford to be careless. Caution should be the mantra of survival. The spiritual energy in this place was chaotic, rendering the presence of high-level shadow beasts scarce, while lower-tier ones were still observable. "Boss, the moisture in this area is abundant. Let me out for some fresh air," the long-absent Mischievous communicated within my mind. I could discern no such moisture, only an unusual chill, but with the celestial fire as my shield, I felt impervious to the elements. This sensation is divine," Mischievous exclaimed as he was released. Stretching lazily like a human, his antics struck me as amusing, prompting me to pat his head. Oblivious to the humor elicited by his actions, Mischievous reveled in the air, which was laden with moisture, a veritable paradise for him. While it may not rival the ocean, such an environment was indeed rare. "Boss, the air here is rich in moisture," suggesting that the shadow beasts in this area likely wield water-based abilities, which may counteract your celestial fire. Mischievous cautioned that I now understood why the water serpent's water blades could penetrate my celestial flames and strike me. The very nature of this place exerted a suppressive effect on my fire. Although ordinary shadow beasts would generally avoid direct confrontation with it. "Can you sense any shadow beast in this vicinity?" I inquired. "Then you shall remain outside, assisting me in locating the shadow beasts. There is no need for you to engage further," I decided, knowing I must hone my combat skills personally. Mischievous moved ahead, a substantial figure that crushed the surrounding foliage effortlessly that I followed, grateful for his path-clearing presence. As he advanced, he would occasionally pause or quicken his pace, though his size rendered him somewhat slow. Huff! Migue suddenly halted to exhale deeply. Boss, to the left, there is a deer of considerable strength. It could be advantageous for you, he whispered. Very well, stay here and do not move that I shall go and slay it, I replied, unwilling to risk Migue scaring the deer away with his approach. The ethereal figure of Isan slowly meandered to the left, where Migue extended its elongated neck to gaze intently. Parting the trees, Isan beheld a tranquil pond ahead, by which lay a deer in slumber. This deer was entirely cloaked in a striking azure hue, its antlers shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. It was Isan's first encounter with such a breathtaking creature. The pond, though modest in size, cradled a tree of the same cerulean color as the deer, upon which hung a fruit that glowed with a brilliant blue radiance. This majestic deer appeared to be the guardian of both the tree and its fruit. Having partaken of the fruit, its coloration seemed to mirror that of the tree, yet the nature of its effects remained a mystery. Fairy sister, can you hear me? Isan called out, exasperation lacing his voice as he sought to awaken the woman residing within him. What is it? The woman replied with an icy demeanor. Fairy sister, there is a tree outside. Do you know what it is? Isan implored, a hint of desperation in his tone. The woman emerged from within Isan, alighting gracefully upon the ground, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being descended from the heavens. This is a blue ice tree, a sacred entity of the water element. You already possess celestial fire within you. Should you consume the blue ice fruit, it could give rise to a balance of yin and yang energies. However, the process of integration is fraught with anguish. If you endure, the benefits to you will be immense. She cautioned, her voice intensifying as she spoke of the suffering, indicating that it was indeed a profound torment. If you choose to integrate, be prepared to relinquish the endeavor should the pain become unbearable. Do not sacrifice everything for a fleeting advantage, she advised. Countless souls yearn for such integration, yet few succeed. Many falter, unable to release their grip in time, resulting in chaotic disarray of their spiritual essence. With dire consequences ranging from madness to death, the woman could not guarantee Isan's ability to endure, for she too had once attempted this feat, but ultimately succumbed to the pain and retreated. Once abandoned, the opportunity for integration would vanish forever. The celestial fire and blue ice represent a confluence of yang and yin energies, inevitably clashing within the body, testing its resilience. Isan understood that some suffering was inevitable. Yet he remained undeterred in his pursuit of the blue ice fruit and the yin-yang energies it promised. He had encountered in ancient texts that these dual energies were among the most potent forces in existence. Yang symbolizes life, while yin represents death, with legends claiming the ability to manipulate the very fabric of life and death. Whether true or not, the allure was undeniable. The prospect of controlling life and death beckoned Isan. And even if it were a mere illusion, the integration would surely yield other benefits. As it was born from the primordial essence of the universe, the woman discerned Isan's thoughts but refrained from dissuading him. She too was curious to witness the outcome of his integration, having only experimented herself, remaining largely ignorant of its true potential. Should any unforeseen peril arise, she would intervene. Isan's life could not be forfeited. Chapter 68. Ice and Fire. The azure deer seemed to sense Isan's presence, rising to its feet and casting a wary glance in his direction. Isan realized he had revealed himself, yet he was taken aback by the deer's acute awareness. Whether it was a result of the blue ice fruit's properties or an intrinsic talent of the deer, he could not ascertain. The deer regarded Isan with a penetrating gaze, and he gradually unveiled his entire form, his eyes softening as he endeavored to appear amicable. Human, what is your intention? The deer inquired, its voice remarkably articulate. Isan was not taken aback by this revelation. I was merely drawn to the exquisite appearance of this fruit, prompting me to approach and discern its nature, said Isan in a gentle tone. Given that you have already seen it, you should hastily depart. The deer implored with evident urgency. It must be that the fruit is nearing maturity, which explains its anxious desire for me to leave, Isan contemplated. Indeed, this deer had consumed one several years prior, and it was precisely because of that fruit that it had achieved its current state. Now that it was on the verge of bearing fruit once more, it was imperative not to squander the opportunity, but to fortify its power. Such a prodigious spiritual fruit generally loses its efficacy after one consumption. The blue deer, unaware of this fact, had been guarding the area for a month. Even upon witnessing the humans depart, the deer remained highly vigilant, fearing potential disturbances. Isan cast a sidelong glance at it. Inquiring, can you suppress it? Certainly, my lineage far surpasses its own, Baika scoffed. It is merely an ordinary deer evolved from a turtle. That's reassuring. When the time comes, assist me in restraining it so that it remains immobile while I procure the fruit. Isan laid out the plan. Isan was not intimidated by the deer. Rather, it was concerned that in a moment of desperation, the creature might ruin the blue ice fruit, leading to an irreversible loss. Baika, mistaking Isan's caution for incapacity, grinned, but Isan remained unfazed by his thoughts, resolute in retrieving the blue ice fruit unscathed. Everything else was secondary. The blue ice fruit had ripened, and excitement illuminated the blue deer's eyes. As it anticipated a power enhancement, the surface of the blue ice fruit gradually became transparent, yet it consistently emitted a shimmering blue light, resembling droplets of water. The blue deer began to cast a spell, and the blue ice fruit slowly descended, floating gracefully through the air, skimming over the water's surface before settling before the blue deer. It placed the blue ice fruit gently on the ground, preparing to savor the fruit it had awaited for months. Act now, Isan commanded, and Baiku unleashed an overwhelming pressure that surged forth. The blue deer sensed the weight of 1,000 burdens bearing down upon it, its excitement morphing into sheer terror, rendering it immobile, and it could only utter a desperate call. Isan swiftly approached the blue deer, inspecting the blue ice fruit before it, and, upon seeing it unscathed, exhaled in relief. Had the deer consumed it, it would not suffice to slay it. The blue deer, witnessing the human's presence, was filled with rage, proclaiming, "Human, do you comprehend where you are? Release me at once. Cease your actions." The blue deer seethed with anger but found itself powerless to act. Even without touching the blue ice fruit, Isan could feel the gentle caress of water and the palpable fury radiating from the deer beside it. Isan glanced back. Baiku, keep a close watch on him. I intend to consume the blue ice fruit and merge with it. I must not be disturbed. Isan's countenance was grave. Baiku stepped forth, assuring, rest assured, boss, with me here. No one shall interrupt you. He then turned his gaze toward the blue deer, casting another spell to silence it. The blue deer was in a state of utter despair, helplessly watching as its treasure was to be consumed by another. Unable to move or speak, Isan, observing the subdued blue deer, confidently lifted the blue ice fruit to his lips. A sweetness, reminiscent of the depths of one's soul, enveloped him, followed by a rich flavor that radiated throughout his being. Isan has already digested the fruit. Now, it is time for these two forces to merge. He leaps onto the flat ground in the middle of the pond and casts a formation around himself. Then, he sits cross-legged, beginning to adjust his breathing. Lan Lu observes closely, perplexed by Isan's actions. Hasn't the fruit been digested? Why is there still no apparent change? And why the need for further adjustment? What follows next deeply unsettles him. Why Isan has merely contained this power within his body. It has not been fully digested. He needs to achieve an optimal state before merging it with his body and integrating it with the heavenly fire. With a deep exhale, Isan commences the fusion. He begins to channel this cold force within. But at that moment, the heavenly fire within him gathers, inexplicably gravitating towards this icy power. The two forces merely brush against each other. Yet the impact on Isan's body is profound, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He quickly retracts the cold energy, halting its assault on his body. At this moment, his form becomes a furnace, with ice and fire battling within him, each striving to annihilate the other. Why Isan opens his eyes. Even this initial minor clash has proven excruciating, and he fears he may not endure what is to come. He gazes at the visibly anxious Migue, saying, Migue, should anything happen to me, you must leave on your own. There are broader horizons for you to explore. After speaking, Isan seals all his senses and gives a self-deprecating smile. If he cannot withstand such pain, how can he pursue freedom? He enters a state of meditation, and once he regains his composure, he releases all of the ice power without reservation. That you've lost your mind. The woman's voice falls on deaf ears. Isan's visage has become grotesque and terrifying, blood continuously dripping from the corners of his mouth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his body trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Madman! You lunatic! Chapter 69. Success? The woman had previously merged little by little. She had managed to hold on at first, but eventually, her body could no longer bear it, leading to fractures and her forced retreat. Now, Isan oscillates between cold and heat, suffering immensely, and the woman dares not meet his gaze. At this moment, Migue finally comprehends what Isan meant by unforeseen circumstances. Had he known it would be like this, he would undoubtedly have intervened. Sister Fairy, can't you save the boss? Migue is on the verge of tears. His emotions fluctuate, causing his pressure on Lan Lu to waver. creating an unbearable discomfort that he cannot articulate. Leaving him to silently endure, the woman glances at Migue, recognizing the creature's origins, yet finds it peculiar to be addressed as sister by a turtle. I am powerless. He must rely on himself, she states helplessly. Even she cannot halt the current fusion, which is intended for the balance of yin and yang. She has witnessed the might of these energies. Even a mere trace could cost her life. Ultimately, failure could lead to his demise. Why Isan's body grows numb, his control slipping away, consciousness gradually fading, while the yin and yang within him continue to clash. With each collision, his complexion pales further, and blood begins to seep from his body. If he were to shed his clothing, one would find bloodstains covering him entirely. In a vivid dream, Isan found himself engulfed in a sea of flames, embodying the very essence of fire itself. He possessed the unparalleled power to annihilate anything in his path, unstoppable in his fervor. One fateful day, in a fit of mischief, he inadvertently set ablaze the home of an elderly man with a white beard. In retaliation, the old man captured Isan and confined him upon a vast expanse of unyielding ice. In the next moment, Isan dreamt he had transformed into the ice itself, a being that had existed for countless eons. Slumbering endlessly, that he held the capacity to give life to myriad creations, as well as to obliterate them. Yet it was this very old man who had ensnared him in this icy prison, rendering him unable to escape. Suddenly, Isan experienced a profound split within himself, one half aflame, the other encased in ice, and at that instant, the two forces converged, with fire and water gradually dissipating into the ether, producing a tremendous cacophony. Above him, Isan discerned the white-bearded elder observing him, his expression a mixture of perplexity and astonishment. As Isan felt himself slowly fading away, he realized his imminent disappearance. Accepting this fate, he summoned his strength and collided both halves of his being, creating a vast cloud of vapor that soon vanished. Watching himself dissolve, Isan chuckled, surprised that he could not withstand the inevitable. The elder, witnessing this, appeared incredulous. Isan then heard the old man utter, "Come, rain and fire," a phrase that left him bewildered. Yet, as Isan completely vanished, the sky darkened, and torrential rain began to fall, while from below, fierce flames surged upward. The two elements commenced their fusion once more, and the elder smiled with satisfaction before disappearing from Isan's sight. Isan understood that it was this old man who had salvaged him. Yearning to glimpse the elder's true visage, he found himself unable to move, forever trapped in his state. Time passed without measure, the rain from above and the flames from below never ceasing, and the elder remained absent. During this interminable stretch, Isan occasionally felt a flicker of movement within him, but it was fleeting, requiring immense effort, followed by countless years of enduring this cycle. Suddenly, he awakened by the water's edge, his body liberated from the duality of ice and fire. Devoid of collision or devouring, his form restored, though his spirit felt significantly drained. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that everyone else had collapsed, unconscious. "Isan," cried a woman in unison with the creature Migue, her voice trembling with emotion. On the verge of tears, she had sensed Isan's faint presence, only to feel it surge powerfully once more. She rushed to his side, lifting him and examining his form, relieved to find him unharmed, her smile radiating beauty that could captivate nations. Had Isan been conscious, he might have been rendered speechless by her allure. As she gazed upon Isan's face, she perceived the discomfort etched upon it, her perspective shifting in that moment, contemplating that he might indeed become a remarkable version of himself. With delicate fingers, she caressed Isan's visage, causing a fleeting stir within her heart, though she remained oblivious to the change. Migue approached to tend to Isan, assuring the woman of his mere fainting spell, after which she dissolved into the air, merging back into Isan's being. Migue kicked the nearby blue deer into unconsciousness and swiftly approached Isan's side. He was oblivious to the notion of caring for others, mimicking the earlier actions of the woman by embracing him and caressing his face. Migue's visage was fixed before Isan's eyes, remaining utterly still. Isan chuckled, and upon witnessing his leader's smile, Migue's hands began to tremble. It had been 2 days. If Isan did not awaken soon, Migue would have to carry him away from this place. "Leader! Leader!" Migue exclaimed with fervor, inadvertently spraying Isan's face with saliva. Awakened by the commotion, Isan initially contemplated delivering a kick to this individual, but as he noticed a large glob of saliva hurtling towards him, He instinctively kicked out. Mi-Gue was sent flying, and while Yi-san managed to evade the brunt of it, some still landed on him, far preferable to being struck in the face. Ouch. Leader, Mi-Gue groaned as he rose to his feet. Swallowing the remnants of saliva that had gathered at the corner of his mouth, Yi-san surveyed the saliva on his own body and then glanced at Mi-Gue's disheveled appearance. Nearly retching before changing into a fresh set of clothes and washing his face by the pond, restoring his usual refreshing cleanliness, he took a moment to reflect on his own changes. Though his strength had not significantly increased, his mental prowess had notably improved. His spiritual sense now allowed him to probe the surroundings with greater clarity and distance. One perplexing detail remained. Despite enduring considerable hardship, he was unable to discern the whereabouts of the dual energies of yin and yang, feeling their absence keenly. Within Yi-san's consciousness, a nebulous mass of energy lingered, indistinct and elusive. He could not perceive its presence except when faced with imminent danger. At present, he remained unable to sense it, let alone utilize it. Chapter 70. The Blue Deer's Fortune. To this day, Yi-san could still feel the vague awareness of an elderly figure who had once summoned winds and rain to save him. An experience that felt strikingly real, as if it had transpired directly to him rather than being a mere illusion. He could not ascertain its veracity, only that it felt profoundly genuine. What shall we do about this deer? Should we eat it? Mi-Gue inquired, eyeing the immobile blue deer. Upon hearing this, the blue deer trembled in fear, tears welling in its eyes at the thought of being devoured by these two. Yi-san turned to look at the blue deer, astonished to see it crying silently. He gestured for Mi-Gue to release it. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mi-Gue approached and prodded the deer with his tortoise leg, saying, "Why are you crying? It won't hurt when we eat you. It's better if we torment you slowly instead. You two demons, why must I suffer like this?" The blue deer wailed, its cries growing louder. As if it were on the brink of despair, if the blue deer had known that its meager cultivation had spared it from the jaws of a tiger, it might have collapsed under the weight of its own anguish. All right, just don't eat me. I'll do whatever you ask." The blue deer promptly ceased its cries, speaking instead in a voice tinged with trepidation. Its forelegs trembled, revealing its juvenile mentality. The blue deer had no choice but to follow Yi-san, leading the way while only thinking of its own safety, oblivious to the rest. Creaking, the door to Li Junkuei's room swung open, revealing a pallid middle-aged man who gazed inside. He called. This individual was none other than the elder who had just awakened. Li Junkuei's master, fully recovered from his injuries, but still weary from lack of rest. The room was devoid of any presence, yet a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. The elder's expression shifted to one of deep concern. His already pallid complexion rendered even more ashen, revealing traces of horror. Upon entering the chamber, the elder glanced around and spotted a pill resting on the bed, from which the sanguine odor emanated. His gaze filled with puzzlement. This was a toxic pill, one that would undoubtedly lead to death if ingested. Moreover, carrying it for an extended period could prove detrimental to one's health. This pill served but one purpose: to nourish the shadow beasts. Should it be used for feeding, the shadow beast would become bloodthirsty, developing a penchant for flesh, particularly that of humans. After careful contemplation, the elder ultimately chose to leave the pill undisturbed and exited the room in tranquility. As the iron ant finished its meal, it emitted a series of chirps, causing Li Junkuei's expression to change. The iron ant had detected the scent of others and lingered for some time. It even discovered another pill at the head of the bed, leading Li Junkui to suspect that certain matters may have come to the attention of others. Observing the iron ant's contented demeanor as it consumed the pill, a smile graced Li Junkui's face, yet a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. This situation might have drawn the attention of the cloaked figures, or perhaps even his master. However, should his safety be threatened, he would not remain passive. Some individuals were not yet destined to meet their end as night fell. Yi-san was taken to the residence of Lan Lu, a small cave spacious enough to accommodate 8 or 9 individuals. Furnished quite comfortably, luxurious by the standards of such a place, Yi-san complimented Lan Lu, leaving him flabbergasted, fearing that any displeasure from Yi-san might lead to his demise. That Mi-Gue was also outside, assisting Yi-san and occasionally engaging in playful banter, alleviating the solitude of the situation. "Lan Lu, do you not feel lonely when alone?" Mi-Gue inquired. Indeed, for a shadow beast like Lan Lu, who had gained sentience, the difference from other shadow beasts was stark. He was unlikely to engage in rash actions, his primal instincts under control. Typically, he had no one to converse with, making solitude unavoidable. he had contemplated leaving the area. But other regions posed even greater risks to his life. Although Lan Lu's strength was not formidable, his aptitude had improved after consuming the blue ice fruit. While not exceptional, it was certainly adequate. "Mi-Gue, do you possess any cultivation techniques?" Yi San inquired, understanding Lan Lu's feelings. Lan Lu was not malevolent. Rather, he was quite innocent, a fact evident in his behavior. Mi-Gue pondered for a moment. "Lan Lu, relax and open your mind that I shall bestow upon you a gift," he declared. Upon hearing this, Lan Lu, already tense, became even more so. Mi-Gue decisively transmitted a cultivation technique to him through his spiritual sense. "Ah!" Lan Lu cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain, his cries echoing until he ultimately fainted. "I didn't mean to cause him such distress. There was no need for this level of intensity," Yi San remarked, his gaze averted from the scene. Clearly, Lan Lu lacked comprehension of spiritual awareness, which had led to his fainting. "Boss, you witnessed this. Do not blame me. It is his own foolishness," Mi-Gue retorted. Feeling a twinge of guilt, unaware of Lan Lu's fragility, seizing the opportunity of Lan Lu's unconscious state, Mi-Gue transmitted several additional techniques and knowledge to him, at least ensuring he would possess the means for self-preservation. The blue deer was rendered unconscious due to stimulation, yet its awareness remained intact. It could still peruse the various techniques in its mind, but each attempt to do so sent a wave of pain coursing through its consciousness. This time, the agony was genuine. The blue deer did not comprehend the characters. Mi-Gue had deliberately transmitted a specific script for it to recognize, a forceful imprint lodged within its mind, an indelible mark that it could not erase. The torment blurred the blue deer's awareness, leading it to believe it had perished. It pondered how these two had deceived it, having sworn not to take its life, only to betray that promise. It contemplated the prospect of being reborn into a more favorable form, yearning not to be a deer any longer, for it felt in overwhelming solitude, with not even a single doe akin to itself. It had long grown weary of this existence, often having to humble itself before others, relegating its grievances to whispered complaints behind their backs. As these thoughts consumed it, the weight in its mind intensified until it ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. "Ha ha ha, boss, look, it's even snoring." Mi-Gue chuckled. Yi San, witnessing the scene, was left in a state of bewildered amusement. Chapter 71. Inquiry by the following day. The blue deer had been thoroughly won over by Yi San and Mi-Gue. Its nature was not malevolent, but the kindness they had bestowed left it at a loss for how to respond. "Blue deer, you need not feel obligated to repay us. Consider it as us acquiring your spirit fruit," Yi San remarked to the blue deer standing nearby. While the blue ice fruit might hold great significance for Yi San, to the blue deer, it was merely an unusual fruit that it understood that it had already consumed one, and eating another would yield no further benefit. Such an act would simply be wasteful. Therefore, the gifts Yi San offered carried far greater weight than the spirit fruit. It could now embark on a path of cultivation and explore a different life. Filling the blue deer with renewed hope, "Boss, allow me to guide you to the Xianling Valley, where an abundance of spiritual herbs can be found," the blue deer respectfully suggested, its tone now much more serene. "Spiritual herbs? Very well, let us proceed to the Xianling Valley." Spiritual herbs held little value for Yi San. If he sought quality ones, he would have to look elsewhere for someone to refine them, which was quite a troublesome endeavor. The primary concern was the guardian, whose cultivation level was typically quite high, with the blue deer being an exception. The Xianling Valley served as a gathering place for spirit beasts, rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for cultivating spiritual herbs. Furthermore, if one were to practice there, the results would be exponentially greater. Many aspired to enter, yet most were repelled or slain by the guardians. Attesting to their formidable strength, "Boss, the guardian is a fox named Huxian, exceedingly cunning and treacherous. I once found myself ensnared in its maze for 3 days and nights before escaping, while it acted as though nothing had transpired," the blue deer recounted, a hint of frustration in its voice. Indeed, the blue deer had been trapped for 3 days and nights, driven by its own greed to pilfer spiritual herbs. Yet Huxian, recognizing the blue deer's inherent goodness and considerable fortune, had ultimately released it. Yi San discerned that this fox named Huxian was skilled in formations, which suited his interests perfectly, though its temperament seemed to be relatively mild, at least towards the naive blue deer. Subsequently, the blue deer led Yi San and Mi-Gue towards the Xianling Valley. "Come, I shall take you to find it," Yi San declared. Li Jinkue had arrived early at the black-clad individual's encampment. willingly assisting them in their search for Yi San. The leader of the black-clad group was quite pleased with Li Zhengkui's attitude, although a tinge of concern lingered regarding his true intentions. 3rd, 6th, 7th, accompany him in the search for Yi San, the leader instructed the 3 masked men. Obediently, Li Zhengkui's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy upon witnessing the departure of the 3 individuals alongside him, leaving only 5 behind, thus diminishing their collective strength. He led the trio away from Min Jizong and inquired at the dock, yet failed to uncover any valuable information. The daily influx of diverse individuals rendered memory futile. Whether he would locate Isan or not held little significance for Li Zhengkui. The outcome was inconsequential. Once his plan reached fruition, he would harbor no fears of anyone. "Young man, where shall we search for the men in black next?" one of them queried. "Let us first inquire at the auction house. This should possess knowledge of his whereabouts. After the auction concludes, individuals will surely follow us, indicating that their presence is guaranteed," Li Zhengkui asserted with confidence. As for whether they would divulge information, he remained unconcerned. The 3 accompanying him were far from accommodating conversationalists, and he would merely observe the unfolding drama. If an opportunity arose to reap some benefits, he would seize it, as he was assured of profit without loss. The man in black swiftly transported Li Zhengkui to the auction house without employing any flying apparatus, demonstrating the formidable prowess of his abilities. Thus far, Li Zhengkui had not encountered anyone capable of soaring such distances unaided, inciting both astonishment and trepidation within him. Upon arriving in Huangqing, Li Zhengkui led them to a previous establishment, seeking information regarding the events of that day. However, to his surprise, the door bore a seal. Evidently, the disappearance of numerous individuals had brought misfortune upon this establishment. Li Zhengkui felt no remorse. Rather, he remained untroubled by the incident, having conducted his affairs with utmost cleanliness, ensuring that no evidence would be found if he were to be discovered. "Let us not linger here any longer," the man in black urged as he observed Li Zhengkui standing before the sealed door. Li Zhengkui resumed his lead, heading towards the Kaisher auction house. "Senior Han Yun, our target has appeared and is heading towards the auction house," a subordinate informed him on the 2nd floor of the auction house, where Han Yun was engaged in conversation. "Are they still accompanied by 2 others? Han Yun inquired. "No. Only one named Li Zhengkui, along with 3 men in black following him," came the reply. This was indeed peculiar. A lone individual accompanied by 3 attendants. Was he here on some business? Subsequently, Han Yun dismissed the subordinate. Since they were attending the Kaisher auction house, it was only fitting to extend the customary courtesies. The nature of their business would only be revealed upon their arrival. Ahead lay the Kaisher auction house, teeming with experts. "Shall you enter together, or shall I go in alone?" Li Zhengkui paused to address the 3 behind him. "Lead the way. We shall go together," came the disdainful response. A flicker of delight shone in Li Zhengkui's eyes, for this was precisely what he desired. He led the trio into the auction house, where they were promptly approached by a speaker, esteemed guest. "How may I assist you?" inquired an ordinary-looking woman. Is Han Yun present? "I have matters to discuss with him," Li Zhengkui stated directly. "Dear guest, do you seek me for something?" "I am Han Yun," she replied, emerging with words akin to a first encounter with Li Zhengkui. Clad in her striking red attire, Han Yun was indeed beautiful. "Han Yun, I have come in search of Yesan, and I trust you are well aware of this. Han Yun, I cannot believe that on that day you did not dispatch someone to follow us. You must certainly know his whereabouts." The current Li Zhengkui bears no resemblance to the pitiful figure he was upon first encountering you. Now, it is a matter of direct confrontation. "Young Master Li, I did indeed send someone to shadow you, but they were subsequently driven away by a formidable figure, were they not?" Han Yun is already aware that it was Li Zhengkui who slaughtered everyone that day, and a powerful individual witnessed the event. The cloaked men, seeing that Li Zhengkui had fallen silent, stepped forward and addressed the young lady, stating that some matters are best left unprotected, lest the consequences be dire. The tone of the cloaked man was heavy with threat. "Friend, we are at the Kai family auction. Please refrain from acting so recklessly." At that moment, an elder emerged, one of those present at the auction. Chapter 72. Assassination in the Shadows. The cloaked man regarded the elder who approached with disdain, scoffing. "You dare call yourself my friend?" "Humph." The cloaked man let out a contemptuous grunt, causing the elder to involuntarily take a step back. The elder's expression shifted to one of grave concern. This individual possessed strength surpassing his own, at least at the level of an Emperor of Shadows, a legendary realm he had only witnessed in their sect leader. He was astonished that this cloaked man was so powerful. "Senior, we have been rude. May I inquire what assistance you require?" Another elder stepped forward, having sensed the formidable presence of the cloaked man. Did I not just say? Hand over the whereabouts of Yeson, the cloaked man declared loudly, unafraid of being overheard by others. The two elders exchanged glances at the anxious Hong Yun, who was glaring with fury at the smiling Li Jinkui. Li Jinkui, in turn, found great satisfaction in Hong Yun's current state, relishing her disdain. Hong Yun approached the elder, fully aware that Li Jinkui's entourage consisted of powerful individuals. Senior, we truly do not know the whereabouts of Yeson. Had we known, we would have personally apprehended him, she said, her expression reverting to one of respect. The three cloaked men exchanged glances. If that is the case, we shall take our leave for now. However, as for this young lady, with that, one of them reached out to seize Hong Yun. Hong Yun's eyes widened in terror, her composure shattered. No, please, no, she cried out, struggling against their grip. The two elders, helpless, bore expressions of pale indignation. This was an affront to them. Senior, we respect you as a strong individual, but should you insist on this course of action, do not blame us for our response, the elder declared before launching an attack. With a resounding slap, the cloaked man knocked the elder unconscious, leaving the remaining elder at a loss as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. You pests dare to lay hands on me, it would be merciful not to kill you. The cloaked man scoffed as he rendered Hong Yun unconscious. Finding her incessant cries unbearable, Li Jinkui observed the scene unfold without intervening. There were simply too many witnesses, and any action on his part would surely expose him. Having quietly orchestrated so much, Li Jinkui felt a sense of helplessness regarding his current predicament, forced to play the role of a puppet until he located Yeson. He still harbored some affection for Yeson. As long as it did not obstruct his interests, he could still consider him a brother. Perhaps their rapport would not be as casual as before, but what of it? Quickly assist Elder Hao inside. Furthermore, if anyone dares to spread word of today's events, they shall face dire consequences, the elder overseeing the auction declared with a fierce glare at the departing figure cloaked in black, amidst the palpable fear of those remaining. He exited, while the unconscious elder, having consumed a medicinal pill, merely required a period of rest to recuperate. Outside, the iron ant, upon witnessing the elder being carried away, shrank into a minuscule form, so diminutive that it would easily be overlooked without careful observation. It then swaggered through the main entrance, trailing behind the supported elder, and stealthily ascended to his shoulder, concealing itself within his garments. Undetected by any onlookers, the elder was gently laid upon a simple bed in an unadorned room on the third floor. The furnishings stark and devoid of any indication of a formidable presence. Once the elder was comfortably positioned, the others secured the door and departed, leaving behind the still unconscious elder and a faintly pulsating ant. The iron ant, revealing its metallic mandibles, sank its bite into the elder's neck, who offered no resistance and swiftly ceased to breathe. The ant proceeded to feast upon flesh and blood, reveling in its indulgence. In the blink of an eye, the form upon the bed vanished, leaving only a few traces of blood. Not even a shred of clothing remained. Had it not been for the blood, one would scarcely believe that a powerful elder had recently occupied the space. Once satiated, the iron ant displayed a look of contentment, its aura strengthening once more, before it shrank again and silently departed. Li Jinkui sensed the presence of the iron ant and allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. With the protection of these cloaked figures, he felt emboldened against the threats posed by the Kai family auction house. Remaining behind the black-clad individuals, he observed the still unconscious Hong Yun, finding a peculiar satisfaction in the sight. He held no authority to speak in this situation, and the prospect of aiding him seemed formidable. Were Hong Yun to adopt a posture of pleading, kneeling and bowing, Li Jinkui would only mock him. He found pleasure in witnessing such a display. Yi-san had already arrived at the outskirts of Xianling Valley, facing a rather ordinary expanse of forest that revealed no extraordinary features. Do not be deceived by the apparent simplicity of this place. It is, in fact, a formation that alters its true appearance. Should one intrude, they may find themselves ensnared without a path of escape, Lan Lu remarked. Gazing ahead, is it truly so formidable? I discern nothing, Mi Gue responded, utilizing his spiritual perception to investigate without uncovering any anomalies. Your perception alone will not suffice. I was once trapped here myself, and even now, I remain unable to discern its nature, Lan Lu expressed. A note of reverence in his voice for the fox spirit's illusionary array, perhaps having unwittingly fallen victim to it. Yi-san also employed his spiritual insight, but found no evidence of deception until he attempted to manipulate the array's power. Sensing a subtle disturbance ahead, he confirmed that indeed, An illusionary formation lay before them, its concealing effects remarkably potent, rendering it imperceptible to the untrained EYE.D. Oh, not proceed further. Tread carefully. I can sense the formation's presence. And its scope is extensive, Yi-san warned, furrowing his brow. His curiosity regarding the illusionary array was piqued. Even if he did not enter, he was determined to unravel its secrets, especially since they intended to encounter the so-called fox spirit. I shall enter. You remain outside and do not move. If I do not return within 3 days, you may leave without me. Yi-san excitedly instructed Migue and the others. Boss, exercise caution, Migue cautioned. But before further words could be exchanged, Yi-san stepped forward and instantly vanished from view. The blue deer witnessed the arrival of Yi-san, but could not impede its entrance. It was well aware of the formidable nature of this illusionary formation. Had it not been for the fox spirit releasing her, she might have been trapped for eternity, perishing within its confines. Little did she know of Yi-san's obsession with the array, daring to test it with her own body in an attempt to breach it. This formation had existed for an extensive period, never fading from existence, merely remaining unseen. Many other shadow beasts had perished within, while a fortunate few, like the blue deer, had been liberated, though they were but a minority. Chapter 73. The dark scheme of the black-clad man. Humph, how audacious, to see a human willingly enter the formation. On a small hill within the immortal spirit valley, a fox disdainfully remarked. Li Jinkui also took his leave, abandoning the still unconscious Hongyun. The boss must be quite pleased this time, a black-clad man commented with a grin. This woman possesses quite the allure, especially her figure. If the boss loses interest, I shall take my turn. The black-clad men continued their chatter. Yet, a flicker of reluctance remained in Li Jinkui's eyes. However, what could he do? Who are you? No. Help. The sounds of Hongyun's desperate struggles echoed from within, but Li Jinkui departed alone. Fists clenched, the black-clad men laughed and conversed, barely sparing a glance at Li Jinkui, seemingly only interested in the events unfolding inside. The black-clad men kept watch from the rooftop, devoid of any intention to intervene. Li Jinkui awaited the opportune moment. Even the iron ants were too timid to emerge, let alone take action. He adhered to his usual routine, perusing books, regulating his breathing, and meditating, tasks he felt compelled to perform, though now with an air of impatience. Yet, the show must go on. As evening approached, the black-clad men finally stirred, and Li Jinkui initially assumed one of them was a mere puppet, remaining still the moment it was observed. Fortunately, they would depart by nightfall. The black-clad man leaped down from the rooftop and first made a trip to the lavatory. Seizing this moment, Li Jinkui stood and followed suit, the iron ant poised in his palm, ready to strike. Upon reaching the lavatory, he could distinctly hear the black-clad man releasing his burdens with ease. This was the perfect opportunity. The iron ant swiftly shrank and slipped through the crevice. With two resounding cries, a collision followed, and Li Jinkui knew he had succeeded. The man had fallen. Returning to his chamber, Li Jinkui retrieved a jar of wine and a cup, indulging in solitary drinking. Reminiscent of his previous revelries with Yi-san, he had reserved several jars for such occasions. A sip could alter his mood entirely. Reflecting on this, he chuckled, recalling a time when he simply wished for an ordinary life. A mindset born from his accustomed existence as a weakling, Li Jinkui understood that the iron ant was on the verge of evolution. Once transformed, he could summon an army of iron ants. However, those summoned would be relatively feeble, requiring extensive nurturing. As he sipped his wine, observing the transformation of the iron ant, his smile grew increasingly radiant. Knock, 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 Kuei-er, came the voice of Li Jinkui's master from outside. Li Jinkui rose, glancing at the immobile iron ants, and hurried to the door. Master, what brings you here at such a late hour? His tone bore a hint of drowsiness. There is nothing of concern. I merely heard someone calling out, and I thought something was amiss, which prompted me to come and check. The elder appeared quite anxious. Master, it's nothing. Perhaps I misheard, as I did not even catch the words of Li Jinkui, who spoke again. Noticing the silence, Li Jinkui opened the door to glance outside, and, upon seeing that the person had departed, he let out a sigh of relief. Had he been seen, he could not fathom whether he would have the resolve to act. Given the years of nurturing, although the bond of master and disciple lacks the depth of parental affection, in such moments, he truly could not ascertain if he would be able to strike. Li Jinkui took another drink, feeling far from satisfied. This sense of oppression was more acute than before, as he felt compelled to suppress his emotions. Everything must persist. The iron ant gradually transformed from silver to gold. adorned with intricate patterns that appeared to ooze with a sanguine hue, resembling a golden giant ant bleeding. The crimson markings on the golden ant were a result of feasting on human blood, and its existence was undoubtedly steeped in a bloody aura, with a temperament that was capricious and uncontrollable, destined to wreak havoc. Li Jinkue commanded that the golden ant summon the army of ants that very night, insisting on those of formidable strength. Otherwise, any weaker ones would be rendered useless, even as cannon fodder. After consuming a few more drinks, he reclined on his bed to sleep. The golden ant glared menacingly towards the door, emitting soft chirps, as if conversing with an unseen entity, yet its eyes remained tightly shut. At that moment, subtle changes rippled through the earth within 100 miles. The iron ants dwelled deep within the soil, living solitary lives rather than in colonies. Should they congregate without a leader, they would turn against one another, leaving only the strongest to emerge as the Iron Ant King. However, even the king would eventually be consumed, leaving only itself behind. Thus, iron ants were exceedingly rare, and few dared to rear them, given their propensity to devour their kin, a testament to the merciless nature of their existence. Surrounding them were iron ants, their eyes rife with ferocity, yet their minds were deeply ensnared by the golden ant's control. Those under this dominion would form the Iron Ant Army, each possessing considerable strength, though some feeble ones remained uncontrolled and deemed unworthy by the golden ant. Despite their rarity, the summoning and control resulted in a staggering army of nearly 1 million in motion. Chapter 74. The might of the ant army. Iron ants possess the ability to alter their size, shrinking down to minuscule forms as they traversed countless terrains. Some took to the air, while others scurried along, all heading in one direction, towards Li Junkue's chamber. He had long procured a beast summoning pouch from the beast summoning villa to accommodate the potential influx of iron ants. These diminutive creatures, akin to mosquitoes, infiltrated Li Junkue's room, quietly standing to the side, while the golden ant loomed before them. The iron ants dared not meet the gaze of the golden ant, which naturally exuded an aura of intimidation. The mere presence of the golden ant rendered them immobile, let alone consider resistance. Moreover, this particular golden ant was unlike any other, its sanguine markings coupled with an air of ferocity rendering it capable of overpowering 10 ordinary golden ants. Li Jinkue was fast asleep, utterly oblivious to the fact that his room was filled with iron ants, which continued to multiply without interruption. The elder, who had been peacefully slumbering, was abruptly roused by the incessant buzzing emanating from the heavens. Mistakenly believing it to be the mere sound of common insects, he rose from his bed and opened the door, only to shut it immediately upon witnessing a multitude of densely packed entities traversing toward the south, the very direction of Li Junkue's abode. The elder, gripped by trepidation, dared not step outside. An overwhelming aura surrounded these beings, and their numbers were multiplying, creating an even more formidable presence, even from within his quarters. The elder could feel a subtle yet palpable sense of oppression. Although hesitant to act recklessly, concern for Li Jinkue compelled him to ingest a medicinal pill that would temporarily enhance his cultivation, instilling in him a measure of confidence. Cautiously, he opened the door once more, observing that these creatures moved in a straight line. He steadied himself against the wall, seeking some semblance of support, even if he were to expose himself. The iron ants paid him no heed, remaining focused solely on their advance. Upon reaching the threshold of Li Jinkue's room, the elder noted that the iron ants passed right beside him, yet they exhibited no interest in his presence. Quietly, he peered through the crack of the window, and what he beheld nearly escaped his lips in exclamation. The room was teeming with silver ants, the iron ants, nearly filling the space to capacity. Li Jinkue lay asleep, exhibiting no fear of the iron ants encircling him. On the table rested an exceptionally large golden ant, the legendary golden ant. At that moment, the elder comprehended that the medicinal pill he had discovered previously was intended for nurturing the golden ant. However, his anxiety did not dissipate. He was unfamiliar with the golden ant, having only heard tales of it. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he could discern its ferocity and malevolence, while the other iron ants obeyed its every command. It became evident to him that Li Jinkue had cultivated the golden ant, which had summoned these formidable creatures, capable of rivaling an army of millions. The combat prowess of the iron ants was extraordinary, and the elder pondered the ambitions harbored by Li Jinkue. Quietly, he withdrew, though the golden ant glanced in his direction without pursuing him. It had already sensed his presence but lacked the command to act against him. Uncertain of the appropriate course of action, he grappled with whether to report the matter. After all, Li Jinkue was his only disciple, and a report would surely lead to dire consequences for the young man. Conversely, if he remained silent and calamity ensued, he would also be unable to escape unscathed. Thus, he spent the night in restless contemplation, even entertaining the grim thought that the missing individuals from the sect might have fallen victim to Li Jinkui's machinations. In a lavish chamber, a middle-aged man with an anxious countenance stood opposite another man, distinguished by his well-nourished appearance, white beard, and dark hair, though he was swiftly approaching old age. These two were none other than Li Jinkui's master, who was earnestly relaying the alarming developments to the Grand Elder. The current overseer of the Minji sect. It is not that I do not believe you, the Grand Elder stated with sudden gravity. But our sect is beset by both internal and external crises. We cannot afford to become embroiled in further complications. Although Li Jinkui is my disciple, I can no longer restrain his actions. If the sect does not act swiftly, we shall be left to contend with the consequences of his burgeoning ambitions. His master, recalling the events of that night, was filled with dread, genuinely fearing what Li Jinkui might undertake. He is your disciple. Do you not have the means to intervene? To speak of all this without evidence, especially in such tumultuous times, is to court unnecessary trouble. The Grand Elder remarked impatiently. He was keen to minimize his burdens. For should any calamity arise, there were the Supreme Elders, whose powers were unfathomable and who had long been engrossed in their secluded cultivation. When Li Jinkui was but a child, his status had already begun to wane. And thus he sought to shield certain matters, yet he found himself powerless. His cultivation had diminished to the shadow soul realm. It was only due to the elixirs that many failed to perceive his decline. Subsequently, he dared not venture far from the sect, and when he did, it was with utmost discretion, for he had numerous enemies. Fortuitously, they never sought revenge upon his disciple, Li Jinkui, allowing him to leave the sect with great confidence. The Grand Elder was aware of the sacrifices Li Jinkui had made for the sect, yet it was precisely for this reason that he remained merely an elder in title, with his offerings uncurtailed. Otherwise, he would have long been demoted. The Grand Elder concocted numerous excuses to dismiss him, yet still kept a watchful eye on the situation. Elder Wang, lacking a disciple of his own, was rumored to have chased away several apprentices, claiming they were too dull-witted and overly distracted. However, such sentiments stemmed from the inherent difficulty of talisman crafting, which was not particularly practical. This was merely the realization of novices. Yet, as one's cultivation deepened, it became evident that the art of talisman making was not as lamentable as purported, and at times, it could even surpass other paths in efficacy. Chapter 75, The Supreme Elder as you say. Does this not imply that Li Jinkui harbors ulterior motives? Elder Wang observed the troubled expression on his counterpart's face. Li Jinkui's master had recounted all matters to Elder Wang, leaving him in a state of astonishment. He felt a pang of remorse for Li Jinkui, as he was the disciple of a dear friend, and now, witnessing his friend's plight, he felt powerless to assist, given that the Grand Elder is aware. Why has he taken no action? Elder Wang had always harbored animosity towards the Grand Elder, for he himself had no disciples and thus was merely a hollow titleholder. The Grand Elder had contemplated more than once the revocation of his elder status, which naturally bred ill will. However, regarding the sect's significant affairs, he prioritized the sect over personal grievances. Our Minji sect faces both internal strife and external threats. Should any further complications arise, it could spell disaster. Though Li Jinkui's master had suffered a marked decline in cultivation and faced exclusion, he would not shy away from his responsibilities concerning the sect's affairs. In that case, let us first observe Li Jinkui's forthcoming actions and refrain from disturbing him for the time being. Elder Wang contemplated. It was possible that Li Jinkui's intentions were merely self-preservation, not as dire as they feared. Li Jinkui's master nodded, though his expression remained clouded with concern. You may stay here for the time being, to avoid any unforeseen incidents, and my gratitude to you, Elder Wang, he replied. Elder Wang's residence was seldom frequented, lacking in bustle, a solitude he had grown accustomed to. He prepared a chamber for Li Jinkui's master, sharing a few cups of tea and engaging in heartfelt conversation, a testament to their friendship. As they could confide in one another and offer mutual support, perhaps both were solitary souls. On the following day, Li Jinkui was taken aback by the scene within the room. The formidable iron ants were impressive in strength, not to mention their considerable numbers. Fortunately, he had prepared a beast summoning pouch, into which he managed to contain them all. However, it came to light that someone had been spying last night, prompting him to clumsily make his way to his master's dormitory. Yet, upon arrival, he found no one there. He did not actively search. Now, having established his own considerable power, he would deal with matters leniently as long as no one acted recklessly. The leader of the men in black, upon hearing this, changed his expression and said solemnly, "Have they still not been found?" Another black-clad figure replied, "Boss, do you think third brother might be in trouble?" The leader commanded, "Fifth and sixth, you two go search again, that if you truly cannot find him. I will employ a secret technique to scan the area." He did not seem overly concerned, speculating that the third might simply have gone to visit some young lady. "Understood, boss," the two replied, promptly departing. With no one watching Li Jinkui, the leader addressed the last of his group. "Seventh, you go as well, but do not get distracted." "Rest assured, boss," Seventh replied with a laugh before taking his leave. Once everyone had exited, the leader, eyes gleaming with excitement, made his way into the inner room. Moments later, sounds of struggle and faint cries echoed from within, interspersed with tones of despair. It had been a full day within the illusory formation. Yet the sky inside remained unchanged, persistently bright without a hint of darkness. Were it not for the passage of time felt by Yi-san, one might easily mistake it for an uncompleted day. The interior still resembled a dense forest, indistinguishable from the outside. Yet the unchanging landscape raised suspicions. This was a sophisticated type of illusion, one that blurred the lines between reality and deception, achievable only by masters of illusion. "Lan Lu, do you think the boss has dozed off inside? There hasn't been a single sound," Mi Gui remarked, nearly succumbing to drowsiness. "Surely not. The boss must be deciphering the formation," Lan Lu asserted with unwavering conviction. Showing no signs of fatigue, Yi-san continued to move, observing that nothing around seemed amiss. Utilizing his own magical techniques to regulate his breathing, he realized through his illusionary perception that he was merely treading in circles. Yet, he could not help but admire the fox immortal. He had wandered in place for so long without realizing it, only discovering the truth upon employing illusionary magic. The fox immortal possessed innate talent and ancestral heritage in illusion magic, granting him a level of mastery far exceeding Yi-san's. That, however, in honing his illusionary skills, his own cultivation had stagnated, leading him to be proficient solely in illusion techniques. Indeed, a certain level of talent. The fox immortal remarked with a smile. He was familiar with every individual who ventured into the illusion, and Yi-san intrigued him particularly, as he was the first of his kind he had encountered. Every day, shadow beasts would invade the illusion. For the particularly vicious ones, he dealt with them ruthlessly, while allowing the innocent to pass, though they would be confined for several days to learn a lesson. The fox immortal had overseen the Spirit Valley for over a century, yet he appeared as youthful as a fox in its prime, a testament to his cultivation and the spiritual herbs of the region. This Spirit Valley had been passed down through the lineage of the fox immortal, and it had now come to him. At his age among the fox immortals, he was considered young, as those who practiced cultivation typically enjoyed extended lifespans. Including humans. In this region, the maximum lifespan was 500 years. To transcend this limitation, one would need to cultivate in a realm governed by more potent laws. Even if Yi-san sensed the existence of the illusion formation at this moment, there was no way to decipher it. Numerous attempts had been made, including breaking the formation with another formation, all to no avail. The primary reason was that this illusion formation was far too formidable, while Yi-san's cultivation level was insufficient to even scratch the surface of it. However, if it could not be broken, he would be trapped here. Yi-san remained unruffled, opening the shadow illusion technique in his mind. There were still many illusion formations within that he had yet to comprehend and utilize, and this was a perfect opportunity. This time, Yi-san realized that illusion formations could also be self-generated. Some were gentle, while others were fierce. If one were to encounter a vicious formation from ancient times, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to unravel it. Furthermore, there were those who employed naturally occurring formations, which, when manipulated, could become their own formations, though such instances were exceedingly rare. Encountering one would be a stroke of luck. The formation that trapped Yi-san was self-generated and could be controlled with slight modifications from the Fox Spirit Elder. This formation formed due to the excessive spiritual energy in the Spirit Valley, coupled with the valley's topography, which prevented the energy from dissipating, causing it to accumulate and manifest on its own. Such formations could arise from resentment, spiritual energy, or murderous intent, but they were incredibly rare in the world. Perhaps some had seen them and entered, yet never returned. Chapter 76. The disappearance of the man in black Li Jinkui had subdued many ant soldiers, but refrained from acting impulsively. Needing to await the right moment, he departed from the Alchemy Mountain Manor and made his way to the abode of the man in black. Upon entering, he encountered the disheveled leader of the black-clad figures. who at that moment was not wearing his mask, allowing Li Junque to see him clearly. However, after a brief glance, Li Junque lowered his head, for the leader's face was hideously disfigured with scars. Internally astonished, he pondered who these people truly were and why their power was so formidable as they sought Isan. This was no simple matter. We still need to look for Isan today? Li Junque inquired, directing his words to the leader, who was immersed in his own thoughts and was momentarily interrupted. Although this wasn't particularly troubling, upon realizing he was not wearing his mask, the leader swiftly seized Li Junque by the throat and lifted him off the ground. What did you see? The leader demanded, donning his black mask, which revealed a pair of fierce eyes. Li Junque, completely unprepared, was captured, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, rendering him unable to lift his head. He could only lower it and struggle to say, I saw nothing. I didn't see anything at all. Spare me, and I will assist you in finding Isan. With a resounding thud, Li Junque was forcefully thrown to the ground. And at that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief, though blood seeped from the corner of his mouth that you'd best not have seen anything. Otherwise, the leader glared menacingly at Li Junque. Slowly, Li Junque rose to his feet. His face pale. He had truly struggled to breathe moments ago, fearing for his life. Moreover, regarding Isan, you had better put in some effort. Do not let me discover that you are deceiving us. Understood? The leader's tone was exceedingly severe. Li Junque dared not look up, continually nodding with his head lowered. I understand. I will definitely find Isan, he replied, his demeanor one of trepidation. Enough. You may leave. Li Junque hastily departed from the premises, while the leader cast a dark glance at him, contemplating that had he not held any value, he would have been killed long ago. After Li Junque consumed a pill following his departure, he was momentarily on the brink of losing consciousness. He contemplated releasing the golden ant, but ultimately restrained himself, fearing that the current golden ant might not be a match for his adversaries, and that he would surely perish. He had already discerned that the golden ant's strength still fell short and required further nurturing. Presently, only 6 cloaked figures remained, with one dispatched to monitor him, while the leader of the cloaked individuals was singular in existence. This was his opportunity. The strength of the other cloaked figures was comparable to those previously slain by the golden ant, making them susceptible to being picked off one by one. In that moment, Li Junque exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent. Even the observing old seven suspected a connection between the disappearance of third brother and him. However, this remained mere conjecture, necessitating further scrutiny. Li Junque departed from the sect, feigning a search for Isan, inquiring at various locales, including the docks. The docks. An informant from the Kai auction house conveyed that Isan might have vacated the area, heading towards the beastly forest. Yet, this information was only hearsay, and Li Junque remained uncertain of its veracity. The absence of Isan suggested that someone had indeed alerted him to leave, likely indicating a departure from this location. Li Junque engaged in a clandestine conversation for an extended period, then sensed Old Seven's pursuit. He then hastily proceeded to an isolated area, where the cloaked figure followed suit. Li Junque stealthily unleashed the golden ant, preparing to eliminate the cloaked individual. Come forth, I see you. He called out to the heavens. The cloaked figure, perplexed, wondered if he had been compromised but refrained from revealing himself. Still not appearing? Are you a cowardly turtle? Li Junque mocked, laughter escaping his lips. Suddenly, the cloaked figure emerged, levitating in the air. What did you say? Do you wish for death? The cloaked figure thundered, enraged that an insignificant creature had discovered him and dared to mock him. Death? Let us see who meets their end. At Li Junque's command, the golden ant enlarged to a size comparable to a human and ascended into the sky. The cloaked figure turned, astonished, and exclaimed, A golden ant? Who are you? Doubt flickered in the cloaked figure's eyes. Golden ants were notoriously elusive, and the notion of cultivating one was nearly unheard of. Some nefarious individuals had attempted to raise them, only to be eradicated by others. What person? One you cannot provoke, replied Li Junque ominously. The golden ant's pincers had grown significantly larger, gleaming in gold, and with remarkable speed, it snapped shut. The cloaked figure attempted to retreat, for he had only heard tales of the golden ant but had never encountered one firsthand. However, it was too late. In a swift motion, the ant clamped onto the cloaked figure's waist with tremendous force, severing him in two, yet the cloaked figure's face was a mask of disbelief as he was instantaneously bisected, his halves collapsing to the ground. What little noise remained soon faded as the golden ant consumed every last morsel, Leaving nothing behind, Li Jinkui observed the entire scene with a sinister glint in his eyes. Thoroughly satisfied with the Golden Ant's performance, he felt no discomfort regarding the recent events. Instead, he was invigorated by a sense of vindictive exhilaration. As the Golden Ant devoured the remnants of the cloaked figure, its bloodline thickened further, and its aura became exceptionally fierce, a testament to its significantly enhanced power. The Golden Ant, guided by the aura reminiscent of the Men in Black, tracked down the two figures known as Old 5 and Old 6. To their surprise, these two were together in a mundane tavern, indulging in merriment and libations. Old 5 remarked to Old 6, let us not speak of him. Perhaps he has chosen to forego the surveillance of Li Jinkui and has instead succumbed to a life of revelry. Old 6, ever the playful spirit and incompatible in temperament with Old 4, had little regard for the search for Old 4, instead dragging Old 5 to the tavern. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Within the room, only the two brothers and two serving maids were present. "Who is it?" Old 6 called out. "Esteemed guests, your wine has arrived," came the response. Old 5 and Old 6 had not ordered any wine, yet did not decline. Perhaps it was a complimentary offering, and they noticed nothing amiss. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a young man who bowed his head while placing a jug of wine upon the table before retreating. After his departure, he made his way to a nearby stall to enjoy a drink of his own. Meanwhile, within the tavern, sounds of pleas and cries emerged. Both male and female voices mingled, leading passers-by to mistakenly assume it was a matter of intimate relations, eliciting only laughter as they moved on. However, these sounds were fleeting and soon faded away. At the stall, it was indeed Li Jinkui partaking in the wine, the very same he had dispatched earlier. Though it was not merely wine he had sent, but rather golden ants. Once Li Jinkui exited the tavern, the golden ants surged forth, swiftly dispatching all four individuals and consuming them. Chapter 77. Capturing the Men in Black. The Men in Black were, in truth, 7 brothers, with Old 2 and Old 4 currently engaged in a task and unable to arrive. The leader of the Men in Black found himself isolated, with no allies to confer with at that moment. Li Jinkui had already gleaned the movements of the Men in Black through the iron ants, and the adversaries remained oblivious to the impending threat. This was a significant oversight on their part. This location had long since been designated a forbidden ground by Min Jizong, deterring anyone from approaching, thus rendering the cacophony of cries seemingly chaotic. Li Jinkui seized the moment, releasing the golden ants while maintaining a considerable distance. The Men in Black, having just concluded their carnal endeavors, were in a state of relaxation, precisely the opportunity Li Jinkui had awaited. Thousands of iron ants surged forth, filling the air and ground in a dense swarm, leaving scant spaces unoccupied. "Get out, you bastard," came the muffled sobs of Hong Yun from within the room. The Men in Black paid no heed, instead closing the door and stepping back a few paces. Yet the iron ants pressed on, gnawing away at the door until it vanished entirely, transforming the entrance into a mere shadow of its former self. The room was besieged, becoming a veritable prison, with the iron ants steadily encroaching. With a sudden crash, the leader of the Men in Black waved his hand, causing a multitude of iron ants to fall, creating an opening, but this was quickly filled by those that followed. His expression grew grave as he recognized the iron ants for what they were, a number that utterly shattered his previous understanding of them, and their apparent indifference to death only heightened his alarm. Meanwhile, the disheveled Hong Yun, having long desired to escape this nightmare, found no fear in the chaos. Instead, a manic smile graced her lips as she proclaimed, "Bastard, your retribution has arrived." Ha! Her laughter was wild and unhinged, a stark contrast to her former demeanor, her eyes alight with madness. The leader of the Men in Black regarded Hong Yun as mere plaything, his indifference to her fate evident. "What are you doing?" she cried out. "Release me." The figure clad in black grasped Hong Yun and hurled him towards the iron ants, yet instead of being consumed, he was gently deposited safely on the outer layer. Who is this formidable being? Can they not reveal themselves? The Man in Black, losing his composure, realized he was clearly being targeted. "Soul Devourer," he bellowed, and the surrounding iron ants exploded outward. However, their overwhelming numbers meant that even when repelled, more continued to flood in relentlessly. Black smoke billowed from the man's form, and as iron ants fell like rain, it was evident that this was his divine ability. Though effective, he remained but a solitary defender. When Hong Yun, having been cast aside, beheld Li Jinkui standing before him, his pent-up fury erupted uncontrollably. "Li Jinkui, you scoundrel! You are the cause of my plight." Hong Yun rose, relentlessly striking Li Jinkuei, his red attire tattered, revealing patches of skin, some fair as snow, others marred with scars, his disheveled hair rendering him akin to a beggar. The pity in Li Jinkuei's gaze transformed into sternness as he delivered a swift kick to Hong Yun, whose already injured body could scarcely withstand the blow, resulting in him spitting blood and losing consciousness. Observing Hong Yun's collapse, Li Jinkuei propped him against the wall and administered a medicinal pill, then resumed watching the battle unfold. Despite the incessant assaults of the Iron Ants, they could not inflict significant harm upon the man in black, let alone slay him. Li Jinkuei then unleashed the Golden Ants. The man in black had consumed a medicinal pill, but exhaustion was evident. Suddenly, the Iron Ants ceased their assault and retreated, with some scattering in all directions, creating a vast passageway that a beam of light emerged, only to be obscured by a colossal figure as the figure approached. The man in black's expression shifted to one of terror. It was the legendary Golden Ant, exuding a ferocious aura, a testament to its frequent bloodshed, with blood streaks adorning its form, signifying the brutality of its master. Unable to contend with the Iron Ants, the arrival of a Golden Ant signified certain death. Oh, great being outside, spare my life. I can offer you anything you desire, the man in black pleaded, kneeling and bowing in supplication. Ha ha ha. I never expected the leader would beg for mercy, Li Jinkuei mocked. The man in black recognized the voice, his eyes flickering with a mixture of defiance and desperation. Yet his life hung by a thread. Brother Kuei, I was wrong. I admit my mistakes. Release me, and I shall give you everything. The man in black continued to plead. Everything? Then tell me, where do you hail from? And what is your purpose in seeking Yasen? Li Jinkuei interrogated, eager for knowledge. Brother Kuei, we come from a different realm, governed by higher laws than this one, which is why our cultivation is superior. We were hired, 7 brothers, to search for Yasen, but we do not know his intended fate. The man in black divulged part of the truth, withholding crucial information, revealing too much could endanger his family. He had witnessed the strength of the one who commanded them, and it seemed they were not of this world. Is there truly another realm? How might I reach your world? Li Jinkuei, skeptical of this age-old tale, found himself intrigued by the notion that the man in black was indeed from another place. This revelation was akin to discovering a new continent. Brother Kuei, if you wish to ascend to a higher realm, you must reach the pinnacle of cultivation befitting that domain. Only then will someone come to escort you. Of course, one may also embark on the arduous journey of seeking it out independently. But that is fraught with difficulties. The transition from high-tier realms to lower ones is exceedingly simple, especially considering the abundant spiritual energy in our vicinity, which cultivates individuals of remarkable prowess. The cloaked figure articulated what all were eager to know. Does the immortal truly exist in this world? Yet, even he could not guarantee such a truth, for he had never witnessed one himself. His own realm also demanded cultivation to its zenith in pursuit of ascension, and as for the path to that place, he was equally in the dark. Chapter 78, Control of the Sect. Since you lack knowledge, then perish. With a resounding command, Li Jinkuei summoned the Golden Ant, which emanated an overwhelming aura. No, 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 you cannot kill me. I have yet to complete my mission. The cloaked figure's protest was cut short as his breath ceased. Li Jinkuei regarded the man's words with skepticism. However, he recalled that among the 7 brothers, 2 cloaked figures remained unaccounted for, and this caused him some trepidation. Should he learn that it was he who had slain them, they would transform into hidden serpents, venomous and lethal, an adversary not easily dealt with. After vanquishing his foe, the Golden Ant consumed only a sea of energy, leaving the remainder for the other Iron Ants to share. In an instant, it was all gone. Some had not yet fed when the other Iron Ants turned their gaze toward the unconscious Hong Yun. No, I shall compensate you later, Li Jinkuei bellowed, for he could not bear the thought of Hong Yun perishing by his hand. The Iron Ants dared not disobey, and Li Jinkuei retrieved the surviving Iron Ants into his beast-calling pouch, while the remaining Iron Ants devoured the carcasses left behind, leaving only scattered remnants. Li Jinkuei felt little sentiment. Such was the nature of a world inhabited by the strong. Death was merely a part of existence. And who would truly care? He departed alone, leaving behind only bloodstains and Hong Yun. Upon entering the sect, Li Jinkuei seized the Grand Elder, sparing his life while sealing all information, such that even the Supreme Elder within the sect remained unaware. He had effectively taken control of the entire sect. Brother Wang, what shall we do now? Li Jinkuei's master paced anxiously, nearly brought to tears. Do not fret. We are not his match at present. The fact that even the cloaked figures fell to him indicates his formidable strength, one that none within our Minji sect can contend with. Elder Wang stated gravely. Then I shall truly be branded a traitor. My disciples' rebellion. How shall I face our ancestors and the disciples of the sect? At present, there is no recourse. The entire sect is under his dominion, and he remains acutely aware of our every move. Nonetheless, this may afford us some respite, as many will think twice before acting recklessly. Elder Wang mused, attempting to find a silver lining in their predicament, expounding upon various points. This is nothing short of treason. As his master, I cannot escape the consequences. Consider this. Our Minji sect has always been feeble. Perhaps your disciples' upheaval may yield unexpected opportunities. Elder Wang contemplated, increasingly convinced that this might not be entirely disadvantageous. Should Li Jinkuei prove capable, he would not intervene. Yet if he remained as inept as before, then the existence of this sect would be of no concern to him. Very well, very well. You have a way of spinning misfortunes into fortunes that in any case, there is little that can be done. We shall simply wait and observe. After Li Jinkuei seized control of the entire sect, he ruthlessly eliminated numerous individuals, many of whom were merely attempting to escape or deliver messages, all connected to various other sects. This upheaval has brought everything to light. There are those who condemn Li Jinkuei as cruel and bloodthirsty, unworthy of leading this sect, while others find solace in his actions, although the notion of his treachery is difficult to accept. The elimination of numerous spies has brought joy to many, even if they dare not voice it openly. On that day, Li Jinkuei swiftly took command of the entire sect and sealed all exits. Yet upon discovering that many were desperately seeking a way out, it became evident that there were traitors among them. Regrettably, this purge also resulted in the wrongful execution of several innocents. Nevertheless, it is better to mistakenly kill than to let a traitor escape, which ultimately saves much time. Subsequently, he dispatched numerous iron ants to combat the demonic beasts. The combat prowess of these iron ants surpassed that of the cultivators, driving the beast back 100 miles. This incited a mix of fear and joy among the disciples engaged in battle. They were fearful that the iron ants might devour them, yet elated that the demonic beasts had finally retreated. Li Jinkuei had but a single golden ant by his side, while the others dispersed to cultivate independently. These iron ants could also advance their own cultivation. However, Li Jinkuei decreed that no innocent lives should be harmed, a command that even the golden ant regarded with trepidation, though it had no choice but to obey. If things continued in this manner, the strength of the other iron ants would increase at a sluggish pace, and Li Jinkuei yearned for his own power to grow as well. Yet, should this persist, he might truly become a fiend. He released the Grand Elder, allowing him to manage the Minji zone under the watchful eye of the iron ants, while he himself retreated into seclusion to cultivate, gathering a vast array of elixirs and artifacts to enhance his abilities. During this time, he acquired quite a few, and thus he entered closed-door cultivation, leaving the golden ant to oversee the sect. With strict orders not to harm anyone, the golden ant harbored resentment, but the imprint deep within its mind would trigger, causing immense pain. Li Jinkuei recognized this issue. If left unchecked, it was likely that one day the golden ant would break free from its bindings. Given the iron ant's ruthless nature, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Although he was aware of this, he desperately needed the golden ant's assistance. Thus he buried the matter deep within his heart, discreetly poring over numerous texts to tighten his control over the golden ant. If this continues, I shall seek out the boss, he declared. When the time comes, do not deter me from venturing into the depths of the demonic beast forest. Miguel has already been waiting for 3 days. Today marks the last day as stated by Yi. Miguel was initially filled with confidence, but his patience has worn thin and anxiety has begun to set in. Lan Lu had been listening since dawn, only to realize it was already evening, unsure of how many times he had repeated himself, while Miguel seemed oblivious to fatigue, gazing at the darkening sky. Lan Lu turned to Miguel and said, "Very well, if the boss does not emerge by tomorrow, I shall accompany you inside." Lan Lu spoke with determination. Miguel was taken aback by Lan Lu's loyalty and secretly praised Yusan's discernment. "All right, if the boss does not appear, we shall venture in," Miguel affirmed, his gaze resolute, though concern lingered regarding Yusan's current situation, of which they were entirely unaware, and it had already been 3 days. Lan Lu and Miguel remained watchful over the thicket, waiting through the darkness until dawn. "Alas, it seems we truly must venture inside," Miguel remarked to the nearby Lan Lu. Lan Lu nodded in agreement, preparing to rise once more to enter. Just at that moment, the scene ahead transformed dramatically. A thick fog billowed forth, prompting Miguel, and Lan Lu to retreat swiftly to a place they deemed safe. The fog surged and dissipated rapidly, revealing a figure standing within it, Yisan, while behind him lay a valley lush with greenery, a stark contrast to the dense forest outside, as if belonging to entirely different realms. Upon recognizing Yisan, Migue rushed forward in excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, you have finally emerged. If you hadn't, I would have ventured in with Lan Lu to find you." Migue spoke with such fervor that spittle flew everywhere, causing Yisan to dodge about. In truth, Yisan had discerned the structure of the formation on the very first day of his entry. He had merely sought enlightenment and engaged in cultivation within. By the second day, he felt confident in his ability to break the formation. Yet, Yisan did not hurry to do so. Instead, he surveyed the formation, aware that the Fox Immortal could surely see him as well. Chapter 79. Entering the valley, Yisan took the opportunity to recuperate within, while even the Fox Immortal believed he would attempt to break the formation. Observing his indifference, she mused aloud about her own anxiety, pondering how a mere youth could possibly succeed. Yisan indeed tried many methods, yet none yielded significant results. However, when he combined the blue ice fruit with heavenly fire to create a blue flame, each place it illuminated exhibited peculiarities. Understanding this to be a sign of the formation's weakness, Yisan quickly stowed it away. Restraining his excitement, he began to cautiously probe, and with the aid of the blue flame, he swiftly located the heart of the formation, which could be said to have no singular focal point, as all the spiritual energy was concentrated within the valley. Even if the formation were broken, it would reform autonomously. Though he arrived at this conclusion, he still recognized one of the blue flame's properties. Yisan sensed that its potential extended far beyond what he had yet discovered. Utilizing this brief window of opportunity, Yisan drew Migue and Lan Lu into the valley, while the formation rapidly restored itself, prompting admiration for the formidable natural array within the valley. A rich aroma of spiritual herbs permeated the air, bringing a profound sense of comfort that swept away all gloom. This celestial valley was vast, shrouded in mist, with certain areas obscured from view. Yet, the subtly visible scenery within was reminiscent of a paradise, enhanced by the ethereal fog. "Hey, little thief!" Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the air. The three exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that the Fox Immortal was about to make her appearance, and to their surprise, it was a woman's voice. "Fox Immortal, we have merely come to witness this place and did not anticipate becoming ensnared by the formation, forcing us to break in," Yisan stated, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "Humph, there is no need for your feigned innocence. Do you think your intentions are concealed? Is it not for the celestial herbs?" The Fox Immortal's voice carried a hint of temptation, causing Lan Lu to instinctively consider retreating. However, Yisan grasped him firmly, for Lan Lu's cultivation was modest, and he could easily succumb to temptation. In truth, Lan Lu harbored a deep-seated fear of the Fox Immortal, rumored to be a merciless killer who feasted on blood and flesh. With many too afraid to even meet her gaze, "Humph, since you refuse to leave, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." At the command of the fox spirit, the surrounding mist coalesced, enveloping the three individuals, causing them to lose their sense of direction in an instant. Moreover, they could neither see, hear, nor smell anything. Yisan realized he had fallen victim to a formation, one that had been cast instantaneously, which attested to the fox spirit's exceptional mastery of such arts. He could only discern his own hands. All else was merely sensed through intuition. The fox spirit manifested upon a small hill, appearing as a young and stunningly beautiful woman, her lips a vibrant red, with a delicate chin and large, expressive eyes. Her hair was white, and her petite figure was complemented by a striking white tail, making her an exquisite sight. Were it not for the tail that betrayed her identity, one might have mistaken her for a celestial maiden of some household. Such is the nature of fox spirits. Each one is a paragon of youth and beauty, and only women can ascend to become fox spirits. The legends surrounding them are disseminated by their own design, intended to astound and deter all who would approach, while also serving to frighten the timid. For the bolder souls, they would not kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but rather eliminate a few incorrigibles, with the external formation yielding notable results. The number of those daring to enter the valley dwindled significantly. As for Yisan, the human, the fox spirit was astonished that he could breach the formation and enter the valley. This realization filled her with trepidation. Yisan was evidently a master of formations, capable of unraveling even the outermost defenses. She pondered whether her own formations could restrain him. What if he dismantled her defenses and absconded with her precious spiritual herbs? The fox spirit continued to weave additional formations, reinforcing her defenses. Yet even this did little to assuage her concerns. Her cultivation was not particularly high, relying heavily on her formations to defeat foes. Should they prove ineffective, she would be left utterly vulnerable. Possessing a keen sense of awareness, the fox spirit knew that leaving this place was not an option. It was her home, which she had guarded for over a century. Fox spirits are inherently long-lived, and she had merely reached maturity, still a youngling among her kind. Isan sensed the intensification of the formations, his heart heavy with worry for Migue and Lan Lu's safety. Consequently, he unleashed azure flames, shattering all formations, causing the fox spirit to cough up blood. Her cherry-like lips stained crimson. "How did I escape?" Lan Lu exclaimed, surprised to find himself outside the formations alongside his companions. Migue, observing the comical Lan Lu, remarked, "It was the boss who broke the formation. Otherwise, how would you have emerged?" Lan Lu gave an awkward smile, but upon seeing the woman before them, his expression turned grave. "You are the fox spirit?" Isan inquired, his gaze filled with bewilderment. The fox spirit's beauty and youth astonished him. He turned to Lan Lu, who also confessed ignorance, admitting it was his first encounter with a fox spirit. However, he did not believe this fox spirit to be benevolent. "She must be malevolent." "Indeed, I am the fox spirit," she replied, her voice laced with despair. "Now that it has come to this, I can no longer hinder your intentions." Isan regarded the beautiful fox spirit with a hint of compassion. "That I merely came to see this celestial valley. I mean no harm." Upon hearing his declaration, the other two were ready to scold him. After all, they had labored to arrive here, not merely to admire the scenery. The fox spirit was somewhat taken aback, yet he remained reluctant to place his trust in others easily. "Speak. How do you intend to leave this place and never return?" He stated resolutely. Yi San was at a loss for what he had said wrong, as the other party simply wanted them to depart. "We are merely curious, having yet to witness the wonders of this fairy valley." "You wish us to leave? Is this not a tad inconsiderate?" Migue retorted fiercely, though his demeanor did not intimidate the fox spirit in the slightest. "If you truly wish to see, I implore you to behave and refrain from taking what does not belong to you." The fox spirit continued with unwavering resolve. He found himself unable to drive away the three individuals and could only drag the situation along as it was. "Very well, please lead the way." Yusan replied with a smile. The fox spirit, eager to see them depart, showed Yusan and his companions various locations, most of which were abundant in spiritual herbs. Yusan found several herbs appealing and wished to gather them. Yet the fox spirit's watchful gaze made him feel rather self-conscious. Meanwhile, Migue boldly plucked a few spiritual herbs, nearly bringing the fox spirit to tears. Yi-san shot him a glare, prompting Migue to return the herbs, which allowed the fox spirit to breathe a sigh of relief and treat Yi-san with considerably more courtesy. Chapter 80. Hu Xian Fox Maiden, may I inquire as to your age? I have heard rumors that you are a middle-aged man, yet upon seeing you now, I realize I have been misled, Yi-san remarked, glancing at the fox spirit who strode ahead. The fox spirit turned to Yi-san and replied, "I have surpassed 100 years." Yi-san was taken aback, standing rooted to the spot, unable to fathom that such a youthful and beautiful woman could be over a century old, shattering his preconceived notions. Observing Yi-san's astonishment, the fox spirit could not help but chuckle. "Isnt the turtle behind you also several hundred years old?" Yi-san turned to Migue, his eyes filled with disdain, growing increasingly repulsed as he pondered how he had ever chosen such an unappealing companion. Migue noticed the contempt in Yi-san's gaze and shot him a fierce glare. Realizing he had overstepped, Yi-san turned to move forward. However, the fox spirit had been standing still, and Yi-san inadvertently collided with her, causing her to stumble back. In a moment of confusion, Yi-san embraced her. The proximity was overwhelming. She was stunningly beautiful, and without fully understanding his own impulses, he leaned in to kiss her. The fox spirit's face flushed at the embrace, and as she sensed Yi-san's intent to kiss her, her heart raced uncontrollably. Nevertheless, in a flustered panic, she pushed him away and turned to leave. Yi-san, jolted back to reality by the push, realized his blunder, his face burning with embarrassment. Watching the fox spirit depart, he instinctively chased after her, while Migue and Lan Lu stood in stunned silence. Lan Lu also wished to pursue but was held back by Migue. Do not chase after her. Who would have thought such a fine cabbage would be trampled by a pig? Migue lamented. Lan Lu, bewildered, could not comprehend the situation nor the reason for not following. Fox spirit, Yi-san called as he ran, but soon lost sight of her, searching frantically, yet to no avail. The fox spirit had remained within the fairy valley all along and had never ventured outside, and even if she had not left the depths of the beastly forest. Having never had such close contact with a man, she found herself blushing even at the thought, despite occasionally fantasizing when boredom struck. The fox spirit felt a twinge of embarrassment for her recent actions, her cheeks flushed with color as she fled, now too ashamed to face anyone. Yet, deep within her heart, there lingered a yearning for Yeson to pursue her. After all, it was her first experience of such nature, inevitably stirring a sense of curiosity and a fluttering of youthful emotions. When she noticed Yeson actually chasing after her, the fox spirit hesitated to confront him, choosing instead to conceal herself, her face still aglow with crimson. "Fox spirit, where are you?" Yeson called out, wishing to apologize for his earlier actions, only to find that the fox spirit had vanished in an instant. After searching high and low for quite some time, he resorted to calling out, "Fox spirit, I know you are watching me from somewhere. If you do not come out, I shall cease my search." "Who is watching you, shameless fox spirit?" she retorted as she emerged from behind a tree. Upon seeing her, Yeson's face broke into a smile, though he noticed a hint of lingering redness on her cheeks. "Albeit less pronounced. At last, you have emerged. Why hide away? I still have matters to discuss," Yeson said with a warm smile. The fox spirit gazed at Yeson with her large, expressive eyes, making him feel as though he could not hold her gaze for too long, lest he lose himself once more. Yet, he could not resist looking at her. "You are truly beautiful," Yeson blurted out, only realizing afterward that he had deviated from his purpose of apology. The fox spirit, flattered by his compliment, offered a bashful smile, her ears gradually heating up, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. Noticing the fox spirit's flushed complexion, Yeson voiced his concern. "Why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" His words were laced with worry, which made the fox spirit feel a sense of comfort. She shook her head, signaling that all was well. Yeson stared at her, grinning foolishly and remaining silent, genuinely concerned that something was amiss, and so he stepped closer to check her pulse. The fox spirit was taken aback by Yeson's sudden action, her heart racing wildly, and her face grew even redder. Resembling a ripe apple. As Yeson's proximity increased, a flurry of emotion surged within her. However, the fox spirit's physical reactions indicated something was amiss, which caused Yeson to feel a slight panic. It was then he realized he was merely inches away from her. Gazing at her crimson face, Yeson felt an overwhelming urge to press his lips against hers, yet he was distracted by the mystery of her condition, preventing any further awkwardness. The fox spirit found herself at a loss, unsure whether to resist or to yield to this feeling. She felt a tinge of regret at the thought of losing this sensation, even harboring a faint hope that Yeson would draw closer. Yet she feared what would become of her should she submit. How could she ever face anyone afterward? Seeing the fox spirit's flushed countenance, Yeson reached out to touch her, prompting her to instinctively retreat a step. This sudden movement created distance between them, and Yeson recognized that he may have overstepped his bounds. Yet the condition of the fox spirit remained his utmost priority. With this in mind, he sought to approach her once more for a closer observation, lest he overlook any signs. The fox spirit, fully alert now, noticed Yeson's intent to come closer and swiftly evaded him, exclaiming, "You, do not approach." "I am fine." She averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "How can you be fine? You are in this state. I cannot help but worry." "Stay still, I shall examine you," Yeson urged, observing the fox spirit's readiness to flee. "No, it is unnecessary. I am aware of my condition. I assure you, there is nothing wrong." The fox spirit replied with a smile, internally grateful for Yeson's concern. Yet, Yeson swiftly seized the fox spirit, holding her in place as she looked at him in astonishment, continuing his examination. The fox spirit, feeling utterly exasperated, was on the verge of tears. He simply did not wish for Yeson to approach him, yet Yeson remained oblivious to his feelings. "Release me, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. It's merely a matter of flushed cheeks and racing heartbeats. Such reactions are entirely normal," the irritated fox spirit articulated, revealing his genuine response. Upon hearing these words, Yeson was struck with a sudden realization akin to a political miscalculation. Feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, that he relinquished his grip on the fox spirit, and they stood there, unable to meet each other's gaze, while Yeson's heart began to race anew, although his face remained relatively unflushed. "Hey, human, what is your name?" The fox spirit gradually regained his composure, though his heart still raced. This was the first time he inquired about a man's name. I am called Yeson," he stammered, flustered, fearing the fox spirit might reproach him for his impulsiveness. Very well, I am called Hu Xian, the fox spirit declared. Marking the first occasion he revealed his name to a male. Yi San etched the name Hu Xian deeply into his memory and slowly began to lift his gaze to meet Hu Xian's, steadily calming his breath and suppressing all reactions. That I actually came to apologize. I was quite rude just now, and I sincerely regret it, Yi San said, his voice imbued with contrition. Apologize? And how do you intend to do that? Hu Xian inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips, the earlier shyness dissipating. Yi San was perplexed by the question. What more could one do to apologize? Was he expected to grovel? Such a notion was patently absurd. Shaking his head, he replied, What do you wish for me to do? Hu Xian's eyes twinkled mischievously as he responded, Merely uttering words will not suffice. The first time I felt flushed was due to you. A mere human male. Action is required. He spoke with a feigned fierceness that was more endearing than intimidating. Yi San remained bewildered. How about this? You shall remain by my side, and when I am pleased, I shall allow you to leave, Hu Xian proposed, seemingly a simple request. Yet Yi San pondered how he could remain with her indefinitely. Should she remain displeased, how could he take his leave? That won't do. I have other matters to attend to. I cannot linger here for too long, Yi San asserted firmly. He yearned to accompany the enchanting spirit, yet certain obligations were unavoidable. The glimmer of disappointment flickered in Hu Xian's eyes. In that case, you must accompany me for a month. It cannot be less, she said, her gaze filled with anticipation, fearful that Yi San might decline. Yi San nodded in agreement. A month was not an eternity. And during this time, he could explore the wonders of the immortal Spirit Valley, accompanied by a beautiful companion. What better fortune could one desire? Seeing Yi San's acquiescence, Hu Xian's eyes sparkled with joy, and she swiftly dashed to his side, linking her arm with his and pulling him along. Hu Xian, where are you taking me? Yi San asked, perplexed. Do not speak. You will know when we arrive, Hu Xian replied, adopting an air of mystery. The earlier awkwardness had vanished entirely, and Yi San gradually adapted to the charming little spirit. Otherwise, how would he endure the month ahead? Lan Lu, let us depart from this place, Migue suggested to Lan Lu, as Yi San had conveyed a mental message to Migue, urging them to leave promptly. Having lived for so long, Migue understood that Yi San desired freedom and wished not to disturb him and Lan Lu. The blue deer remained utterly bewildered, oblivious to the circumstances, and could only follow Migue as they departed. What happened to those two rascals? Hu Xian continued to lead the way, though she sensed the absence of Migue and the blue deer. Ah, they found it dull and chose to leave, Yi San remarked, stroking his chin with his left hand. Very well, we shall arrive shortly. If you dare to run away, I shall bite you, Hu Xian said with a hint of menace. I would never. Your beauty is far too captivating for me to abandon, Yi San replied candidly, eliciting a smile from Hu Xian that filled her with joy. Having lived here for over a century, you were the first to hold my hand and the first to make my heart race, Hu Xian confessed, her cheeks flushing once more, her heartbeat quickening. Yi San had not anticipated that Hu Xian would look so lovely when blushing. Previously, he had been concerned about her well-being and had not taken a close look at her face. Now, upon closer inspection, he halted his steps, forcing Hu Xian to stop as well. As she turned to speak, Yi San leaned in and kissed her cheek, leaving Hu Xian breathless and momentarily paralyzed. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment, and her face grew even warmer. Please, don't do that. I still have a place to take you, Yi San stammered, shaken back to reality, feeling quite embarrassed by his lack of self-control. Why did he feel such an urge to kiss her? However, he rationalized that as a young man full of vitality, he could not simply disregard the allure of a beautiful woman, especially one as enchanting as Hu Xian. Once Hu Xian noticed Yi San had regained his composure, she continued to hold his hand as they proceeded toward their destination, her feelings for him deepening. Truth be told, Yi San was genuinely concerned about losing control, for the consequences could be dire, yet his curiosity about the place Hu Xian had mentioned grew stronger. They arrived at a densely wooded area with a single path allowing only for a one-way passage. Hu Xian led the way, with Yi San following closely behind. This narrow corridor was just wide enough for one person. And as Hu Xian walked in front, Yi San's curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to reach out and touch her white tail. Hu Xian halted in her tracks, as there was little room to turn around. So they maintained their positions, with Yi San still holding onto her tail. However, upon noticing Hu Xian had stopped, he released his grip and came to a standstill as well. Yi San, I like you, Hu Xian suddenly declared, catching Yi-san off guard. Had he truly such charm? How could she have developed feelings for him in such a short period? Wasn't it all happening rather swiftly? Although Yi-san pondered this, he could not deny that it indeed felt rather rapid. In a way, you've touched my tail, which means you belong to me now, and there is no turning back, Hu-Xian said playfully, her back turned to him. Yi-san was left bewildered, unsure what he was supposed to have committed to. Did he agree to something without realizing it? And how had he become hers? If that were the case, then she too was his. You need not question me. I simply wish to take you somewhere. Now that you've touched my tail, it is imperative that I take you there, Hu-Xian asserted, grasping Yi-san's hand and urging him onward. Yi-san was filled with confusion, yet he found the sensation of holding hands delightful, and he couldn't resist giving her tail another gentle caress. Finding it remarkably soft and smooth, Hu-Xian took a deep breath. Choosing not to deter Yi-san's playful touch, she was on the verge of losing her composure. Had he not been oblivious to certain nuances, she would have certainly retaliated against him by now. As they arrived at the exit of the passage, Yi-san was greeted by a magnificent statue, towering in stature, surrounded by several smaller statues, all resembling humans, each possessing extraordinary beauty, with a tail trailing behind them, indicating that they were likely fox spirits. Hu-Xin, taking Yi-san's hand, led him before the grand statue, which loomed so large that Yi-san appeared as a mere child in its presence. On the ground lay 5 meditation cushions, and Hu-Xin gently urged Yi-san to kneel, pressing his head down to bow 3 times. Yi-san offered no resistance, reassured that it would not bring him harm. Hu-Xin then addressed the statue, speaking to the ancestral spirit, esteemed ancestor. I, Hu-Xin, have found my destined companion. Though he is but a mere human, I hold no disdain, and I trust you feel the same. We have already performed the wedding rites before you, and your silence suggests your consent. Besides, he has touched my tail, Hu-Xin said, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Chapter 82. Marriage. Yi-san, standing to the side, was utterly bewildered by the rapid turn of events. How had a few bows led to a marriage? And why was he now considered Hu-Xin's destined partner? Observing Hu-Xin's dazed expression, she moved to a nearby cabinet and retrieved an aged tome, handing it to Yi-san. That he accepted it, glancing at the cover inscribed with the taboos of fox spirits. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered that a fox spirit's tail could only be touched in an intimate relationship, and that it was an exceedingly significant part of their being, only to be caressed by those they held dear. Yi-san, in his playful curiosity, had touched Hu-Xin's tail, thus placing upon himself a sense of responsibility towards her. Looking up at Hu-Xin, who now wore an expression of quiet satisfaction, Yi-san felt a sense of having been outwitted. Yet, he bore no resentment. Instead, feeling fortunate, he no longer resisted the situation, for he held a genuine fondness for Hu-Xin, deeming it unnecessary to voice any objections. Hu-Xin, he began, this marriage seems to have unfolded rather swiftly, doesn't it? The simplicity of our vows feels somewhat inadequate. Perhaps we should redo the ceremony with more grandeur. It wouldn't do to shortchange you. Indeed, everything felt rather rudimentary, and Yi-san was determined not to allow Hu-Xin to feel even the slightest bit slighted, wishing instead to ensure her joy and happiness. Really? You agree, and wish to celebrate in a grand manner? How wonderful! Hu-Xin exclaimed, leaping with delight, reminiscent of a child. Yi-san found himself captivated by Hu-Xin's every movement, as if each gesture was a subtle invitation, and her smile radiated with the ethereal beauty of a celestial being. Hu-Xin, noticing Yi-san's trance-like state, approached him, planting a soft kiss on his cheek before teasingly asking, silly boy, are you so entranced? Can't you look away? Instantly, Yi-san snapped back to reality, replying, how could I ever tire of gazing at you? I promise to love you deeply and protect you fiercely, he whispered in Hu-Xin's ear, causing her to feel a delightful shiver. Fortunately, they were in the presence of Hu-Xin's ancestral spirit. Otherwise, their fervor might have led them astray. As they shared their innermost thoughts, Yi-san felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for Hu-Xin, who had endured over a century of solitude, and he imagined the profound loneliness she must have suffered. A feeling he, too, could empathize with. As Yi-san expressed that there were still significant matters left unattended, Hu-Xin did not deter him. Instead, she offered to face everything together with him. In that moment, Yi-san felt that all problems were trivial. His eyes brimming with affection. By evening, Yi-san summoned Mischievous and Lan Lu to assist him in finding some decorative items, while he busied himself, even retrieving some magical artifacts from his Qianquan bag to embellish the surroundings, which earned him a series of eye rolls from Mischievous. Meanwhile, Hu-Xin rummaged through her belongings, pulling out her cherished jewelry and a striking red wedding dress, a keepsake from her mother during her childhood. Though many memories had faded and all familiar faces had vanished, she knew this garment was meant for her. She held great fondness for this dress, as it symbolized her happiness. Slowly, she adorned herself. Gazing into the mirror with delight, everything was prepared not only for herself but also for Isan. Upon learning that Hushin possessed her own red wedding dress, Isan took it upon himself to find a matching red groom's attire. Ensuring that all was in readiness for the morrow, the surroundings were vibrant with celebratory decorations in hues of red, and Isan could not help but smile. Migue and Lanlu shared in the joy, anticipating the festivities to come, which led Migue to seek a place to rest, while Lanlu continued his training. Isan, however, wandered about, assessing what was lacking and addressing those needs, though he appeared composed. Inwardly, he was exhilarated at the thought of marrying Hushin. He could only imagine how ecstatic his mother would be at this news. While contemplating this, Isan recognized the necessity of enhancing his strength post-marriage, for his current cultivation was insufficient in a world where power reigned supreme. He pondered how to protect those he cherished should adversity arise. That night, Isan ruminated deeply, determined to forge a path that would never place his loved ones in peril. On the following day, Migue and Lanlu awoke particularly early, with Isan waiting outside. Migue and Lanlu escorted Hushin out. She had not slept the previous night, and, inexplicably, had wept, though none were privy to this sorrow. Hushin covered herself with a veil, her tail vanishing gracefully, while Migue entered the room to find the bride before her vanity. Outside, Lanlu created cheerful sounds, employing the spells Migue had taught him, now capable of executing simple spells with his innate talent. These sounds, though lacking in practicality, proved significant at that moment, joyful and devoid of noise. Isan donned his groom's attire, exuding vitality, his excitement palpable. Hushin was led forth, her only flaw being the contrast between Migue's appearance and that of the bride. Nevertheless, Migue had shrunk considerably, and Hushin's ensemble was breathtakingly beautiful. Isan had not anticipated the exquisite nature of Hushin's wedding dress. He had never encountered anything like it before. His own groom's outfit, though rather plain, found some compensation in its shared red hue. With a smile, Isan approached Hushin, and Migue entrusted her hand to him, leading the way towards the ancestral altar. At this moment, both individuals were filled with excitement, their hands trembling slightly. However, Isan held tightly onto Huxian's hand, not loosening his grip, which gradually reassured Huxian, allowing her to calm down. Migue, perpetually smiling, led the two trailing behind into the narrow passageway. Isan had no choice but to walk ahead, with Huxian following closely behind, their hands clasped tightly together. The ever-present Lanlu followed closely, his sound ceaseless. Upon entering the passage, he lowered his volume, for the space was too confined, and any further noise might startle everyone, disrupting the atmosphere. Silence enveloped them, each person exuding an aura of reverence. Once inside, Migue found himself involuntarily glancing at the largest statue, feeling as though it were alive, observing everything. Yet this sensation faded as he focused. He refrained from sharing this feeling with Isan, lest it disturb the ambience, but he remained vigilant of the surroundings. Lanlu, engrossed in managing his own noise, remained oblivious to everything else, yet still offered a few respectful bows to the fox deity's statue, a gesture that Migue found utterly uninteresting. No one knew who this statue represented, and the idea of worshipping a mere fox seemed laughable. Chapter 83. The unexpected turn. Everything proceeded normally, albeit with fewer attendees. There was no indication of discomfort. Surrounding them were flickering red candles, with two larger ones positioned before the statue. Isan assisted Huxian onto a cushion, kneeling beside her. Seeing that everything was ready, Migue shouted, "First bow, to heaven and earth." Isan and Huxian bowed in unison, Isan still holding Huxian's hand, as if this grip dispelled all tension. Second bow, to the high hall. They bowed once more. Third bow, to the couple. The newlyweds turned to face each other and bowed again. To the bridal chamber, Migue was overjoyed, unable to contain his laughter, which mirrored Isan's happiness. Isan exchanged a knowing glance with Migue, signaling him to take Lanlu outside for drinks, so as not to disturb the moment. Migue understood instantly, pulling Lanlu away. "Come, my lady." Perhaps this was the first time Isan uttered this term, sounding somewhat unfamiliar. The interior was warm and beautiful, a decor that no man alone could have orchestrated, adorned with a large red character for joy affixed to the door. Isan helped Huxian onto the bed, then turned to close the door. At that moment, his inner exhilaration was palpable. Yet the main event had yet to commence. He needed to maintain composure. The bride sat calmly on the bed, veiled in red, exuding tranquility while Yi-san poured himself several cups of wine, deliberately suppressing the scent, allowing himself to become slightly intoxicated and emboldened. Free from restraint, he approached the bride, slowly lifting the red veil to reveal Hu Xian's exquisite visage, while Yi-san leaned in to kiss her delicate lips. And Hu Xian did not shy away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him, returning the kiss with fervor, her eagerness surpassing even Yi-san's. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of reluctance shimmered in Hu Xian's gaze for reasons unknown. Nevertheless, the moment continued uninterrupted as Yi-san extended his hands, gradually unfastening Hu Xian's bridal attire. This unveiled her pristine, snow-white skin, instantly igniting Hu Xian's senses, prompting her to emit a soft sound of acknowledgement, which only spurred Yi-san on, hastening his movements. Suddenly, a completely naked woman appeared before Yi-san's hazy vision. Hu-shin assisted Yi-san in loosening the groom's attire, and the two stood bare before one another. This night was exceedingly pleasurable for Yi-san, who wished fervently that this moment would never end. Yet, such was merely a fanciful longing. Hu-shin displayed signs of fatigue and gradually succumbed to slumber. Yi-san gazed upon her as she drifted off, still so exquisite, and could not help but plant a gentle kiss on her. Before succumbing to sleep himself, day's dawn broke. A ray of sunlight caressed Yi-san's face, prompting him to instinctively shield it with his hand before hazily opening his eyes, the smile on his lips unwavering. Turning his gaze to the side, he realized the bride was no longer there, and as he rose from his bed, panic seized him. Why was he covered by an ordinary quilt in a hollowed tree? And why had everything around him transformed? He was clad in a simple outfit, perfectly arranged, devoid of any disarray. Yi-san struggled to fathom the reality of his situation, slapping his forehead, only to feel a sharp pain. In that moment, he became acutely aware that his cultivation was gone. Apart from a broad awareness, he felt nothing. Despair enveloped him. What had transpired? He dared not believe it. He bolted from the tree hollow into a world basked in sunlight. Yet he had no notion of where he was. There were no celestial valleys or spiritual herbs. Instead, he was surrounded by a tangle of wild weeds. Yi-san wept, bewildered by the sudden upheaval of his existence. Why had everything changed so drastically, yet appeared so normal? Where had Hu-shin gone? What of his shadow beast? All connections severed, leaving no trace behind, he struck the ground repeatedly, leaving depressions marked by his blood. For now, his body was that of a mere mortal. Everything he possessed was lost, his chinquan pouch, his weapons, his beloved wife, his cultivation. Everything was gone that he cried out to the heavens. Are you toying with me? Yi-san's voice echoed with his discontent. Was this all a dream? If so, why did it feel so tangible? If it were a dream, what was real and what was illusion? His plans for vengeance lay shattered. His cultivation lost, rendering everything futile. Yi-san's eyes dulled with despair as he staggered in an unknown direction, feeling as if he had been deceived in every sense, and yet remained blissfully unaware within his consciousness. Yi-san confined himself, disregarding the reality outside. Yi-san, accept this truth, he thought. At that moment, a crimson crystal materialized before him, accompanied by the ethereal visage of a woman. Yi-san ignored it, retreating to a corner of his mind, his eyes vacant, as if nothing mattered anymore. Yi-san, face the truth. Your bride deceived you and siphoned away your cultivation, taking all your belongings, the woman intoned. Deep down, Yi-san harbored this suspicion, but what could he do now that everything had vanished? The woman continued, her voice unwavering. Will you simply surrender? Your mother awaits you. Do you not wish to exact vengeance upon Hu-shin? Will you allow yourself to become a mere waste of existence? Each of her words pricked at Yi-san's spirit, yet he felt utterly spent. The trials of cultivation had worn him thin, and the intricacies of human nature baffled him. Unable to rouse Yi-san, the woman resorted to physically anchoring his body in the outside world, preventing him from wandering away. The woman was indeed a celestial fairy, exuding an ethereal charm. At that moment, he sensed something amiss in the grand hall where Hu Xian had taken Yi-san. Yet despite probing with his divine awareness, he found nothing and subsequently retreated into seclusion. After all, he could not interfere in the lifelong matters of Yi-san. However, when Hu Xian drained Yi-san of her cultivation, the woman felt the disturbance and attempted to intervene, only to be suppressed by an overwhelming force. Given her current shadowy state, she possessed little strength, thus could only orbit around Yi-san's form. The woman harbored resentment for her current lack of power, yet her immediate concern was to find a means of escape. When Hu Xian produced Yi San's Qinquan bag, the woman spotted a teleportation scroll and exerted every ounce of her strength to seize it. Departing under Hu Xian's incredulous gaze, fortunately, this scroll was of long-distance use, albeit only once. Otherwise, Yi San would surely face death in light of such events. He felt a pang of guilt, primarily due to his waning faith in Yi San, who might remain in this state until her demise. As the woman gazed upon Yi San's body, she shook her head in disbelief, never expecting Hu Xian to possess such a cruel heart. Indeed, a person's heart is the hardest to decipher. With little inclination to cultivate, she focused on regulating her breath and caring for Yi San's body, which she had once inhabited. Chapter 84. The Departed Yi San. In times past, she would have never revealed such vulnerabilities, yet now, Yi San was but a mortal shell, requiring her attentive care, including regular meals. The mere thought of these responsibilities vexed her. Nevertheless, she would not forsake Yi San. Were it not for Yi San's liberation of her, she might still be entombed within some earthen grave. Yet, she would not abandon her efforts to revive Yi San, for she was the only person he had encountered in this world, and perhaps the closest to him. Why did you not act to retain a life you could have saved? A white-haired elder chastised Hu Xian, who was clad in bridal attire, within the confines of the celestial spirit valley. This elder bore a striking resemblance to the ancestral figure worshipped in the grand hall, complete with a white tail, revealing his advanced age and a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. Did you not see that they wielded a teleportation scroll? Moreover, I have sensed that the woman is no ordinary being. You must have perceived it as well, Hu Xian replied calmly, devoid of any semblance of respect. This entire affair was a conspiracy between him and the elder, the ancestor, devised to siphon Yi San's and his own Mi Gui's cultivation. Yet unexpectedly, Mi Gui proved to be no ordinary beast. Its shell could withstand divine consciousness and harm. Blue Deer was slain in the process, affording Mi Gui the opportunity to escape via a secret technique. Albeit suffering severe injuries, Hu Xian had initially intended to drain Yi San's cultivation before releasing her. But an unforeseen event transpired. A woman had facilitated her departure, and judging by the aura, she had traveled a considerable distance. Now that you have acquired power, present all the contents of the Qinquan bag to my ancestor. The exceptionally beautiful yet ruthless woman commanded. Hu Xian tossed the Qinquan bag to her. It contained little of value, at least nothing beneficial to him. However, last night had indeed marked his first encounter, and he had not anticipated Yi San's formidable array skills, which forced him into such desperate measures. Yet, he had obtained what he desired. The rest seemed inconsequential. Hu Xian observed the elderly gentleman as he examined the Qinquan bag, and quietly exited the room. This chamber merely belonged to her mother, yet she had arranged it with care. To her surprise, she discovered that Yi San possessed such remarkable materials. Perhaps he was indeed a master of weapon crafting. It was a pity he was human, otherwise he could have been drawn into their ranks. The old man could not help but express his astonishment and regret. Having lived for several millennia, his powers had waned significantly with the passage of time, necessitating a constant replenishment of energy through treasures. Among the materials within the Yi San's Qinquan bag, he encountered several he had never seen before, along with several tomes of techniques that did not pique her interest. Hu Xian took a few items related to illusion formations, particularly intrigued by the Phantom Awakening technique, which she grasped instantly. Aided by her innate talent for formations, Yi San's mastery of formations had been entirely absorbed by her, leaving him akin to an ordinary human, perhaps even inferior to one. The ability to siphon the cultivation of others was a unique gift possessed solely by Hu Xian. Typically, she would employ formations to suppress and drain the powers of others. But in her encounter with Yi San, she had to devise a different strategy, and fortunately, all went smoothly. Vengeance must be sought. Mi Gui had already plunged into the sea, his eyes aflame with rage. Yet his aura was exceedingly unstable. Although he had not witnessed Yi San's demise, the imprint in his mind had faded. Even if Yi San had survived, Lan Lu had perished because of him. All caused by the fox spirit. Mi Gui now yearned for revenge, yet he understood that his current strength was akin to striking a rock with an egg, an exercise in futility. In that moment, Mi Gui's resolve solidified. No longer would he rely on slow cultivation, but instead pursue the strength necessary for retribution. Boss, Lan Lu, rest assured, I shall avenge you. Watch over me from the heavens. Mi Gui declared loudly in the water, causing the surrounding waters to tremble with his fury. prompting the nearby shrimp and fish to flee. It seemed that Yi San had heard Mi Gui's furious outcry, blinking momentarily before returning to his previous state. Moreover, his dear friend De Mao had married and started a family with the woman he cherished. As time passed, Yi San gradually matured, assisting his mother in earning a living and preparing for his own future marriage and family. Everything felt so ordinary, yet blissfully fulfilling. Why Yi San reminisced about his childhood, his thoughts extending along the paths of his memories. He had experienced the cycles of life, the sweetness and bitterness of existence. Yet everything felt so commonplace, which stirred a sense of discontent within him. Thus, a year passed in serene tranquility. Why do you remain unchanged? Must I, a graceful beauty, attend to you for a lifetime? A year later, within that hollow tree, the beautiful woman still radiated charm, while Yi San's eyes remained devoid of spirit. She was diligently shaving his beard, and by age, Yi San had reached 20. Throughout the year, the woman had examined every aspect of his body. Even having touched him, she, too, was an innocent soul, curious about many things. Now a mere mortal, not only did she feed him, but she also assisted in detoxifying him and bathing him. Initially reluctant, she eventually had no choice but to attend to him as the weather changed, and his immobile body began to emit a foul odor. The first time she assisted Yi San in undressing, she felt a flush of embarrassment. She had not anticipated that this somewhat dark-skinned man possessed such formidable strength, and there were aspects of him she had never encountered before. Her curiosity led her to explore, yet as she learned more, her intrigue only deepened. Occasionally, while helping Yi San bathe, she couldn't help but scold herself for being a rogue. Though it was merely a verbal expression, over the past year, Yi San's facial hair had inexplicably grown at an astonishing rate, necessitating the woman to shave him monthly. Fortunately, Yi San was akin to a living corpse, oblivious to the outside world and ensnared in his own realm. Otherwise, the woman would have been utterly mortified or perhaps even compelled to chastise Yi San for his lengthy slumber, despite her selfless service. She harbored no regrets. Chapter 85. The Gift of Mi Gui. Many events transpired over the year. Min Jizong had been entirely dominated by Li Jinkui, with even the Grand Elder offering no resistance. And the others complied without question. Upon learning of this, the true sect master fled Min Jizong, and Li Jinkui did not pursue him. Under Li Jinkui's leadership, Min Jizong had improved significantly, exemplified by their success in repelling monstrous beasts and nurturing gifted disciples, as well as fostering collaborations with other sects. Each accomplishment was evident to all. In his cultivation, Li Jinkui discovered a method to suppress the golden ants. The first step involved elevating his own cultivation level to at least match that of the golden ants, coupled with the control of his mark, ensuring the golden ants could not rise again. Another approach was to utilize external resources to continually eliminate the violent aura surrounding the golden ants. Additionally, Li Jinkui sought to cultivate a Buddhist technique. He resolved to pursue both avenues, making the management of time paramount. He had done his utmost to ensure everything was in order, relying on his subordinates to maintain the momentum. Each day, the golden ants grew more irritable, their crimson markings multiplying and becoming increasingly fragmented, creating an illusion of shattering. Yet, all of this was mere fantasy. The golden ants were oblivious to how many lives they had consumed in secret. Li Jinkui sensed the deteriorating condition of the golden ants, which fueled his urgency. Buddhist techniques were scarce in this region, yet they did exist. Legends spoke of a world that was once unified but had since fractured, with only a small portion remaining here, their techniques incomplete. It was said that both righteous and nefarious sects existed, with these being mere marginal factions struggling for survival on the periphery. As the world shattered, they were separated and evolved into the current 7 sects, each with a diverse array of techniques, but only a few contained true essence. Where there were nefarious sects, there were also demons and Buddhas, each relying on and restraining the other, with fragments of their lore having trickled into this world. While perusing various texts, Li Jinkui discovered that the golden ants seemed to originate from a nefarious sect, possessing specific control methods that had not been passed down. Upon studying Buddhist practices, he learned that Buddhism could effectively counter the nefarious and demonic factions, affirming that practicing such techniques would yield substantial benefits. Nevertheless, for precaution's sake, he sought a reliable method to enhance his own cultivation, ensuring he would not fear retaliation from the golden ants. Everyone within the sect harbors a profound fear of Li Jinkui, particularly during those unsettling moments when an individual inexplicably vanishes from their midst. It is rumored that this phenomenon is attributed to Li Jinkui's shadow beast, which instills a sense of trepidation among all, compelling them to behave prudently and refrain from causing any trouble. This unintentional aura of menace he exudes has become quite effective. From an external perspective, the Minji sect appears to be flourishing, characterized by a newfound unity that is exponentially greater than in times past. However, he has been unable to locate the elusive Yesan. He had personally ventured into the depths of the beast forest in search of him. Yet every trace of his presence seemed to have dissipated completely. As for the Xianling Valley, entry remains impossible. Despite sending forth numerous iron ants to attack, none have returned, and some have reportedly lost their way within. Unable to escape, Li Jinkue, at a loss, ultimately abandoned this pursuit, redirecting his efforts to other locations. He would rather believe that Yesan has departed this world than accept the notion of his demise. The speed of his cultivation over the course of a year is nothing short of extraordinary, verging on the miraculous in this realm. It can be said that he has become an anomaly. Coupled with his unparalleled defensive capabilities, victory in confrontation is almost assured. While defeat is a rarity. As his cultivation progresses, there are moments when he can faintly perceive a tenuous trace of Yesan's presence. So faint, in fact, that without his own advancement, he may have never sensed it at all. This suggests a significant possibility that Yesan still lives, albeit gravely injured, which would account for the weakened aura. Of course, there remains the alternative that this is merely the residual energy emanating from one of Yesan's formidable treasures. Nevertheless, this notion provides a glimmer of hope. During this period, he has ventured to Xianling Valley twice. Yet he remains unable to decipher the formation. Had it not been for Yesan possessing the yin-yang fire, it would have remained impenetrable. Yet, even if he had succeeded, what would have come of it but a treacherous plot? Migue had sought assistance from others, yet none could breach the formation, leading him to unleash a torrent of invective, rendering him a peculiar figure among the cultivators, where others exhibit greater temperance with elevated ranks. He stands in stark contrast. Migue has now gained the ability to assume human form, albeit temporarily. He has become a sovereign of the seas, and even without actively seeking assistance, others come to him, addressing him as senior, a title he finds unbearable, for he is still youthful and cannot fathom being regarded as such. Despite this, due to his formidable cultivation, no one dares to disrespect him. Should anyone frequently encounter him, they would witness his repeated departures from Xianling Valley, each time marked by a palpable sense of defeat. Any attempt to greet him during these moments would surely invoke a scathing rebuke. Behold, that tortoise has reached such heights in cultivation. Let us see how you fare within Xianling Valley, an alluring young woman remarked while listening to an elderly man recount tales. The pair were Hu Xin and her master, both astonished by the tortoise's remarkable prowess, even lamenting that they should have pursued him more vigorously in the past, though such regrets are now moot. You too had a hand in this. Had he entered, neither of us could have escaped, Hu Xin retorted coldly to her master. Yet, the master remained unperturbed, responding with tranquility. This formation is not so easily dismantled. I remain puzzled as to how that young lad managed it last time. To this day, I still harbor some regret, primarily due to Yesan's exceptional talent. Hu Xin furrowed her brow, having contemplated this matter extensively without arriving at any conclusions. Yet, she eventually attributed Yesan's survival to the prowess of the mysterious woman who had rescued him, a testament to the woman's formidable strength. Chapter 86. The past of Hu Xin. Recently, the frequency with which this tortoise has appeared has increased substantially. Hu Xin gazed into the distance and remarked, I hope nothing goes awry. The elder pointed towards the array and said, Do you not trust the formation? After all, it has provided protection for a millennium. Hu Xin was clearly unconvinced by the elder's words. Then why was it so easily breached last time? She exclaimed, seemingly reproaching the elder. She had invested greatly in this matter and reaped significant rewards, yet some things, once lost, are irretrievable. The elder remained unperturbed, smiling as if he had grown accustomed to her outbursts. It was your suggestion, my dear Hu Xin. Do not forget, he said casually, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Hu Xin scoffed and departed alone, while the elder watched her retreating figure, nearly bursting into laughter. Ever since he had revealed his true strength, Hu Xin had been increasingly dissatisfied with him, even bullying him, despite his status as a formidable being who had lived for 1,000 years. Yet, the two were caught in a stalemate, unable to eliminate one another, and at times, they were compelled to cooperate, which became their sole topic of discussion. Now, Hu Xin's confrontational demeanor towards him had intensified. The elder, having lived long enough, was indifferent, finding joy in the fact that he could provoke her to the point of fury. This method could only be sustained for a year. during which time they could not harvest spiritual herbs. Although the array would not dissipate, its potency would diminish somewhat. Huxin had remained within the valley, which left the elder feeling quite helpless. Logically, one who solely focused on closed-door cultivation without engaging in practical experience, regardless of their cultivation level, would lack the prowess of their peers. Huxin had also revealed that she would only depart once she reached the pinnacle of her cultivation or if the valley were destroyed. Of course, neither of these scenarios was what the elder desired at times. The elder found Huxin's behavior exasperating. Not only did she show him disrespect, but she also insisted on independently controlling the array to ensnare enemies. While she was not entirely in the wrong, the array itself was designed to trap foes without the need for her intervention. However, Huxin stubbornly insisted on taking charge. The elder could also manage the array. But if they both attempted to control it simultaneously, complications would arise, necessitating a complete reconfiguration of the spirit-gathering formation, which fell under the elder's responsibilities. And he could not neglect that he had tried to persuade Huxin multiple times. Yet she consistently responded with malice. The elder had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with her, as he needed to survive in order to seek a breakthrough in this world. Huxin regarded herself as the sovereign of the valley, only to discover a century ago that the elder was, in fact, her master, which left her both astonished and fearful. Nevertheless, after several tests, she concluded that the elder was merely a shell, possessing cultivation yet lacking true prowess. This revelation thrilled Huxin, reaffirming her belief that the valley remained hers. Huxin had contemplated numerous times ways to compel the elder to leave, but as his true form was that of a revered figure, he could not exit the valley. Although Huxin was not afraid of him, she found herself unable to do anything against him. Thus, they maintained a cordial distance, each continuing their pursuits as before, Huxin with her cultivation and the elder overseeing the array and the spiritual herbs. A situation that Huxin found agreeable in time. Huxin discovered that the elder required a substantial quantity of spiritually infused treasures, and aside from the spiritual herbs, he had confiscated nearly everything else from the valley, including several cherished items of hers. This infuriated Huxin, but she found herself powerless to change the situation. Subsequently, Huxin found herself in ignorance regarding the whereabouts of the treasures the old man had acquired. Furthermore, the elder had divulged that he frequently set his sights on the outer shadow beast's demon cores, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He had incessantly disseminated information, claiming that within the valley lay celestial herbs capable of granting ascension, alongside a plethora of spiritual fruits that, when consumed, could enhance cultivation and extend lifespan. This information attracted numerous shadow beasts from the deep forest, ranging from the formidable to the feeble, all of whom attempted to breach the valley, yet were subdued by the elder alone. The old man refined all shadow beasts, regardless of their rank. As long as they could be used in alchemy, he would not let them go. On one occasion, Huxin observed the blue deer ensnared. The elder initially intended to slay it for alchemical purposes, yet Huxin insisted on its release. Tragically, the blue deer was ultimately killed by the elder, and Huxin refrained from intervening. It was not that Huxin harbored a cold heart. Rather, it was a matter of self-preservation. Her mother had always warned her that humans were the most adept at deception, more hypocritical than the beasts and more cunning than the fox spirits. This was among the last sentiments her mother expressed before her demise. Huxin knew nothing of her father and had never sought to uncover his identity, harboring resentment towards him for being a faithless man, as she had never laid eyes on him since childhood. Yet, in her mother's final moments, she heard her denounce him as a petty, hypocritical individual. Huxin fantasized that perhaps her father was a human who had deceived her mother, thus inciting her mother's loathing. However, her heart was stirred upon marrying Yi San, and she experienced a fleeting pang of compassion. Yet the precedent set by her mother loomed large, compelling her not to tread the same path. The subsequent confrontations were instigated solely by the elder himself. She bore no desire for their lives. Yet when a woman appeared and whisked Yi San away, an inexplicable ache coursed through her heart, though it subsided almost instantly. The following day, the elder removed all the crimson items, including candles, restoring everything to its original state. Thus, she chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. The elder had intended to eliminate that human, wishing to avert any further disgrace, and his plan had nearly achieved flawless execution. However, upon noticing something amiss with Huxin, he refrained from inquiring further, knowing that she would likely withhold the truth. He was apprehensive that Huxin might be genuinely involved. But the resoluteness in her eyes assuaged his worries, though he still harbored grievances regarding the release of Yi-san. While the elder admired the human's talent, he yearned to refine him into elixirs. Chapter 87. Yi-san awakens. Alas, Yi-san had finally awakened, and the moment he opened his eyes, it was as though he had transformed into an entirely different being. His gaze was no longer one of despondency, but rather radiated vitality, as if he had been rejuvenated. Adjusting to his somewhat uncooperative body, he noticed a woman engaged in her cultivation nearby. Why Yi-san was not taken aback. He had always sensed her every action, yet he had simply chosen not to awaken, unwilling to confront reality. With a smile, Yi-san exited the tree hollow, basking in the now glaring warmth of the sun, which felt particularly piercing. Shielding his eyes from the brightness, he recognized that there were still aspects he needed to acclimate to. He proceeded in a specific direction, not wandering aimlessly. By noon, the woman from the tree hollow had completed her cultivation and was now ready to tend to Yi-san. As she opened her eyes and beheld the empty bed beside her, the woman anxiously scanned her surroundings before quickly rising to her feet. Yi-san had vanished without a trace, and the question loomed: who had taken him away? Why was there no aura of spiritual energy? Could it be that he had left on his own accord? Otherwise, who could depart with such tranquility? The woman pondered, leaning toward the latter possibility, that Yi-san had awakened and left. Yet in his mortal form, she had failed to notice the wave of concern washed over her. Where could he possibly go in his current state? Surely, even the most ordinary beast in this realm could claim his life. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from outside the tree hollow. "Who is there?" the woman called out cautiously, her voice rising with urgency. Yi-san soon appeared within her line of sight, and upon witnessing his revival, she could not suppress her astonishment. "You've regained your strength. Here, I gathered some fruits for you," Yi-san said, holding out a garment that concealed an array of delectable fruits. "How did you awaken?" the woman inquired, astonished that the man she had vigilantly watched over for over a year had suddenly come back to life. It's strange to wake up just like that," Yi-san replied innocently, a gentle smile gracing his face, as if his revival was nothing remarkable. "Eat up. I've already tasted them. They're quite sweet," he added, taking a fruit, rubbing it between his hands, and savoring it with delight. The woman was not averse to consuming the fruit, but rather found it hard to believe that Yi-san had awakened without any issues. "Do you remember who I am?" she asked, and Yi-san nodded in acknowledgement. "What about the events that transpired before?" She feared that he might still be shrouded in darkness, merely feigning his current demeanor. "I remember everything. Now eat." "I'll finish mine first," Yi-san replied, his gaze unchanged as he devoured 2 or 3 more fruits. The woman remained skeptical. Since Yi-san offered no further explanations, she decided not to pry. She picked up a fruit and took a bite. Although she had seen this fruit before without much thought, it tasted exceptionally sweet now. Watching her enjoy one fruit after another, Yi-san smiled and said, "I told you, they're delicious." The current Yi-san radiated warmth and innocence, and upon closer inspection, there was an intriguing depth to his gaze. "Even though eating fruit doesn't quell hunger, I will personally prepare a meal for you later," the woman remarked, looking at Yi-san. Despite his revival in a mortal form, she felt a twinge of sorrow. Anyone stripped of their cultivation would undoubtedly feel crushed. Yi-san softly responded before stepping out of the tree hollow to bask in the warmth of the sun, relishing its heat. By the way, I still don't know your name." He turned to the woman and inquired. "I am Lian-ting," she replied. Thank you, Lian-ting," Yi-san said with a continued smile. Lian-ting nodded in confusion, wondering if Yi-san had been aware of the outside world during his unconsciousness. If perhaps he knew everything she had done. Flushing slightly at the thought, she excused herself to search for food. Yi-san watched her retreating figure, uncertain of her thoughts, yet he understood that Lian-ting harbored genuine feelings for him. Regardless of her identity, she had saved his life. "Ha, how ruthless. Everything has truly been taken away," Yi-san remarked with a hint of derision. Subsequently, he attempted to sense the presence of spiritual energy through alternative methods, yet to no avail, and it proved quite arduous for him in his current state. Yi-san, perplexed, pondered aloud. "I have merely reverted to my original state. Why can I not cultivate? Has she severed my foundational roots as well?" Logically, being a mere mortal who had previously attained a certain level of cultivation, he should still be able to practice now that he had returned to his earthly form. The fact that he could not even sense spiritual energy indicated that Yi-san was utterly incapable of cultivation. He was irrevocably rendered useless. Yi-san resolved to let go. If he could cultivate, he would do so earnestly, but if not, he would embrace a life of simplicity, Succumbing to despair would only squander his existence. He then retreated to the hollow of a tree, lying down upon a bed that surprisingly held the fragrance of a young girl. After a moment's reflection, he came to terms with it. This must surely be Lien Ting's bedding, for how else could it carry her essence? He had once believed Lien Ting harbored some ulterior motive for residing with him, yet it seemed that such motives were of little consequence now. At the very least, Lien Ting would not bring him harm. She had even aided him in the past by teaching him the arts of cultivation that it now appeared that he owed a debt to Lien Ting. And Yeson couldn't help but smile wryly at the thought that, at this rate, he would be unable to repay her. He remained uncertain of Lien Ting's true thoughts. Both of them believed they owed each other something. Even if Lien Ting no longer owed Yeson, she could not bear to leave him alone. Outside the hollow, she busied herself with preparing a wild rabbit, employing a few minor spells to ensure it was thoroughly cleaned. The sound stirred Yeson from his slumber, and upon stepping outside, he beheld Lien Ting casting spells, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had only witnessed cultivators practicing their techniques before, yet none possessed such capabilities as conjuring water and fire from thin air. Upon noticing Yeson's emergence, Lien Ting smiled, but when she saw the look of shock on his face, she assumed it was her spell that had reminded him of the past, prompting her to halt. "Yeson, are you all right?" Lien Ting inquired, gazing at the dazed Yeson. Chapter 88. Phantom Spirits. Ah, so that's how it is, Lien Ting explained. These are merely minor spells, distinct from the techniques of your world, yet they still require a certain expenditure of energy. The concept of spells from other realms struck Yeson as profoundly mysterious. The efficacy of magic appeared to differ vastly between worlds. Continuing her demonstration, Lien Ting persisted in casting spells while Yeson assisted. And they managed to clean the rabbit thoroughly, leaving only the roasting to be done. Yeson reminisced about his past experiences roasting wild game. When he needed water, he would find a nearby stream. And when he required fire, he would simply summon his heavenly flames, which had been quite convenient. Yet now, everything felt like a distant fantasy, relying on others for help. Lien Ting conjured a small flame, though it radiated an intense heat. This was a consequence of Yeson's mortal state. The fire was purple, strikingly beautiful. This flame is my innate fire, one that I must nurture myself, akin to the heavenly fire you once tamed. Lien Ting elucidated. Yeson couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, recognizing the differences. One was born of his own essence, while the other was an external force he had subdued. Lien Ting, however, remained unfazed by his musings. Yeson meticulously sprinkled the condiments prepared by Lien Ting before placing them atop the violet flames for roasting. Initially uncertain of the fire's temperature, he inadvertently charred the rabbit meat. With a swift adjustment, he raised the heat slightly, allowing it to cook gradually. This violet flame was undoubtedly extraordinary. Such a small ember could easily incinerate an entire rabbit in an instant. Yet, Yeson had forgotten that his former heavenly fire could be extinguished with a mere touch, leaving no trace behind. This indicated a disparity between this fire and heavenly flames. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizingly fragrant. As Yeson roasted the meat, he could not help but swallow hard, mesmerized by the sight of the rabbit. His astonishment at the spell momentarily forgotten, his eyes gleaming with desire. Lien Ting, observing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, it is incredibly fragrant," she echoed, acknowledging that the roasted meat's aroma surpassed even her own efforts. After a prolonged exposure to the scent, she too felt her mouth watering. Once the meat was roasted to perfection, Yeson eagerly indulged, each of them savoring a whole rabbit. Their faces were alight with enjoyment, and the greasy corners of their mouths elicited mutual laughter. Yeson had always perceived this woman as an icy goddess, stern and indifferent, but now he recognized her gentler side, one capable of caring for others. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself. Revealing them might provoke Lien Ting to revert to her former demeanor, making his situation all the more uncomfortable to Lien Ting. Yeson appeared as someone devoid of strength. Yet he seemed less pessimistic now, which was a positive change. After their meal, Lien Ting examined Yeson's condition and confirmed that he could no longer cultivate, as his energy reservoir was shattered. Moreover, after such an extended period of immersion, it could not be restored. Aside from his unchanged perceptive abilities, he truly resembled an ordinary person. However, this meant he could still practice formations, albeit with a mortal body. Yet, even with high mastery of formations, he faced the inevitable fate of a mortal: aging, illness, and death. Yeson glimpsed a sliver of hope in this. At least he could still cultivate illusionary formations, though he dared not aspire for more. This body had indeed become a burden. Once proud of his physique, he now feared it might become a lifelong encumbrance. With tears unshed, he resolved to take one step at a time, clinging to the hope that he could still cultivate formations. It seemed he had no choice but to accept this, akin to Lian Ting's comforting words about his inability to cultivate. In response to Isan's plight, Lian Ting found him a new spellbook, specifically designed for cultivating illusionary formations, prohibiting the practice of any other. While the cultivation process was rapid, it came with its own drawbacks. It was said that those who mastered this phantom art could reach unimaginable heights. But by that time, their lifespan would be all but extinguished. For others, this book represented the path to divine cultivation, but their primary motivation was survival. What use was cultivation if one could not live? Only secondarily did they seek power, for strength was necessary to rise above others and enjoy the privileges of the mighty. Although the cultivation was swift, a lack of innate talent would render efforts futile, leading to stagnation. Should one abandon the cultivation of other texts midway, their energy would spiral into chaos, culminating in death, a fate of dire consequence. The art of illusion and dispersion has not been met with refusal. In light of this, what more can one deny? Thus, I shall swiftly augment my prowess, accomplishing all that is necessary. Certain matters are resolved through strength. During my cultivation, I discovered an entirely novel approach, one that left my entire being feeling remarkably unburdened. Merely the operation of my mind sufficed. Moreover, my perception remained intact, rendering everything significantly simpler. In a single night, I completed the first tier of cultivation, enhancing my perceptive abilities, though I remain unaware of the exact realm I have reached. There came a moment when my mind felt suddenly lucid, suggesting a breakthrough had been achieved. After this breakthrough, all expended energy was restored, a sensation previously unknown to me, akin to being infused with vigor. Specifically, a surge of mental strength that continues to expand. If casting spells merely requires the operation of the mind, then gestures and incantations become unnecessary, achieving true instantaneous manifestation. However, I can only deploy formations, while other abilities remain beyond my grasp. Upon witnessing the astonishing rapidity of my mental fortitude's advancement, Lian Ting was taken aback. Although she anticipated swiftness, seeing it unfold before her eyes was inescapably surprising. Yet, upon contemplating the potential drawbacks, her thoughts dissipated. With eyes wide open, I embraced the sensation of rebirth. It was indeed exhilarating. From this moment forth, I embark upon an extraordinary path, a journey of no return. Though this road may be brief, I am determined to pursue my desires, to become a truly liberated individual, seizing this fleeting time. Such were my musings, though my body exhibited no fluctuation of breath. My gaze resembled that of a keen hawk, piercing and resolute. With newfound objectives came renewed motivation. At this juncture, I tightly shut my eyes, my visage contorted with agony, nearly succumbing to the pain that surged upon me, swift in its arrival, yet equally fast in its departure. This sudden torment plunged my spirits into despair. Mere moments ago, I felt a searing heat within my mind, as if it sought to incinerate my essence, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Hastily, I employed my consciousness to investigate the source of this suffering, yet to no avail, leading me to suspect it was yet another flaw of the tome. My previously buoyant mood was now disrupted. Though I could endure this pain, I feared its potential reemergence at critical moments. It would indeed be life-threatening. Rising to my feet, I shook out my limbs, seeking to relax. Regardless, I had already embarked on this path of cultivation, and regret was futile. If any issues arose with the tome, Lian Ting would surely point them out. Otherwise, she too might be unaware. If this all be fate, then it is a fate I intend to command. Chapter 89. Cultivation. The tome of illusory ghosts may be described as simple yet complex. Each tier ascends in difficulty, yet with each elevation, the enhancement of power is monumental. Moreover, this tome contains only the essence of the mind, devoid of any specific techniques, necessitating an attunement to all that exists. Upon reaching the fourth tier, one may conjure any object, including all of creation, contingent upon one's understanding of the universe. One may also establish any illusionary art based on this tome. An unparalleled capability compared to other methods. It is said that the formidable entity who originally crafted this tome was unable to cultivate it himself, resorting instead to an unconventional path that rendered him unmatched in illusion. Yet he was discontented. Despite possessing immense power, his lifespan was tragically brief. He yearned to transcend the subsequent levels of mastery. Seeking to effect change, Yet the outcome remains shrouded in mystery. Isan now possesses a clear understanding of every facet of his being. Yet within the recesses of his mind, a dense fog obscures certain truths, rendering even him, its master, unable to perceive them fully. This leaves Isan at a loss for words, as he grapples with the perplexity of having an additional entity within him, once again residing in his mind. Unable to cultivate due to the absence of spiritual energy, Isan must rely solely on his illusions and the strength of his mental prowess to navigate his circumstances, an arduous task that demands methodical progression. After all, which illusionist in existence has ever triumphed solely through mental fortitude, without supplementary aid? This predicament presents a significant challenge for Isan. Rising to his feet, he closes his eyes and extends his mental awareness to sense everything within the hollow of the tree. The experience feels straightforward and illuminating, akin to possessing sight. However, at that moment, a wave of confusion washes over him that he struggles to discern what it is he perceives, and as he contemplates further exploration, he is startled by his own findings. Before him stands a person, a furious Lian Ting, who has just entered the scene. Upon her arrival, she notices Isan engaged in his practice but refrains from interrupting him. Yet after a while, she becomes acutely aware of a consciousness probing her entire being, and in an instant, it is as though she has been thoroughly examined. Had she not observed Isan's lack of cultivation, she might have retaliated with a swift blow. "Come out and eat," Lian Ting bellows, clearly incensed by the earlier incident. Isan, recognizing his error in having scrutinized a celestial being so thoroughly, muses whether a heightened perception might allow him to explore unnoticed. Were Lian Ting to fathom his thoughts, she would likely unleash her fury upon him. Nevertheless, Isan merely contemplates this and resolves never to repeat such an act. Once you reach the 4th level of the secret manual, I shall leave you to your own devices, sparing me from the burden of your existence, Lian Ting remarks, her anger visibly dissipating, though Isan remains oblivious to whether her inner ire has truly subsided. "Fear not, Lian Ting. Even without your supervision, I shall manage just fine," he responds confidently. "Who do you think you are? Right now, you couldn't even defeat a wild beast," she retorts, exasperated. "Very well. I shall hasten my practice to ensure I am not a burden to you," Isan declares, finishing his meal before resuming his training. Lian Ting can't help but smile at Isan's concern about being a liability. Had he truly been such, she would have long since departed and left him to his own devices. On the 5th day, Isan finally experiences another elevation in his realm of understanding. This time, he is once again engulfed by that overwhelming sensation, which is fleeting and vanishes just as quickly as it appears. This prompts Isan to ponder the enigmatic object within his mind, perhaps the source of this emanation, which only serves to induce him suffering without causing any real harm. This conundrum leaves Isan feeling frustrated, as he is burdened with an abundance of questions that remain unanswered. Meanwhile, Lian Ting observes from outside the hollow. The moment Isan achieves a breakthrough, she senses his advancement and ceases her own training. Approaching the entrance, she gazes at Isan, but upon noticing the look of confusion in his eyes, she finds herself at a loss. Reluctant to pry, she respects his silence, understanding that some matters require personal experience for resolution rather than external inquiry. Subsequently, she departed to continue her cultivation. Though her current level of mastery was not particularly high, elevating her realm was a relatively straightforward endeavor for her. Owing to her accumulated experience, Yi-san had already sensed Lian Ting observing her. She anticipated his entry, but was taken aback when he merely glanced her way, and then left. A tinge of disappointment washed over Yi-san. This recent advancement had significantly expanded her perceptive range. As she unleashed her mental awareness, enveloping the surroundings in a vast expanse, this release obscured countless creatures, whose every movement she monitored with meticulous precision, leaving them with no opportunity to stir, as they struggled helplessly on the ground. Voicing their distress, Lian Ting, aware of the situation outside, was astounded by the magnitude of this transformation. The dense forest, while not particularly extensive, required several days and nights to traverse. Yet Yi-san was on the verge of comprehensively surveying it. Were it not for the flaws in this tome of cultivation, she would have eagerly engaged in her practice. However, such thoughts were fleeting, for abandoning her established path to pursue the unknown was an impossibility. She had already begun anew and had no desire to start over once more. Yi-san attempted to conjure a hand with her mental prowess to pluck some green grass, but the moment contact was made, the illusory hand dissipated, while she could suppress with her mental force. Transforming it into a hand for manipulation proved exceedingly challenging. Yet, mastery demanded repetition. That's why Yi-san first materialized a hand and practiced controlling it as it waved about. Initially difficult, it gradually became more instinctive. Though the act of plucking grass remained a challenge, thus, she dedicated an entire day to mastering the control of the conjured hand, and by evening, her mind felt heavy with fatigue, leaving her quite exhausted. Prompting her to rest for the night, Lian Ting, cognizant of Yi-san's weariness, kindly prepared a pot of water for him and left some food behind. Upon awakening the next day, Yi-san discovered the water was still warm. After enjoying a refreshing bath and consuming the provisions left for him, he wore a joyful expression and resumed his attempts at control. Lian Ting observed from outside, smiling to herself, not wishing for her efforts to go to waste. She decided not to disturb Yi-san and quietly departed. Today, Yi-san was swiftly able to use the conjured hand to pluck green grass, having also learned the proper utilization of mental energy, ensuring no waste. Even with her formidable mental perception, it was essential to avoid squandering that strength. Chapter 90. The third layer. The inability to control was attributed to the lack of solidified manifestations. To concentrate power, one must solidify it, preventing the energy from dissipating outward and causing waste. This was a crucial point, and Yi-san recognized this issue, focusing intently on her cultivation. Over the next 3 days, Yi-san honed her control over the conjured hand to perfection, manipulating it as effortlessly as her own. Moreover, she was able to conjure various other objects, such as blades, with relative ease, provided she maintained proper control. Rendering all tasks simple. Yi-san engaged in mutual practice with Lian Ting. She controlled an illusory dagger to strike, while Lian Ting countered and defended, yielding commendable results. However, a significant concern arose. Any injury to her physical form would be fatal. This was the inherent vulnerability of a mortal body. This predicament sparked a bold idea in Yi-san's mind, to conjure an indestructible suit of armor that would envelop her closely. Yet, this notion remained merely theoretical. For executing, it would be far more challenging than simply crafting a physical suit of armor. Lian Ting also suggested the creation of a suit of armor. However, Yi-san possesses a profound understanding of armory, recognizing that such craftsmanship necessitates rare materials. Moreover, it would only mitigate some damage, not completely nullify it. Presently, his fragile form cannot withstand even the slightest harm, rendering the notion of forging armor impractical. If he were to conjure one, the scenario would be entirely different, as he would wield direct control. Though the efficacy remains uncertain, for now, he must persist in his training, striving to swiftly ascend to the 4th level, where myriad possibilities will unfold. Lian Ting advised against haste, cautioning that a rush for quick results could prove detrimental. Yet, for Yi-san, this pace is far from rapid. At times, he indulges in meditation, which serves as a form of respite. Meditation restores mental fortitude, albeit at a sluggish rate, far inferior to the rejuvenation offered by sleep. Nevertheless, meditation carries its own advantages, allowing one to reflect upon the day as training experiences, sometimes yielding unexpected insights. Yi-san dedicates only a brief period to meditation each day. Over time, he finds it increasingly challenging to discern any substantial outcome, subsequently retiring for the night to conclude his day. Lian Ting is also familiar with meditation, yet it necessitates a specific time frame to yield desired results. Observing Yi-san's current state, she deduces that it may be more beneficial to focus on diligent practice, which offers visible progress. Yi-san has already advanced to the 2nd level, a remarkable feat that has surpassed their expectations. Lian Ting once remarked that the esteemed individual who authored this manual took approximately a year to master the first 5 levels, with an additional decade for the subsequent ones. Should Yi-san continue on this trajectory, it is likely he will reach the pinnacle of his training in less than a year. Whenever he encounters uncertainty in his practice, he finds himself guided by an unseen force within his mind, compelling him to follow a path that proves both smooth and successful. During his pursuit of the 3rd level, Yi-san found himself at a loss. Needing to attune to the existence of all things and listen intently he extended his perception, becoming aware of numerous presences, yet the intricacies of listening eluded him. The enigmatic purple mist in his mind, however, provided him with guidance, urging him to listen with his heart. Every living being possesses a life force. Should the conjured entities lack vitality, they would be mere inanimate objects, devoid of genuine release. Listening with the heart requires one to feel through their essence. to internalize the experience as if they themselves were among the conjured beings, imbued with life and thought, rendering everything infinitely more complex. After 10 arduous days, he finally broke through, and the purple mist in his mind became clearer. No longer an indistinct mass. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as a cloud of vapor, its interior emanating a hue that tinged the surrounding mist with purple. The more Yi-san gazed, the more it seemed infused with life, pulsating as if it possessed a heartbeat. Yet, he found himself unable to move it. This entity could very well claim his life at any moment, while Yi-san remained ever vigilant, missing not a single shift in movement. Aside from his own transformations, the entity exhibited no significant changes, leading Yi-san to ponder whether his inability to perceive its true nature stemmed from his own limited power or if it was simply the essence of the entity itself. He leaned towards the former, for intuition whispered to him not to underestimate anything. The third tier now allows for the casual transformation of an object, although it still cannot morph into a living being. It marks a commendable beginning. With a bit of practical experience, one can certainly gain further insights. Yes-san, let's go out for some barbecuing. Emerging from the tree hollow, Yeting had prepared everything, even the fire was ready. Awaiting Yes-san's arrival to commence the grilling. This time, they had 4 relatively large birds, and the meat appeared quite substantial. The feathers had been entirely stripped away, leaving them bare. Yes-san expertly applied the seasoning and placed the meat on the grill. With your remarkable grilling skills, you should consider opening a specialized barbecue shop. You would undoubtedly make a profit, Yeting remarked, observing Yes-san's adept technique. Yes-san shot her a glance. If I earn from that, I'll treat you to barbecues every day. How does that sound? Yes-san jested. That sounds splendid. I would be absolutely delighted, Yeting replied, swallowing in anticipation. Clearly, the barbecue was far more delicious than previous attempts. Showcasing Yes-san's improved skills, he had grown fond of the meat Yes-san prepared. It was exceptionally tasty. Oftentimes, he would have the meat ready even before the appointed time, merely waiting for Yes-san to emerge and begin grilling. You have such delightful thoughts, Yes-san said with a grin. The two often engaged in playful banter, which provided them both with joy. Yes-san had long since let go of past grievances, and with his elevated state of mind, he was perpetually cheerful, capable of bringing happiness to Yeting and ensuring their time together was never dull. Yeting pondered for a moment and nodded. It does sound quite pleasant, but would you truly be willing? Of course. With your companionship, I would never feel lonely. How could I possibly refuse? Yes-san replied with unwavering calmness. Yeting was momentarily taken aback by Yes-san's words. He realized that this lifestyle was indeed enjoyable, free from the worries of being pursued, devoid of the need for power, and absent of past grudges. Simplicity was truly delightful. Hey, wake up. If that is truly what you desire, then wait for me to finish my tasks, and I shall spend the remaining time with you, Yes-san remarked, patting Yeting on the shoulder. Who said I wanted your company? I merely find the meat delicious and look forward to free food, Yeting said, daring not to meet Yes-san's gaze. Yes-san understood that Yeting's motives were hardly just for the meat. However, he had come to regard Yeting as family, caring for this seemingly useless companion and sharing laughter daily. Chapter 91. Departing the deep forest were it not for the important matters yet to be attended to. Yes-san would surely seek a suitable place to settle down. He had already grasped the fundamental principles of the third tier. However, solidifying his skills would necessitate prolonged practice. He was now preparing to cultivate the fourth tier, at which point he could attempt to pursue his ambitions. Let us go, Yeting. Yes-san observed that Yeting had adapted well to this carefree lifestyle, unbothered by external disturbances. This was precisely the life Yes-san desired. Yet, he knew that if he were to remain alone, he would likely not last a day. Yeting had tidied everything up and followed suit, departing alongside him. Yes-san's current awareness allowed him to survey the entirety of this forest, every corner, every wild beast, every blade of grass. With concentrated effort, he could annihilate anything within his reach, effectively striking enemies from a distance. This could be deemed a formidable power, albeit at the cost of Yes-san's lifespan, which dwindled to a mere 80 or 90 years. Eventually, he would fade away, and all would become mere history. There is little to gain from further practice here. Let us leave this place, Yes-san said to Yeting, who trailed behind him. But let us refrain from venturing into overly perilous areas. Lian-ting is truly apprehensive about Yi-san's safety. Yet, she is unable to sense Yi-san's presence from such a distance, let alone contemplate the notion of engaging enemies from afar. Yi-san nodded gently, smiling as she grasped Lian-ting's hand. Traversing through the depths of the forest to navigate this dense woodland at Yi San's pace might take an entire day. But Yi San yearned to experience the journey amidst the trees, thus allowing her to immerse herself in the moment. For reasons unknown, she felt an enchanting sensation being led by Yi San through the forest. A feeling so extraordinary that it rendered her speechless, leaving her with nothing but a smile. Hand in hand, they strolled, oblivious to fatigue. Whenever any wild beast approached, Yi San would exude a mental pressure that would drive them away without resorting to lethal force. However, at times of hunger, she would slay a few, leaving the task of cleaning to Lian Ting while she prepared the meal. Their cooperation brought them great joy. Yi San also sensed her mental energy was remarkably vibrant, unspent despite her continuous exploration. This must be the essence of connection with all living things, nourishing her spirit rather than depleting it. Nevertheless, Yi San understood that this was far from sufficient. Should she wield her illusions to vanquish foes, the toll would be considerably greater. This consumption cannot be compared. Thus, the fourth layer primarily involves the transformation of all things and the sustenance derived from them, providing an inexhaustible source of energy. Now, anything she has witnessed can be instantaneously conjured, yet imbuing it with life remains beyond her current capabilities. However, should she gain profound understanding, these manifestations could act autonomously on her behalf. She could even create a duplicate of herself to assist in refining tools, arranging formations, and crafting talismans, though the process still requires her own mental control. Contemplating these possibilities filled Yi San with unwavering confidence for the future. She aspired to become a distinctive version of herself within her fleeting lifetime. No longer constrained. Yi San, perhaps you should rest for a moment, allowing yourself to appreciate the surrounding scenery. At this juncture, Yi San was already perspiring profusely. Such was the nature of mortal flesh. After prolonged exertion, weariness inevitably follows. She surveyed her surroundings and decided, yes, let us take a break. The area appeared delightful, with a small brook nearby, its crystal-clear waters revealing darting fish below, the tranquility disturbed only by their presence. Lian Ting led Yi San to the brookside, producing a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from her brow. Yi San gazed at Lian Ting with a radiant smile, feeling immense happiness in that moment. What are you staring at? If you continue like this, your clothes will surely become damp. Indeed, a few droplets had dampened Yi San's attire, yet she paid it no mind, having spent the journey observing her surroundings and Lian Ting. Lian Ting helped Yi San remove her shirt and took the handkerchief for herself, wiping her own body while occasionally stealing glances at Yi San. Whenever their eyes met, Yi San would chuckle playfully, prompting Lian Ting to roll her eyes in response. Lian Ting, I used to possess